200 A chance encounter at the airport. Are you practicing the iron head technique? Lin Li rubbed her head and turned around, only to see Juhan standing at the door of the bathroom. At this moment, he had already washed up and changed his clothes. His hair was also combed neatly. Only then did Lin Li remember that she had been forced to move out of the room by her mother last night. Because she didn't want to be taken advantage of by a certain someone, she had made a bed on the ground. Rubbing the back of her head, Lin Li got up from the ground with a bitter face. Only when she got up did she realize that her whole body was in great pain, as if she was falling apart. No matter how she stood, she felt very uncomfortable. Juhan crossed his arms in front of his chest and leaned against the door of the bathroom. He looked at Lin Li and said with a faint smile, "I told you yesterday that I don't mind you lying in bed." That tone was as if he was coldly watching her make a fool of herself. Lin Li glared at him and said in a bad mood, "Then why didn't you be more gentlemanly and say that you would give me the bed?" As she spoke, she rubbed her head and walked towards him. "Oh, I'm not a gentleman." Juhan shrugged his shoulders and expressed his helplessness. Lin Li was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. She walked past him and directly entered the bathroom, closing the door behind her. Juhan looked at the bathroom door that she had closed with a loud bang, and he couldn't help but smile. After Lin Li finished washing up and tidied up the blankets in the room, she went out to the dining room and found that Juhan and his parents were already sitting around the dining table eating breakfast. At this moment, Juhan was politely thanking his parents. "Dad, Mom, how can we ask you to wake up early to prepare breakfast for us?" Juhan looked at Mr. and Mrs. Lin's sincere expressions. Mother Lin looked at him with an amused expression. She scooped a big bowl of congee for him and said, "We're all family. What's there to be embarrassed about? There's no need to argue." Juhan smiled and took the bowl with both hands. "Thank you, Mom." Mother Lin nodded with a smile and said, "Eat it while it's hot. Have more porridge in the morning. It's good for the stomachs of people like you who have been socializing and drinking outside for a long time." Juhan nodded and started eating. When Father Lin saw his daughter standing at the side, he quickly smiled and called out to Lin Li, "Xiaoli, come and have breakfast." Lin Li nodded and walked over to them. She sat down in the empty seat beside Juhan and took the porridge that Mother Lin had served her. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Mom." Juhan ate very quickly and finished his bowl of porridge in one go. Mother Lin scooped another bowl for him and it was done in a short while. When Mother Lin was about to scoop more for him, Juhan waved his hand and rejected her. "Mom, I'm full." As he spoke, he turned to Lin Li and said, "Lin Li, don't go to the company today. Accompany Dad and Mom to walk around." Lin Li nodded. It was rare for her parents to come over, so she had to spend some time with them. It would probably be New Year's by the time she saw them. Juhan turned his head and said to Father Lin and Mother Lin apologetically, "Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. I should have accompanied you with Lin Li, but I've been really busy at the company recently. I really can't free myself. After this busy period, I'll definitely accompany you two to walk around." Mother Lin shook her head with a smile and said, "Work is more important, work is more important." Father Lin also nodded in agreement. "Yes, young people's work is more important. Besides, we're actually preparing to go back today." "Dad, Mom, you're leaving today?" Lin Li looked at her parents in surprise. "Dad, Mom, stay for a few more days. Lin Li will miss you when you're not here. She said she wanted to go back and visit you." Juhan also tried to persuade him to stay. Mother Lin glanced at Father Lin, then turned to look at Lin Li and Juhan. She smiled and shook her head. "No, we're here to see your father. Now that the checkup says that he's fine, we don't have anything to worry about. You're busy with work and Juhan has to take time to accompany us. If you don't rest well, your body won't be able to take it. We won't stay and disturb you. When you're free, just go back and visit us more often." "But Ran," Lin Li still wanted to say something but was interrupted by Father Lin. "Xiao Li, the biggest gain from your mother and I coming to Jiang City this time wasn't that the doctor said that my illness didn't relapse, but that we knew that you found someone as good as Juhan to rely on. This made your mother and I have nothing to worry about anymore, because we know that even if we're not by your side, there will be someone who will take good care of you." Father Lin said with a faint smile. "Dad." Lin Li looked at her parents and felt a little guilty. She felt that as a daughter, she was really a failure. She was already so old, but her parents still had to worry so much for her. Just as Linley was blaming herself for not doing a good job, she suddenly felt someone holding her shoulder, and then the center of her body leaned to the side. Then, she heard Juhan's voice ring in her ear. He said, "Dad, Mom, don't worry. I'll definitely take good care of Linley and give her a lifetime of happiness." His tone was certain and firm, and no one would doubt his sincerity. Linley raised her head and looked at his resolute side profile. She suddenly had an indescribable feeling of confusion in her heart. She looked at him fixedly, as if he was particularly able to move people at this moment and move her heart. When Father Lin and Mother Lin heard Juhan's confident words, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. They nodded and said, "We know you will." It was because he knew that he was at ease. "Dad, Mom, stay for a few more days." Juhan looked at Linley and said, "Linley can't bear to see you guys leave. And NBSB, if you stay by her side and dote on her more, she won't be so sad anymore," Mother Lin said jokingly. After she finished speaking, she didn't forget to look at her daughter suggestively. Last night, she had waited for them to go in and stood outside their room for a long time. She had only returned to her room after hearing some strange noises from inside. They were both from that age, so she knew what the noise inside was for at such a late night. Therefore, when they returned to their room, they discussed it with the old man. Now that Linley and Juhan were newlyweds, it was normal for young people to be impulsive and passionate. The two old men stayed at home and would more or less be unable to let go. They understood their daughter's awkward little emotions, so the two of them decided to go back to their hometown today. They originally came to Jiangcheng to see a doctor. Now that he was not sick and had such a good son-in-law, they had earned it. He couldn't stay any longer to hinder them. Upon hearing this, Linley quickly pushed away Juhan, who was hugging her. Seeing her mother's small face turn red, she said a little coyly, "Mom, what are you saying?" After saying that, she didn't forget to turn her head and glare at Juhan. She blamed him for doing such strange and easily misunderstood actions. He really looked a little awkward. Juhan looked at Father Lin and Mother Lin, who were opposite him, and shrugged his shoulders with a smile. Linley's expression made Mother Lin misunderstand even more. She believed that Linley was embarrassed and smiled. "You're even shy with your parents, Mom." Linley dragged out the last syllable and said somewhat unwillingly, "It's not like what you said." The other three laughed when they saw her childish behavior. It didn't matter anymore. Although Juhan and Linley both asked Father Lin and Mother Lin to stay for a few more days before leaving, Father Lin and Mother Lin didn't want to disturb their lives and still insisted on going back today. Since his father-in-law and mother-in-law were leaving, Juhan had to send them off no matter how busy he was. So after breakfast, when Father Lin and Mother Lin had packed their things, Juhan and Linley drove them directly to the station. Linley's hometown wasn't too far away from Jiangcheng compared to the distance that was thousands of miles away. However, it would take 8 hours to get there by car. Juhan was worried that the two elders would be too tired after such a long drive, so he suggested that they take the plane back. The plane would only take an hour. He also asked assistants to check the flights, and there was a flight that would fly directly to Linley's hometown in 2 hours. At first, Mr. and Mrs. Lin didn't agree as they felt that the plane tickets were expensive, but under Linley and Juhan's insistence, the few of them eventually changed their route halfway to the train station and went to the airport. As for the tickets, Juhan directly called assistants to book them and sent them to the airport later. In the waiting hall, Linley sat with her parents while Juhan went to the airport gate to wait for special assistants to send the plane tickets over. "Mom, why are you guys in such a hurry to go back?" They had already arrived at the airport, but Linley still didn't want to give up. She hoped that her parents would stay for a few more days. Mother Lin smiled and patted her hand. "It's good to go back. You can chat with the neighbors. There's nowhere to go in Jiangcheng anyway. You have to work too, so you don't have so much time to spend with us. Moreover, seeing how good Juhan is to you now and how nice his parents are, we don't have to worry anymore." Linley's face was bitter, and she said somewhat unwillingly, "You guys should stay and accompany me. If you go back now, I'll probably only be able to go back to see you during the new year." "Silly girl, you're still acting like a child." Mother Lin smiled and patted her head. Lin Li sighed softly and leaned forward to hug her mother. She put her hand on her mother's shoulder and said in a low voice, "Mom, I'll miss you guys." Mother Lin nodded and didn't say anything. She only reached out and patted her back. Father Lin sat at the side with a faint smile on his face. "Lin Li?" Just as Lin Li was reluctant to part with her mother, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind her. Lin Li let go of her mother and turned her head around. She saw a rich lady standing at the side with a bag in her hand and dressed up. Seeing her turn her head, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly and she said, "It's really you." His tone was neither salty nor light. Seeing the person behind her clearly, Lin Li only frowned slightly and nodded at her. She said expressionlessly, "Auntie." Father Lin and Mother Lin, who were sitting at the side, also recognized her. They frowned and looked a little unhappy. The person who had come was none other than Chengsheng's mother, the person who had almost become Lin Li's mother-in-law. 201 Thank you all. Lin Li was a little surprised to see Chengsheng's mother here, but out of courtesy, she still stood up and nodded at her. Mrs. Cheng walked over to them and stood in front of her. She glanced at Father Lin and Mother Lin, who were sitting next to Lin Li, and then turned her eyes back to Lin Li's face. She asked without much emotion, "You're ready to leave Jiang City with your parents?" Lin Li looked at her and didn't want to answer her question. She only asked coldly, "May I ask what's the matter?" In fact, speaking of Chengsheng's mother, Lin Li knew that she didn't like her. In the beginning, it was Chengsheng who insisted on being with her that they reluctantly agreed. So even though she and Chengsheng were together for 10 years, Chengsheng rarely brought her back to the Cheng family. During the New Year and other festivals, it was Chengsheng who would go back by himself. Although the Cheng family no longer opposed her relationship with Chengsheng, she had never been approved by Chengsheng's parents. It wasn't until she got pregnant that they started talking about the wedding. She knew that the only reason they agreed to her marriage with Chengsheng was because of the child she was pregnant with. Although when she found out that she was pregnant, she had hoped for a boy because she knew that the Cheng family would only truly accept her if she had a son. It was just that no one had expected the ending to be like that. Chen Zheng's mother frowned, a little unhappy with Lin Li's attitude when she spoke to her. "Do you know that Chengsheng has been looking for you everywhere?" Before Lin Li could say anything, Mrs. Lin stood up and said to Mrs. Cheng, "Why is Chengsheng still looking for my daughter? Does he think that he hasn't hurt my daughter enough?" She thought of the way Lin Li was lying on the hospital bed. Her precious daughter, the person whom she and her husband loved so much, was hurt so deeply by him. She couldn't forgive Chengsheng no matter what. Mrs. Cheng turned to look at Mrs. Lin, frowning and saying in disgust, "Mrs. Lin, what are you saying? What do you mean by Chengsheng didn't hurt your daughter enough? No one wants that kind of thing, okay? Don't you know that because of that incident, our Chengsheng tortured himself to the point that he didn't even look like a human or a ghost? Who was he doing this for? It was all for her." As he said that, he pointed straight at Lin Li. Mother Lin slapped away the hand that was pointing at her and said excitedly, "What are you pointing at? What are you pointing at? Who asked you to point at me?" He walked over to her as he spoke. Mrs. Cheng's face turned black after her hand was slapped away by Mrs. Lin. She held her hand that was a little painful and glared at Mrs. Lin. "How can you be like this? What kind of character do you have? What kind of character do I have? Huh, you're the only one with class, aren't you?" Mother Lin sneered. "You're such a snob, you." Mrs. Cheng's face turned red. She glared at Mrs. Lin for a long time before she retracted her gaze. HMPH. She turned her eyes to Lin Li and said, "Do you know that Cheng Xiang has been looking for you? What's the meaning of you leaving like this?" Lin Li frowned, looked at her, and said in a cold voice, "I don't know what you're trying to say. It's Chengsheng's business whether he comes to find me or not. It has nothing to do with me. Whether I leave Jiang City or not is my business. It has nothing to do with him. You're torturing him." Cheng Zheng's mother looked at Lin Li and said, "No one wanted to see what happened back then. Do you think you're the only one who lost the child? That's our Cheng family's child, and we're also heartbroken. But what's done has already happened, and no one can change it. No matter how angry you are, you didn't see Chengsheng in the hospital, didn't listen to his explanation, and let him live in pain and self-blame every day. All of this is enough. What else do you want? You woman." Mother Lin wanted to say something but was interrupted by Lin Li. Lin Li stopped her mother, shook her head, and said, "Mom, I'll talk to her." Seeing Lin Li's frown, Mother Lin didn't say anything else. She only looked at Cheng Sheng's mother with hostility. Lin Li turned to look at Mother Cheng and said, "I don't want anything. I just want to live my own life, so please don't disturb me." "I'm disturbing you, he he." Cheng Zheng's mother sneered and said disdainfully, "If it wasn't for Cheng Sheng, I wouldn't even look at you, because you're not worthy of him." Hearing this, Lin Li's hands, which were hanging by her sides, clenched into fists. It was truly laughable. It seemed that she had never heard a single nice word from her mouth. Back then, when she was with Cheng Sheng, his family had strongly opposed it. Of course, his mother's expression was extremely obvious. In the end, Cheng Sheng had a falling out with his family. Although they no longer opposed it, the cold gazes they gave her were even more obvious. In the end, because she had a child, although their relationship had improved a lot, their concern was still cold, without any warmth. However, now that she had already broken up with Cheng Sheng, she didn't expect that she would still have to listen to her cold words. It seemed that she had really failed as a person. "Get lost, why are you standing here and acting so wild?" Father Lin, who was standing at the side, said angrily. He looked at Cheng Zheng's mother with a sharp gaze. "Who do you think your Cheng Sheng is? He's not worthy of you. HMPH, we don't care for him at all. You're the only one who treats her like a treasure." Mother Lin spat at her. "Pfft, what a piece of trash, he he." Cheng Zheng's mother looked at them coldly and snorted. "It's just like the saying, a crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. The whole family is so uneducated." The noise attracted the attention of the people around them, and the pedestrians in the airport stopped and looked over. Father Lin was a little angry and went forward to chase Mother Cheng away. "Get lost, stop being an eyesore here." "What, you want to hit me?" Mrs. Cheng said as she pushed him back. Seeing Father Lin like this, she was actually a little scared. As she backed away, she lost her balance and sprained her ankle. She took a few more steps back and fell on her butt, followed by a sharp scream. "Ah, ran." Seeing that, Mother Lin laughed out loud and pointed at her. "It's karma for having such a mean mouth." Sitting on the ground, she glared at Lin Li and the others. Cheng Zheng's mother was angry and resentful. Thinking about it, the fall just now was really painful and she couldn't stand up. Suddenly, a pair of hands reached out from behind him, and a slightly low voice rang out, "Are you all right? I'll help you up." Cheng Zheng's mother didn't even bother to look back. Now that she was in such a sorry state, she just wanted to stand up quickly to avoid being laughed at. She reached out to support the injured man and stood up. After he steadied himself, he turned to thank the person behind him and said, "Thank you." However, the man shook his head with a mocking smile and said, "No, I should be the one thanking you." "Thank me." Cheng Zheng's mother was a little surprised and looked at the man in confusion. "Why?" The man laughed, and the smile at the corner of his mouth became even more obvious. He said, "Thank you for being so arrogant and dissatisfied with Lin Li. Thank you for your son's infatuation, abandoning Lin Li on the wedding day and leaving. That's why I got such a good deal and got such a good woman like Lin Li to be my wife." Hearing this, Cheng Zheng's mother looked at him in disbelief, unable to say anything. The person who helped Cheng Zheng's mother up was none other than Ju Han, who had just gotten the plane ticket from Special Assistant Zhu at the airport gate. Lin Li looked at him and muttered softly, "Ju Han." Mr. and Mrs. Lin were also looking at him, their expressions not much better than Mrs. Cheng's. They were also quite shocked and surprised that he knew everything about Lin Li and that he didn't mind it at all. Mother Cheng slowly regained her senses and looked at Ju Han. She pointed at Lin Li and the others. "You're in cahoots with them." Ju Han smiled and turned to walk to Lin Li's side. He reached out and put an arm around Lin Li's shoulder, then turned to look at her and said, "Hello, I'm Lin Li's husband. What I said just now was sincere. I'm really grateful to you." "You." Cheng Zheng's mother was so angry that her fingers began to tremble. She felt like she had been set up. Ju Han frowned and looked at her. "Mrs. Cheng, it's not a good habit to point at people like this. Don't you know the most basic respect? This is a matter of character. You. Cheng Zheng's mother was so angry that she pressed her chest and panted heavily. Ju Han sneered and no longer looked at him. He held Lin Li and turned around to look at Father Lin and Mother Lin, who were still in shock. He raised his hand to look at his watch and said, "Dad, Mom, I've already bought the tickets. It's getting late and it's almost time to board the plane. Let's go over now. The broadcast will probably start later. Father Lin finally came back to his senses. He looked at him and nodded. Okay. Let's go. As she spoke, she pulled Mother Lin and walked forward. Juhan lowered his head and looked at Lin Li. With a half smile on his face, he hugged her and didn't have any intention of letting go. Just as Juhan had predicted, when they reached the boarding gate, the broadcast rang at this time, reminding everyone to register with their tickets. At the boarding gate, looking at those people queuing up in order to board the plane, Father Lin turned around and looked at Juhan worriedly. Juhan, you. Father Lin wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Dad, Juhan said with a smile, if you have something to say, just say it. Father Lin looked at him for a while, then finally said slowly, Juhan, you already know everything about Lin Li's past. Juhan looked at Lin Li and nodded. Yeah, you don't mind? This was asked by Mother Lin. They had always been worried that Juhan would mind what Lin Li did in the past and wanted to hide it for the rest of their lives. Juhan smiled and looked at Father Lin and Mother Lin. I'm married and I have a child. My parents and Lin Li didn't mind, so why should I mind? What's important is the present and the future. I believe that Lin Li and I will have a good life in the future. That's enough. 202 Embarrassed and indignant. On the way back, Lin Li tilted her head and looked at Juhan for a long time. After a long time, she said, I didn't realize that your acting skills were so good. Juhan turned his head to look at her, then turned his head to look at the road ahead. He said with a half smile, I'm a businessman, and I'm particular about efficiency and cost-performance ratio. It's better to do it once than to repeatedly modify it countless times in the future. Lin Li nodded and said sarcastically, that's right, once and for all. Juhan didn't turn his head and just looked ahead. The atmosphere in the car seemed to have changed all of a sudden. It was silent and gloomy. Lin Li's mood was inexplicably bad. She was irritable and uneasy. She knew that her mood had turned bad not only because of her parents' departure, but also because of the incident with Chengxing's mother at the airport. After a long silence, Juhan spoke first with a smile. It seems that your taste is really bad. You don't see much in men, and neither do you see much in women. Lin Li turned her head to look at him. She knew that the man and woman he was talking about was Chengxing and his mother. The corner of her mouth suddenly sneered, and she said in a mocking tone, you don't have good taste either. At the traffic light, Juhan slowly stopped the car and nodded in agreement. He then turned to look at Lin Li and said, then the two of us are considered to be in the same boat. Are you happy? Lin Li glared at him, turned her head, and said with a cold face and no expression, I don't think this is something to be happy about. To put it in a more literary way, they were both in the same boat. To put it bluntly, they were just two fools who believed in love and wasted a lot of their youth for it. All their feelings were wasted. What a sad two people. What was there to be happy about? Juhan didn't get angry. He turned his head and said, I'm not happy. I just think you're stupid, even stupid. Lin Li turned her head and looked at him. Her brows were tightly furrowed, as if she was asking him what he meant. The red light turned green, and the car in front started to move slowly. Juhan started the car and followed. Without turning his head, he looked at the road ahead seriously and said, because I'm afraid that my parents and friends will be worried and sad, I try my best to pretend that I'm fine in front of them, so I'm already at ease and don't care anymore. When I turn around, I'll silently cry. I know that it's impossible to turn back. I know that even if that person apologizes and repents in front of me, it won't change the fact that it has already existed. But I still feel sad for a long time just because I saw someone and heard a sentence from them. If this isn't stupid, what is? Perhaps it was because they had similar experiences. Juhan could always see through her thoughts at a glance. Every word he said was very direct, directly piercing through her defenses and then ruthlessly stabbing into her heart. Lin Li bit her lip. Even if he was right, she didn't want to show weakness to him, so she said, I didn't. Don't be so full of yourself. You know very well whether I'm being presumptuous or not. I just want to tell you that letting go isn't something you say. It's in your heart. After Juhan finished speaking, he stopped talking and focused on driving. Lin Li turned her head and looked outside in a fit of pique. In fact, she herself knew this, but everyone knew the truth, but no one could do it. When Lin-Li was still immersed in her own emotions, Joo-han had already driven back to the company. He took his briefcase from the back seat. When he turned his head again, he saw that Lin-Li was still in the same position as before. He was silent for a while before saying, "I don't have time to send you back. If you want to go back, you can drive back by yourself." With that, he opened the car door and went straight to the company. Only then did Lin-Li snap out of her daze. It turned out that she had already arrived at the company without realizing it. After sitting in the car for a while, Lin-Li didn't go back. Instead, she pulled out her key and got out of the car to enter the company. When she went up, she happened to meet Joo-han, who was holding documents and preparing to go to the conference room for a meeting. Assistant Soo followed behind her. Seeing her come out of the elevator, Joo-han was only slightly stunned. Then, he didn't say much and directly walked towards the conference room with the documents. When Assistant Soo, who was following behind him, saw Lin-Li, it was as if he had seen his savior. His originally bitter face suddenly had hope and he quickly handed her the laptop in his hand. "Hurry in for the meeting. You need to take the meeting minutes." Then, she followed Joo-han's footsteps and headed for the meeting. Lin-Li didn't even have much time to react. She took the computer and followed them into the meeting room. This meeting lasted for nearly 3 hours, mainly about the planning and implementation of the next phase of the project. Lin-Li couldn't help but think that Joo-han was really patient. There was such an important meeting in the company, but he still insisted on driving her parents to the airport. This was Lin-Li's busiest day. One document after another was sent over before she could sort them out. Lin-Li was so busy that she didn't have time to think about anything else. She was so tired that she was about to fall apart. After finishing the last document, Lin-Li leaned back and closed her eyes. She was so tired that she didn't want to move. When Joo-han came out of the office with the documents, he happened to see Lin-Li with her eyes closed and her head raised. He didn't know if she was asleep or just resting with her eyes closed. He went forward and knocked on her table. Lin-Li suddenly opened her eyes and saw the documents in his hand. She couldn't help but ask, "You still have documents to sort out?" Joo-han smiled and handed the document to her in a businesslike manner. He said, "These are the documents for tomorrow's morning meeting. Distribute them to them tomorrow morning." Hearing him say this, Lin-Li was relieved. She reached out to take it and said, "I won't help you even if you bring me more documents. Don't you know what time it is?" Upon hearing that, Joo-han raised his hand to look at the time. It turned out that it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening. He put down his watch and looked at Lin-Li, saying, "Pack up your things and get ready to go back." After saying that, he went into his office to pack his things. Lin-Li had wanted to go back for a long time, but the documents kept coming in one after another, making her not even have time to go to the toilet. After Lin-Li roughly packed up the things on the desk and went to the bathroom, Joo-han had already packed up his things and was standing in front of her desk with his briefcase. He was holding her phone in his hand and frowning slightly. Lin-Li went up to him angrily and looked at him strangely. "Why did you take my phone?" Joo-han handed her phone back to him and said honestly, "I received a call when you weren't around." "Who is it?" Lin-Li reached out to take it and unlocked it to look at the call record, but she heard Joo-han say, "Chengsheng." The hand that was pressing on the phone suddenly stopped. There was no reaction for a long time, and he just stood there in a daze. Joo-han saw her expression and said indifferently, "If you want to call back Yingluo." "I didn't want to call back." Without waiting for him to finish, Lin-Li directly retorted, "Why should I call back? I said I would forget this person." Joo-han looked at her and smiled. "I just wanted to tell you that if you want to return the call, then I'm sorry. I'll delete the call records." Lin-Li was stunned for a while before asking, "If you deleted the call history, then why don't you tell me why he called you?" Joo-han shrugged and said, "I deleted the call record because I didn't want you to return the call later." And NBSB. Lin-Li rolled her eyes at him and put her phone in her pocket. She took the edge of the table and said, "I don't think you're that smart. If you're so annoyed with Xiaoban's mother, why did you pick up her call?" Then, she walked towards the elevator. Joo-han was stunned. He smiled and followed her as he said, "Have you noticed that we're digging at each other's wounds for fun? It's you, don't drag me into this." Lin-Li rolled her eyes at him and entered the elevator. "I'm not that perverted. I've been stabbed quite a few times by you, right?" Joo-han followed her into the elevator and pressed the button for the floor. Lin-Lee didn't reply. She glanced at him from the corner of her eyes, a smile on her lips. In fact, it was interesting to think about it. Just as he said, the two of them had similar experiences, and no one was better than the other. In fact, it was because of such an unpleasant past that the two of them could always see the pain in each other's eyes at a glance, and their words were so sharp that you couldn't hide even if you wanted to. It was almost 11 o'clock when the two of them returned home after having supper. Lin-Lee was so tired that she didn't want to move at all. She opened the door and wanted to go into sleep. Just as she was about to go in, she heard Joo-han's faint smile behind her and said, "Aren't you going to sleep on the floor at my place tonight?" Upon hearing this, Lin-Lee didn't even turn her head and directly said, "I'm not crazy." As he spoke, he opened the door and entered the room. At the door, Joo-han looked at the tightly shut door and smiled meaningfully. In the room, Lin-Lee took off her coat and went straight into the bathroom without even taking her pajamas. She was really exhausted today. Now, she just wanted to take a good bath and lie on the bed to sleep. After taking a quick shower, Lin-Lee directly came out wearing a bath towel. When she opened the wardrobe door, Lin-Lee was stunned. It was empty. Only then did she remember that under her mother's supervision last night, she packed all her clothes and luggage into Joo-han's room. She didn't even leave a single nightgown. Her sleepiness and fatigue were instantly sobered up, and she was on the verge of tears. She looked down at her current appearance and then at the empty wardrobe. Lin-Lee stomped her feet in anger. After Joo-han took a shower, he grabbed a towel and wiped his wet hair. His eyes looked towards the door of the room from time to time, and the smile on his lips was a little sly. When his hair was half dry, the expected knock on the door still didn't come. He frowned slightly and said to himself, did he just fall asleep? Thinking about it, she wanted to open the door and go out to take a look. When she opened the door, she saw Lin-Lee holding a bath towel and raising her hand, looking like she was about to knock on the door. Joo-han was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled and sized her up from head to toe. Then, he slowly asked, "Is there something you need?" Lin-Lee felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze. She grabbed the bath towel and covered her top with one hand and pulled down with the other, feeling extremely insecure. In fact, she had been struggling outside for a long time, and she was really a little embarrassed. Seeing her blushing and embarrassed look, the smile on Joo-han's face became more obvious. He deliberately asked again, "What's the matter? Or do you still want to sleep on the floor at night? You did it on purpose." Lin-Lee glared at him and said with certainty. Joo-han pretended to be innocent. "What did I do on purpose?" Lin-Lee didn't have the time to bicker with him. At this moment, she wished she could find a hole in the ground and crawl into it, but the premise was that she had to put on her clothes. She couldn't care too much. She pushed him away with one hand and went straight to the cloakroom. Without even looking, she grabbed the clothes from inside and walked out. Joo-han couldn't help but laugh out loud. 203,037 meeting Chengsheng again. The next day, Lin-Lee was still a little embarrassed about what had happened the night before, so she got up early and took advantage of the time when Joo-han went out for his morning exercise to pack her things and drive directly to the company. She habitually turned on the computer and browsed through her email to confirm if there were any urgent emails. Then, she roughly looked through Joo-han's schedule for the day and made a few photocopies of the information that Joo-han gave her last night. She was prepared to distribute the information when the heads of the various departments came for a meeting. After finishing all the preparation work, Lin-Lee got up with a mug and went to the tea room to pour herself a cup of tea. Then, she sat down and habitually opened the City Forum to look at the latest news in Jiangcheng today. There was a very popular post on the forum, with more than 10,000 clicks and replies. What was even more popular than that was the title of the post, "River City Deputy Mayor's Lecherous Photo Sect." Lin-Lee was so angry that she clicked on it. There was a video and a few photos inside. When she saw the person in the photo, Lin-Lee was stunned and her eyes widened. "What are you looking at?" Just as Lin-Lee was staring at the computer with her eyes wide open, Joo-han came over at this time. He looked refreshed and he seemed to be in a good mood. Seeing that Lin-Lee didn't respond, he raised his eyebrows and walked over to him. Standing behind her, he looked at her computer screen as he spoke. "What are you looking at, Yingluo?" He didn't even finish his sentence before he stopped. Juhan's eyes were staring straight at the computer screen, and his expression wasn't much better than Lin Li's. The screen was currently playing the video from the forum, and the video was a 3-minute sex video. The reason why Lin Li and Juhan were so shocked wasn't because of the video's heavy taste, but because of the two male and female leads in the video. They were clearly Suyu Cheng and Ling Lan. If the video was too blurry, then the photos at the bottom of the video clearly showed the two people's faces. Ling Lan was being carried by Juhan, and the background behind them was the entrance of a hotel. Interrupted by his call, Lin Li finally returned to her senses. She didn't care about Juhan's reaction and quickly took out her phone from her bag. Without thinking, she called Anran. Anran was obviously still in the dark, but from her words, Lin Li could tell that Suyu Cheng didn't return home until very late last night, and the fire of anger in her heart was instantly ignited. Looking at the photos and videos on the computer, she felt sorry for Anran. The worst thing was that Anran was still pregnant. She knew that Anran was a person who was stubborn about relationships. Did she take 6 years to get over her feelings? Was she going to spend another 6 years to forget Suyu Cheng again? Lin Li didn't dare to think about it. However, this matter had already been spread all over the internet. Even if she didn't say it now, someone would naturally tell Anran later. It was only a matter of time before Anran found out about this. Instead of letting Anran be the last person to know, Lin Li chose to tell her now. Anran was silent for a long time on the other end of the phone, and in the end, she only said that she believed Suyu Cheng. She was a little worried and wanted to go over to accompany her, but Anran insisted that she was fine and refused. After hanging up the phone, Lin Li finally noticed Juhan, who was standing behind her. She turned around to look at him and saw that his eyes were staring at the photos on the screen. His face was terrifyingly cold. Only then did Lin Li remember that the woman in the photo was Xiao Bin's mother, Ling Lan, who was also his ex-wife. Thinking back to the time they spent together, she could feel that although Juhan had broken up with Ling Lan, he still couldn't get over the feelings he had for her. You. Lin Li looked at him, hesitating to say something. You. But she was only relieved after opening her mouth. She didn't know what to say or what she could say. Juhan came back to his senses and glanced at her. Then, he didn't say anything and directly entered the office with his briefcase. Lin Li turned her head and looked at the photo on the computer for a while, then closed the web page. She turned around and looked at Juhan's office for a while. Finally, she got up and went to the pantry to make a cup of coffee. He knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After not hearing Lin Li's response for a long time, she directly opened the door and went in. She saw Juhan sitting behind the desk with his briefcase still on the table, as if it hadn't been touched. Lin Li sighed silently in her heart. She brought the coffee in and placed it on his table. She saw that he was still in the same position as before, not moving at all. You told me to let go and forget, he said slowly. I thought you were very successful, but look at you now. You're not even as good as me. Juhan didn't react. His eyes were fixed in front of him, but they weren't focused. Seeing that he didn't respond, Lin Li said, I'll return the words you said to me before. Don't use other people's mistakes to punish yourself. That's too stupid. Juhan turned to look at her and said expressionlessly, I don't need you to lecture me. As he spoke, he directly took out the document from the briefcase on the desk. Lin Li shrugged her shoulders and only said, You can't let go. You can't forget her. Her matters affect your emotions at will. You have to see if that person is worth it for you to do this. After saying that, Lin Li didn't have any intention to stay any longer. She turned around and was about to leave. When she walked to the door of the office, she heard Juhan ask behind her, Is your Chengsheng worth it? Lin Li's footsteps stopped. She grabbed the door handle tightly and didn't turn back. Tell me, is Chengsheng worth it for you to be unable to let go of him and casually affect your emotions? Behind her, Juhan stood up and stared at Lin Li, asking a little aggressively. They didn't know how long the two of them stood there like this. After a while, Lin Li said, Chengsheng isn't worth it for me to do this. Ling Lan isn't worth it for you to do this either. Lin Li's voice was very, very soft, so soft that it made one's heart ache for her. Juhan didn't speak again and just watched her open the door and walk out of the office. Lin Li returned to her seat and sat there in a daze for a long time. She didn't do anything in front of the computer and just stared blankly at it until Special Assistant Sue came up. As the heads of all departments were already in the conference room, Joo-han didn't appear, so he came over to ask if the morning meeting was still going to be held. Only then did Lin-Lee snap out of her daze. She got up and wanted to go in to ask Joo-han. When she just turned around, she saw that Joo-han had already come out of the office with documents and materials. When his eyes swept past her, they lingered on her face for a while longer. Finally, he looked past her and looked directly at Special Assistant Sue behind her. The meeting goes on as usual. Special Assistant Sue nodded, turned around, and led the way to the meeting room. Joo-han walked over. When he passed by Lin-Lee, he said, "Did you make a copy of the information I gave you yesterday?" Lin-Lee nodded and took out the previously copied documents from the table. Joo-han looked at the document in her hand, nodded, and said, "Distribute this information to them later." As he spoke, he turned around and walked towards the meeting room. This person was like a different person from when he was in the office earlier, as if nothing had happened. Wait a moment. Seeing that he was about to leave, Lin-Lee strode forward and said, "I want to take a day off in the morning." Reason? Joo-han frowned and asked coldly. "Anran is smiling because she's pregnant. I'm worried about her, so I want to go and accompany her," Lin-Lee said frankly. She had experienced this before and knew how painful it was to a woman. Although she said that she was fine, it was impossible for her heart to be fine. Joo-han frowned and thought for a long time. Finally, he nodded and reached out to take the information in her hand. Then, he turned around and walked directly to the conference room. Lin-Lee organized the documents on the table, took her bag, and left the company in a hurry. She went to the underground parking lot, got in her car, and drove directly in the direction of Anran's house. When they arrived at Anran's house, it was Mrs. Jang who opened the door. Lin-Lee wasn't at ease, so she stood at the door and didn't rush in. She took Mrs. Jang's hand and asked, "Jang-san, is Anran okay?" Mrs. Jang was a little confused by her question. She didn't know what was going on at all. She scratched her head and asked with a puzzled face, "Young madam is fine. What could have happened to her?" Only then did Lin-Lee feel relieved. She only cared about herself and said, "It's good that you're fine." He entered the house as he spoke. After Lin-Lee went in, she realized that Soo Cheng had already returned and was making breakfast for Anran. Anran was sitting at the bar counter with a happy and satisfied expression on her face as she watched Soo Cheng busy himself in the kitchen for her. The smile on her face was a beautiful one that came from the bottom of her heart. Only then did Lin-Lee believe that she was really fine. Her worries were a little unnecessary. Lin-Lee still sat at Anran's house for a long time. Anran told Lin-Lee that Soo Cheng had explained it to her, and she believed that Soo Cheng's explanation was true. Since Anran insisted, she had nothing to say. She was nervous and worried because she didn't want her best friend to get hurt. She didn't say that she wanted to break them up. In the end, it was Soo Cheng who sent her out. At the door, Lin-Lee still worriedly warned Soo Cheng that regardless of whether he was the mayor or the secretary, Anran was her friend. If he let Anran get hurt, she would not let him off, no matter who he was. Although it was just a few pretentious words, it showed Lin-Lee's affection for Anran. Standing in the elevator, Lin-Lee raised her hand to look at her watch and considered whether she should go back to the company to work or slack off and go home to sleep. Ding, ding, ding. The elevator arrived, and Lin-Lee came out of the elevator with her bag. She didn't pay much attention to the front and only felt a shadow flash in front of her. Then, she felt a pain in her shoulder and almost lost her balance and fell back. Fortunately, she was quick to grab the support wall on the side to stabilize her feet, so that she didn't fall. The person who had just flashed past seemed to have realized that she had bumped into someone. Standing in the elevator, she turned around and pressed the elevator button while saying to Lin-Lee, "I'm sorry, I have something." The voice suddenly stopped, and the entire space seemed to have become quiet. Lin-Lee looked at the man standing in the elevator. After a while, she came back to her senses and turned to leave. When the man in the elevator came back to his senses and was in a hurry to get out, the elevator door had already closed and was slowly rising. The man hurriedly pressed the button and waited for the elevator to return to the first floor. Lin-Lee had already walked to the door. The man waited for the elevator door to open and hurriedly ran out, shouting at Lin-Lee's back, Lin Li. Wayne Wan. Lin Li stopped, her entire body somewhat stiff. She slowly turned around and looked at the man standing a few steps away. This man was none other than Chengxing. 204 A complete end. Seeing Lin Li stop, Cheng Xiang quickly walked over to her. Yesterday, his mother came back and told him that she had met Lin Li at the airport. She said that Lin Li had gone back with her parents and told him to give up on thinking about her. She also said that the Lin Li he was thinking about was not the Lin Li of the past. She was rude and even pushed her. Most importantly, Lin Li was married. She got married 4 months after they had been separated. He didn't believe it. He didn't believe that Lin Li would be so rude as to push his mother. He also didn't believe that Lin Li was married. However, his mother's solemn look didn't seem like she was lying to him. His mother said that she had seen the man Lin Li married at the airport yesterday. The two of them were so intimate that they looked like a couple. He didn't believe it. He really didn't want to believe it, and he didn't want to believe it. He urgently needed to meet Lin Li and ask her what was going on. However, he didn't know her address, and he didn't even have her phone number. He couldn't find her, so he could only come to Anran, because he knew Anran was her best friend, and Anran would definitely have her contact information. The last time in the hotel, she said that she didn't want to see him and that he shouldn't pester her. She said that whenever he appeared in front of her, she would think of their child who was not meant to be born into this world. She said that she couldn't forget the way he pushed her away at the wedding and the feeling of the child disappearing from her belly bit by bit. He knew that it was all his fault. He didn't want her to be in pain, so even if he missed her, even if he couldn't forget the bits and pieces of their time together, he still suppressed his strong desire to find her and didn't appear in front of her. He was willing to give her time, willing to wait for her to walk out of the pain. He believed that time could heal the wound between them, let her forget the unhappy memories, and then they would start over. They fell in love again, and the sweetness of the past was restored. He didn't know how long it would take to heal the crack between them, but he was prepared for everything. He was prepared for the worst. No matter how long it took, he was willing to wait until she fell in love with him again. Then, he would grasp this lost and recovered relationship. This time, he would only hold her in his heart with all his heart. He wouldn't think about anything and would love her with all his heart. However, his waiting was not over yet. How could she marry someone else? He didn't believe that she really didn't have any feelings for him. He didn't believe that the 10 years of feelings between them were all gone. He didn't believe that she could be so cruel. Lin Li, standing in front of her, Chengxing was panting slightly, his eyes fixed on her. Lin Li looked straight into his eyes and bit her lip. She unconsciously increased the strength of her hand that was holding her bag. The two of them looked at each other for a long time. Finally, Lin Li spoke first, her tone somewhat stiff. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." As she spoke, she wanted to turn around. Afraid that he would never find her again, Chengxing hurriedly grabbed her hand when he saw that she was leaving. "Don't go." Lin Li didn't turn her head and said in a stiff tone, "Let go." Chengxing didn't let go, still holding on to her tightly. He looked at her and said with an almost pleading tone, "Lin Li, let's talk, okay?" Lin Li closed her eyes in pain. After a while, she turned around and said to him, "You can talk, but let go of my hand." Seeing her agree, Chengxing let go of his hand and said, Let's find a place to sit down and talk." "No need." Lin Li refused and said in a cold tone, "You can say whatever you want to say here. I still have to go back to the company later." Seeing that she had rejected Chengxing, he had no choice but to say, Yesterday Mom saw you at the airport. Just say what you want to say, don't beat around the bush." Lin Li said, a little annoyed. After looking at her for a long time, Chengxing slowly opened his mouth and asked, She said, "You're married. You're lying to her, right?" Lin Li looked back at him and said with certainty, "No, I didn't lie to her. I'm really married." Hearing this, Chengxing's entire body trembled. He looked at her in disbelief. That expression clearly showed that he had been dealt a heavy blow. He shook his head in disbelief. "How could it be? Impossible. It can't be. It can't be." "It's true," Lin Li ruthlessly interrupted his self-hypnosis. "I am married. I registered my marriage with Ju Han a month ago." "You won't. I'm the one you love." Chengxing shook his head, his entire person's emotions somewhat agitated. He suddenly reached out and fiercely grabbed Lin Li's shoulder, saying somewhat agitatedly, Lin Li told me that you're lying to me. You're not married. You love me. How could you marry someone else? Lin Li's eyes were fixed on him, allowing him to grab her shoulder and shake her. She suddenly didn't understand why she had loved this man in front of her for so long. Why was it that back then, all she saw was the good in him? He was clearly extremely selfish. When he was enjoying her love with all her heart, he was thinking of another woman. When he watched her hug her, he was also thinking of someone else. He had always treated her as a substitute. The two women clearly had no similarities, but he changed her bit by bit. He let himself grow long hair, and when he looked at her long hair, he comforted the longing in his heart. He had been very good to her for the past 10 years. He doted on her a lot, but it was not for her. It was all for another woman. He had transferred all the love he could not give to another woman to her, but in the end, it was not for her. She was just a replacement for the figure in his heart that he could not find. All the love and care became pale and powerless in the face of this reality. Lin Li, tell me that you're just trying to make me angry. You're not really marrying someone else. You still love me. Chengsheng shook her, desperately wanting to get the answer he wanted from her. Lin Li looked at him and pulled his hand down from her shoulder bit by bit. She bit her lip and said, I'm married. No, you're lying, Cheng Xiang excitedly shouted. His entire expression was so excited that it became somewhat sinister. The current him didn't have the slightest bit of gentleness. He completely lost the scholarly temperament that had fascinated Lin Li for 10 years. Lin Li ignored the ferocity and anger on his face and looked at him firmly. I don't love you anymore. From the moment you left me at my wedding, from the moment you pushed me away, from the moment the doctor told me that my child was lost, I can never love you again. As she spoke, her hands that hung by her sides clenched tightly, revealing her current emotions. In fact, her words not only hurt Chengsheng, but also hurt herself. No man or woman could let go of their 10-year relationship so easily, but those wounds were pain that couldn't be erased. She couldn't let herself get over it and start over with him, so she could only cut everything off and let them be in the past. Lin Li, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Give me another chance. We've been together for 10 years. You can't just say that you don't love me anymore. Chengsheng grabbed her hand and said with regret and pain, give me one more chance. Give me one more chance, please. I really love you. I really love you. Lin Li bit her lip hard and didn't look at him. She was afraid that her position wasn't firm enough. She was afraid that she would be persuaded. She was afraid that she would miss those 10 years of youth. However, she knew that her heart couldn't get over that threshold. She didn't want her heart to soften for a moment and make her regret her decision. Lin Li suppressed the tears that were about to flow out of her eyes and said in a cold and hard voice, let me go. Holding onto her tightly, Chengsheng shook his head. His face was already covered in tears as he anxiously said, no, Lin Li, let's start over. This time, I'll definitely love you with all my heart. There won't be Xiao. I'll only have you in my heart. Give me another chance. I'll definitely love you well. Give me another chance, for the sake of our relationship of the past 10 years, okay. Shaking her head, Lin Li stretched out her hand to break free from his grasp. She bit her lip hard to prevent the tears in her eyes from falling as she walked past him. Lin Li, Chengsheng looked at her painfully, tears covering his face. Don't be so cruel to me. I love you, I really love you. Lin Li stopped and didn't turn around. She only said, your love came too late, my love can't move. After saying that, he left without any hesitation. Chengsheng looked at her back as she walked further and further away, and suddenly shouted at Lin Li, Lin Li. Then, he ran towards her, but before he could reach Lin Li, Xiao, who had run out halfway, suddenly blocked his way and hugged him tightly. She cried and shook her head, saying, Brother Xiang, don't chase. Let me go. Chengsheng struggled as he watched Lin Li walk further and further away. He knew that if he didn't hold her tightly this time, he would really lose her. He wouldn't even have the chance to wait anymore. He couldn't let her disappear from his life just like that. No, I won't let go. Xiao hugged him tightly and cried, Xiangage, she doesn't love you anymore. Don't go after her. I beg you, please, let go. I can't live without her. I love her. Chengxing shouted loudly, wanting to pull away from Xiao, but her waist was tightly held by her, and he couldn't break free no matter what. Xiao, let go of me. I love you too. Xiao hugged her tightly and refused to let go. I can't live without you either. I can't live without you. In the distance, Linli walked to the side of her car and reached out to open the door. She paused for a while and turned her head to look at the two people not far away. After a long while, the corners of her mouth twitched in self-mockery, and then she got into the car and started the car to leave without any reluctance. 205 Crying after drinking. When Juhan came back, Linli was sitting alone on the sofa in the living room. There was an open bottle of red wine on the low table in front of her. Half of the bottle had been drunk. At this moment, Linli was half lying on the sofa with a glass of wine in her hand. There was still half a glass left. Juhan changed his shoes and came in. He placed the keys and briefcase in his hands on the sofa at the side. He looked at the wine on the table and then at Linli, who was half lying down. He frowned slightly and asked, "Why did you drink?" His tone was a little cold, but it was Juhan's unique way of caring for others. Linli slowly turned her head to look at him. After staring at him for a while, she suddenly smiled and said, "They say that I can drown my sorrows in alcohol. I thought that I could really forget those unhappy memories after drinking, but why do I remember those unhappy things more clearly the more I drink?" As she said this, Linli's face was a little bitter and aggrieved. "I thought that drinking wine could make me happy, but the more I drink, the more unhappy I become." Juhan looked at her and said coldly, "Then don't drink it." He reached out to take the cup from her hand. Linli dodged and shook her head. No, I still want to drink. I won't remember if I get drunk." As she said that, she raised her glass and drank the wine in one gulp. The smell of alcohol rushed up and made her frown. Her brows were so tightly knitted that they could almost kill a mosquito. Looking at her, Juhan's brows were also tightly furrowed. After a while, he asked, "What happened?" Linli didn't look at him, and he didn't know if she was drunk or not. She just shook her head and said with a smile, "I'm fine. Nothing happened." As she said that, she reached out to grab the red wine bottle on the low table. Just as her hand was about to reach it, Juhan suddenly grabbed it. Linli raised her head to look at him in dissatisfaction, and with a strong smell of alcohol, she protested, "I still want to drink more." Juhan looked back at her and his eyes were a little threatening. He only said, "You're drunk." "I didn't." Linli shook her head and denied his deduction. She continued, "I'm not drunk. I want to get drunk too. But I'm still sober. I'm not drunk." As she spoke, she stood up and reached out to snatch the wine from Juhan's hand. Juhan turned sideways to avoid her and asked tentatively, "Something happened to Jiyu Anran and Suyu Cheng?" "No, they're very close." Linli denied it and reached out for the wine in his hand. "Give me the wine. Is it related to Chengxing?" Juhan dodged and asked. Upon hearing this, Linli suddenly paused. It was as if someone had pressed the pause button on the robot and it was frozen in place. Juhan, who was at the side, understood everything when he saw this. He stuffed the wine in his hand into her hand and said, "It seems that you're really not drunk. If you really want to get drunk, then drink it. I have some tea to relieve your headache tomorrow." Linli slowly came back to her senses. She looked at the wine in her hand and then at Juhan, who was standing in front of her. After a while, she asked, "Why?" Juhan looked at her and finished her sentence, "Why would I know?" Linli nodded and looked at him steadily. Juhan smiled and sat down on the sofa opposite her. He only said, "How hard can it be for you to guess? If it wasn't for Jiyu Anran's incident, who else could have done this to you other than Chengxing?" Linli stared at him for a long time, then suddenly laughed at herself. She sat on the ground with the bottle of wine in her hand, her shoulders shuddering. She was crying and laughing. He. Juhan didn't say anything and just looked at her. He didn't go up to help her up. Linli laughed bitterly for a long time. Suddenly, she grabbed the bottle of red wine, dropped the glass, and directly raised her head to pour the wine into her mouth. The dark red liquid flowed down from the corner of her mouth and dripped onto her pure white shirt, creating a large dark red patch, just like the blooming plum flowers. Cough. Linli drank too quickly and choked on the wine. It went straight into her nose and she coughed uncomfortably, her face turning red. Juhan just sat there and looked at her indifferently. He didn't stop or comfort her. Linley coughed for a while before finally stopping. Her throat was burning from the violent coughs. Holding the cup, Linley suddenly cried. It was unknown if it was because of the uncomfortable coughs or something else. She threw the bottle of red wine to the side in a fit of pique, then bent her legs and hugged her knees as she concentrated on crying. She didn't care where the red wine was poured out and stained the beige, custom-made, high-class carpet on the ground red. Linley was crying very sadly and very attentively. She hugged her knees and buried her head in them, making muffled sounds. However, from the low muffled sounds, one could tell how depressed she was crying, and how heart-wrenching it was to be seen by others. Joo-hun finally moved. He stepped forward and pulled her into his arms. However, he didn't say anything and just hugged her tightly. Feeling his embrace, Linley no longer hugged her shoulders. She reached out and hugged Joo-hun's thin waist instead. Then, she cried out loudly, crying out all the grievances that she had hidden in her heart all this time. Linley didn't know how long she had been crying like this for. It was only when her eyes were a little sore from crying that she finally stopped crying and changed to a soft sob. After sobbing like this for a while, Linley reached out and slowly pushed him away. Seeing the suit jacket on his chest that had become a little too horrible to look at because of her tears, Linley felt a little guilty and embarrassed. She said in a low voice, "I'm sorry," she said. Joo-hun lowered his head and looked at his chest, which was a blur with tears and snot. He took off his coat and put it aside, asking in a low voice, "Do you still want to cry? I can lend you my shoulder for free." Linley shook her head and said in a low voice, "I can't cry anymore." Hearing this, Joo-hun's lips curled up. The two of them sat on the ground for a long time without speaking. She didn't know if it was because she was too tired recently or because too many things had happened today, but Linley's legs suddenly cramped up while sitting. It was so painful that she cried out, "Ah, ah." She bent down and reached out to press her leg, but it was so painful that she couldn't bend over at all. When Joo-hun saw this, he pulled her leg and lifted it in the air. He reached out and quickly patted her calf. After a while, Linley's cramps slowly receded. Seeing her expression relax, Joo-hun asked, "Are you feeling better?" Linley nodded and stared at her calf. After a while, she said, "He used to pat me like this when I had cramps." Joo-hun raised his head and looked at her. He knew that the him she was referring to was Chengshun. He frowned and asked, "Is he that difficult for you to let go of?" Linley didn't look at him. She just shook her head and said, "I can let it go." Joo-hun looked at her unhappily and said, "Can you put down so much wine?" Linley turned to look at him and stared at him for a long time before asking, "What did Linglan do to make him fall in love with her?" Hearing this, Joo-hun was stunned. He looked at her in a daze but didn't say anything for a long time. Linley didn't seem to be expecting his answer. She turned her head to look at the French window in front of her and slowly said, "I fell in love with him at first sight. From the first time I saw him, I told myself that he was the Prince Charming I found in my heart. He was gentle like jade and gentlemanly. I was the one who pursued him. I didn't care what other people thought of me and confessed to him. Regardless of the occasion or location, he rejected me the first time, the second time, the third time, the fourth time, the fifth time, and so on. Without any surprise, he rejected me all the time. The reason was that our personalities weren't compatible. Almost everyone in the school knew that I was pursuing him. At the same time, everyone in the school knew that I had been rejected by him countless times. Everyone looked at me as if I was a joke. Many students also advised me to give up and not persist, but I refused to admit defeat. I felt that the fact that my personality was not suitable for him was not a reason, even if I had to change for him. I went to the places he often went to find him, the library, the basketball court, the classroom, and on the way back to the dormitory. I created all the opportunities for my so-called love. In the end, I didn't know how many times I confessed and he unexpectedly agreed. I still remember how happy I was at that time, but I ignored his expression at that time. Thinking back today, I only remembered how helpless he looked at that time. Even the smile on his face was forced, but I didn't notice it at that time. I may not be smart, but I'm not so stupid that I can't tell if he really loves me or not. He thought he did it very well. He thought I didn't know, but he was the one who didn't know. He actually hugged me in bed and called another woman's name, and more than once. As Linley spoke, the expression on her face was indifferent, but the tears in her eyes were uncontrollably flowing. Joo-hun just listened quietly and didn't say a word. Reaching out to wipe the tears on her face, Lin-Li pulled the corners of her mouth and continued, I just said that I'm not stupid, but now that I think about it, I'm really stupid. I know that he doesn't love me, but I naively think that time can change everything, that time can let me slowly replace the shadow in his heart. But how can I forget that he loves me so deeply? The person he loves isn't me, it's always the person in his heart. So, no matter if I spend 10 or 20 years, I'll still fail. He turned to look at Joo-hun and continued after a while, today, he came to look for me and said that he loved me and that he couldn't live without me. However, Xiao appeared later on. Xiao hugged his waist tightly and he was pulled back. His expression was very painful. Back then, I also hugged him very tightly, but I couldn't hold him no matter what. I knew that it wasn't that he couldn't push Xiao away. He just couldn't bear to do it. With that, Lin-Li smiled and looked at the wine glass on the low table. She reached out and gently touched the mouth of the glass, whispering to herself, I won't love him anymore, really. Joo-hun followed her gaze and also stared at the cup. After a while, when he was still in a daze, he saw Lin-Li turn around and look at him. She said firmly, Joo-hun, do you still mean what you said back then? Joo-hun came back to his senses and asked with a frown, what did he say? Turn a fake act into reality. Lin-Li looked at him with a determined and serious expression. Joo-hun also stared at her. What are you doing? He heard Lin-Li say, make love. 206 A beautiful melody. The entire room suddenly fell silent. It was so silent that only their breathing could be heard. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. Joo-hun looked at the woman in front of him for a long time before he slowly said, you're drunk. Lin-Li looked at him and smiled. Her alcohol tolerance wasn't good. In the past, she could only drink 2 glasses of beer, let alone red wine. She couldn't drink more than that. But today, she became more sober. No, he shook his head, I've never been more clear-headed than now. It was because she had been too muddle-headed back then that she had been in love for 10 years. However, it was time for her to wake up now. One did not have the right to continue being muddle-headed. At least for her parents, she should live a better life and not let her parents, who were thousands of miles away, worry and be sad. Joo-hun looked at her fixedly. His eyes were as sharp as a sharp knife, able to pierce through all the protective armors in the world. Just now, she said that she wasn't drunk, but at this moment, Lin-Li suddenly felt her whole body heat up. The temperature of her face also slowly rose bit by bit, and a blush crawled all over her delicate little face. He reached out and tugged at the collar of his shirt, trying to make himself breathe better and more comfortable. It was unintentional and completely subconscious, but to a man, it was a fatal seduction, especially to a normal man who had been abstinent for years. Joo-hun turned his head and used the little self-control and calmness he had to order his eyes not to look around. He stood up and clenched his hands tightly by his sides. He said in a cold tone, you're drunk. How could I not have sex with a woman I've never known about? Let's wait until you're sober to see if it's true. Then, Joo-hun turned around and was about to leave. He knew that she was in a bad mood and wanted to use this to forget the things she didn't want to remember. But he didn't want her to wake up the next morning and regret and be upset when she saw that it was him lying next to her. Although he was not a gentleman, he was not a villain. I'm not drunk, I'm very sober. Lin-Li shouted at his back, Joo-hun, are you afraid? Joo-hun stopped in his tracks. His hands that were hanging by his sides were clenched tightly, trying his best to suppress the urge in his body to try. Just as Joo-hun's rationality was still struggling with his own desires, Lin-Li suddenly strode forward from behind and rushed in front of him. Then, she reached out and pulled his neck down, offering her lips on her own initiative. Joo-hun couldn't react in time. He could only stare at Lin-Li's enlarged face in front of him. At this moment, she was kissing him with her eyes closed. Her lips were just like how he remembered them to be soft, warm, and with a hint of sweetness. However, this kiss was different from the previous 2. In the previous 2 kisses, because he had sneaked an attack on her, her reaction was always wooden and with resistance, just like an innocent girl, with a little clumsiness and cuteness. However, at this moment, her warm and soft tongue pried open his teeth and rushed into his mouth, hooking his tongue and dancing it. Without that stupefaction and shyness, she was now passionate and bold. Just as Juhan was in a daze, Lin Li let go of her hand that was holding onto him and retreated from his lips. Her face was red, and her red lips were still red because of the hot kiss just now. Losing that warm and slightly sweet tongue, Juhan subconsciously frowned in dissatisfaction. I said I'm not drunk. Lin Li's big eyes were fixed on him, and her red lips were slightly mumbling. Her appearance was just like those children who had not grown up yet, with a stubborn and cute look. Juhan looked at her and couldn't help but smile. He said, "You don't usually look like this when you're not drunk." Lin Li glared at him in a fit of pique. Her eyes seemed to be criticizing his stubbornness. She had clearly emphasized to him many times that she wasn't drunk, but he still insisted that she was drunk. Would a drunk person pull him and kiss him like this? Juhan also looked at her steadily and told himself in his heart that if she stared at him like this for a minute, he would really do it on the spot for her, regardless of whether she was sober or confused at this moment. However, before Juhan could finish counting that minute in his heart, he saw Lin Li once again hook her arms around his neck and kiss him forcefully on her toes. This time, her strength was stronger than before. She sucked his tongue and deliberately bit the tip of his tongue lightly. Then, she pressed her lips against his teeth and said, "I said I'm not drunk." As he said that, the hand that was originally on her shoulder had unknowingly pulled his shirt out of his suit pants. Then, her small hand went under the shirt and her soft palm gently rubbed back and forth on his back. If Juhan could still hold it in and maintain a clear mind, he probably wasn't a normal man. She only heard him curse in a low voice, "Shit." Then, he no longer cared about any rationality or self-control. The hands that were originally tightly clenched on both sides of her thighs suddenly lifted up and clasped the back of her head tightly. He opened his mouth and took back the initiative. His tongue wrapped around her, domineeringly and strongly rushed into her mouth, plundering the city. Lin Li opened her mouth to cooperate, but even though Lin Li's cooperation was extremely high, she couldn't withstand Juhan's fiery passion. So when Juhan let go of her, she was almost out of breath. The little hand that was originally playing a prank on his back had already been retracted. At this moment, it was softly pressed against Juhan's chest, supporting herself so that she wouldn't fall to the ground. Her legs really couldn't exert any strength at all. Juhan lowered his head and looked at the person in his arms. He wrapped his hand around her arm and lifted her up. Then, he pressed his forehead against hers and looked into her eyes. He said, "I'll ask you one last time. Do you know what you're doing?" He didn't want her to do something that he would regret because of a moment of pain. Although he knew that if he didn't resolve the pain between his legs, he would rather die than live, he had his principles. They could not fall in love with the bed, but it had to be mutual consent. He would stop even if there was a trace of force. Lin Li was still panting slightly as she looked at him. The two of them were very close to each other. The distance between them was like a song, only 0.1 millimeters. She could clearly see herself in his eyes. His breathing was right at the tip of her nose. She could feel that he was also nervous at this moment. His breathing was a little rough, and the air he exhaled was so hot that it almost burned her. After waiting for his answer for a long time, Juhan tightened his grip and let the two of them stick closer to each other. The softness of her chest pressed against his stiff chest, which was a kind of torture and suffering for him. His voice became deeper and lower as he gritted his teeth and said, "Tell me, what are you doing now?" Lin Li took a deep breath, and her entire body became nervous. Her chest heaved up and down violently. Although she had drunk a lot tonight, her mind was clear. She knew what she was doing right now. She knew who the man who was holding her tightly at this moment was, and she also knew what the hot foreign object in her lower abdomen was. "Tell me," he said, looking at her. Juhan was determined to know the answer. Lin Li took a deep breath, looked at Juhan, and said firmly, "Juhan, make love with me." Almost at the same time as Lin Li's voice fell, Juhan suddenly picked Lin Li up from the ground and quickly turned around to walk back to his room. Ah! His movements were too fast and violent, causing Lin Li to scream repeatedly. Because her feet didn't touch the ground, that instinctive feeling of emptiness made Lin Li hold Juhan's neck tightly, afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold her and she would fall out. Juhan kicked open the door of the room and then closed the door with a kick. His actions were so rough that the entire room shook with a loud bang. The lights in the room weren't turned on, and it was pitch black. Joo-han didn't even bother to turn on the lights and directly threw Lin-Lee onto the bed. Then, he leaned over and pressed his entire body on her, using his mouth to block Lin-Lee's scream that she didn't have the time to scream out. In the dark, Joo-han started to tear Lin-Lee's shirt. His actions were overbearing and very rough, but the more anxious he was, the more flustered he became. After unbuttoning for a long time, he still couldn't unbutton that tiny button. In the end, he didn't understand and directly pulled open the shirt and threw it under the bed. Those hot lips also hurriedly pressed down on her neck. Their clothes fell to the ground and the temperature of the room instantly rose by a few degrees. It was a little hot and burning. Joo-han's kiss was so hot that Lin-Lee was so sensitive that she couldn't help but shiver wherever he kissed. Joo-han chuckled softly as he touched her silk-like skin. "You're so sensitive." Lin-Lee bit her lip, dissatisfied with his teasing. She deliberately stretched her hand to his lower body, and as expected, she heard her rough breathing. The corners of Lin-Lee's mouth curled up in a smug smile. She looked at him from the corner of her eyes and said provocatively, "Same to you." Joo-han was angry and amused at the same time. He said in a hoarse voice by her ear, "Don't say I didn't warn you. Don't shout cut later." Lin-Lee was stubborn and a little unwilling to admit defeat. Hearing him say this, she naturally refused to admit defeat and said, "Don't worry, just don't finish so quickly later." Joo-han glared at her and bit her shoulder as a punishment. He said fiercely, "You can beg for mercy later." This girl was actually questioning his ability. Didn't she know that men couldn't bear to hear women questioning his ability in this aspect? "I'm the one who ran." Lin-Lee still wanted to say something, but her mouth was directly blocked by him, and she couldn't say another word. The entire room was filled with a charming atmosphere, mixed with a man's low breathing and a woman's lust. It was the most beautiful melody of human beings. 207 The next morning. After the passion, Lin-Lee was so tired that she closed her eyes and fell asleep. The corners of her eyes still had tears from the passion just now. Joo-han turned over, got up from the bed, and walked directly to the bathroom. He adjusted the water temperature and filled the tub with water. Then, he went out again and carried Lin-Lee, who was on the bed, into the bathroom, doing the final cleaning work for the two. Lin-Lee was really exhausted. She didn't open her eyes during the entire bath process, letting Joo-han clean her up and carry her back to the bed. Her head mourned for the pillow, and she rubbed her head against it and fell asleep. Joo-han looked at her peaceful sleeping face and suddenly felt a little dazed. He remembered what Lin-Lee asked him in the living room. "What did Ling-lan do to make you fall in love with her?" She wasn't the only one who had asked this question. In fact, long before this, he had asked himself this question as well. He had asked more than once what made him love Ling-lan so loyally for over 10 years, even to the point where he had betrayed his friends and parents for her in the end. However, he had never had an answer every time. He had no idea. He didn't know what attracted him to Ling-lan that made him willing to give everything he had. Perhaps he had loved her for so long that he had forgotten why he had fallen in love with her. The corners of his mouth curved up bitterly. He looked at Lin-Lee, who was sleeping soundly at the side, and whispered softly, "I said you're stupid, but it turns out I'm even stupider than you. You've loved her for 10 years, but at least you know the reason why you fell in love with her. I've loved her for more than 10 years, but I've never figured out the reason why I fell in love with her." Lying on the back of the bed, Joo-han didn't feel sleepy at all. The later it was, the more awake he became. He felt an unprecedented sense of fatigue. It wasn't his body but his heart. He reached out and opened the drawer of the bedside table. He took out a cigarette and lit it up. He took a deep breath and exhaled the white smoke, which slowly floated in the room. In fact, his smoking addiction was not serious. He would only smoke a few cigarettes with others when it was necessary. Usually, he would only smoke one cigarette when he was in a very depressed and uncomfortable mood to stimulate his nerves. After another puff, the entire room was filled with the thick smell of smoke. Lin-Lee, who was sleeping, was a little sensitive to the smell of smoke. After a while, she lay there and coughed lightly, her brows slightly furrowed. Upon seeing this, Joo-han glanced at her. He took the ashtray that was placed on the table and put out the half-smoked cigarette on the transparent crystal glass. Then, he got out of bed again and went to the bathroom to wash up before lying back down beside Lin-Lee. Lin-Lee was awoken by the pain. There seemed to be a cutter in her head that was working non-stop, cutting her head. In addition, her body was in pain as if she had been run over by a car. It was as if her whole body had fallen apart. It was as if her arms and legs didn't belong to her. It made Lin-Li feel extremely sleepy, but she couldn't fall asleep no matter what. Frowning and closing her eyes, Lin-Li raised her hand and smacked her head hard, hoping to use this to stop the recorder in her head from working. But this raise of her hand affected her whole body again. The soreness and pain made her groan involuntarily. Oh! She twisted her neck and got up. Only then did she feel a heavy object pressing on her lower abdomen. There was a warm breath on the top of her head blowing gently and rhythmically against her forehead. Lin-Li stopped what she was doing and slowly opened her eyes. The curtains blocked the light from outside, making the entire room look a little dark. However, the crystal chandelier on the ceiling reminded Lin-Li that this wasn't the room she usually slept in. She had a bad feeling in her heart, and her brain tried hard to recall. She remembered that she had gone to Anran's house yesterday because she was worried about Anran. After confirming that Anran was fine and leaving, she happened to run into Chengsheng downstairs. She still remembered that she had said something to Chengsheng and then went home directly. After she returned home, she was in a depressed mood, so she picked a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet and drank it alone in the living room. After that, she didn't know how long she sat there. She obviously wanted to use the wine to get herself drunk, but she didn't expect that the more she drank, the more sober she became. After that, she really remembered that Juhan had returned. She felt very upset and told him a lot of things that happened in the past. After that, she remembered that she really wanted to whimper. Lin-Li suddenly stopped reminiscing. Her eyes widened as she stared at the crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling above her. She murmured softly, "It can't be." There was a hint of luck in his tone. However, the weight on her waist and the warm breath on her forehead were so real that she couldn't ignore it. Taking a deep breath, Lin-Li held her breath again and slowly turned her head to the side. She saw a wall of flesh lying on her side. That bronze skin and the faint warmth emitted from it made Lin-Li feel like crying. If she didn't remember wrongly, she remembered that she seemed to have taken the initiative to say it last night. Lin-Li bit her lips in annoyance and scolded herself in a low voice. Is my F***King D a female warrior? She clearly remembered that Juhan had rejected her last night. He closed his eyes in pain and sighed. Wine is harmful to people. After repenting to the meat wall, Lin-Li thought of the awkward situation when Juhan woke up and their eyes met. She couldn't care about the pain in her head due to the hangover and the soreness in her body due to indulgence. She had to leave immediately before Juhan woke up. Otherwise, she would probably be so embarrassed that she would have to quickly dig a hole and bury herself in it. Burying herself was no problem, but the main thing was that she didn't know how to dig a hole. If that was the case, the problem would be too serious. After making up her mind, Lin-Li looked up and confirmed that Juhan's eyes were still closed and his breathing was very regular. Then, she felt a little more at ease. She turned around and carefully prepared to pull his hand away and turn over. However, just as her hand touched his large palm that was placed across her waist, it was suddenly grabbed by him. Then, she heard that deep and extremely magnetic voice ring out from the top of her head. What's wrong? Do you want to run away? Lin-Li stopped moving and held her breath, not even daring to breathe. She consoled herself by thinking that as long as she didn't breathe, he wouldn't notice her existence. She didn't reply for a long time. Juhan's big hand that was holding her gently pulled her into his arms and lifted her entire body up. He let her head rest on his other arm and looked into her eyes. When he saw that her little face was a little red from holding her breath, he couldn't help but find it a little funny. The corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up into a beautiful arc. Then, he deliberately patted her round and perky but with his big palm under the blanket. Ah, Lin-Li cried out. Her anger had been appeased, but the redness on her face didn't subside. Instead, it became even redder. In fact, Juhan's slap wasn't too strong. It was just that such an action was too ambiguous, and Lin-Li couldn't adapt to it. Juhan looked at her with a smile in his eyes. It was a gentleness that he didn't notice himself. With a beautiful smile on his lips, he slowly opened his mouth and asked, "Don't tell me you've forgotten what happened last night when you woke up this morning." Lin-Li looked at him, her heart thumping wildly. Her lips twitched, but she couldn't say a word. She wanted to say that she didn't remember what they did last night, but now the two of them were lying naked together. Even if she were to lie with her eyes open, the people in front of her had to believe her. Joo-han looked at her silly look and couldn't help but find it a little funny. Yesterday, he was in a gloomy mood for the whole day, but he suddenly felt happy. Then, when he laughed, he suddenly had the idea of teasing her. Therefore, the hand on her waist probably increased its strength and tightened, making Lin Li's entire body lean closer to him. The difference in the body structure between men and women was also obvious. Lin Li's small hand pressed against his firm chest, but she couldn't do anything. God was clearly biased towards men when he created humans, making women always be born much smaller, and their strength was also much smaller than men. Since she couldn't push him away, Lin Li naturally could clearly feel the real touch of the two of them tightly pressed against each other. Her small face was as red as fire. Even so, Joo-han still didn't stop. He lowered his head slightly to let his lips touch her bright forehead and asked in a low and magnetic voice, "Have you really forgotten how we ended up sleeping on the same bed last night?" As Joo-han spoke, his two thin lips moved frequently and brushed past Lin Li's forehead. That feeling was too ambiguous and Lin Li couldn't help but shiver a little. Her reaction made Joo-han chuckle softly. He leaned against her forehead and said with a smile, "You're really sensitive." Lin Li was both embarrassed and angry, but she couldn't say a word. She could only stare at her with her eyes wide open. Joo-han could tell that this girl was using the alcohol as an excuse to be ruthless last night. In fact, she was extremely thin-skinned and her face would turn red after a few words. Joo-han suddenly thought of something and stopped smiling. He looked at her seriously and asked, "Do you regret it?" Lin Li glared at him. Right now, he was more angry than shy. He didn't even think about it and directly said to him, "I didn't. I've never done anything that I'll regret." These words were true. Even if she had loved Chengsheng for 10 years and was hurt by him in the end, if someone were to ask her if she regretted this relationship, her answer would definitely be no. Hearing this, Joo-han laughed and looked at her, saying, "That's good." He reached out to rub her head and decided not to tease her anymore. He sat up and rolled out of bed. He ignored the fact that he was not fully dressed and went straight to the cloakroom. Lin Li was still a little embarrassed and turned her head away from looking at him. After he changed his clothes, washed up in the bathroom, and was about to go out, she slowly turned her head and saw that the door of the room had been closed. Then, she wrapped herself in the quilt and got out of bed to go to the cloakroom. Fortunately, she had moved all her clothes here and hadn't moved them back yet, so all her clothes were lying in the cloakroom. She could just take them to the bathroom and change. 208 An awkward breakfast. When Lin Li came out of the room, Joo-han was wearing an apron and standing in the kitchen making breakfast. Lin Li was still a little embarrassed and her face was still red. She went straight back to her room and prepared to take her bag and go to the company. Although it was still very early, just past 7 o'clock, thinking about what happened last night and having to sit face to face with Joo-han at the same table to eat later, Lin Li felt her body heat up badly. In the end, she still hadn't thought of how to face him. It was like a movie with too many intense scenes. She needed some buffer time. When Lin Li took her bag and was about to go out, Joo-han just happened to come out of the kitchen with breakfast. In addition, there was a bowl of black stuff that was brought out with the breakfast. Seeing Lin Li carrying her bag and walking towards the door, Joo-han called her, "Come and have breakfast before you go out." Hearing this, Lin Li stopped in her tracks and didn't turn her head. She only laughed dryly and said, No need. I didn't go to work yesterday. There must be a lot of work for me to deal with at the company. I'll go to the company first." Lin Li's left foot was about to step forward when she heard Joo-han's cold voice behind her. "Do you think I won't be able to handle my work properly if you don't come for a day?" The smile on Lin Li's face froze. She turned her head and said with a flattering smile, Hee, how can that be? The general manager is extremely capable. Even without a secretary, he can still do all the work in an orderly manner and create the highest efficiency in the shortest time possible. If she could leave this place now and not face him, she didn't mind saying a few words of flattery. In fact, she wasn't exaggerating much. Joo-han's office ability was indeed outstanding. For example, she was just a half-baked secretary who could only handle some simple work such as organizing documents and replying to emails. She didn't know how to do any slightly better translation. Her English was so bad that it reached the 4th grade in college, but she had already passed the makeup exam. Joo-han nodded in satisfaction and said, "It's good that you know." Seeing that she had no intention of coming over, he furrowed his brows and said to her, "What are you still standing there for? Come and have breakfast." "I'm not going to eat that breakfast. I think I'd better leave early to deal with today's work," Lin-Lee said as she turned around to leave. "Stop!" Behind her, Joo-han shouted at her, "Have breakfast first." His tone was so serious that it was a little cold, not allowing any room for rejection. Lin-Lee's face was bitter, and she stomped her feet gloomily. She put the bag in her hand on the cabinet at the entrance, then reluctantly turned around and walked toward the dining room. She reached out to massage her throbbing temple, and realized that her head was hurting even more than before. Looking at her extremely depressed face, Joo-han slowly smiled and his mood was inexplicably better. Seeing her pull out the chair in front of him and sit down in front of him, he then handed the bowl of black things in his hand to her and said calmly, "Drink the hangover tea first, you'll feel better." Lin-Lily looked at the bowl of black hangover tea in front of her and then looked up at Joo-han. In the end, she still said awkwardly, "Thank you." Then, he picked up the bowl and started drinking. Joo-han glanced at her and didn't say anything. He turned around and went into the kitchen to bring out his breakfast, as well as milk. The hangover tea tasted a little strange, and the smell was also a little strange that one couldn't describe. However, Lin-Lee still finished it in one go because her head really hurt badly because of the hangover. She could only hope that this hangover tea would really be as magical as Joo-han had told her mother. Putting the empty bowl aside, Lin-Lee reached out and took the milk that Joo-han handed over. She softly thanked him, "Thank you." When she reached out, she happened to touch Joo-han's hand. She suddenly quivered and retracted her hand. That reaction was as if she had touched something with electricity, and her whole body went numb. Fortunately, Joo-han's hand hadn't pulled away, so the milk in his hand didn't fall from the air onto the table. Joo-han looked up at her and didn't say anything. However, his obsidian-like eye stared at Lin-Lee, making her feel a little uncomfortable. She could only laugh dryly and say, My hand was just electrocuted." Upon hearing that, Joo-han's lips curled up and he didn't say anything. Then, he passed the milk in his hand to Lin-Lee and placed it on the right side of her plate. Then, he suddenly took advantage of Lin-Lee's unguarded state and directly opened his hand to hold Lin-Lee's hand. Lin-Lee was slightly startled by his actions. She stared at him for a long time before asking, What are you doing?" Joo-han smiled and looked at her. "I want to see if I'm really carrying electricity." After saying that, he let go of her hand and sat down on her. Lin-Lee didn't say anything and also deliberately avoided his gaze. She picked up the milk at the side and drank a mouthful to moisten her throat. Joo-han took the knife and fork and started to enjoy his breakfast. Compared to Lin-Lee's various awkwardness, Joo-han was much more comfortable. Lin-Lee was a little absent-minded as she ate. She didn't eat much, but she drank a lot of milk. The glass of milk was finished in a short while. Joo-han ate his breakfast elegantly and looked up at her. He asked slowly, "What's wrong? Are you thirsty?" Lin-Lee laughed dryly. Actually, she wouldn't be thirsty, but she didn't want to explain too much. She nodded anyway. Actually, she had a problem. Whenever she was nervous and embarrassed, she would really want to drink something, whether it was water or other drinks. In the end, she felt that it was a little too embarrassing. Lin-Lee took a deep breath and ate the sandwich. Then, she raised her head and was about to say that she was full, but before she could say anything, she saw Joo-han handing her a glass of milk and saying, "You can drink it, I've never drunk it before." Lin-Lee was stunned for a moment before she came back to her senses. She quickly waved her hand and laughed dryly, saying, No, I'm not thirsty." Joo-han raised his eyebrows and looked at the breakfast on her plate. He deliberately said, "Aren't you thirsty? I thought you couldn't eat the sandwich because it was too dry." Upon hearing this, Lin-Lee lowered her head and looked at the sandwich beside her that hadn't been touched much. She smiled dryly and explained, No, I'm just full." After saying that, he felt that this statement was not convincing enough, so he added, "You know that I can't eat much in the first place. If I eat too much, I'll throw up. Rather than throwing up after eating, I might as well not eat, right?" Joo-han looked at her and raised his eyebrows on purpose. "Really? I thought your anorexia had gotten better." Your appetite has been good recently. Why? Is it acting up again? Ill? You're the one who's ill. Linley silently cursed in her heart. However, after hearing what he said, she suddenly remembered that her appetite had indeed improved a lot recently. Regardless of how much she ate, at least she no longer had the desire to vomit. She would also feel hungry, with a strong feeling of hunger. Seeing that she was a little dazed, Juhan gently called her back to her senses. Huh? Linley came back to her senses and raised her eyes to meet Juhan's obsidian-like eyes. She immediately turned her head away in embarrassment and stood up in a panic, saying, I am full. I'll go to the company first. As she spoke, she turned around and walked towards the entrance. When she was about to reach out to take the bag on the cabinet, Juhan suddenly spoke again. Are you hiding from me? The sound wasn't loud, but it was very powerful. It hit Linley's heart heavily, binding her feet and making her unable to move. Linley didn't turn her head. She bit her lip and only said, No, I just want to go to the company earlier. Behind her, she heard Juhan say, I thought it was because of Han last night. No, I didn't. Without waiting for him to finish, Linley turned around and interrupted him. She looked at Juhan and said with a bit of stubbornness, I'm not the kind of person who would hide from you because of these things. We're all adults. It's no big deal to do something in bed. There are many one-night stands out there. If I hide from you because we've slept together, that would be too pretentious. I can't do such pretentious things. Juhan didn't miss her trembling lips and her tightly clenched hands between her legs. However, he didn't expose her. He only looked at her lips with a devilish smile and said, So you're saying that you're going to the office so early to prepare for today's work? Of course. Linley nodded with an undeniable expression. She raised her chin slightly and looked a little proud. Ahem. Juhan coughed and held back the smile that was already on his lips. He nodded and then deliberately said in a serious tone, It seems like I'm really glad to have such a hard-working employee like you. The corners of Linley's mouth twitched, but there was no smile on her face. She only said, I'll take my leave first. After he finished speaking, he changed his shoes, opened the door, and went out. After the door was opened and closed again, Juhan finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Why did he feel that the more he spent time with this girl, the more he felt that she was too cute? Shaking his head with a chuckle, Juhan was just about to sit down and continue eating his breakfast when the doorbell suddenly rang. He subconsciously frowned and wondered who it could be so early in the morning. He frowned and looked towards the door. However, when he saw the bag on the cabinet at the entrance, his originally tightly locked brows relaxed. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile again, and he pushed the chair away and walked towards the door. Before the second doorbell rang, he opened the door. As expected, the one who rang the doorbell was Linley, who had just left not long ago. Why are you back? Juhan asked with a smile. Do you want to leave with me later? Linley's lips twitched, and she only said in a low voice, I forgot my bag. Then, she walked into the room sideways, took her bag from the cabinet, and left. Juhan looked at the figure who quickly walked away and disappeared at the corner of the corridor, and the smile on his face became more obvious. 209 Back to the Ju family. Juhan's hangover tea was really good. After drinking it in the morning, although the headache caused by the hangover wasn't completely cured and still felt a little heavy, it was much better than when she had just gotten up in the morning. This morning, Linley had been avoiding Juhan, intentionally or otherwise. If it wasn't necessary, she would never appear in his sight. In fact, Linley knew that she was being too pretentious, but she still couldn't let go of Juhan and was a little embarrassed to face him like before. Linley was worried about how to face him when she went back home at night. When she thought about how there would only be Juhan and her at home at night, Linley couldn't help but feel a little troubled. She randomly clicked on the city forum and found that the post posted in the early morning yesterday had been deleted. In addition, the post was replaced by an announcement from the Public Security Department. The announcement simply explained that the man in the video was not Suyu Cheng and that the video had been identified by an expert PS a photoshopped product. As for the matter of someone deliberately posting to defame a government official, the Public Security Department would investigate the matter PS soon PS possible, and the person behind the scenes who posted and planned it would be held legally responsible. Although the post about the mayor's nude photo on the forum had been deleted, The topic and attention on this post did not decrease at all. There were still a large number of netizens discussing it. It was not only limited to Jiang City, but netizens from all over the country were also very concerned about this matter. Lin Li even saw photos online of reporters standing guard outside Su Yicheng's house. She was a little worried about Anran, so she picked up the phone on the table and called Anran. The call went through very quickly, and Anran picked it up after a few rings. Before Anran could speak, Lin Li asked anxiously, "Hello, Anran. Are you home now?" "No, I'm at my mother-in-law's," Anran replied. Hearing her anxious tone, she asked, "What's wrong?" Anran had fainted in the military compound while she was pregnant. Su Yicheng, Father Su, and Mother Su couldn't possibly let the things happening outside affect her, so she had no idea how the rumors about the nude photo scandal had spread. Lin Li had originally been worried that Anran's life would be affected by this, but now that she heard her tone, as if nothing had happened, she was relieved. She only said, "It's okay. I was just asking. I was afraid that you would be affected." Anran chuckled on the other end of the phone and comforted her. "I'm fine. Don't worry." Lin Li nodded. She wanted to say something, but when she turned around inadvertently, she saw that Juhan was already in her arms, staring at her computer screen with burning eyes. She glanced at the computer and saw that the screen was full of discussions about yesterday's posts. Looking at his gloomy face, she thought that the content must have provoked him again. He didn't say anything more to Anran. After a few words, he hung up the phone. After ending the call, he placed the phone in his hand on the table at the side and stood up. He used his body to block the computer screen and looked at Juhan, saying, "General Manager, what's the matter?" Juhan's gaze slowly retracted and moved up to look at her face. He had been working the whole morning, but he remembered that a certain someone had been avoiding him the entire morning because of yesterday's incident. So when he was almost done with his work, he decided to find some fun for himself and tease a certain someone who was pretentious and awkward. But now, Juhan came back to his senses and handed the document in his hand to her directly. He said with a serious expression and a stern tone, "Did you insist on coming to work early just to slack off?" He had found an outlet for the inexplicable anger in his heart. Lin Li looked at him. She wanted to refute him, but she also understood his feelings. Juhan looked at her and said coldly, "Next time, don't let me see you doing things that are not related to work." With that, he turned around and went straight into the office. Lin Li gestured a few times at his back, pursed her lips, and sat back down with the documents. She stared at the web page displayed on the screen and directly clicked on the red cross on the upper right corner with the mouse. When it was almost time to get off work, Lin Li's phone rang just as she was packing up the things on the table. It was a call from the institution's compound. Lin Li put the documents in her hand aside and reached out to pick it up. The call was from Mother Ju. She thought that Father Lin and Mother Lin were still around, so she called to ask the Vietnamese in-laws to come to the compound for a meal that night. She didn't expect the two to go back early the next morning after their meal. "Arya, why didn't you let them stay in Jiang City for a while longer?" Mother Ju said with some regret on the other side of the phone. Lin Li chuckled and felt warm in her heart. She could truly feel her enthusiasm for her parents. It wasn't just for show. She was sincere in wanting to make them stay. She felt a little fortunate in her heart. No matter what happened between her and Juhan, at least her parents didn't need to look at other people's eyes when they came to Jiang City. That was enough. Lin Li held her phone and said to Mother Ju with a smile, they weren't used to living here. They said that they had neighbors in their hometown who could visit them. They talked and laughed for a whole day, and they didn't know how fast time passed. It was dark in a short while. Upon hearing this, Mother Ju on the other side of the phone also sighed a little and said, "That's true. After staying in one place for a long time, I'm used to everything. When I first came to Jiang City with your father, I was also not used to it. I didn't know anyone and I was unfamiliar with the place and people when I wanted to go out. In the beginning, I always argued with your father about going back. Later, I got pregnant with Juhan and slowly got used to it." Lin Li listened with a smile on her face. "Xiao Li, it's really hard on you to be so far away from home in Jiang City after you married Juhan." For this reason, Mother Ju always felt that she owed Lin Li because she had been through it. She had experienced the feeling of missing her family and parents. No, Linley said a little awkwardly. She inexplicably thought of last night, and then her face suddenly turned a little red unnaturally. But don't worry, if Juhan bullies you in the future, you can tell me. I'll make the decision for you. I won't side with him. I'll side with you, Mother Ju said confidently on the other end of the phone. Sure. Linley smiled and nodded. She thought of her little friend Jujiabin. She hadn't seen him for 2 days and still missed him. She didn't know if the injury on his hand had recovered. Suddenly, she remembered that there was a child at home tonight, so she and Juhan wouldn't be too embarrassed. She quickly said, Mom, I'll go pick up Xiaobin tonight. Let's not talk about picking up the child or not. You and Juhan have to come home for dinner tonight. Auntie and I have prepared a lot of food. We originally wanted to invite our in-laws to come over, but we didn't expect that we would have already gone back. Alright, if you go back, you two will be responsible for eating all these food tonight. I won't allow you to leave any behind, Mother Ju said on the phone. Linley chuckled and nodded. Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Linley realized that the most depressing problem was whether she should go with Juhan later. Let's go together. It was a long journey and the two of them felt awkward just thinking about it while sitting in the car. If we don't go together, I'm afraid Mother Ju will overthink. As she thought about it, the smile on Linley's face collapsed. While Linley was still struggling to decide whether she should leave first and come up with an excuse to avoid Mother Ju or wait for Juhan to go back with her, the door of Juhan's office behind her opened. Juhan had already packed his things and came out with his briefcase. He looked at Linley, who was sitting in her seat, and said, Let's go. Mother just called me and told us to return to the institution's compound tonight. Upon hearing this, Linley could only nod. She took her bag and followed him into the elevator. Ever since Juhan caught her slacking off at work in the afternoon, he had been acting weird. He was gloomy and did not smile at all. Linley naturally knew why he was like this, but she was still a little afraid. She still couldn't let go of that Madame Ling Lan. She understood this kind of thing. She had already said what she needed to say. He couldn't let it go and didn't mean to say more. However, she was happy to be free with his enigmatic tone. If it were like this morning, she might be embarrassed all the way to her grandmother's house. Linley held her chin and turned to look at the scenery along the road outside. Juhan, who was at the side, was focused on the road ahead. His brows were slightly furrowed. The atmosphere in the entire car was a little strange and harmonious. The car slowly stopped in front of the Ju family's courtyard. Juhan parked the car by the side of the road and then turned off the engine. Linley directly opened the door and got out of the car. Then, she didn't wait for him and went straight into the courtyard. Along the way, the two of them almost didn't say a word. When Linley entered the house, Ju Jiabin was sitting in the living room, stacking his building blocks. Although his hands were still wrapped in white gauze, they looked much more flexible than before. It seemed that he had recovered better. Mother Ju was originally sitting by the side with her grandson, playing with building blocks. When she saw Linley come in, she quickly stood up with a smile. Xiao Li, come and help me. As she said that, she looked around again but did not see Juhan. Didn't Ahan come with you? Upon hearing this, Linley also turned her head and looked at the door. Juhan didn't seem to have followed. She patted Mother Ju's hand and said, We came together. He's parking his car outside. I'm going to take a look. With that, he turned around and left. Juhan parked his car at the door but didn't get out of the car. He just sat in the car and was smoking a cigarette. Linley furrowed her brows and reached out to cover her nose. She walked toward him. Her nose was a little sensitive and couldn't stand the smell of smoke. Even if it was blocked, it still couldn't completely block out the smell of smoke. After inhaling a little, Linley couldn't help but cough. Cough, cough. Weren't you very powerful when you criticized me? Why can't you figure it out when it's your turn? Cough, cough. Upon hearing that, Juhan looked up at her, then retracted his gaze. He raised his hand and took a deep breath, exhaling white smoke that slowly dissipated in the air. Linley's cough was a little uncomfortable, so she didn't say anything more. She turned around and went back into the courtyard. 210 Trying to fall in love. When Linley came in again, Mother Ju had already instructed the auntie to prepare the meal. Seeing that Linli came in but didn't see Juhan, she asked, "Why isn't Ahan coming in?" Linli cleared her throat and only said, "He's still outside. A client is calling. I have something urgent to ask him." "I see." Mother Ju nodded and didn't ask anything more. "Mom, I'll help Auntie set the table," Linli said as she went to the kitchen, ready to help with the meal. When Juhan finished smoking outside and came in, the food had already been placed on the table. Xiao Bin had also been brought over by Linli to wash his hands and was now sitting upright on the chair like a little gentleman. When he saw Juhan come in, his big black eyes sparkled. He hadn't seen Juhan for a few days, and now that he saw him, he was obviously a little happy. Juhan naturally saw the little guy's expression, but he didn't respond. His eyes just swept across him coldly and then directly looked elsewhere. Linli, who was sitting beside the little guy, naturally saw all of this, so she didn't miss the little guy's disappointment when Juhan didn't look over. Of course, Linli wasn't the only one who noticed this detail. Father Ju, who was sitting at the head of the table, also noticed it. Father Ju looked at Juhan and frowned slightly. Mother Ju had indeed prepared a lot of dishes, and it was just as she had said on the phone just now. She kept putting food on Linli's plate. Linli didn't want to disappoint her, so she could only work hard and work hard. So, after this meal, Linli almost ate to the point of being full. In the end, Mother Ju even had to serve her the chicken soup. Seeing that Linli really couldn't eat anymore, she gave up and said that she would leave it for later at night after they had digested it. Although the atmosphere during the meal was not as lively, it was still considered smooth. After the meal, Mother Ju pulled Linli to sit in the living room and chat. Ju Jiabin was playing with the building blocks that he hadn't put together before the meal. After the auntie cleaned it up, she cut some fruit in the kitchen and brought it out for them. As for Juhan, he was called into the study by Father Ju. Mother Ju used a toothpick to poke a piece of honeydew that had been cut and handed it to Linli. "Come, eat the honeydew. I went to the farmer's market with Auntie this morning to buy it. It's very sweet." "Thank you, Mom, but I really can't eat anymore." "Mom, you can eat it yourself." Linli waved her hand and said. Mother Ju didn't give in. She raised her hand and refused to put it down. "Just eat one piece, just one piece. You won't be full. Eating more fruits will help with digestion." Seeing that she was so insistent, Linli naturally couldn't refuse. She reached out to take it and put it to her mouth to take a bite. It was indeed very sweet. She raised her head and smiled at Mother Ju. Looking at the little guy beside her, Linli reached out and took a piece from the plate and handed it to Xiao Bin. "Come, Xiao Bin, the cantaloupe is very sweet." The little guy raised his head and looked at her. He reached out and took a piece from the plate, not taking the piece Linli handed over. Seeing this, Mother Ju quickly joked and said, "Hee hee, children are all like this. They don't like what others give them and like to take it by themselves." Linli retracted her hand and turned to look at Mother Ju, smiling slightly at her. Mother Ju was worried that she would think too much. She hesitated for a while, then took her hand and said, "Xiao Li, please don't mind her. Children are all like this." Linli knew that she had misunderstood and explained, "Mom, I don't mind, really." She knew that children loved their parents the most. Even if their parents had beaten and scolded them, blood was still thicker than water. Looking at the little guy, Linli thought of her child who was not fated to be born. If the child was still there, her stomach would have been big by now. She could feel the scene of him causing trouble in her stomach just by touching it. Thinking of this, Linli's mood became a little depressed again. Mother Ju looked at the smile on her face that was slowly retracting and thought that Linli really minded. She sighed in her heart, then gently patted her hand and said, "Xiao Li, don't be calculative with children. Children are always more innocent. They don't know what's right and what's wrong. As long as you treat them well, they'll know after a long time." Linli came back to her senses and knew that it was not convenient for her to explain. She only looked at Mother Ju, smiled, and nodded. "Mom, I know." Hearing her say this, Mother Ju patted her hand and nodded her head. The two of them looked at Xiao Bin, who was playing with building blocks. Linli slowly opened her mouth and said, "Mom, I like children, so I like Xiao Bin too. Although he's not very willing to accept me now, I believe that he will accept me in time." Upon hearing this, Mother Ju nodded. Yes, I will. I definitely will." The two of them stared at the little guy for a long time. Mother Ju suddenly thought of something and pulled Lin Li's hand, saying, Xiao Li, you said that you like children. Are you and Juhan prepared to have one? Upon hearing this, Lin Li couldn't answer. She could only smile and say, Mom, why did you suddenly want to say this? Her face blushed unnaturally. Mother Lin smiled at Lin Li's reaction. She looked at Lin Li suggestively and asked in a low voice, you two didn't use birth control, did you? Lin Li only felt that her face was a lot redder and hotter, and her whole person was as shy as if something. She turned her body to the side and turned her face away, somewhat unwilling and somewhat coquettishly saying, Mom, what are you saying? Ha ha ha. Seeing her like this, Mother Ju laughed even more happily. She looked at Lin Li and said, look at you, still shy. Mom has been through this. What doesn't Mom know? Mom. Lin Li only felt that she should just dig a hole and bury herself. Hee hee. Seeing that she was so shy, Mother Ju stopped teasing her. She turned her body over, looked at her and said, you and Juhan are both the only child. If you want to have another country, the policy will allow it. So, do you two have such plans? Lin Li was still a little uncomfortable and couldn't let go. She lowered her head slightly and said, we don't have any plans in this area for the time being. Lin Li was actually very embarrassed. She and Juhan didn't have any plans for the time being. They might not even want it in the future. After all, it wasn't a matter of time. Speaking of this, Mother Ju's mood seemed to be a little excited. She held Lin Li's hand and chatted, you can make plans now. Starting next year, Xiaobin will be going to primary school. You and Juhan will eventually have a child of your own. Lin Li was a little speechless and could only laugh dryly. The more Mother Ju spoke, the more excited she became. She held her hand and kept planning the scene of them having their own child in the future. She imagined that the house would become more lively because of the birth of the little baby. While the two of them were immersed in their own thoughts and reverie, they did not realize that the little guy who had been sitting at the side with tired blocks in his hands was no longer tired. His big black eyes were staring at them, and his little mouth was tightly pursed. When Lin Li saw Juhan coming out of the study, it was as if Lin Li had seen her savior. She stood up immediately. Juhan, have you finished discussing with Dad? As she said that, she walked towards Juhan and held his arm in an intimate and natural manner. Juhan was stunned for a few seconds and looked at her with a puzzled expression. Lin Li's back was facing Mother Ju as she tried to signal Juhan with her eyes and mouthed the words go home. Before Juhan could understand and speak, Mother Ju was already one step ahead of Juhan and said, Ahan, you and Lin Li should stay here tonight. It's late and it's not convenient to drive back. Upon hearing this, Lin Li shot him a look, wanting him to reject her. She was afraid that Mother Ju would continue to talk to her about having children. He slowly retracted his gaze and looked past her towards his mother. He nodded and said, all right, he said. Lin Li thought he had misunderstood her and reached out to tug at his clothes. Juhan tilted his head and looked at her. The corners of his mouth moved slightly as he asked softly, what were you talking about with Mom? You're having so much fun. Hearing this, Mother Ju was happy, but Lin Li's face turned red again. She let go of his hand and quickly said, I'm going to the toilet. Then, she turned around and rushed to the bathroom. Behind her, Mother Ju looked at her back as she ran away in a hurry. She laughed happily and said, you're so thin-skinned, and you're even shy. What are you shy about? Juhan asked curiously. Mother Lin retracted her gaze and looked at him suggestively. Then, she knelt down to kiss her grandson on the cheek and said, we were just saying that you should give birth to a younger brother or sister for Xiaobin so that he won't be so lonely. Hearing this, Juhan was stunned. He just smiled and didn't say anything. In the room, Lin Li was sitting on the bed, feeling a little depressed. She originally thought that after coming over for dinner, she would directly take the child back. That way, she wouldn't be so awkward with Juhan. However, she didn't expect things to turn out like this. Staying here meant that she had to sleep in the same bed as Juhan at night. How could she accept this? When Juhan returned to his room, Lin Li was still a little worried about how to sleep at night. When she saw him come in, she closed the door and asked, hey, why did you agree to stay? It's not very late now. Juhan looked at her and said, I'm a little tired, so I don't feel like driving home tonight. As she spoke, She took out her old pajamas from the closet and went into the bathroom. Lin-Li pursed her lips and muttered in a low voice, "If you're tired, I can drive." However, since things had already come to this, Lin-Li could only accept the reality. In order to avoid awkwardness, Lin-Li took off her coat and lay on the bed while Joo-han was taking a shower. Therefore, when Joo-han came out of the bathroom, he saw that Lin-Li was already lying on the bed with her eyes closed and pretending to be asleep. He didn't intend to expose her. He was indeed a little tired today. He lifted the blanket and went to the other side of the bed. He turned on the light and lay down beside her. After a while, Lin-Li slowly opened her eyes, only to see the darkness in front of her. Just as she wanted to listen to Joo-han's breathing to see if it was stable, she heard him say, "Lin-Li, let's try to love each other." 211 The beginning of the trial. Lin-Li, let's try to love each other. Lin-Li's eyes, which were still a little misty, suddenly opened wide, and the remaining sleepiness completely disappeared. Did she hear wrongly? She felt that the atmosphere in the entire room seemed to have become awkward all of a sudden. Lin-Li's originally regular breathing also became a little rushed. She was probably really frightened by Joo-han's words just now. For a long time, Lin-Li didn't say a word. His tone just now was too serious, and she couldn't turn her head and ask him, "Are you kidding?" as if nothing had happened. Not knowing how to say it, Lin-Li closed her eyes and decided to pretend to be asleep until the end, pretending that she didn't hear him. This way, she wouldn't have to worry about how to reply. Joo-han didn't speak again. Perhaps he really thought that Lin-Li had fallen asleep, or perhaps he was just casually saying it just now. Lin-Li held her breath and waited for a long time, but she didn't hear any reaction from Joo-han behind her. She thought that this matter was over just like that. When she was ready to sleep in peace, she suddenly heard a strange movement behind her. In the dark, Lin-Li felt the person beside her turn around, and then the warm breath slowly approached her. She couldn't figure out what Joo-han wanted to do, and Lin-Li suddenly froze. Behind her, Joo-han turned around and approached Lin-Li. He reached out and pulled her slightly stiff body into his arms, his hands tightly clasping her slender waist. Lin-Li subconsciously reached out to pull the hand away from her waist. Yesterday, it was because of the alcohol and her emotions. Now that she was too sober, she really couldn't get used to such excessive intimacy, especially in bed. Lin-Li. Joo-han didn't let go. He leaned his head against her shoulder and murmured softly. That voice didn't only carry fatigue, but also some confusion and helplessness. It made one's heart ache. Lin-Li's hand that was holding onto his paused. For a moment, she was at a loss. After a while, she slowly said, You must be joking." The voice trembled in embarrassment, and one could hear the embarrassment and panic in it. Joo-han buried his head in her shoulder and tightened his arms around her waist, making her lean closer to him. He murmured, "Some people say that the best way to forget a relationship is to start a new one. We've all been hurt before, and we all want to try our best to forget the past." He really wanted to let go of that relationship completely, but every time he felt that he had let it go and forgotten, there would always be something that reminded him of it. It made him not want to continue like this. He really did not want to. Lin-Li opened her eyes and stared at the window. Behind the curtains, the dim yellow light of the street lamp shone through. She bit her lip and slowly said, I've already let it go." Lin-Li gritted her teeth and refused to admit it. Although she had drunk too much last night, the alcohol had sobered her up and made her more rational. She would no longer cling to that 10-year relationship because she knew that she had already wasted a decade and did not want to waste more time. Perhaps it was impossible to forget everything now, but she knew that it was only a matter of time. As time passed, she would naturally forget it. Just as Lin-Li's mind was still a little dazed, Joo-han suddenly turned her over with force, then turned over and pressed her under him. In the dark, his eyes fixed on her face and asked, "If you've let it go, why did you do that yesterday?" Lin-Li stammered for a long time, but she couldn't come up with a reason. Being pressed down by him like this, she was so nervous that she didn't even dare to breathe. Her eyes were fixed on him, but she could only see a blurry outline. His thighs were tightly pressed against her feet that wanted to break free. Their bodies were so close together that Lin-Li's face immediately turned red. However, at the same time, she was also glad that he couldn't see her blushing face in the dark. What? Juhan looked at her and asked in a daze, "Are you thinking of an excuse? In fact, you can't forget it at all." "I'm not." Lin Li was eager to clarify. She would forget about it. Even if she forced herself to, she would still forget about it. But she had to be given time. "You don't have any. Then why?" Juhan continued to ask and wouldn't let go. Not wanting to be looked down upon by him, Lin Li couldn't care less in a moment of desperation. She said somewhat incoherently, "You men have desires, and so do women. Women have desires too." After he finished speaking, he felt the temperature on his face was even hotter than before, as if his entire body was about to be roasted. Juhan stared at her for a long time and said in a low voice, "You mean it's a normal physiological need?" If the lights were on now, Juhan would definitely realize that Lin Li's entire face was as red as a tomato. Lin Li's face was red, but she pretended to be calm. "Of course. Is that so?" She only heard Juhan mumble softly, then he looked at her and didn't say anything. Lin Li was a little breathless from being pressed down like this. She reached out uncomfortably and pushed him. You come down." Juhan didn't move and just let her push him a few times. He just pressed on her body. After pushing him a few times and not being able to push him away, Lin Li was a little annoyed. She warned him in a low voice, "Juhan, get down here." It was too easy for something to happen with the two of them sticking together like this. She didn't want anything to really happen, not to mention that it was in the courtyard. Juhan wasn't moved. He simply didn't support himself with his hands and placed all his weight on Lin Li. Then, he leaned his head close to her ear and gently blew hot air into it. Then, he said in a devilish tone, "So you're saying that we're only doing this to satisfy our biological needs and not to talk about love?" Feeling ticklish from his blow, Lin Li's conditioned reflex was to shrink her neck slightly. The heat on her face also became hotter because of his words. The hand that was pressed against his chest to prevent him from pressing his entire body against her tightened. She gritted her teeth and said, unwilling to admit defeat, "Love, do you still have more?" For a person who can lose his rationality and sense of propriety just by reading reports about his ex-wife, and for someone who is even disgusted and unwilling to talk to his own son, is there still so-called love? "You don't know anything," Juhan growled in her ear, suppressing an indescribable pain in his voice. "Of course I know. Although I don't know why you divorced your ex-wife, I know that because of Ling Lan, you transferred all your hatred and disgust towards Ling Lan onto Xiaobin. That's because the deeper you love him, the deeper you hate him. You can't forget your previous relationship, you can't let go of your previous marriage." Lin Li bluntly poked at his pain, ruthlessly and with great force. "Enough," Juhan growled in a low voice as he suppressed his emotions. He pushed his hands away from her body. "What? You want to escape again? You're a coward. You don't have the courage to face it. You always try to avoid the pain from the past, but so what? The wound is still there. Do you think you can ignore it by pretending that you don't see it? Do you think you can pretend that the wound didn't exist? When you poke it and think about it again, the past hurt will still be vivid in your eyes, and the pain will be even more fresh in your mind." As she said this, Lin Li's emotions became a little agitated. *CKU. Lin Li still wanted to say something, but just as she opened her mouth was ruthlessly blocked by someone, and she couldn't say a word. In the dark, Juhan accurately kissed her lips. He opened his mouth and blocked her mouth, blocking every word that was about to come out of her mouth that he hated. "Vu, let go, let go." Lin Li struggled and reached out to push him. Juhan stretched out his hand and pulled away the hands that were on her chest, making a last-ditch struggle. He directly raised them and pressed them on her head. Lin Li exclaimed. The moment she opened her mouth, Juhan took the opportunity to put his tongue into her mouth. Then, he attacked her without any gentleness or pity. Lin Li struggled. She couldn't move her hands, so she wanted to use her feet to kick him, but she was completely unable to move under his strong and thick thighs. Juhan's kiss had a punishing nature. It was a little violent and there was no gentleness at all. At this moment, he was like an enraged lion whose tail had been stepped on by someone. He was extremely violent and aggressive. After a long time, when Juhan let go of her, Lin Li was already a little breathless. She lay there, her chest heaving up and down violently, and she couldn't use any strength. "How good do you think you are?" Juhan's deep voice rang in her ears. He gritted his teeth and said, Didn't you fall in love for 10 years and get hurt all over? How good do you think you are? You torture yourself for that man and don't eat well. How good do you think you are? You get drunk when that man comes back. Don't act like you're fine. We're basically the same. Lin-Li still couldn't catch her breath. Other than gasping for breath, she couldn't answer a single word. Seeing her like this, Joo-han couldn't bear to see her like this. He let go of her hand, then put his arm around her waist and turned around, changing their positions so that Lin-Li could lie on his body. Then, his big palm gently stroked her back and forth, letting her breathe properly. Lin-Li finally managed to regain her strength, and she couldn't care less about how awkward their posture was at the moment. She fiercely said in a fit of pique, "I'm better than you. I've already made up my mind to let it go. It's only a matter of time," he said. Joo-han looked at her. With the help of the dim light from the street lamp outside, he could only vaguely see her outline and couldn't see her eyes at the moment. He sighed silently. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Do we have to expose each other's scars like this?" His low voice was filled with helplessness. Upon hearing this, Lin-Li was stunned. She looked at him fixedly and was speechless for a moment. They had similar experiences. In fact, poking at each other's pain was also exposing their own scars. Who was better than the other? The two were just people who had been hurt by love. It takes time to let go. You need it, and I need it too. I just want to shorten this process. Some people say that the pain of forgetting a relationship is to start a new one. If this can really make us forget the pain, why don't we try? Joo-han asked slowly. His father had called him in just now. This was the first formal conversation he had with his father in 7 years. Compared to 7 years ago, his father was more reserved this time. He only reminded him to remember his current identity and to let go of all the past since he had chosen a new beginning. If he could only use one relationship to forget another, he was willing to try. Lin-Li was stunned for a while. She pushed him away and got down from his body. She rolled to the side and said with her back to him, "I won't love you anymore." She could not love him anymore. 10 years had used up all the love in her life. She did not dare to love him anymore. Joo-han looked at her back and said slowly, "So you want to end those 10 years of relationship with your life?" Upon hearing this, Lin-Li's body trembled unnaturally, and then, like the dead transformer in Xiao Bin's hand, her whole body stiffened and didn't move. Seeing that she was silent, Joo-han said, "Or is it that you don't want to forget, so you don't want to try?" "I didn't." This time, Lin-Li's reply was quick and hurried. She turned her head and stared at him, saying, "I just don't want to be someone else's substitute." Back then, she had been Xiaoxiao's substitute in Chengsheng's heart for 10 years. Chengsheng had wanted to use her to forget his feelings for Xiaoxiao. However, in the end, she didn't want to be Ling Lan's substitute anymore and let Joo-han use her to forget Ling Lan. "I won't, I'm not Chengsheng," Joo-han said. Lin-Li didn't say anything, nor did she turn her head. She opened her eyes and stared straight ahead. The room was completely dark. After a while, seeing that Lin-Li didn't move, Joo-han, who was behind her, turned over and reached out to pull her into his arms. Lin-Li's body stiffened, but she didn't refuse. Joo-han turned her body over and stretched out his hand to let her head rest on his arm. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Then, he patted her back gently and murmured, "Go to sleep." His voice was like a hypnotic drug. After a while, Lin-Li closed her eyes and fell asleep. When Lin-Li woke up again, it was already the next morning. It was already bright outside. The environment around the institution's compound was very beautiful. Because it was located in the suburbs, the air here was very good. There was an osmanthus tree planted in the Ju family's courtyard outside the window of Joo-han's room. At this moment, a few birds were resting on the tree and singing a cheerful song. The crisp chirping of the birds was rare to hear in the fast-paced city. After staying in Jiangcheng for more than 10 years, she could still hear such chirping in the first few years of school. However, in the few years after he stepped out into society, no one had ever heard such a sound in the best neighborhood. After her eyes adapted to the brightness of the entire room, Lin-Li slowly opened her eyes. Joo-han was no longer on the bed, and the bed on the right side was already cold. Grabbing the phone that was placed on the bedside table last night, Lin-Li looked at the time and lay on the bed for a few more minutes. Then, she got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. By the time Lin Li finished lying down and came out of the room, Ju Jiabin was already dressed and sitting on the sofa in the living room. In front of him, Juhan was carefully cleaning and changing the dressing of the child's wound with a first aid box. Lin Li walked toward them. In the kitchen, Mother Ju and the auntie were busy with today's breakfast. When Mother Ju came out with a few side dishes to go with the porridge, she saw Juhan half squatting in front of the child and changing the medicine. At the side, Lin Li was handing him medicine and gauze. This situation was peaceful and harmonious. The corners of Mother Ju's mouth unconsciously curved up. That smile was gratified. After the whole family had breakfast, Father Ju was picked up by the driver and sent directly to the municipal party committee. Ju Jiabin's hand was no longer in danger. It was fine as long as he was careful not to touch water, so Juhan and Lin Li drove him to school. Although Mother Ju was a little reluctant to leave her precious grandson, she also supported Juhan's idea to not delay his studies and schoolwork. After sending Ju Jiabin to the kindergarten and handing him over to their form teacher, Teacher Chen, Lin Li explained the little guy's situation to Teacher Chen and asked her to pay more attention to him when she was free. After seeing Teacher Chen nod in agreement, Lin Li left with a peace of mind. Back in the car, Juhan was on the phone. From the content of the conversation, he should be talking to Special Assistant Zhu. "Alright, I've found it. I'll be at the company in 10 minutes. Inform the others to have a meeting in the meeting room in half an hour." After that, he hung up the phone and glanced at Lin Li. Then, without saying anything, he started the car and left. Sitting in the car, neither of them spoke first. Juhan was focused on the road ahead, while Lin Li was focused on the scenery outside the window. The atmosphere in the car was a little awkward. When Juhan drove the car into the company's basement, he slowly parked the car in the fixed parking space. It was already past working hours, and the entire garage was quiet without a single person in sight. Sitting in the car, Lin Li and Juhan didn't open the door and get out of the car. The two of them just sat there. After a long time, Juhan broke the silence and slowly said, "Do you have an answer?" There was no explanation, but both of them knew what it was. Lin Li was silent for a while, then closed her eyes and opened them again. She turned her head and looked at Juhan as if she had made a big decision. She looked at him and said, "I'll try if I can." Looking at her for a while, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He reached out and touched her head. The moment he retracted his hand, he took advantage of the situation and hooked her neck to bring her directly in front of him. Then, he lowered his head and covered her lips with his. Unlike last night's punishment and violence, this kiss was especially gentle. At first, Lin Li was still a little embarrassed. In the end, she thought that since she had decided to try it, it would be too pretentious to reject it. After thinking it through, she slowly closed her eyes. She reached out and gently placed her hand on his back. After the kiss, Juhan let go of her and held her in his arms, letting her catch her breath. Lin Li leaned on his chest. She wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. She repeated it a few times and finally gave up. The two of them hugged in the car for a while. Finally, Juhan let her go and reached out to touch her. He tidied her hair and said, "Let's go up." When they opened the door and got out of the car, Lin Li suddenly said, "Juhan, if you really can't forget, then tell me. Don't use me as a substitute." Juhan looked at her and finally nodded. He said solemnly, "All right," he said. 212-046 Court. When she returned to the office and sat down, Lin Li couldn't help but feel a little regretful. She regretted agreeing to it too hastily. After agreeing to it, it was equivalent to the two of them establishing a relationship. In the future, their attitudes towards each other would change. However, she didn't know what attitude she should use to face Juhan. Although they were married and lived together, they were working together. When she faced him, she simply saw him as a business partner, but now that their relationship had changed, she really didn't know how to face him. For the entire morning, Lin Li had been struggling with the problem of how to control the attitude between the two of them. On the other hand, Juhan didn't seem to have changed at all. As usual, the work that should be ordered was ordered, and his attitude was the same as usual. Even now, when Lin Li sent the documents in, his eyes were still staring at the documents in his hands. He didn't even look up at her or say a word of nonsense that had nothing to do with work. Lin Li carried the document that he had signed and left his office. She felt a little relaxed and a little depressed. She was relaxed because Joo-han didn't do anything extra on purpose, showing that their relationship was different now. However, she was a little depressed because Joo-han's behavior was too natural and it made her feel a little disappointed. This disappointment was so small that Lin Li didn't even realize it herself. And just as Lin Li was thinking about how to adjust her relationship with Joo-han in the future with a little disappointment, Special Assistant Zu came up in a hurry. He didn't even knock on the door and directly rushed into Joo-han's office. After that, he said something and then rushed out. When Lin Li still couldn't figure out what was going on, the phone on the table rang. It was an internal line. Joo-han told him to book 2 tickets for the latest flight to Guangzhou. After hanging up the phone, Lin Li called the airline company directly and confirmed that the nearest flight to Jiangcheng would be at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. After confirming the flight and seat, Lin Li knocked on the door and went in to tell Joo-han. After knocking, she pushed the door open and saw Joo-han packing the documents and materials on the table into his briefcase. Lin Li stood in front of the desk and said with a professional look, "General Manager, the tickets have been booked. We'll wait for the 6 o'clock flight." Since he was doing business, she would do business as well, and her attitude was even more polite and respectful than before. Hearing this, Joo-han nodded. He put down the documents in his hand and looked at his watch. He muttered to himself, "There are still 3 hours left. The time is just right. Wait a moment." The moment Lin Li turned around and started walking, Joo-han called out to her from behind. Lin Li turned her head and looked at him, asking, "General Manager, do you have any other orders?" Sitting on the leather swivel chair, Joo-han looked at her fixedly. His eyes didn't blink and he didn't say a word for a long time. Lin Li felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze. She subconsciously lowered her head to look at her own clothes. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with them, she looked at her and asked tentatively, "Is there something dirty on my face?" As he said that, he reached out and touched his face with uncertainty. Joo-han shook his head and smiled faintly. Then, he stood up and walked around the desk to her. Lin Li looked at him fixedly, not sure what he was trying to do. Joo-han stood in front of her and reached out to pull her into his arms. He placed her head against his chest and placed his hand gently on her back. His actions weren't abrupt. At least, he did it very naturally. Lin Li, who was leaning against his chest, couldn't react in time at first. She let him hug her in a daze. After being stunned for a while, she came back to her senses. She was still not used to such sudden intimacy and wasn't mentally prepared. She reached out and subconsciously wanted to push him away, but Joo-han grabbed her hand and brought her to his waist. Then, a deep and magnetic voice sounded above her head. "Just hold me like this." Lin Li wasn't used to it and was a little embarrassed. With a red face, she said, "Yes, I'm still in the office." Joo-han chuckled and stroked her hair. It wasn't long but it was very soft. He said in a low voice, "There's only the 2 of us on this floor. Who would see it?" Lin Li lowered her head and didn't say a word. The temperature on her face became hotter, and the hand on his waist was a little overwhelmed. She wanted to reach out and hug him, but she was a little embarrassed, so she opened her hand and clenched it for a long time without getting a result. "There's been a little accident at the project in Guangzhou. I have to rush over immediately to deal with it." Joo-han explained the reason for his trip to Guangzhou. Lin Li didn't know what to say. She wanted to ask what the accident was, but she was afraid that she would overstep her boundaries and didn't dare to ask. After thinking for a long time, she only nodded and softly replied, "Yes." For a moment, the 2 of them had nothing to talk about, and the atmosphere in the room was so quiet that it was a little awkward. Lin Li opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but she didn't know what to say, so she couldn't say a word even after opening her mouth for a long time. Lin Li. Just as Lin Li opened her mouth to speak but stopped, Joo-han slowly opened his mouth and said, "I know we started a little suddenly and unexpectedly. Let's slowly get to know each other. What I want to tell you is that even though we started a little rashly, I'm a serious person. I don't play love games, so don't worry. From now on, I'll treat you well and learn to love you seriously." Upon hearing this, the corners of Lin Li's mouth slightly curled up. Her hands, which were originally clenched tightly and didn't know where to put, unconsciously relaxed slightly. Then, she gently placed them on his lean waist and responded to him with her thin lips, saying, "Let's work hard together to forget the past and start over." Joo-han nodded and reached out to stroke her short hair. He said softly, "All right," he said. Lin-Lee also nodded. At this moment, she was leaning on his chest again. She had already slowly forgotten the last bit of nervousness and helplessness. The two of them hugged each other like this for a while. Joo-han slowly let go of the person in his arms and let her back off from his words. Then, his eyes fixed on the person in front of him. Lin-Lee was a little embarrassed from being stared at. She turned her face away and lowered her head slightly. Her face was blushing and shy. Looking at her shy look, Joo-han felt an inexplicable feeling. He reached out and gently lifted her chin, not letting her avoid his eyes. However, a strong desire to kiss her grew in his heart. He still remembered those warm lips and soft tongue, and he was a little greedy for that beautiful taste. Lin-Lee's face quickly turned red from being stared at. An adult man and woman naturally knew what would happen next, and her heartbeat suddenly sped up. She reached out to pull his hand down and said, trying to escape, I'll go out first. After saying that, she turned around and was about to leave, but just as she was about to withdraw her hand and leave, Joo-han pulled her back into his arms with force. Then, he lowered his head and kissed her passionately. He held her waist with one hand and held the back of her head with the other. That posture was domineering and he didn't allow her to escape. However, compared to his domineering and strong posture, his kiss was very gentle. He gently pecked and sucked. He kissed with great care and it was very comfortable. Lin-Lee couldn't escape from him. At first, she struggled a little, but when the kiss deepened, she forgot to struggle. Her originally struggling hands slowly raised and wrapped around his neck, opening her mouth to slowly respond to his deep kiss. Just as the two of them were kissing deeper and deeper, the door was suddenly pushed open. Then, Assistant Zoo's voice suddenly sounded, "General Manager, have you booked the plane tickets?" "I didn't see Secretary Lin outside." She was stunned. Assistant Zoo's voice came to an abrupt end as he looked at the two people in front of him in a daze. He really couldn't react in time. Holy shit *T. What exactly was going on? Lin-Lee suddenly pushed Joo-han away. Her face was like blood flowing backward. Her entire face was flushed red like something. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at anyone. She directly ran out of the office. Joo-han touched the corner of his mouth as if he had not had enough. When he looked up and saw Assistant Zoo standing at the door, his eyes were a little resentful that he had interrupted his good thing. Special Assistant Zoo still couldn't react in time. He turned his head and watched Lin-Lee run away and disappear in the corridor. Then, he turned his head to look at Joo-han and said in a daze, General Manager and Secretary Lin." In fact, a lot of people were curious about Lin-Lee's identity because she was directly parachuted in. Moreover, she didn't seem to be very competent as a secretary. Usually, she could only deal with some simple documents and information. Logically speaking, as Joo-han's secretary, she was about the same as a special assistant. In terms of ability, Lin-Lee didn't seem to have it at all. He was curious and specially went to the Human Resources Department to ask about Lin-Lee's information. However, he only knew that Lin-Lee had worked in the sales department before and her performance was average. However, more than a month later, she was directly promoted to be Joo-han's secretary. There was no sign at all before this, so there were all kinds of rumors in the company. The rumors were that Lin-Lee was Joo-han's lover. However, according to his usual contact and observation, Lin-Lee and Joo-han did not have any overly intimate actions. Even the way they spoke didn't sound special at all. Besides, Joo-han had never brought Lin-Lee to attend events and social events. The female companion had always been Manager Xiao from the Public Relations Department. However, he didn't expect that he would come across such a good thing today. It seemed that those rumors and messages were not without reason. Joo-han's eyes swept across him coldly and said, "Next time, knock before you come in. If you do it again, I'll deduct a month's salary." Then, he turned around and went back to his desk, continuing to pack up the documents and materials that he had not finished. Special Assistant Zoo reached out and touched his nose in boredom. He remembered that he had come up to ask about the next flight and time, so he turned around and left Joo-han's office. However, Lin-Lee's figure was no longer outside the door. At this moment, Lin-Lee had been caught kissing Joo-han in the office by Special Assistant Zoo. She was so embarrassed that she didn't dare to see anyone. After coming out of Juhan's office, she directly hid in the bathroom. Special Assistant Su could only return to Juhan's office, scratching his head. However, when he saw Juhan's sharp eyes looking at him, Special Assistant Su quickly reacted and knocked on the half-opened door. After seeing Juhan nod, he came in with a smile. Juhan looked at him and said, "Lin Li has already told me the flight and time. Also, Lin Li is my wife, so don't let me hear any rumors in the company in the future." 213 Work hard. It had been 3 days since Juhan had left for Guangzhou with Assistant Su. On the second day after Juhan left, the newspaper reported that Ling Lan had been raped. It was said that she had been found in the grass by the park road. In addition, Ling Lan had insisted that the person who had raped her was Su Yicheng. This incident, in addition to the previous scandal with Su Yicheng, had caused quite a lot of trouble for Su Yicheng. She was worried about Anran, so she called her and was relieved to know that she was in the military compound and hadn't been affected by the outside world. In addition, Anran was afraid that she would misunderstand Su Yicheng, so she specifically explained that Su Yicheng had been by her side that night. After hanging up the phone, Lin Li smiled. The faint smile on her lips was a sign of happiness for Anran. She was happy that she had walked out of the pain that Mo Fear had caused her, happy that she could still believe in love, and happy that she had met Su Yicheng. What about her? Would she fall in love with Juhan, just like Anran and Su Yicheng? She didn't know. There was no answer at all. Also, after Ling Lan's rape incident, Mother Ju and Father Ju were worried that their child's emotions would be affected. The next day, they came to take the child back to the institution compound and told him to let Xiaobin come back after a while. They had originally wanted to let Lin Li go with them, but after considering that Lin Li still had to go to work, it would be too tiring for her to go back and forth, so they gave up. As for Xiaobin's school, Lin Li asked for a long leave from Teacher Chen. Fortunately, the child was still in kindergarten. It didn't matter if it delayed his studies. Juhan's boyfriend could be considered a little lame. The two of them didn't stop contacting each other in the past 3 days, but both of them did it a little according to the script and there was no fun to speak of. Juhan would send her a text message every morning, and the content was nothing more than a rough itinerary for the day. Then, in addition to text messages, he would also call her every night. However, perhaps the two of them were still a little unused to it. Each phone call basically ended with a few words, and the longest was no more than a minute. And the content of the conversation in that 1 minute was still about the company's operation. Lin Li didn't know that Juhan already knew that Ling Lan didn't exist. She guessed that he probably didn't know yet because his tone and attitude were too natural. She couldn't hear anything strange at all. Also, the time of his text messages and calls were also very regular. They were sent and called at the same time. In fact, there were 2 times when Lin Li was about to say those words, but she never said them. He turned off the computer and left the study room. He raised his hand to look at his watch. It was 9:30 in the evening, which was different from Juhan's habit of calling once a day. He estimated that today's phone call would still be at 22:30 as usual. 00 came in on time. There was still half an hour of spare time. Lin Li took out a change of pajamas from the closet and went directly into the bathroom with the pajamas. Lin Li was still sleeping in the guest room. There was no other reason. The main reason was that after living here for more than a month, she was really a little used to it. As for whether she would continue to sleep in the guest room or Juhan's room in the future, Lin Li didn't think about it for the time being. She would just take it one step at a time. Lin Li grasped the time very accurately. When she came out of the bathroom after taking a shower, it was just 5 minutes before 10 o'clock. She wiped her hair with a dry towel and sat directly in front of the dressing table, took her skincare products, and applied them on her face. She only did the simplest and most convenient basic care of her face with her usual lotion and lotion. After Lin Li finished applying her skincare products, she turned over and sat on the bed. Juhan's call still hadn't come in. She raised her hand to look at the time. It was already past 10 o'clock. Today was an exception. It was a little late. She didn't think too much about it and just assumed that he was busy with social activities and work. She casually grabbed the magazine on the bedside table beside her and flipped through it. Time passed by second by second. When Lin Li finally flipped through all the magazines on the bedside table, the time had already jumped from 10 p.m. to 11 p.m., and Juhan's call didn't come in. Lin Li turned her head and looked at the phone seriously for a long time. In the end, she took it and thought to herself that since the two of them had made up their minds to give it a try, then they had to really do their best and work hard. Regardless of whether the two of them would really fall in love in the future, at least their attitude had to be serious. He had already used his actions to show his sincerity. He called and texted her every day. If he didn't call her, she could naturally answer him. This effort should belong to both of them. With that thought in mind, Lin Li didn't think about it anymore. She opened her phone's contact list and found Juhan's number. She answered the call immediately. The voice on the other side of the phone was very quick, but it wasn't Juhan's voice. It was the customer service lady of China Mobile. Her voice was sweet enough, but it was cold without any warmth. "I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is not available. Please try again later." Putting down the phone in her hand, Lin Li frowned slightly, pouted, and muttered to herself, "Why did you switch off your phone?" She clearly remembered that he had sent her a text message in the morning saying that he was not too busy today. Compared to the day before yesterday and the day before yesterday, he was much more free. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Li called again, and the response she got was still the sweet but emotionless voice of the mobile customer service. In the end, Lin Li couldn't contact Juhan. In the end, because her eyelids were too heavy, she really couldn't stand it anymore. She pressed the button and put her phone aside, ready to sleep. Lin Li didn't know how long she had slept. She only felt a hand slowly sliding across her face in her daze, gently touching it. Lin Li didn't know who it was or whose hand it was. In her daze, she really opened her eyes. Before she could see the other party's face clearly, she directly kissed him hard from the top to the bottom. Lin Li, who had been sleeping, was jolted awake. She subconsciously reached out to push him away, making muffled sounds. The entire room was so dark that there was only a little light coming from the doorway. Lin Li couldn't see who was kissing her at this moment, but the kiss and breath were somewhat familiar to her. Biting her lips lightly, Juhan pressed his forehead against hers and said, "It's me." Upon hearing this, Lin Li was stunned. She stopped pushing him away. After a while, in the dark, Lin Li reached out and touched his face, then tentatively called out, "Juhan." Juhan laughed and said, "Who else could it be if not me?" As he spoke, bang bang. He pressed the button in the room, and the whole room was suddenly illuminated by a faint yellow light. Lin Li was a little uncomfortable and raised her hand to block it before slowly raising her head. She saw that Juhan's shirt was a little crumpled, and his usually neatly combed hair looked particularly messy today. He looked travel-worn and tired. Juhan reached out and rubbed her short hair that was slightly curled up from her sleep. He said jokingly, "What, you don't recognize me after not seeing me for 3 days?" Upon hearing him say this, Lin Li came back to her senses and asked, "Why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming back? Have you dealt with the things in Guangzhou?" Juhan nodded and explained simply, "Yes, it's all done. I have an important meeting tomorrow morning, so I have to rush back." As he spoke, he turned to look at the room and frowned slightly, asking, "Why did you move back?" He was referring to the fact that she had moved back into the guest room. When he didn't see her in the room just now, he guessed that she was here. As expected, he opened the door and entered. He saw her sleeping soundly on the bed, even snoring slightly. Lin Li was a little embarrassed by his question, and her face was a little hot. She subconsciously scratched her head and said, I don't like the bed." Hearing this, Juhan didn't think much of it and only said, "You'll get used to it in the future. From tomorrow onwards, you can sleep in the master bedroom and clear out the rooms so that there won't be no guest rooms when someone comes in the future." Juhan said it as if it was a matter of course. He had completely forgotten that his house had 4 rooms and 2 living rooms. Other than the master bedroom and Lin Li's room, there was still an empty guest room in the house. It was the room that Father Lin and Mother Lin stayed in when they came, which was the room next door to this one. Lin Li didn't say anything. She didn't nod or shake her head, and her attitude was a little unclear. Juhan didn't say anything more. He rubbed her short hair, then stood up from the bed and said, "I'm going to take a shower. You sleep." Then, he walked out of her room. After he left, Lin Li turned her head and looked at the alarm clock on the bedside table. It was almost 1 in the morning. With Juhan's disturbance, the sleepiness she originally had disappeared. She opened her eyes and lay on the bed for a while. Finally, Lin Li got up and prepared to go to the kitchen to get some water. When she went out of the room, she saw that Juhan's room door was still open. He was coming back now. It took almost 2 hours to fly from Guangzhou to Jiangcheng, and it took at least 45 minutes from the airport to the city. He probably went to the airport directly after he was done with his business in Guangzhou. After standing at the door and thinking for a while, Lin Li finally stepped forward and reached out to knock on his half-closed door. She didn't hear a response for a long time, so she pushed the door open and went in. She saw that there was no one in the room, but there was the sound of running water coming from the bathroom. He was probably still taking a shower, and the luggage that he hadn't had time to pack was still on the bed. Looking at the slightly messy bed, Lin Li stepped forward and took out the clothes from the box. She hung them up one by one with a hanger and sent them into the cloakroom. When Juhan came out of the bathroom with his wet hair, Lin Li had already packed his luggage. Seeing him come out, she was so embarrassed that she didn't know where to put her hands. Juhan looked at the neat bed and the suitcase standing at the side. The corners of his mouth rose slightly and he said, "Why didn't you go to sleep?" Lin Li raised her eyes and looked at him. She swallowed her saliva and said, Are you hungry? Why don't I make you a bowl of noodles?" She didn't know if she could become Anran, and she didn't know if he would be her Suyucheng, but she thought that since she had decided to try to start, then she should try her best. Hearing this, Juhan nodded and said with a smile, "I'm really a little hungry. Then I'll go out and cook for you. Dry your hair first." Lin Li was obviously still not used to the change in her role. She hurriedly said this and went out directly. Juhan smiled and shook his head. He grabbed a dry towel and wiped his face casually. He thought of the meeting materials for tomorrow morning and went out of the room to the study. 214 Serious. Lin Li simply cooked some noodles and then added some of the ingredients and eggs she had in the refrigerator. Although the taste wasn't very good, it wasn't too bad. "The noodles are done. You can eat now." Lin Li raised her head and shouted towards the master bedroom. She brought the noodles from the kitchen to the dining table. She was also a little hungry, so she also took a small bowl and sat down, ready to start eating. Behind her, Juhan didn't come out. Lin Li frowned and looked at the noodles. She didn't know what he was doing in the room, so she got up and went to the master bedroom. "The noodles are already done. If you don't come out now, they will be burnt," Lin Li said as she pushed the door open and went in. When she went in, she realized that Juhan wasn't in the room at all. The entire room was still lit up and the towel that he had just wiped was still on the table at the side. However, Juhan was not in the room. Where did he go? Lin Li muttered to herself as she retreated from the room. However, her colleague who was retreating from the room saw that the door of the study in the corridor was open, and the light was spilling out from the crack of the door. Upon seeing this, Lin Li muttered in a low voice, "He just came back and he went into the study. He's a workaholic." He walked straight to the study room and pushed open the door that was left ajar. Juhan was indeed sitting behind the desk, his eyes fixed on the laptop on the desk. Lin Li reached out and knocked on the door, then said to the inside, "The noodles are ready. Come out and eat first. It won't be good if it's burnt." Juhan didn't move at all. He was still sitting in the same position as before. He didn't raise his head, didn't reply, and didn't even turn his eyes. Lin Li frowned. She didn't know what he was looking at so intently. Thinking that he hadn't heard her, she repeated it again, her voice much higher than before. Juhan still didn't react. He seemed to be really fascinated. "What are you looking at?" Lin Li was confused. She walked up to him and stood behind him. It was only then that she saw that the web page on the computer wasn't about work. Instead, it was about the news regarding Ling Lan's case. Lin Li was shocked. She turned around and noticed that Juhan's expression was sad and unacceptable. Seeing his reaction, Lin Li didn't need to ask to know that he didn't know about Ling Lan's past. For a moment, Lin Li didn't know what to say. It was impossible for him to be completely indifferent to such news. No matter how much he hated her, he was, after all, someone she had loved deeply in the past. It was inevitable that he would feel sad. After all, he had loved her for so long, for so many years, so she thought she could understand his feelings at the moment. That, after standing there for a while, Lin-Li stammered and said, "That child. His mother has taken him to the institution compound. His mother and father's intention is to let this matter blow over before letting him come back." Ju-han didn't say anything. His eyes were fixed on the computer screen. On the screen was a picture of Ling Lan lying in the hospital. Her forehead and mouth were all bruised, and her eyes were also very swollen. She was wearing a hospital gown, and she didn't have her usual beauty and charm at all. It made people's hearts ache. Lin-Li didn't say anything more. She glanced at him and quietly left the study. Perhaps what he needed more now was some time alone to slowly digest this matter. When he returned to the dining room, he looked at the 2 bowls of noodles on the table. The noodles were completely burnt, and there was no gravy at all. The noodles were so bloated that they looked a little weak. He picked up the bowl and took a bite with the chopsticks. There was still some heat, but the noodles, which were not delicious at first, were a little difficult to swallow at this moment. She put down her chopsticks and sighed softly. She took the bowl of noodles back to the kitchen and poured it into the trash can. After rinsing her mouth, she returned to her room. When she woke up the next day, washed up, and came out of the room, Ju-han was already preparing breakfast in the kitchen. He was still wearing a vest and had a towel around his neck. It was obvious that he had just returned from his morning run. Hearing the movement behind him, Ju-han turned his head and met Lin-Li's eyes. He said indifferently, "Don't just stand there and watch. Come and help heat up the milk." Her tone was so normal that not much emotion could be heard. However, unlike before, her tone seemed to be a little doting and gentle. Lin-Li stood in place for a while, then nodded and went to the kitchen. She took out 2 blankets from the cupboard and took out the milk from the refrigerator. While doing this, her eyes kept looking at Ju-han unconsciously. Lin-Li didn't know how long he sat in the study last night. Maybe he went back to his room not long after she went back to her room, or maybe he didn't come out but sat in the kitchen until dawn. Lin-Li didn't know which possibility it was, but looking at the current expression on his face, it was so calm as if nothing had happened. This was what she felt strange about. Compared to the Ju-han she saw in the study last night, he was a completely different person now. He scooped up the fried egg and placed it on the round plate at the side. At the same time, the toast that he had placed in the toaster earlier had also skipped the time. Lin-Li directly took the round plate with the fried eggs and ham and walked out of the kitchen. Then, Ju-han came out with milk and toast. Lin-Li arranged the tableware, and Ju-han put the milk to the side for her. The 2 of them didn't talk much, but they seemed very natural and cooperated very well. Throughout the entire breakfast, the 2 of them didn't have much to talk about. Lin-Li didn't know what Ju-han was thinking, and she didn't know what to say. If she were to ask him what he wanted to post after seeing Ling Lan's news, putting aside the question of whether or not she had the ability to ask, just based on her current status, it would seem a little inappropriate. "Let's talk about something else, but I can't find any suitable topics to talk about." Thus, the breakfast ended in silence. After breakfast, Lin-Li took her bag from her room and prepared to go to work as usual. Just as she was about to leave with her bag, Ju-han, who had just changed his clothes, came out of his room and was about to go to the study to get his briefcase. Seeing that Lin-Li was about to leave, he called out to her and said, "Wait, let's go together." Without giving Lin-Li a chance to refuse, he turned around and headed straight for the study. Looking at his back, Lin-Li pursed her lips. Sitting in the car, Lin-Li didn't know what to say. She could only put her hand on the window and support her chin with her hand, turning her head to look out the window in boredom. The entire journey was as quiet as it had been during breakfast. Neither of them spoke first. However, when they arrived at the company's parking lot, Ju-han parked the car in the fixed parking space and turned off the engine. Lin-Li turned around and was about to open the door to get off when Ju-han slowly opened his mouth. "I'm sorry." Lin-Li was stunned and looked at him in confusion. She didn't understand why he was apologizing. "What do you mean?" Ju-han turned to look at her and said, "I wasted the bowl of noodles you cooked last night for some reason. And NBSB. Upon hearing this, Lin-Li was a little embarrassed. She didn't expect him to suddenly do this. She only smiled and said, It's nothing. Ju-han looked at her and didn't say anything for a while. Lin-Li was a little embarrassed by his gaze, and her face blushed slightly. She turned her head away and said, "Let's go. Don't you have a meeting in the morning?" As she spoke, she was about to open the door and get out of the car, but her hand was grabbed by Juhan behind her. Turning her head to look at him, Lin-Li didn't say anything for a moment. "It was just a little too sudden, so I lost my composure last night. But I'm serious about what I said. Let's seriously try to start." Juhan looked at her and said with certainty. His tone and attitude were serious and there was no room for doubt. Lin-Li's hand was held by him, and she looked at him for a long time. She only nodded and said, "I know." She knew that she could understand his feelings and at the same time, she believed that he was telling the truth. Juhan looked at her and smiled. It was a faint smile, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a beautiful arc. He reached out and touched her head. His actions were a little intimate and gentle as he said, "Let's keep your hair long in the future." He thought that she would look better with long hair. Hearing this, Lin-Li was stunned for a moment. She pulled his hand away from her head and said, "I like short hair." His tone was awkward and stiff. Juhan naturally noticed the change in her mood. He didn't ask any more questions and just said, "Let's go up." Lin-Li nodded, opened the door, got out of the car, and followed Juhan up. When Juhan and Lin-Li arrived at the office, Special Assistant Zhu was already there. He was sitting on the sofa in the rest area with some documents in his hand. It seemed like he had something urgent to look for Juhan. Seeing Juhan coming over, he quickly handed the document in his hand to him, saying that it was information from Guangzhou. Juhan nodded and took it, and the two of them went to the office. However, Lin-Li felt that Special Assistant Zhu was acting a little strange today. He usually didn't greet her or even look at her in the eye, but today, he actually smiled and said good morning to her miraculously. This made her a little embarrassed because she felt that this kind of politeness was too obvious. On the contrary, her response was a little awkward, and she could only smile and nod as a response. In fact, Lin-Li's workload in a day wasn't much, and it was light. Of course, there wasn't much technical content. Although she was Juhan's secretary, she was actually no different from an ordinary clerk. After tidying up the documents on the table, the day's workload could be considered complete. Previously, when she was on the phone with Anran, she found out that Mother Jiyu seemed to have a relapse and was in the hospital. She thought of going to the hospital to visit Mother Lin that night. After all, Mother Jiyu had been taking good care of her for the past few years. She took out her bag from the cabinet. When she was about to leave after work, she thought about it again and finally decided to go in and tell Juhan. When she knocked on the door and entered, Juhan was still looking at some documents. Seeing her come in and the bag in her hand, he asked, "Are you going to get off work?" He raised his hand to check the time. Lin-Li nodded. Just as she was about to say that she wanted to go to the hospital, Juhan had already stood up and started to pack his things. "You're right. I'll go with you. Let's have dinner together tonight." As he spoke, he quickly packed up the things on the table and walked over to her with his briefcase. Lin-Li looked at him in a daze and asked, "You're going to get off work now? Didn't he always put work above all else?" Usually, the earliest he could leave the office was after 8 in the evening. Juhan nodded. "I've already made a reservation. Let's go," he only said. 215 Dinner date. The restaurant that Juhan had booked was a garden restaurant on the top floor of a 6-star hotel. The environment was very beautiful. This restaurant had been chosen as the top 10 best restaurants of the year on the River City Forum. The restaurant's dining environment and service were first class. The waiter led them to their seats. The waiter was about to pull out a chair for Lin-Li to sit down, but he was stopped by Juhan's gaze. He personally went to pull out the chair for Lin-Li. Lin-Li nodded her head slightly and thanked him. "Thank you." She was still not used to his gentleness and consideration in such a short time. Juhan walked around the table and sat down opposite her. He passed the menu that the waiter handed over to her. "See what you want to eat." Lin-Li reached out to take it, looked at him strangely, and asked, "Why did you suddenly ask me out for dinner?" But speaking of which, the two of them had never had a meal together like this before. "Don't dating always involve eating and watching movies?" Juhan asked. Lin-Li was stunned. It was only then that she realized that he wanted to go on a date with her. Just as he said, he was serious. Without saying anything more, Lin-Li retracted her gaze and looked at the menu in her hand. After ordering their food, the waiter served them their orders with a violin solo. The girl playing the violin smiled and nodded at them. Then, she reached out and placed the violin on her shoulder. The slow and smooth music melodiously floated out with beautiful notes. Linley turned her head and saw that he was looking at her with a faint smile on his lips. "You called him over?" Linley looked at him and asked. She had seen such a scene on TV before, but she had never encountered it herself. Joo-han nodded and reached out to take the wine glass in front of her table. He poured half a glass of red wine into the transparent glass and shook it gently with his hand. The dark red liquid mixed with the dark yellow light in the dining room and looked very charming. He put the glass in his hand to his nose and sniffed it gently. He seemed to be sure that the red wine was fragrant and rich. Joo-han then handed the glass to Linley. "Come and try it." Linley looked at him. Even when she was still an unrivaled glutton in the universe, she had never been so particular about eating and drinking. She took the wine he handed over and gently sipped it. She wasn't someone who knew how to taste red wine, but she could tell whether it was good or not. It didn't have the usual astringent taste, but today's red wine was mellow. "How is it?" Joo-han also poured himself a cup and gently took a sip. Linley nodded and said softly, "It's very good." Joo-han smiled and said, "Let's eat." The food here was indeed very good, and it didn't waste its reputation as one of the top 10 restaurants on an online forum. In fact, when she was still together with Chengsheng, she had wanted to come here for a while. She had been a foodie since she was young, and after being in Jiangcheng for so long, she had eaten at almost all the restaurants, big and small. This was the only restaurant that she had never tried. The main reason was that this restaurant wasn't open to the public and was like a private club. Only lifetime members of the hotel could enjoy the service here. That was why his mysteriousness and difficulty in entering had made the outside world spread rumors about him as if he was a god. Back then, in order to please her, Chengsheng's boss had also wanted to ask someone to find a friend to get 2 tickets here. However, when the 2 of them had gotten the tickets and were about to come, Chengsheng's mother suddenly broke her leg. The 2 of them couldn't go and stayed at home to take care of his mother. Later, when they thought about it, they didn't have the chance. At first, she thought that she and Chengsheng would come one day. At that time, she was still deeply in love with Chengsheng and wholeheartedly wanted to be with him. She also believed that as long as she continued to stay by his side, he would eventually fall in love with her. Then, she would no longer be the shadow of the girl in his heart, but the woman he truly loved. It was just that things were unpredictable. In the end, she didn't have the chance to come over with Chengsheng. Even though they had been together for 10 years, being a substitute wasn't true love. What she didn't expect was that she would have the chance to come to this restaurant again. It was just that the person who came over with her wasn't Chengsheng at the beginning, but the current Joo-han. Just as Linley was still in a daze, the waiter took away the dinner in front of them and served the desserts they had ordered. However, the male waiter behind the waiter was holding a bouquet of red roses in his hand. After the waitress placed the desserts for the 2 of them, the male waiter had a slight smile on his face. He took a step forward and politely bowed slightly to Linley. Then, he stood up straight and looked at Joo-han. Linley was a little shocked by the bouquet of red roses in his hand. She stared at the beautifully wrapped roses and turned to look at Joo-han. Her eyes looked at him as if she was asking what was going on and what he was trying to do tonight. Joo-han picked up the napkin and wiped the corners of his mouth. Then, he directly placed it on the side of the table. He got up and took the bouquet of roses from the waiter's hand. He took out a small card from the bouquet and stared at it for a while. His brows furrowed slightly, as if the content of the card made him a little embarrassed. Linley had no idea what was going on up there. The fiery red roses dazzled her eyes, and she couldn't help but ask curiously, Joo-han, what's going on?" Joo-han didn't say anything and put the card back to the bouquet. Then, he walked to Linley's side and handed the rose in his hand to her. He looked at the corner of her eyes and said, the most beautiful bouquet for the most beautiful and charming you." His words were beautiful, and so were the flowers. However, it was clear that the person who had delivered the flowers was not used to such mushy words of love. His voice was completely devoid of the affection and gentleness of the content, and it was a little stiff and unnatural. However, even though Joo-han's words were a little stiff and unnatural, and even a little embarrassed, Linley was still a little frightened by such a situation. She was so stunned that she didn't know how to react at all. Juhan, who was originally a little uncomfortable, relaxed a little when he saw Linley like this. He reached out and gently touched her head and handed the flowers in his hand to her. Then, he took out money from his pocket and gave it to the waiter and the violin girl as tips. The two of them nodded respectfully, then pushed each other away with a faint smile. Linley didn't miss it. The girl playing the violin walked forward and glanced at her. Her eyes and smile were filled with envy. Juhan sat back in his seat. At this moment, the embarrassment on his face were completely gone. He was natural and confident. On the other hand, Linley was still in shock and couldn't recover from the shock. Linley hugged the flowers for a while before she slowly understood the current situation. She looked at Juhan and asked in confusion, "What did you come down for tonight?" She really didn't understand why he was eating, playing solo, and giving her flowers. Juhan looked at her with a smile and asked, "Do you like the flowers?" He reached out for the glass and took a sip of red wine. Upon hearing this, Linley looked down at the flowers in her arms. To be honest, every woman liked flowers, especially bright roses. It was difficult for people to say no or refuse such a bright red and a bouquet of roses. According to her own true feelings at the moment, Linley nodded very frankly. Juhan nodded and said, "It's good that you like it." And NBSB. However, liking someone was one thing. If he didn't understand, he would still have to ask clearly. "You're eating and giving me flowers. What are you trying to do?" Linley looked at his face, which was full of confusion and doubt. Shrugging his shoulders, Juhan replied with a matter-of-fact expression, "Isn't this the way to date and chase girls? Isn't a candlelight dinner and flowers a common routine?" He continued to ask. Linley was stunned. She looked at him for a long time before she slowly said, "So, what you did tonight was actually called a date? What's wrong?" Juhan raised his eyebrows and asked, "Is there a problem with the program?" There shouldn't be any problems, so he went online to look for information. After looking for information online, he made a call to make a reservation in the afternoon. In order to make it more realistic, he especially borrowed a membership card from Yi Zaiwen. There was no other reason than that this restaurant was the most romantic restaurant in the whole of Jiangcheng. After making the reservation, he made a call to the florist according to the information on the internet and ordered a bouquet of bright roses. He even followed the florist's owner's introduction and ordered a bouquet of 11 roses, although he did not understand what the 11 roses meant. However, he told the florist that it was for his wife, so he thought that the florist would not misinterpret his meaning. Linley looked at him and didn't know how to answer. There was indeed nothing wrong with following the procedure, but she always felt that something was wrong. It was so strange that she couldn't put her finger on it. He looked down at the bouquet in his hand and saw the small card that he had picked up before. He took it and opened it gently. There was nothing else written on it except the words that Juhan said when he handed the flowers to her just now. She suddenly remembered the awkward and unnatural expression he had when he said this. This sentence was obviously found on the internet. Suddenly, as if she had figured something out, Linley looked at him with the card in her hand and said with a half smile, "You've had dinner and sent flowers this evening. Did you find out all of this online?" Hearing this, Juhan's face flashed with a hint of unnaturalness, but he immediately covered it up and asked, "Do you think I'm someone with such a low EQ?" Under such circumstances, even he would not admit it. This was a matter of face. Linley chuckled and didn't expose him. She only asked, "Are you going to invite me to the outer beach or watch a movie?" 216 The park. Although Juhan didn't want to admit that his emotional intelligence wasn't high, in the end, it was just as Linley said. He didn't take her to the movies and took her to the outer beach directly because he really couldn't think of what else could a date do other than watching movies and going to the outer beach. Juhan parked the car in a parking space on Jiangbin Road. Outside the window, he could see the bustling pedestrians on the dam outside the beach. Linley, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, couldn't help but chuckle. This smile had been on her face since she came out of the restaurant. Juhan turned off the car and turned to look at Linley. He said a little gloomily, "Is it that funny? You've been laughing all this time." Upon hearing this, Linley couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed out loud. Hee, didn't you say that your EQ is very high? You still need to search for information on Baidu just to date and date." Juhan glared at her. As he opened the door and got out of the car, he muttered softly, "I don't have any experience." He had never been in a relationship before, so he didn't have any practical experience in this area. Since he was young, he had only liked Ling Lan. In the beginning, when Ling Lan and Su Cheng were together, he could only keep his feelings to himself. Later on, she took the initiative to ask him out for a drink and chat. She was the one who took the initiative in their interactions and dating. In the end, after that incident, he took her directly to the United States. Because he wanted to give her a better life, he was always busy with his company and work, so he didn't have much time to accompany her. In other words, although he was already 32 years old, had been married and divorced, had a child, and was now remarrying, he was a complete layman when it came to love. He really had no actual combat experience at all. Lin Li followed him out of the car and walked around the front of the car to her side. She tilted her head and looked at him, asking curiously, "Did you break up with Xiaoban's mother because you're too boring?" Juhan glared at Lin Li angrily. He reached out and grabbed her hand tightly, saying, "Why are you talking so much? Let's have a good date." As he spoke, he pulled Lin Li's hand and squeezed into the crowd. Lin Li looked at his slightly stiff side profile and laughed happily. Her silvery voice was drowned out by the crowd. Her hand was held by Juhan in such a grand manner. For a moment, she even forgot about the awkwardness and embarrassment. Juhan held her hand and walked into the crowd. The various stalls on the square outside the beach attracted many children, and their childlike voices were full of joy and happiness. The dam on the outer beach was the most popular place for couples to date. Couples in love walked hand in hand while enjoying the sea breeze. The ferry on the river in the distance flashed its lights and hummed from time to time. It could be considered a beautiful scenery on the outer beach of Jiang City. After being pulled by Juhan for a long while, Lin Li finally reacted. She reached out and pulled her hand out of Juhan's palm. Juhan seemed to have seen through her intentions. Not only did he not let go of her hand, but he tightened it even more. He turned his head to look at her and said with a smile that was not a smile, "What? You're still embarrassed?" I didn't." Lin Li turned her head away and didn't look at him, feeling a little awkward. Juhan smiled and didn't say anything. He held her hand and walked. The middle section of the outer beach was connected to a Jiangbin park. In fact, it was no longer a park. In the early years, there was a period of prosperity here. In the beginning, tourists had to buy tickets to enter the park. However, with the economic development of Jiang City, due to the small area and simple facilities inside, the Jiangbin Park had slowly declined with the migration of time. In the end, the ticket system and the management of the park itself were directly abolished. Therefore, the entire park was now open to the public. In the morning, the elderly would come here to exercise, and at night, it was a good place for many couples to date. It was economical and practical. Of course, the flowers and books that were left out of control for many years added a lot of fun to everyone. Standing at the entrance of the park, Lin Li turned her head and looked at Juhan with an unnatural expression. She asked with some embarrassment, "Why don't we just not go in?" "Why?" Juhan raised his eyebrows and asked. She looked at the couples who walked past them and entered. "Don't many couples like to come here?" "That's because they are in love. How can they be the same as us?" Lin Li mumbled to herself, her hands holding onto the corner of her clothes and her shoes as she gently kicked the stones on the ground. Her voice was so soft that it was drowned out by the surrounding environment. Juhan didn't hear a single word and could only frown and ask, "What did you just say?" Lin Li looked up at him and smiled dryly. It's nothing." Juhan stared at her for a while and didn't ask any more questions. He just said, "Let's go in." As he spoke, he held her hand and led her into the park. Lin Li had no choice but to follow him in. It was true that many couples liked to come here, but that was because the trees here were mixed with no professional personnel to maintain and manage them all year round, so the whole park seemed a little messy. However, this mess was what couples in love liked. With the cover of the flowers and trees, the little intimate actions between the couple had something to hide, and they avoided the embarrassment of being seen by others. In fact, this Jiangbin Park had another name called Lovers Park. When she was in college, she and Chengsheng had been here before. Their first kiss had been in this bush. After Juhan came in, he finally understood Lin Lee's hesitation and uneasiness at the door just now. After coming in, he didn't find any special equipment or novel things inside that could attract so many couples in love. However, although he didn't see anything, he seemed to have heard something. It was a very ambiguous voice. After understanding why those couples loved this half-ruined park so much, Joo-han turned his head and looked at Lin Lee with a smile that was not a smile. Lin Lee naturally felt his gaze and also heard the flirtatious voices of the couples around her because of their hot kisses. Her whole body suddenly became a little hot, and her face was so hot that it was a little uncomfortable. She lowered her head and pulled Joo-han's hand, saying, let's go." As she spoke, she couldn't wait to leave the park. Joo-han did not move. Looking at her awkward appearance, the corners of his mouth curled up into a beautiful arc. He pulled her into his arms and lowered his head to whisper in her ear, "Do you think we should try?" Lin Lee was still using her hand to press against his chest, trying to push him away from his embrace. Suddenly, she heard her say that in his ear. She suddenly stopped and looked up at him, saying, You, what did you say?" Joo-han chuckled. He raised his hand gently and brushed away the hair by her mouth. His hand gently caressed her face. Her skin was very good, like a child's. Her skin was as smooth as an egg that had just been peeled off. It was so tender that water could drip out. Lin Lee felt even more uncomfortable and embarrassed by his gaze and touch. She reached out to grab his hand and turned her head away, saying, "It's getting late. Let's go back to Yingluo." She didn't have the chance to finish her sentence because Joo-han didn't allow her to finish at all. He held her face and kissed her directly, not giving Lin Lee a chance to reject him. He was domineering but gentle. Lin Lee's eyes widened in a daze, and it took a while for her to react. Being kissed like this by him, she only felt her face burn up. The melodramatic and embarrassment in her heart made her subconsciously reach out to push him away. Of course, Joo-han wouldn't give her a chance. With one hand on the back of her head and the other on her waist, he deepened the kiss. While he was taking a breath, he didn't forget to press his lips against hers and mumble, "Close your eyes." Lin Lee slowly adapted to his domineering hot kiss from her initial shock. She seemed to have been bewitched by some kind of spell and slowly closed her eyes. Seeing her slowly closing her eyes, Joo-han smiled, but he didn't let go of her. He turned around and hid behind a big tree beside him, imprisoning her between the tree and himself. He focused on kissing her and couldn't help but think, no wonder couples like to come here. This is indeed a good place to do things. On the way back, Lin Lee walked very quickly and hurriedly. She lowered her head and completely ignored Joo-han who was following behind her. On the other hand, Joo-han, who was following behind her, had a faint smile on his face that he used to love. He was obviously in a good mood. "Lin Lee, slow down," Joo-han called out from behind her, trying to stop her. Upon hearing this, Lin Lee really stopped in her tracks. However, she had no intention of stopping. She turned her head and glared at him fiercely, then turned around and prepared to continue walking forward. However, she didn't notice that a couple was just about to pass by her. When she suddenly turned around, she just happened to bump into the boy of the couple. As she was completely caught off guard, Lin Lee felt a little weightless from the impact and kept falling backward. Fortunately, Joo-han, who was behind her, quickly stepped forward and caught her in his arms before she fell. He lowered his head and looked at him with a slight frown, then said in a reproachful tone, "You're already an adult. Can't you even walk?" Lin Lee glanced at him and opened her mouth to refute, but in the end, she turned her head away in a fit of pique and didn't look at him. Joo-han looked at her and raised his head apologetically to the person who bumped into Lin Lee. "I'm sorry, my wife left in a hurry." The couple smiled and shook their heads. It's all right." Before leaving, the boy who bumped into Lin Lee even deliberately looked at Lin Lee and said to Joo-han with an ambiguous smile, "Women need to be coaxed." Joo-han smiled and nodded. "I know." The big boy nodded at Joo-han and said, "Lucky." After the couple left, Joo-han lowered his head and looked at Lin Lee, who was still mumbling in his arms. He smiled and said, "You're still angry." Lin Lee continued to pout and didn't turn her head or speak. Joo-han touched his nose and said, "I'm sorry. It's my fault. I didn't see the situation clearly." "It's your fault," Lin Lee said with a snort. "In that situation, how would I know that there was another couple who was kissing passionately like us behind that tree?" Juhan muttered softly. Upon hearing this, Lin Li turned her head and glared at him angrily for a while. Then, she pushed him away and strode away without looking back. Looking at her back, Juhan shook his head and laughed. He followed her with big steps. 217 Meeting at the hospital. In the morning, she woke up in Juhan's arms. For a moment, Lin Li felt that she and Juhan seemed to really be lovers who had been in love for a long time. So much so that when she woke up, she didn't feel uncomfortable at all to find herself lying naked in his arms. She opened her eyes and lay in Juhan's arms for a while. In order to avoid the awkwardness of their eyes meeting when Juhan woke up later, Lin Li rolled over and prepared to get up. She gently moved his hand away from her waist. Just as she lifted the blanket and was about to get out of bed, his large palm wrapped around her waist again. With a little force, he pulled her directly into his arms. Her back was against his chest, and she could even feel his steady and strong heartbeat. I'm going to get up," Lin Li said softly without turning her head. After waiting for a while, there was no response from behind. There was only a faint and calm breathing. His calm and uneventful breathing made Lin Li suspect that he hadn't woken up at all. Perhaps he had just subconsciously reached out to hold her in his arms in his sleep. As she thought about this, she reached out and placed her hand on his large palm again. Just as she was about to pull it away, she suddenly felt the force on her waist increase. Then, Juhan's large palm under the blanket grabbed her hand directly. A slightly low and sleepy voice came from above her head. She heard him say, "It's the weekend today. Sleep with me for a while." When she heard this, she remembered that he came back in the middle of the night 2 days ago and woke up early the morning before. He should be tired. With this thought in mind, Lin Li no longer resisted and said anything. She just quietly let him hold her as she lay there quietly. Lying on the bed, Lin Li's eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Finally, she slowly fell asleep again. When Lin Li woke up again, Juhan, who was beside her, was already gone. The other half of the bed was also cold without any temperature. She reached out and rubbed her eyes, then grabbed the electronic alarm clock on the bedside table. The time displayed was 12:35 in the afternoon. She didn't expect that she would sleep for more than 4 hours. She rubbed her neck and got up. She took her clothes from the cloakroom and went straight to the bathroom. After changing her clothes and washing up, she went to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator to get something to fill her stomach. After having her breakfast, Lin Li looked at the computer in the study room with nothing to do. She suddenly remembered that her plan to visit Mother Jiyu last night had been interrupted by Juhan's sudden date. She turned off the computer in the bathroom and took a windbreaker from the closet and her bag. She went out and took a taxi to the hospital. When he arrived at the hospital, Anran happened to be there. She was chatting with Mother Jiyu with her big belly. Although Anran was still in her early stages of pregnancy, her belly was already very big because she was pregnant with twins. She was 4 months pregnant, which was like a normal pregnant woman who was 6 or 7 months pregnant. Mother Jiyu's vision was already very blurry. Even if she stood in front of her, she could only see a blurry image and not her face. Looking at Mother Jiyu like this and thinking of her care and concern for her in the past, Lin Li couldn't help but feel a little distressed for her. Anran said that Mother Jiyu's eyes would recover as long as the tumor was removed through surgery, but everyone had to consider the risks of an open skull surgery. After chatting with Mother Jiyu for a while, Mother Jiyu was a little tired, so Lin Li helped her lie down. In order to avoid disturbing Mother Jiyu's rest, she and Anran left the ward and sat on the bench in the corridor outside the ward to chat. Looking at the closed door behind her, Lin Li took Anran's hand and asked worriedly, "What did the doctor say? Do we really have to go for the surgery? Let's not talk about the success rate of the operation. Even if the operation was 100% successful, the old man who had his head opened would have suffered a lot. If we don't open her head, Mom's vision will be completely blinded. If the tumor moves away again, it will directly threaten her life," Anran said. She had been worried about her mother recently, so her face was full of fatigue and haggardness. Lin Li sighed silently in her heart. She pulled her hand over and placed it on her lap. She could only comfort her and say, "Don't worry. Mother Jiyu is such a good person. She'll definitely be fine." They weren't doctors, and they didn't have the power to help Mother Lin recover. They could only pray. Anran nodded. Seeing that Lin Li's expression was a little depressed, she said in a sobbing voice, I know, but Lin Li, I still can't help but worry. What do you think we should do if something really happened to Mom? Bah. Lin Li smacked her lips, looked at Anran, and said seriously, there's no what if. It'll definitely be fine. Don't scare yourself. He reached out and caressed her face. Enzi, even if you don't think for yourself, you should think for my two godsons in your stomach. Didn't those television and newspapers say that pregnant women should not scold when their emotions fluctuate? Your happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy are all related to the two godsons in your stomach. If you keep a sad face all day and make my two godsons look like Juhan in the future, I will be very angry with you. Hearing this, Anran couldn't help but chuckle. She rolled her eyes at her and said, nonsense. If it's a son, he'll definitely look like our Yicheng. Yes, 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 just like your Yicheng. Lin Li deliberately teased her, deliberately dragging out the word Yicheng. Her smile was a little ambiguous, and she bumped her shoulder and said, when the time comes, you'll have a son like your Su Yicheng. It'll be best if he's a little fox, who can go around deceiving other little girls. Look at Su Yicheng. In such a short time, not only did he win over Anran's heart, but he also won over her heart, which had been frozen for 6 years. Now that Anran was here, how could she allow anyone to say anything bad about her husband? Such a brilliant method could make people lose their mind and body unconsciously. What was wrong with such a person calling him a cunning fox? Anran glanced at her and said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, did Yicheng offend you in any way? Why do I feel that you don't like him that much? Lin Li turned around and leaned against the wall, saying lazily, it doesn't matter if he offends me or not. I won't let him off if he makes you sad. She didn't care who he was, whether he was a government official or a farmer. She only cared about whether he could give Anran happiness. Nothing else was important. Looking at Lin Li, Anran's lips curved up. She felt an indescribable feeling of warmth in her heart. She had so many words to say, but she could only use one sentence to express it. Lin Li, thank you. She didn't have many friends, but having someone like Lin Li was enough. She had no more regrets. Lin Li's eyes swept over her, and she said in a bad mood, pretentious. The two of them sat on the bench in the corridor, leaning against the snow-white wall. Even if they didn't speak, they wouldn't feel awkward. However, Anran suddenly thought of something. She turned her head and looked at Lin Li, asking, Lin Li, how are you and Juhan doing? She seemed to have heard her mention Juhan just now, so naturally. Lin Li was stunned and felt a little embarrassed. Her big black eyes rolled around, and in the end, she chose to hide it. She only said, no, nothing. It's just like that. What else can I do? She didn't know if there would be any results between her and Juhan. Although everything seemed to be going well now, who knew what would happen in the future? Instead of letting Anran worry and be sad for her, it was better to choose not to tell her from the beginning. Anran looked at her, and her eyes seemed to have noticed something on her face. She narrowed her eyes slightly and asked tentatively, Lin Li, you're not hiding anything from me, right? Lin Li felt a little guilty, so she opened her eyes and deliberately avoided her gaze. She only smiled and said, I can hide it from anyone but you. It's really fine. We can live in peace without any wars. I don't think so. Anran was still suspicious. When she said Juhan just now, it was too natural. There was no deliberate feeling at all. If she didn't really care about a person, could she say it so naturally? What did you see? Can you even read someone's face? Lin Li laughed and said, don't overthink it. Juhan and I are pretty good like this. It's funny to say that we thought that we had similar experiences, but we actually developed the same tacit understanding in life. You say it's fun, right? Anran looked at her and didn't say anything, as if to confirm the credibility of her words. Seeing that she didn't believe her, Lin Li sighed and asked, Enzi, do you think that with Juhan and I in such a situation, we would really have any expectations for love? Upon hearing this, Anran looked at her and began to feel uncertain again. Yes, she and Juhan had the same experience. Both of them had loved someone who didn't love them for more than 10 years. It wasn't easy to separate from a positive and profound relationship. It wasn't impossible, but it would probably take more time. Lin Li, I don't want to say anything else. Just like how you wish for me to be happy, I also wish for you to be happy. I don't know who can give you happiness, but that person is definitely not Chengshin. So don't close your heart and let yourself miss the past. Try to let others enter your heart, just like me. Looking at her, Anran said this very sincerely. Linley looked at her and had the urge to tell Anran that she was already trying, but in the end, she didn't say it. In the end, she still wasn't confident enough. Not only was she not sure if Juhan could fall in love with her, but she couldn't even guarantee if she could really fall in love with Juhan. Holding Anran's hand, Linley only smiled and nodded. I know. Anran didn't say anything more about the entire topic. The two of them sat in the corridor for a while. When it was almost evening, Linley finally got up and was ready to leave. However, when she walked downstairs and was about to leave the hospital, she passed by the flower bed. The person sitting on the stone chair on the path caught her attention. She saw that he had his hands on his thighs and his head buried in his palms. Linley stepped forward and stood in front of him. She called out softly with uncertainty, Juhan. 218 time is needed. Juhan. Linley looked at him with some uncertainty. Juhan raised his head and was a little surprised to see Linley in front of him. He didn't expect to meet her in the hospital. After confirming that it was him, Linley stepped forward and looked at his tightly furrowed brows and tired face. She couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Are you all right?" Juhan didn't say anything and just looked at her. He seemed to be struggling and suppressing something in his heart. Linley thought back to the news report about Ling Lan. If she didn't remember wrongly, Ling Lan seemed to be staying in the Zhang family's hospital. Thinking about it this way, it made sense. The reason why he was here was probably to see Ling Lan. Suddenly, she didn't know what to say. She could understand how he felt at this moment and understood the struggle in his heart at this moment. After all, it was a relationship of more than 10 years. It was one thing to make the decision to forget and let go, but could he really let go immediately? The answer was, of course, no. After all, he had put in so much emotion at that time. It was not something that could be retracted immediately. Linley really didn't know what she could say at this time. Perhaps she should let him be alone for a while. With that in mind, Linley said, "I'll go back first." With that, he turned around to leave. Linley's hand was caught by Juhan when she turned around. He held her wrist tightly without any intention of letting go. Linley turned around and looked at him. "What's the matter?" Juhan didn't say anything. He just held her hand tightly and stared at her deeply. Linley didn't know what he wanted to do, but she felt an unspeakable uneasiness when he grabbed her like this without saying anything. After a long while, Linley finally couldn't help but say, I know that it takes time to let go of some things." Before Linley could finish her sentence, she was already pulled forward by Juhan. Then, Juhan reached out and wrapped his arms around Linley's waist. He buried his head in Linley's waist and hugged her tightly. His strength wasn't small and it was a little heavy. Being hugged by him like this, Linley took a while to react. She looked down at Juhan, who was holding her waist tightly. She raised her hand and wanted to push him away, but she couldn't bear to see his eyes just now. She didn't know where to put her hand that was raised in the air. In the end, she could only gently pat his shoulder and ask, "Zed Juhan, are you all right?" With his head buried in her waist, Juhan said, "Just let me hug you for a while." Her tone was tense and unnatural. Hearing him say this, Linley didn't say anything more. She only sighed silently and let him hug her like that. She didn't know how long Juhan hugged her like this, but when Linley felt that her legs were starting to go numb and her heels were starting to hurt slightly because of her high heels, Juhan finally let go of her and stood up. He didn't look at her and only said softly, "Let's go." Then, she walked toward the hospital entrance. The sun on the horizon was slowly setting, leaving only a little afterglow reflected in the sky, dyeing the clouds red. A thin breeze blew, and the late autumn evening wind carried a little chill. Linley suddenly felt a chill on her abdomen. She looked down and saw that her shirt was wet. She looked up at the tall figure in front of her and felt a little touched in her heart. She only realized later that it was heartache and reluctance. She opened the door and sat in Juhan's car that was parked at the hospital entrance. Linley reached out to pull the seat belt and fastened it. She sat up straight and habitually turned her head to look out the window. After a while, she still didn't see Juhan start the car and leave. Linley turned her head around in confusion, and when she turned her head, she happened to meet his eyes. It turned out that he had been staring at her all this time. Their eyes met, and Lin-Li couldn't help but be stunned. She subconsciously asked, "What's wrong?" Joo-han looked at her fixedly, just like how he did in the hospital just now. He just looked at her and didn't say anything. "Aren't you leaving?" Lin-Li looked at him and thought for a while before saying, "Should I drive?" Joo-han still didn't say anything and just stared at her. Lin-Li really didn't know what to say or what to say. She could only follow him in silence. The two of them sat in the car like this for a long time. The sky outside gradually darkened, and the beautiful sunset was also replaced by the night sky. Joo-han, who was silent in the car, suddenly opened his mouth and said, "I didn't go up." Eh? He said it without a beginning or an end, and Lin-Li felt a little confused. She didn't quite understand what he meant for a moment and could only look at him in confusion. Joo-han looked at her, turned his head, and said softly, "I didn't go up to see Ling Lan." Before he had come, he had told himself that he was going to see Ling Lan one last time. After this, he would not see her again. He would treat it as a way to end the feelings he had put in for her all these years. However, after coming to the hospital, while waiting for the elevator, he hesitated. He repeatedly asked himself, "Since I've already decided to let go, what's the point of seeing her one last time?" As such, he hesitated and sat on the stone chair by the flower bed in the hospital. He didn't go up until Lin-Li appeared and called him. Lin-Li looked at him for a while before finally saying, "I understand. Some things always need time." She believed that his determination to let go of Ling Lan was real, but she also understood that this process of letting go would take time. It could be long or short. Joo-han didn't say anything more. He started the car and left. Lin-Li didn't say anything more. She glanced at him and turned her head again to look at the scenery that flew past outside the window. The atmosphere in the car was so quiet that it was a little strange. The two of them did not speak again along the way. The car slowly stopped in the underground parking lot of the building. When Lin-Li reached out to open the door and was about to get out, Joo-han, who was at the side, suddenly asked, "Why did you go to the hospital just now? Are you feeling unwell?" Lin-Li, who was holding the doorknob, hesitated for a moment, shook her head, and only said, "No, Anran's mother is in poor health and has been hospitalized, so I went to see her." Upon hearing this, Joo-han nodded in understanding. He didn't ask anything more and directly opened the door to get out of the car. The two of them walked towards the elevator one after another. While waiting for the elevator, Joo-han's phone rang. It was a call from the institution compound. He held the phone and looked at it for a while before finally picking it up. "Hello. Ah-han, are you back from your business trip?" The call was from Mother Joo. The entire environment was too quiet, and there was no sound in the surroundings, so Lin-Li could clearly hear every word that Mother Joo said. "I'm back," Joo-han replied. His voice was neither hot nor cold, neither light nor heavy. It was so calm that there was no fluctuation or wave. On the other end of the phone, Mother Joo paused for a moment and said, "You know what happened to Ling Lan, right? Lin-Li told you that I brought the child here, right?" "Yes," Joo-han replied indifferently, as if he wasn't talking about his own matters. "Ai, why are you?" Mother Joo wanted to say something, but she didn't say it in the end. She only heard a sigh on the other side of the phone and said, "Xiaobin has caught a cold these past 2 days. Since you're back, come over tonight. The child misses you and even calls for him when he's asleep." Joo-han was silent for a while and only said, "I'm not going. I still have some work to do at the company." "Work, work, all you have in your heart and eyes is work. That's your child, your own flesh and blood. Is that not as good as your so-called lousy job?" On the other end of the phone, Mother Joo was a little agitated and said angrily, "Joo-han, when did you become so cold-blooded? I don't know what happened between you and Ling Lan that led to you breaking up, but Xiaobin is still your son. Even if there's something between you and Ling Lan, you shouldn't blame Xiaobin for your unhappiness." Looking at the elevator floor displayed on the wall, Joo-han only said, "I didn't. You don't know it in your heart." Mother Joo hung up the phone after she finished speaking. After hanging up the phone, Joo-han stared at the screen for a long time before finally putting the phone back into his pocket. Ding, ding, ding. The elevator arrived and the passengers inside came out. After the passengers inside all came out one after another, the elevator was left empty for a while. but Juhan and Lin Li didn't go in. The two of them stood at the elevator door for a long time before Lin Li finally said, why don't I go and see the child? No need, Juhan refused and reached out to press the elevator button again. Lin Li looked at him and finally couldn't help but say, Juhan, Xiaobin is your child after all. Hearing that, Juhan turned his head abruptly and said with a little excitement, you don't even know if he's my son or not. Lin Li was stunned. She was a little frightened by his sudden emotions and was speechless for a while. Juhan closed his eyes in pain. His hands were clenched tightly by his sides, as if he was trying to suppress the surging emotions in his heart. After a long while, he opened his eyes and looked at Lin Li. He said softly, you can go up first. After he finished speaking, he walked past Lin Li and headed back to the parking lot. Lin Li watched his back disappear around the corner of the corridor. Finally, she sighed and shook her head, then pressed the elevator button again. Lin Li didn't know if Juhan had gone to the institution compound or somewhere else. She went upstairs alone and thought of driving to the compound to see Xiaobin's situation, but she gave up in the end. In the end, with her current status, she didn't have the right to care about the child or anything else. She sat in the living room and watched TV in boredom. She had no purpose and was just passing the time. Just like that, she half laid on the sofa and fell asleep. Lin Li didn't know how long she had been sleeping on the sofa like this. In her daze, she felt as if she was floating in the air. Her entire body felt light. She lifted her heavy eyelids and seemed to see Juhan's blurry face. 219 cold. Lin Li had caught a cold. Yesterday, she had fallen asleep while lying on the sofa in the living room watching TV. When she woke up in the morning, she was very dizzy and her whole body was in a daze. Her nose was blocked and she almost couldn't breathe. After taking her temperature, 38.5 degrees was a little high. Juhan told her to go to the hospital, but Lin Li insisted that she would be better after taking medicine. Hence, Juhan went to the pharmacy to buy her cold medicine and fever medicine. Lin Li had taken the medicine before. Because it was a Sunday, she didn't have to go to work and didn't have anything particularly important to do, so Lin Li slept at home for the whole day. However, it didn't seem like she was getting better. Achoo achoo achoo, he pulled a napkin from the bedside table and wiped his nose with one hand. He held his phone to his ear with the other hand and nodded repeatedly. Okay, I got it. I've taken some medicine. I should feel better after a good sleep. The call was from Mother Ju. Mother Ju originally wanted to call Lin Li to persuade Juhan to go back to see Xiaobin, but after the call, she found out that Lin Li had also caught a cold and was sick, so she couldn't help but care about her. Don't just take those Western medicine. Later, I'll boil some ginger sugar water and drink it. It'll definitely be good after drinking it. It's much better than those medicine and acupuncture. On the other end of the phone, Mother Ju patiently said, after you drink the ginger sugar water, go to bed and sleep. Cover yourself with more blankets. You'll be fine as long as you sweat more. Lin Li's heart felt warm. She nodded and agreed, I will. I'll go and make some ginger water later. Thank you, Mom. Only those who truly loved you would care about you so much over and over again. It was a very warm feeling. Yeah, why don't I go over later? You young people don't know how to do this. Mother Ju was still a little worried. I promised your parents. I can't let you have any illness or pain. She truly felt that Lin Li was a good child. Her heart ached for her because she had married far away and her parents weren't by her side, so she wanted to take care of her more. Mom, you don't have to pee. Just tell me how to cook it. I know how to. Besides, Xiaobin has a cold now. He still needs you to take care of him, Lin Li declined. On the other side of the phone, Mother Ju was silent for a while. She sighed and said, Xiao Li, actually, I shouldn't be saying these things to you. I know you're a good kid and you're good to Xiaobin, but do you think it's possible that Ahan is especially cold to Xiaobin because he's afraid that you'll be unhappy? After all, you're still newlyweds, and you want more space for yourself. If it's inconvenient for the child to live with you, then let the child stay in the courtyard. There's a chauffeur at home anyway, so it's convenient to pick him up and drop him off from school. Lin Li was stunned for a while before she understood what she meant. She quickly explained, Mom, did I do something wrong to cause you to misunderstand? I've never felt that Xiaobin was a hindrance to us. No, no, you didn't do anything wrong. Your dad and I can tell that you really like Xiaobin. We know that you're very good to him, and we don't blame you. We really don't. Don't think too much. Not wanting to let her daughter-in-law misunderstand, Mother Ju quickly explained, I mean, is it because Arhan wants to dote on you and is afraid that you'll have a grudge, so he deliberately distanced himself from the child? You know, children are always very sensitive. Besides, Xiaobin has been living with Arhan since he was young. Even though Arhan's face is usually cold and sullen, he's still Xiaobin's closest person. The two of them have been living together in the United States for so many years, and Xiaobin is more or less dependent on Arhan. These 2 days, he's been sick from the cold, and when he falls asleep at night, he's still calling out Dad in a daze. My heart aches for this child just by looking at him. As she said this, Mother Ju couldn't help but cry. Lin Li knew Juhan's usual attitude towards children and also remembered that he was still indifferent and unconcerned after receiving the phone call last night and finding out that the child was sick. Not to mention Mother Ju's heartache for her grandson, even she felt bad for Xiaobin. After thinking for a while, she asked, Mom, what can I do? Mother Ju sighed softly and said, Xiao Li, can you help me persuade Juhan when he comes back from work today? Let him take some time to visit Xiaobin. The child really misses him. When Juhan returned home from the company with his briefcase, he heard sneezes coming from the house one after another the moment he opened the door and entered. He frowned slightly and subconsciously muttered softly, didn't that guy take his medicine? Why does it sound like his cold is more serious than this morning? After changing his shoes, he walked straight into the living room and placed the briefcase in his hand on the sofa in the living room. Juhan saw a certain someone in pajamas sneezing in the kitchen with a knife. He didn't know what she was cutting. Achoo 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 achoo. Lin Li raised her hand and rubbed her nose, feeling a little uncomfortable. She didn't notice that someone had come behind her at all. She was focused on cutting the old ginger on the anvil with a knife. Because she was really uncomfortable, she was going to cook the ginger candy water according to Mother Ju's instructions later. She hoped that it would really be as effective as Mother Ju said. What are you doing? Behind her, Juhan suddenly spoke, scaring Lin Li so much that she almost accidentally dropped the knife that was supposed to land on old Jiang onto her finger. She turned her head and looked at Juhan, who had walked behind her, and said, when did you come back? Why aren't you making any sound when you walk? She really didn't hear any movement at all. She raised her hand to look at her watch. Besides, wasn't it a little too early for him to be back at this time? It was only 5 o'clock, not even 6 o'clock. Juhan glanced at her and didn't answer her question immediately. He glanced at the ginger pieces on the anvil and pointed to the ginger pieces that were cut by Lin Li and asked, What are you preparing to do with these? Don't tell me you're going to cook with it. Lin Li rolled her eyes at him. She picked up the ginger slice that she had just cut off and said, Who would use such a big piece of ginger to stir-fry vegetables? His voice was nasal and his expression seemed to be laughing at Juhan's ignorance. Juhan raised his eyebrows, crossed his arms and asked, Then what are you going to do with it? Of course, I'm staying in the ginger sugar water. Lin Li said it matter-of-factly, then turned around to cut a few more slices, thinking that it would be more effective to put more ginger in. Who told you that the ginger sugar water should be cooked with such thick ginger? Juhan asked coldly. Mom. Lin Li said matter-of-factly, but then she felt that she had spoken too quickly and changed her words. Mother Ju. Juhan looked at her and took the knife from her hand. He cut the old jiang into thin slices and said, You cut it into such big pieces, aren't you afraid of being burnt to death? No, don't you need to cut a bigger piece for it to be effective? Lin Li asked, puzzled. Juhan didn't turn around and just asked coldly, May I ask which teacher taught you this? Don't tell me it's my mom. I've been drinking the ginger sugar water that I made for her for so many years, but I've never seen the thing you cut in the bowl before. Lin Li pouted and didn't refute. Mother Ju really didn't say how much ginger should be cut. She was the one who wanted it. You haven't been in the kitchen much, have you? Juhan asked casually as he sliced the ginger into thin strips. Lin Li was stunned. Thinking back, she really hadn't been in the kitchen much. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but that she didn't have the chance. Before she went to university, she was her parents' and after she went to university, she had Chengshin. There really wasn't much chance for her to learn how to cook. The shredded ginger was placed into the pot, and after adding some water and brown sugar, he turned on the fire and covered the pot. When Juhan was done, he turned his head and saw Lin Li standing there in a daze. She reached out to touch her forehead. Her hands were a little cold because she had just washed them. Lin Li couldn't help but shiver all over. Only then did she come back to her senses and realize that she had been a little distracted. He looked at Juhan and asked, what are you doing? She reached out to pull his hand. Before Lin Li reached out to pull his hand down, Juhan directly grabbed her hand and held it in his palm. His other hand was placed on her forehead to feel her temperature. After touching her for a while, he retracted his hand and placed it on his forehead again. Frowning, he asked, "Why is it still so hot? Didn't you take the medicine we bought this morning?" Lin Li subconsciously shook her head, but then she nodded vigorously and said, I've eaten everything. You're still running a fever. No, I'll accompany you to the hospital. Juhan furrowed his brows tightly. The reason why he came back earlier today was because he was worried about her. As expected, her fever had not subsided. Lin Li shook her head and refused. No need to poop. It's just a cold. Mother Ju said that I will be better after drinking this. I will go to sleep immediately after drinking it. Juhan frowned and stared at her for a while before saying, Go back to your room, I'll bring it to you when it's ready. She didn't know if it was because she had been lying in bed for too long today or because she had a cold and fever, but she did feel a little cold standing there in her pajamas for a long time. She didn't reject him again and turned around to go back to her room. When Juhan entered the bedroom with the boiled ginger syrup, Lin Li was sitting on the bed, thinking about something. He handed her the syrup, and Lin Li came back to her senses. She nodded and thanked him, then reached out to take it and scooped a spoonful of it into her mouth. Be careful of Yingluo. Before Juhan could say the word burn, Lin Li was already covering her mouth from the heat. Her expression was one of pain. Juhan quickly took the bowl from her hands, afraid that she would spill it all on the bed. With a serious expression, he reproached, Why are you acting like a child? It's so hot, yet you still put it in your mouth. Lin Li covered her face and said, How would I know? You didn't even remind me. Juhan rolled his eyes at her and placed the bowl on the bedside table. Then, he stood up and left the room. 220 Xiao Bin's life experience. When Juhan returned to the room, he was holding a cup of water in his hand. He handed the cup to Lin Li and said, Gargle with cold water. It'll be better. Lin Li covered her mouth. Her tongue was still burning. She took the cold water from his hand and took a big gulp. Only then did she feel better. She wanted to drink more, but the glass in her hand was already taken by Juhan. She heard Juhan say, You've caught a cold, so don't drink so much cold water. As he spoke, he put the cup on the bedside table, then took the bowl of ginger syrup and blew it lightly. Then, he used the spoon to scoop it up and taste it. After making sure that the temperature wouldn't burn his mouth, he handed the bowl back to Lin Li and said, Drink it. It's not hot anymore. If you drink it late, you can have a good sleep. Lin Li reached out and took it. She nodded and said in a low voice, Thank you. After that, she brought the bowl to her mouth. With the painful lesson from before, Lin Li was especially careful this time. She first took a small sip to make sure the temperature was right, then drank it in big gulps. However, she still miscalculated. She couldn't get used to the spiciness and smell of the ginger sauce. She gritted her teeth and squinted her eyes as she said, Why is it so spicy? Juhan looked at her colorful expression and couldn't help but smile. Although it was spicy, Lin Li still finished the entire bowl of ginger tea in the end. Juhan took the empty bowl from her and helped her lie down as he said, Lie down and close your eyes for a nap. You'll feel better if you sweat more. Lin Li laid down on the pillow, but she didn't close her eyes as Juhan said. She opened her eyes and looked at him bending over to cover her with the quilt. She suddenly realized that under his cold appearance, there was actually a very gentle and soft heart. As if he had noticed her gaze, Juhan stopped what he was doing and turned his eyes to meet Lin Li's. Time seemed to have stopped in an instant. Lin Li just looked at him like that. She was very straightforward and didn't hide it at all. Juhan also looked back at her with a firm and deep gaze. What are you looking at? Juhan's deep and magnetic voice rang out above Lin Li. As he spoke, his warm breath directly sprayed on Lin Li's face, so hot that it seemed to have a kind of mist. Only then did Lin Li come back to her senses. Her eyes were fixed on him, and her gaze didn't move away because of awkwardness. She remembered the phone call from Mother Ju earlier and slowly said, "You clearly have a very soft and gentle heart. Why are you so cold and heartless to Xiao Bin?" Juhan's eyes suddenly turned cold, and the way he stared at Lin Li was no longer as gentle as before. He stood up and no longer looked at her. With his back facing Lin Li, he said coldly, "You should rest." Her voice was stiff and without a hint of gentleness. As she spoke, she walked towards the door. Seeing that he was about to leave, Lin Li quickly sat up from the bed and looked at Juhan, who was about to walk to the door. She quickly said, "Are you trying to escape? He's just a child, and he's your son. Don't you think you're too much to treat him like this?" Lin Li spoke very quickly, her tone a little urgent. Juhan stopped in his tracks. He didn't look back or say anything. Seeing him stop, Lin Li continued, "Mother Ju called in the afternoon and said that Xiao Bin called you when he was in a daze from his fever. He just wanted you to go and see him. Why are you so cold to him? He's your son, isn't he?" Juhan still didn't turn around and said with some pain, "You don't know anything." "Yes, I don't know anything. I don't know what happened between you and Ling Lan. I only know that you've gone too far by treating Xiao Bin like this. What right do you have to shift all your hatred towards Ling Lan onto him?" Lin Li criticized. Her voice was nasal and slightly hoarse because of the cold. He. Juhan suddenly laughed. His voice was low and had a hint of self-mockery. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Li looked at him in confusion. Juhan stopped laughing, but he didn't turn around. He said coldly, "Xiao Bin is not my son." Lin Li was stunned. What did she just hear wrong? Juhan said that Xiao Bin wasn't his son. When Lin Li regained her senses and looked up again, Juhan had already opened the door and left. Lin Li stared at the half-open door and still couldn't believe what Juhan had just said. He said that Xiao Bin wasn't his son, so whose son could it be? Thinking of this, Lin Li lifted the quilt and wanted to get out of bed to ask, but when the man walked to the door, she stopped and hesitated while holding the door handle. If it was really as Juhan said, that Xiao Bin wasn't his child, then Xiao Bin could be Ling Lan's child with someone else. So, did he divorce Ling Lan because of Ling Lan's betrayal? So the reason why he had been treating the child so coldly was not simply because the conflict between him and Ling Lan had shifted to the child, but because looking at the child made him think of Lin Li's betrayal and disloyalty to him. In the end, Lin Li didn't open the door and go out, because she didn't know what she could say or ask even if she went out. If Xiao Bin was really the child of Ling Lan's affair, then what else could she ask Juhan to do? What qualifications did he have? Lying back on the bed, she turned her head to look at the bowl and cup on the bedside table that she had forgotten to take away. Lin Li thought of Juhan's attentiveness when he was blowing the ginger syrup with the bowl in his hand just now, and also thought of his gentleness and consideration when he tucked her in just now. She didn't know how Juhan knew that Xiao Bin wasn't his biological child, nor did she know that he decided to keep the child after the divorce with the same feelings as us. However, she thought that he was actually just a cold-looking person on the outside, but he had a very soft heart. The A4 paper printed information was scattered all over the floor of the study room. Juhan looked up and sat on the brown and black leather swivel chair behind the office desk. The buttons of his shirt collar were undone, and his hair was slightly messy. The scenes in the hospital flashed through his mind, and the doctor told him that Xiao Bin was not related to him by blood. He opened his eyes and clenched his fists tightly. Juhan forced himself not to think about it, but his thoughts seemed to be out of his control. The more he didn't think about it, the more they appeared. When he received the call from the nanny, Juhan was hosting a cooperation meeting that involved tens of millions of dollars. When he heard the secretary say in his ear that the nanny at home called and said that Xiao Bin insisted on looking for his mother after school, he ran away by himself while the nanny wasn't paying attention. However, he was accidentally hit by an oncoming truck and bled a lot on the spot. Now, he was already sent to the hospital. Upon hearing the news, Juhan didn't have time to think about it, let alone the crucial cooperation plan. He answered the phone and rushed to the hospital after giving a few hasty instructions. When he arrived at the hospital, only the middle-aged black nanny was waiting outside the operating room. She looked panicked and paced back and forth in front of the operating room. "What's the situation?" Joo-han stepped forward and asked anxiously. "Sophia, how's the situation?" When Sophia saw him, she hurriedly explained, "Sir, I didn't do it on purpose. Xiao Bin ran so fast that I didn't even have time to react before he rushed out. I really didn't do it on purpose. Please don't fire me." She was afraid that Joo-han would blame this on her and lose her job. "I'm asking you, how is Xiao Bin's condition?" Joo-han shouted angrily. "If anything happens to Xiao Bin, what do I still need you for?" After being yelled at by Joo-han, the black nanny was so scared that she couldn't speak. She looked scared and could only shake her head. Joo-han looked at her and punched the hospital wall. After calming down, Joo-han took out his phone and was about to call Ling Lan. Although he had divorced Ling Lan, Xiao Bin was still their child. Ling Lan was still the child's mother, so she should have the right to know about the child's situation. Only then did he take out his phone and pull up Ling Lan's number. Just as he was about to call her, the door to the operating room that had been tightly shut suddenly opened. A golden-haired nurse wearing a mask came out and asked, "Who's the family of the child inside?" "The child is suffering from massive bleeding. The blood bank in the hospital may not have enough blood. Family members should be prepared for a blood transfusion at any time." Upon hearing this, Joo-han didn't have time to think about it. He quickly went forward and said to the nurse, I am the child's father." The nurse glanced at him and nodded. She only said, "Come with me." Then, she ran over with Joo-han. When Joo-han finished a few tests and rolled up his sleeves to give the child a blood transfusion, the nurse came in with a frown. She looked at Joo-han and said, "Your blood type is different from the child's. You're type A while the child is type B. We can't use your blood. Is the child's mother here? It's best to let her do it." "What did you just say?" Joo-han stood up from the chair and grabbed the nurse's shoulder. "Are you mistaken? How could he be type B? He's my son. How could he have a different blood type?" The nurse explained, "Calm down. The child's blood type is from his parents, but not necessarily from his father. He might also be from his mother, so his blood type might not be the same as yours because he might have inherited it from your wife. So, the most important thing now is to contact your wife. If there isn't enough blood during the operation, your child's life will be in danger." "Impossible. My wife's blood type is the same as mine, type A. You must have made a mistake. My son can't be type B." Joo-han was very emotional. He had the same blood type as Ling Lan, so how could Xiao Bin be type B? The nurse was stunned when she heard what he said. She frowned and asked, "The child isn't your biological child?" 221 A Passionate Kiss. When Lin Li woke up the next day, it was already bright outside. Perhaps the ginger tea from yesterday had really taken effect, as she felt much more comfortable. Her head wasn't as heavy as before, and her nose was clear. She turned her head and looked to the side out of habit. The bed on the right was flat and there was no trace of anyone sleeping on it. She thought that Joo-han didn't go back to his room last night. She got up, changed her clothes, and washed up before going out. The entire living room was empty. Just as she was guessing that Joo-han might have already gone out, a soft sound came from the study. Lin Li heard the sound and walked over to the study. She pushed open the door that was left ajar and saw Joo-han squatting on the ground and sorting out information. The large desk was scattered with information and documents that he threw out last night when he lost his temper. On the other hand, Joo-han looked like he really didn't sleep the whole night. He looked tired and had dark circles under his eyes. His clothes were wrinkled and his hair was messy. Joo-han, who was on the ground, looked up and glanced at Lin Li. He didn't say anything and continued to sort out the A4 papers. Because he had smashed them all last night, a lot of information had fallen out of the folder. Many documents were mixed together, so it was very difficult to sort them out. Lin Li looked at him and didn't say anything. She just squatted down and helped him organize the information. Fortunately, she had organized these documents for him before, so he had an impression of them after sorting them out. The two of them were silently sorting out the scattered materials on the floor. The only sound in the study was the sound of paper rubbing against paper. The atmosphere was so quiet that it was a little strange. After putting the last piece of paper into the folder, Lin Li picked up the folder and handed it to him. "Here you go." Joo-han reached out and took it. He nodded and didn't look at her. Looking at him, Lin Li sighed silently in her heart and said, "Go wash your face and change your clothes." Ju-han still didn't say anything. However, after putting the documents in his hands on the desk, he left the study and went directly to the master bedroom. Lin Li couldn't tell what she was feeling at the moment, but she thought that she must be feeling a little worse. After Ju-han washed up and changed his clothes in the room, he opened the door and smelled the fragrance of food. He looked up and saw Lin Li coming out of the kitchen with 2 glasses of milk. She happened to see him and smiled at him. "Breakfast is ready, come and eat." Ju-han stood on the spot and looked at Lin Li for a long time. He didn't move or speak. Lin Lijiang had already laid out the utensils and looked up to see that he had not come over. He was just standing there and looking at her in a daze. She couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Ju-han still didn't say anything and just looked at her. Lin Li was a little embarrassed by his stare. She subconsciously reached out to touch her face and asked, "Is there something on my face?" Ju-han was still silent as he looked at Lin Li. No one knew what he was looking at. Lin Li was puzzled. She put down the tableware in her hand and walked over to him. She stood in front of Ju-han and looked into his eyes. "What are you looking at?" Ju-han didn't say anything. He raised his hand to hold her face and leaned over to kiss her. He held her face and closed his eyes as he kissed her very seriously. Lin Li was completely stunned. Her eyes widened, and she forgot how to react for a moment. She only came over to ask him what he was looking at. Before Lin Li could react, Ju-han's warm tongue had already slipped into her mouth, sweeping through all her senses and deepening the kiss. In fact, Lin Li didn't hate his kiss. If she really wanted to refuse, she could have pushed him away. He didn't hug her with much strength, so she could have pushed him away. However, Lin Li didn't. After the shock, she slowly raised her hands that were originally hanging by her sides. She didn't push him away, but reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck, opening her mouth to respond to his hot kiss. The two of them hugged and kissed for a long time until Lin Li was a little breathless from Ju-han's kiss. Only then did Ju-han let go of her to let her catch her breath. However, a certain someone didn't seem to intend to end it just like that. After the two of them had taken a breath, they leaned down and kissed again. This time, Ju-han's kiss was more eager and overbearing than before. It was so passionate that Lin Li couldn't resist it. By the time she reacted, Ju-han's hand had already reached into her clothes and was caressing her smooth back. His big palm carried a hot temperature, and wherever it went, Lin Li couldn't help but tremble slightly. Ju-han's big palm burned Lin Li's skin and woke her up. When the back of his hand slowly moved to her chest, Lin Li reached out and held his big hand in time. Her hand was between the two of them, and her big eyes were misty as she looked at him. Her breath was a little rushed and light because of the hot kiss just now. Of course, Ju-han was no exception, and his chest was also rising and falling slightly. After a while, Lin Li finally caught her breath. She looked at Ju-han and said in a slightly hoarse voice, Let's go and have breakfast. Otherwise, it'll be late at the office." Ju-han stared at her and reached out to caress her face. He lowered his head and kissed her a few times. After a while, he helped her tidy up her clothes and held her hand to walk to the dining table. The two of them put the breakfast on the table to dry for a while. When they brought it over to eat, it was already a little cold. As for the milk that Lin Li had heated up, it was only a little warm now. Throughout this breakfast, Lin Li's face was red almost the entire time. She only cared about burying her head in her food. She didn't even touch the glass of milk placed at the side. After breakfast, the two of them went to the company together. It seemed that from the moment the two decided to try to continue, Lin Li rarely drove her red Audi. She was basically with Ju-han. In assistant's words, they went out in pairs and were inseparable. Along the way, the two of them only had a simple conversation, but they tacitly avoided questions about Xiaobin. Before leaving the parking lot, Lin Li even thoughtfully fixed Ju-han's slightly crooked tie. This scene happened to be seen by Secretary Zhu, who overslept because of Monday syndrome this morning. She looked at the two of them and smiled a little ambiguously. Lin Li wasn't used to it and turned her head away with a blush, pretending not to see Assistant Zhu's ambiguous expression. However, it was too early for someone to be happy. Before Special Assistant Zhu got out of the elevator, Ju-han, who had been silent, suddenly said, "Special Assistant Zhu, the company's business has been a little busy recently, so the annual leave you mentioned before has been cancelled temporarily. Special Assistant Zhu, who was about to step out of the elevator, was suddenly stunned. But I've already booked the plane ticket, the hotel, and the holiday. He was planning to take advantage of this New Year's holiday to propose to his dear girlfriend. Juhan's eyes swept across him and asked, "Is your vacation more important than the company's business?" Assistant Zhu's mouth twitched as he laughed dryly. "Of course it's the business that's more important, the business is more important." Juhan seemed to be satisfied with his answer. He nodded and said, "You may leave." Special Assistant Zhu was obviously still not willing to give up. In his last attempt, he said, "General Manager, I don't think there's any urgent business that needs to be dealt with immediately, right?" He had valued this period of free time, so he had thought of transferring his annual leave over. Juhan raised his eyebrows. He looked at him and asked, "You mean that our company's business has been so bad recently that you have nothing to do? You can be late for work and take annual leave?" Hearing this, Assistant Zhu broke into a sweat and quickly put on a smile. No, I'll go to work right away. I'll leave immediately." As he said that, he hurriedly turned around and ran towards the office. He was afraid that Juhan would say something even more subservient later. By then, he probably wouldn't even be able to get his bonus this month, let alone his annual leave. The elevator door closed again, and Lin Li tilted her head to look at the man in the elevator. She only realized now that he was actually a two-faced person. Look at how he had scared Assistant Zhu just now, and he almost rolled and crawled away. Noticing her gaze, Juhan turned his head and looked into the corner of her eyes. His face still had his usual cold expression as he asked, "What are you looking at?" Lin Li retracted her gaze and shook her head. She didn't say anything, but the smile at the corner of her mouth deepened. Juhan didn't ask much. When the elevator arrived, he walked out first and headed to the office. Sitting in front of her desk, Lin Li habitually turned on her computer and stayed in her email to confirm that there were no urgent documents. Then, she took the day's calendar and browsed through it. She roughly grasped Juhan's schedule and meeting arrangements for the day. After dealing with these basic work, Lin Li went to the tea room to pour herself a cup of water, then made a cup of black coffee for Juhan. When she returned to her seat and sat down, Lin Li felt at ease and peacefully browsed the web and forums with a mug in her hand. As soon as he clicked on the forum's front page, he was attracted by the name at the top of the page. It was the name of Xiaobin's mother, Juhan's ex-wife, Ling Lan. At first, he thought it was about the incident with the nude photos, but when he saw it clearly, he realized that it was the latest news from yesterday. Although it was also related to Su Yicheng, this time, it wasn't about the scandal with the nude photos. It was about Ling Lan kidnapping a pregnant woman in the hospital yesterday afternoon, and that pregnant woman was none other than Anran, the wife of Su Yicheng, the deputy mayor of the city council. Lin Li's eyes widened in shock. The photo was provided by a netizen who had been at the scene yesterday. In the photo, Ling Lan was holding a knife and pointing it at Anran's protruding stomach with a ferocious expression. Just looking at it would make one's heart beat faster. After hastily pulling it down and making sure that Anran was fine and that Ling Lan had been subdued, Lin Li's anxious heart finally settled down. Just as she took out her phone and was about to call Anran, she suddenly thought of Juhan in the office. She wasn't sure if he had also seen the news and was a little worried. Lin Li didn't think too much about it, stood up, and walked towards the office. She didn't even bother to knock on the door. Lin Li pushed the door open and went in directly, only to see Juhan drinking coffee and looking up at her. Have you seen the news on the internet?" 222 The arrival of Mother Ju. Have you seen the news on the internet?" Lin Li asked very carefully observing his expression. Juhan was stunned for a moment. A hint of pain flashed in his eyes, but it was so fast that no one could detect it. He put down the coffee in his hand and picked up the documents on the table again. He only said, "Are you referring to the incident where Ling Lan held Gu Anran hostage with a knife?" His voice was very flat, so flat that there was no fluctuation at all, as if he was talking about someone else and had nothing to do with him. Lin Li was stunned. She was a little surprised that he already knew, but what was even more surprising was that he could speak so calmly. Didn't he still not let go of Ling Lan? You really? Lin Li wanted to ask him if he really didn't feel anything, but the words were at the tip of her tongue. She didn't know how to start at all. Juhan raised his head, looked at her, and asked, "I what?" Linley opened her mouth to speak, but in the end, she swallowed her words and shook her head, only saying, "It's nothing." Then, she turned around and left his office. Juhan watched as her figure disappeared behind the door. He put down the documents in his hand and leaned back in his chair. Of course, he knew what Linley wanted to ask. Actually, he had already seen the news before he came to work this morning. At first, he was shocked when he saw it, but after the shock, he was calm. With Ling Lan's personality, he wasn't surprised that she would do such a thing. Everything that she was in now could be said to be caused by herself. Perhaps this was the best outcome for Ling Lan. She should be responsible for what she had done. After leaning against the back of the chair for a while, Juhan sat up straight again and continued to read the documents. Outside, Linley called Anran. After confirming that she was fine, she finally felt at ease. She sat in front of the computer for a long time, looking at the photos and text. The more she looked at them, the more worried Linley became. Thinking about it, she finally decided to take a look for herself. She got up and went to Juhan's office to take a leave of absence. She didn't expect Juhan to think for a while after listening to her. He kept the documents on the table, looked at her, and said, "I'll go with you." Linley was a little surprised that Juhan would go with her. She had heard from Anran and Mother Ju that he and Suyi Cheng were friends at first, but in the end, the two seemed to have fallen out because of Ling Lan. While Linley was still in a daze, Juhan had already stood up and walked out from behind the desk with his briefcase. He said to her, "Let's go," he said. Linley came back to her senses and nodded. She only said, "Oh." When she arrived at Anran's house, she was pulled directly into the master bedroom by Anran. Anran asked her mysteriously how things were going with Juhan. In fact, there were a few times when she wanted to say it out loud, but in the end, she held back. She could say that she was timid or that she was pretentious, but she just didn't want Anran to worry and feel sad for her if she really didn't get together with Juhan in the future. Linley didn't know what Juhan had talked about with Suyi Cheng in the living room this time. When she and Anran came out of the room again, Juhan had already left, and only Suyi Cheng was sitting on the sofa in the living room, flipping through the documents on the low table with one hand. Juhan didn't wait for her and left directly. Linley was a little surprised, but Juhan's early departure seemed to make Anran believe that there was nothing between her and Juhan. She pulled her aside and said a few more words before letting her leave. After getting out of the elevator, she wanted to take a taxi back to the company. When she looked up, she saw Juhan's black Cayenne parked at the entrance of the building. The window was rolled down, and at this moment, he was sitting in the car and seemed to be thinking about something. Linley stepped forward and knocked on the door frame. When he turned around, she asked, "I didn't leave." Juhan looked at her and only said, "I'll wait for you." Perhaps Linley didn't even notice it herself, but when she heard him say that he was waiting for her, the corners of her mouth curled up into a faint smile. It wasn't obvious. It was very faint, but there was still a smile. "Get in the car." Linley nodded and only responded softly, "Yes." He went around the front of the car and opened the door from the other side to get into the passenger seat. In the evening, when Juhan and Linley came back from work and had dinner outside, the lights were actually on when they opened the door and entered the house. "I clearly remember that the lights were off when I left this morning," Linley murmured in doubt. Juhan placed the briefcase in his hand on the cabinet at the side and bent down to take out the indoor slippers from the shoe cabinet. When he opened the shoe cabinet, he saw a pair of big shoes and a pair of small shoes on the lowest floor. "Mom and Xiaoban are here," she said as she changed into her slippers. Linley was stunned. She lowered her head and saw the shoes on the shoe cabinet. She changed her shoes and quickly said, "I'll go take a look." Then, she ran to Xiaobin's room in a hurry. She gently knocked on the door and didn't hear a response. Linley quietly pushed the door open and went in. She saw that the little guy was already lying on the bed and sleeping. Mother Ju was gently patting his back and humming something. Linley wanted to speak, but was stopped by Mother Ju. She saw Mother Ju put her hand to her mouth and made a shushing gesture, indicating that Linley should not speak. Linley quickly nodded and walked to the side of the bed with lighter footsteps. The little guy was lying down with his eyes closed. There was a cooling patch on his forehead, and his eyelids were slightly trembling. It was obvious that he wasn't in a deep sleep. His little face was still red because of his high fever. "Mom, how is it? Has the temperature not gone down yet?" he asked. Linley looked at the child and asked Mother Ju in a low voice. Mother Ju replied softly, "It's better than yesterday, but I still have a high fever." Looking at her grandson, Mother Ju's face was full of heartache and reluctance. Afraid of disturbing the child, Linley didn't say anything more. She reached out and gently touched his head. Ju-han also pushed the door open from outside. The suit he had worn the whole day had been taken off, and he was only wearing a white shirt at the moment with his sleeves rolled up to his elbows. When Mother Ju saw him, she glanced at him. Her eyes were as sharp as a knife, and she could cut you with one knife. Ju-han only glanced away and pretended not to see anything. He walked straight to Linley's side and stood at the head of the bed to look at the child. After looking at him for a long time, he didn't say a word or reach out to touch him. Then, he turned around and left the room. Seeing that he was leaving, Mother Ju quickly got off the bed, put on her shoes, and hurriedly followed him out. Linley was worried that the two of them would get into a conflict. She looked at the child and confirmed that the little guy was sleeping soundly. After his breathing had slowly stabilized, she quickly turned around and left the room, closing the door with her hand. Linley didn't see anyone in the living room. She only heard a voice coming from the study. She couldn't care about anything else and quickly walked over to the study. The door of the study was left ajar. This time, Mother Ju was really a little angry. Her voice was a little high. "I asked you to come back to see the child, but you pushed yourself to do your own work. Well, I'm back with the child now. Can't you just look at him in the eye?" Ju-han didn't say anything. He stood by the window with his back facing his mother. Regarding Ju-han's treatment of Xiaobin, Mother Ju was really angry. She said emotionally, "What are you trying to do now? You're not even willing to come and see your child when he's having a fever. Was this how your father and I treated you back then? Why are you treating Xiaobin like this now?" Ju-han still didn't say anything. He stood straight at the window and stared outside. "No matter how unhappy you are with Ling Lan, Xiaobin is still your son. You gave birth to him, so you have the responsibility to take care of him." Mother Ju pointed, her emotions a little agitated. At the door, Linley looked at Ju-han worriedly. She saw his hands that were originally hanging by his sides clenched tightly when Mother Ju said that Xiaobin was his son. Linley looked at him steadily and was really worried for him in her heart. She was afraid that he couldn't help but say that Xiaobin wasn't his son. However, Ju-han's self-control was obviously very good. Linley didn't know when he found out about this matter, but thinking about it, it definitely wasn't a short time. She also didn't know what kind of mood he was in when he took care of the child, but she knew that it must have been difficult. The study room suddenly fell into silence. Mother Ju didn't speak again, and Ju-han didn't speak either. Linley, who was standing at the door, didn't know whether she should go in or not. She stood at the door in a daze and couldn't decide. After a while, Mother Ju said again, "Ju-han, tell me, are you treating Xiaobin like this because of Linley?" Linley, who was at the door, heard this and was about to explain when she heard Ju-han say, "It has nothing to do with Linley. Don't think too much." Mother Ju came forward and pulled him over angrily. She looked into his eyes and said, "So you're doing this to Xiaobin because of Ling Lan?" Ju-han pursed his lips and stopped talking. "Is it really because of her?" Mother Ju was a little angry and said, "A woman like Ling Lan is not worth it. Wasn't it enough for you to give up your brotherhood and your parents for her? Now that you've broken up, why do you still want to drag in your father-son relationship with Xiaobin? Also, don't you know that you still have Linley by your side? Do you still think that Ling Lan is doing Linley a favor? You're letting down Linley's parents who entrusted their daughter to you." Ju-han closed his eyes in pain and turned his head away. However, the moment he turned his head, he happened to meet Linley, who was standing outside the door, and his eyes were fixed on her. Mother Ju still wanted to say something, but she suddenly realized that there was something wrong with his eyes. She followed his gaze and looked over. Only then did Mother Ju notice Linley standing at the door. Her face suddenly changed, as if she was afraid that she would hear something and misunderstand something. The corner of her mouth twitched as she placed her hand on Ju-han's clothes and said to Linley, "Xiaoli, when did Xiaoli come?" Linley was also a little passive and awkwardly pursed her lips. She laughed dryly and said, "I just came." He walked over to her and said, "Mom, stay over tonight. I'll tidy up your room later." Mother Ju nodded and said with a smile, all right. That smile was so awkward that it was a little stiff. Lin Li smiled and turned to look at Juhan. Then, she pulled Mother Ju and left the study room together. 223057 Little Fellow. In the end, Mother Ju didn't go to the guest room that Lin Li had prepared to rest because she was still a little worried about her grandson. She was worried that if his temperature rose again in the middle of the night, something would happen if there was no one around. The next morning, when Juhan woke up and went to his small room to see him, the little guy was still asleep. He stood at the head of the bed and watched for a while before leaving the room under Mother Ju's stern gaze. He took his breakfast and went to the company without eating. Lin Li didn't go out with him. Last night, she told him that she wouldn't be going to the company today and would stay to take care of the child. Juhan was silent for a long time. In the end, although he still didn't say anything, he nodded in agreement. Fortunately, the little guy slept very well that night, and his temperature didn't rise as he had expected. When he woke up in the morning, Lin Li took his temperature and legs. The fever had gone down, but he still coughed a little and spoke a little hoarsely. Mother Ju didn't dare to take it lightly and still gave him the medicine prescribed by the doctor to drink with water. Mother Ju went to the supermarket downstairs to buy groceries, while Lin Li stayed at home with the child. When Lin Li came out of the room, she saw the little guy standing alone at the door of the study. Looking at the empty study, there was a look of disappointment on his face. Lin Li knew that the little guy was missing Juhan. They hadn't seen each other for a few days. Sometimes, blood ties were like this. Although Juhan had never treated him well and always had a cold face, of course, it was not Juhan's fault for not treating him well. If it was anyone else who faced such a situation every day, it was impossible for them to smile at their child without any estrangement in their heart. However, Xiaobin did not know that he had always thought that Juhan was his father. Even though his father always treated him coldly, in his mind, no matter how fierce Juhan was, he was still his family. It was just like how he would still miss Ling Lan even though Ling Lan abused him every time. This was because Ling Lan was not just anyone, she was his mother. Lin Li's heart ached for this child. She bent down and reached out to touch his head. "Xiaobin, Daddy went to work and will only be back at night." The little guy turned to look at her. Without saying a word, he went straight to the living room. Lin Li looked at his back, and there was an unspeakable heartache in her heart for him and Juhan. Sighing helplessly, Lin Li followed him to the living room. She saw the little guy hugging a pillow and curled up on one side of the sofa. There was no expression on his little face. If Juhan hadn't said that the child wasn't his child, he definitely wouldn't have suspected it. It wasn't that they looked similar, but just based on personality, perhaps they had lived together for a long time, and he really resembled Juhan a little. Lin Li sat down beside him with a gentle smile on her face. She reached out and touched his head, asking softly, "Xiaobin, do you want to watch TV? Auntie will turn it on for you, okay?" The little guy turned to look at her and stared at her. He did not say okay or no. Seeing that he was silent, Lin Li could only take it as an agreement. She took the remote control from the low table, pressed a button to turn on the TV, and switched it to the children's channel, which was now playing an animated film. She turned to look at the little guy with a smile, only to see that he was still staring at her in the same posture as before, without any intention of turning to look at the TV. Lin Li was startled. She reached out and touched his head, asking, "What's wrong? You don't like to watch TV?" The little fellow still didn't answer. He just stared at her with his big, black eyes. Seeing him like this, Lin Li couldn't help but worry if he was feeling unwell again. She hurriedly asked, "Are you feeling uncomfortable again?" As she spoke, she placed her hand on his forehead to test his temperature. She touched his forehead and felt his temperature. It was normal. She looked at him and said patiently, "Xiaobin, tell Auntie, are you feeling unwell?" Xiaobin looked at her for a while and asked in a low voice, "Auntie, do you and Dad have a little sister?" Looking at him, Lin Li was stunned. She thought that he was not feeling well, but she didn't expect him to ask this. After being stunned for a while, Lin Li looked at him and asked softly, "Xiaobin, why are you asking this?" The little guy looked at her, and his big black eyes suddenly became a little misty. He looked at Linley and asked, "Does Daddy not want me anymore?" "No, why would I?" Seeing that he was about to cry, Linley hurriedly explained, "Dad didn't abandon you. Why would he abandon Xiaobin?" As he spoke, he pulled the little guy into his arms and patted his back gently. "Daddy has been busy with work recently, so I didn't have time to pick Xiaobin up or visit him. I didn't say that I didn't want Xiaobin, really." In her arms, the little guy said softly, "Daddy doesn't like me." Linley's heart trembled. It was said that a child's heart was the most fragile. Although Xiaobin was young, such a family environment gave him a mature character. He naturally knew how Juhan treated him, so he didn't need others to explain whether he liked or not. He already had an answer in his heart. Linley didn't know what to say at all. Just as she was trying her best to organize her words to comfort him, the little guy opened his mouth again and asked, "Auntie, are you and Dad going to have a little sister soon? Is that why you don't want me anymore?" As he spoke, his voice was already filled with a strong sobbing tone. "No, no." Linley's heart ached for him. She ached for his maturity and his sensitivity, but she didn't know how to comfort him, how to tell him that things weren't like that, and how to protect him from harm. She was helpless and did not know what to do. Leaning in Linley's arms, Xiaobin said softly, "I heard Grandma's phone call to Dad last time. His grandmother had asked his father to visit him, but his father was not willing to come. He knew that his father had never liked him. Last time, his grandmother had told the auntie that she wanted a little sister. So, did his father decide not to want him because he already had a little sister and didn't like him to begin with?" As she thought about it, tears the size of bins fell from her eyes and she said with a sobbing tone, "Auntie, I'll be very obedient in the future. I won't make you angry or unhappy. Auntie, can you ask Dad not to abandon me? Don't abandon me, don't abandon me." As he spoke, his hand tightly clutched Linley's clothes around her waist. Xiaobin, seeing him like this, Linley's heart ached. She hugged him even tighter and lowered her head to kiss his head, trying not to cry. She could only whisper in his ear, "It's not that Auntie and Daddy don't want Xiaobin. Xiaobin is so smart and sensible. How can Daddy not like Xiaobin? Daddy has been really busy with work recently and has no time to rest, so he didn't care about Xiaobin. It's not that he doesn't want Xiaobin. Just wait a little longer, wait a little longer. When he's done with his work, Auntie will ask him to take Xiaobin to the aquarium to see those beautiful fish, okay?" As she said that, her tears fell uncontrollably. Every child was an angel who needed to be protected and loved. Why did she have to make her child sad? The little guy gently raised his head from her arms and fixed his tear-filled eyes on Linley. He asked with some uncertainty, "Really?" Linley reached out to wipe the tears on his face, and then wiped the tears on her own face. She nodded hard and said, "Yes, really." The little guy looked at him for a while, as if he was sure that what he said was true, then he nodded heavily, a rare smile on his face. Seeing him smile, Linley also smiled and reached out to wipe his face. Just as Linley was wiping the tears from her face with her child, Mother Ju's voice suddenly came from the door. "Ahan, what are you doing standing at the door?" Upon hearing this, Linley and the little guy in the room turned their heads together and saw that Juhan had returned at the entrance. He was standing at the door with the key in his hand, his face still cold and heavy. Before Linley could react, the little guy in her arms jumped off the sofa and ran directly to the door. When he was about 3 meters away from the door, he suddenly stopped. His small hand grabbed his own small hand, and his black and bright eyes stared at Juhan. Then, he used that extremely soft voice to call out, "Dad." He called out very softly, but because the whole room was too quiet, so quiet that you could even hear a pin drop on the ground, so Xiaobin's voice, which was originally not loud, was now particularly clear and obvious. Linley looked at Juhan and suddenly felt a little nervous. She asked her why, but she couldn't say the reason. Juhan looked at the child who was standing not far away from him, and his hand that was holding the car keys tightened. The little guy stood there and didn't get a response for a long time. His small feet unconsciously stepped back. Mother Ju, who was standing beside Juhan, noticed this and changed the things in her left hand to her right hand. She reached out and pushed Juhan, signaling him to hurry up. Juhan turned his head to look at his mother, but he was immediately glared back at by her cold eyes. The hand on his waist behind him exerted force. Although Joo-han didn't look, he knew that his back must have been bruised. Joo-han sighed silently. In the end, he put the key in his hand on the cabinet at the side and walked forward to the little guy. The little guy looked at Joo-han and seemed to be a little scared. He subconsciously took another step back. Joo-han stood in front of him. The cold expression on his face did not change much. He asked, "Are you feeling better?" His voice was still cold and a little stiff. The little guy was obviously a little surprised. He stared at Joo-han for a long time before he nodded. Perhaps still bothered by Xiaobin's background, Joo-han didn't say anything more. He reached out and rubbed Xiaobin's head before putting it down and turning to walk towards the study room. The little guy watched Joo-han enter the study in a daze. After a while, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He turned to look at Lin Li and then turned to look at Mother Joo. Mother Joo carried the vegetables into the house with a faint smile on her face. Lin Li also stood up from the sofa in the living room. She turned her head to look in the direction of the study, and then turned her head to look at the child's innocent smile. 224 Try not to mind. The reason why Joo-han came back halfway was that he had forgotten a very important document at home when he left in the morning. He only found out when he was preparing for the meeting, so he could only temporarily suspend the meeting and drive back to get it himself. Lin Li didn't know how much he had heard at the door, because before she could ask, he had already taken the documents and left. The little guy was the happiest when Joo-han went back and forth like this. Although it wasn't to the extent of being very excited or anything, the faint smile on his face was enough for Mother Joo and Lin Li. In the afternoon, Lin Li and Mother Joo took the child to the hospital again to make sure that the fever had subsided. Now, only the cough caused by the cold was left. It would be better after taking some medicinal powder in a few days. When Joo-han came back at night, Lin Li and her child were sitting on the sofa watching TV. When they heard the movement at the door, both colleagues turned their heads. Joo-han looked at them and was stunned for a moment. Then, he frowned and looked at the little guy beside Lin Li and said in a low voice, "Why aren't you sleeping?" Lin Li heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. She touched the little guy's head and gently said, "Xiaobin, it's getting late. Let Auntie take you to bed." The little guy nodded quietly. When Lin Li held his hand and led him to the room, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Joo-han. After gently coaxing the little guy to sleep, Lin Li pulled up the blanket for him and then left the room. In fact, Xiaobin was really well behaved and didn't need anyone to coax him. He took off his clothes and went to bed, then obediently closed his eyes and pulled up the quilt to sleep. The whole process didn't require any effort from anyone. He did it very well and skillfully. Lin Li only tucked in the corner of the quilt for him after he fell asleep and turned off the light. Lin Li glanced in the direction of the study and walked over. She reached out and knocked on the door of the study. Seeing Joo-han raise his head, Lin Li went in and closed the door. Joo-han shifted his gaze back to the document in his hand. Mom was worried about Dad, so she went to the hospital with Xiaobin in the afternoon to confirm that he was fine, then she went back. Lin Li said slowly. Joo-han didn't look up and just replied softly, "Yeah, Xiaobin didn't see you this morning, and he became a little fragile because of his illness. I used your name to tell him that you would take him to the Ocean Mansion when he recovered." Lin Li looked at him, carefully observing the changes in his expression. Joo-han was silent for a while and finally nodded. "I understand." Lin Li didn't know what he meant by "I know," but she knew that there was a knot in his heart. As an outsider, she couldn't say much. She just looked at him and said, "Don't stay up too late, rest early." After he finished speaking, he immediately left the room. The door was opened and closed again. Joo-han then put down the documents in his hand and leaned back a little tiredly. He raised his hand and pinched the sore spot between his eyebrows. After sitting for a while, Joo-han slowly sat up and reached out to open the last drawer on the right side of the desk. He took away the stack of documents and took out the thing under it. It was a 7-inch frame, and the photo inside was taken when Xiaobin was 4 years old and he took the child to Disneyland. The little guy was smiling very happily back then, and the smile on his face was very bright. How long had it been since he last saw the child smile, and how long had it been since he smiled at the child? "It's been more than 2 years, Joo-han muttered to himself. Then, He put the photo frame back in its original position and covered it with the documents. Because the influenza had been too serious during this period of time, Lin-Li let the child stay at home for 2 more days. After confirming that the little guy had fully recovered, Lin-Li was relieved to send the child to school. After sending the child back to the office, she happened to see Assistant Su coming out of Juhan's office. When he saw her, he smiled and greeted her. "Good morning, Secretary Lin. Why didn't I see you these 2 days?" Lin-Li nodded and responded to him with a faint smile. "Good morning, Assistant Su. Something happened at home 2 days ago." As he spoke, he put down his bag and sat down on a chair. Special Assistant Su turned his head and looked at Juhan's office behind him a little mysteriously. Then, he turned his head and whispered in Lin-Li's ear, "Secretary Lin, does Director Ju have something important to do this weekend?" Upon hearing this, Lin-Li turned her head to look at him strangely and asked, "What strange thing? Why are you asking this?" "Just now, General Manager Ju asked me to cancel the schedule of going to City on Saturday, the day after tomorrow." General Manager Ju had discussed with the partners for a long time before finally agreeing to let us go over this weekend to discuss the details of the cooperation. "I didn't expect General Manager Ju to cancel it directly," Special Assistant Su said. Lin-Li frowned. She knew about that order. Previously, Juhan had looked for many people for this and attached great importance to that case. Now that it was cancelled for no reason, it was indeed a little surprising. "Is there any other work to follow up on?" he asked. "No, I didn't," Special Assistant Su denied. "That's the main focus of our work recently. There's no other case that's more important than this." Lin-Li nodded and didn't say anything for a while. Special Assistant Su saw that she was also at a loss and guessed that he would not be able to get any more gossip out of her. Hence, he did not ask any more questions and left with the folder. When Juhan came out, Lin-Li was turning on the computer. When she heard the sound, she turned her head and saw him holding a cup. He was probably going to the tea room to pour coffee. She stood up and walked over to him. She reached out to take the cup from his hand and said, "I'll do it." Juhan didn't say anything. He just nodded and turned around to return to the office. Lin-Li knocked on the door and brought in the coffee. Juhan reached out and took it. "Thank you." He picked it up and took a sip. Seeing that she didn't go out, he asked, "What's wrong?" Lin-Li was a little curious as to why he, who had always put his work first, had rejected such a big case this time. "I heard from Assistant Su that you've rejected the collaboration project in a city." Juhan put down the cup in his hand and said, "No, I just pushed the time back. I've contacted the people over there. They're fine." Lin-Li nodded in understanding. Juhan thought for a while and said, "Well, let's bring the child to the Ocean Mansion this Saturday. I happen to have time." Lin-Li was stunned for a moment before she reacted. She looked at Juhan and asked, You're saying you're going to take the child to the Ocean Mansion?" Upon hearing him say this, Lin-Li was shocked and in disbelief. Juhan's expression was a little unnatural and he said softly, "Didn't you say so?" Lin-Li seemed to have figured something out. She strode to his side and asked, "So, you pushed back the case so that you could take your child to the aquarium?" Juhan was a little uncomfortable with her question. He turned his face away awkwardly and said coldly, "Or do you not want me to go?" "If you don't want me to go, I don't have to go." "Who said that?" Lin-Li hurriedly denied it and expressed her attitude. "Of course it's best if you go. Xiao Bin will be happy to know." She could even imagine his expression when she told him that Juhan would take him to the aquarium on Saturday. Perhaps he wouldn't be as excited as other children, jumping and screaming, but she thought that his big black eyes would definitely be shining with a bright light, and he would definitely have a smile on his face. Worried that he would change his mind, Lin-Li made the first move and said, "I'll go book tickets online now. I'll book 3 tickets for Saturday. You must go then." Without waiting for him to answer, she ran out in a hurry, afraid that he would not say it if she stayed any longer. Juhan looked at her running and jumping out and shook his head with a helpless smile. Looking at the documents on the table, Juhan thought that perhaps it was just as she said. No matter what happened between him and Ling Lan, the child would always be innocent. If he still cared about the child's identity, it meant that he couldn't let go of Ling Lan. He wanted to forget Ling Lan, so he had to try not to care about Xiao Bin's existence. Actually, when he first found out that the child wasn't him, His first reaction was to ask Ling Lan for an explanation. At that time, he had already divorced Ling Lan and hadn't contacted her for a long time. The court had stipulated that the child should see his mother once a week, but to avoid her, the child was almost always sent to the mother by the nanny. The two of them had almost never seen each other since their divorce. He called her, but found out that her previous number was no longer in use. When he went to her place to look for her, he found out that she had not been staying there for a long time. In the end, he found her in a private club. When he found her, she was sitting on the sofa and flirting with a foreigner. The foreigner's hand even reached into her skirt. The two of them kissed lightly and teased each other as if there was no one else around. In the end, he didn't ask Ling Lan clearly, because he really couldn't wait for her to finish flirting before talking to him about this. It was only later that he found out that every week when the child went to the hotel, she would leave the child at the hotel and go on a date with someone in the room next door. Then, when it was time, she would call the nanny to pick up the child. So, even when he later asked the nanny not to send the child to the hotel, she never called him to question him. He didn't officially talk to her about the child again, because he thought that maybe she didn't even know that Xiao Bin wasn't his child. She took another sip of her coffee and told herself not to think about it anymore. She picked up the document and read it seriously again. The weather on Saturday wasn't very good. The sky was gloomy and a little depressing, but this didn't affect Zhu Jiabin's happy mood. He had a smile on his face when he woke up this morning, and he was in a good mood. At this moment, she even started to hum a song as she looked at the scenery that flew past her. Lin Li accompanied him in the back seat. Seeing how happy he was, a faint smile hung on her lips as she reached out to touch his head. When she turned her head to look in front, she happened to meet Juhan's eyes in the rearview mirror. She smiled at him lightly and didn't say anything. 225 Delivering coffee. The early winter night was cold. It was a little lonely outside the window, but it was a little ambiguous inside the window. The temperature of the entire room was a little scorching. Millimeter, woo. Lin Li moaned and sobbed softly. She couldn't bear the man's fierce advances on her body. Her hands tightly grabbed his back, and her nails dug into the man's skin. She bit her lips tightly to suppress the scream that was about to burst out. Juhan tried his best to move. Seeing her bashful and depressed look, he leaned over and lightly sucked on her delicate ear. With a slightly hoarse voice that was tainted with lust, he said, "Call him out." Lin Li's entire body trembled, and her grip on him tightened. She couldn't help but open her mouth and bite on his shoulder. Juhan grunted and grabbed her slender waist tightly. Then, he suddenly sped up and sprinted dozens of times before finally bringing her to the clouds. Lin Li panted lightly, her entire body trembling. Juhan didn't leave her body immediately. He laid on her chest and adjusted his breathing for a while before turning over. As he turned over, he took her into his arms and caressed her back. He kissed her head and forehead, doing the warmth after the deed. Lin Li was so tired that her eyelids were starting to fight. She snuggled her head into his arms and found a comfortable position. In a daze, Lin Li muttered in an unclear voice, "Thank you for today." Juhan's hearing was a little blurry and he asked softly, "What?" She didn't reply for a long time. When he looked down again, he saw that the person had already fallen asleep in his arms, her lips slightly open. Juhan smiled and lowered his head to kiss her lips. Then, he carried her into the bathroom. When Lin Li woke up the next day, Juhan was no longer around. She had already put on her pajamas. She had actually woken up when she took a shower last night, but she was so tired that she fell asleep in a daze. She opened her eyes and lay quietly on the bed for a while before she got up. After washing up and changing her clothes, she came out. She was a little surprised that Juhan didn't go out today. At this moment, he was wearing home clothes and sitting in the dining room, reading the newspaper while eating breakfast. Sitting opposite him was Zhu Jiabin, who didn't have class on the weekend. He was eating a sandwich with hot milk. He was in a good mood and had a faint smile on his face. Seeing her walking towards the dining room, Juhan put down the newspaper in his hand and took a sip of milk. He said lightly, "Breakfast is ready. Heat it up for yourself." "Yes." Lin Li nodded and asked casually, "Aren't you going to the company today?" Juhan nodded and picked up the newspaper again. He turned a page and said, "I've brought the documents and information back." Lin Li nodded in understanding. From the corner of her eyes, she saw the smile on the little guy's mouth was a little obvious. After breakfast, Joo-han went straight into the study room. Lin-Lee accompanied the little guy in the living room to do the homework assigned by the kindergarten teacher. The little guy was very smart. Those questions were not difficult for him at all. He could complete them very well without Lin-Lee's help. While she was accompanying the little guy to do his homework, Anran called and told him that she would be going to the United States with Mother Ji-yu today, which would probably last for an entire month. Lin-Lee originally wanted to send her off, but Anran refused. Before she left, she specifically asked Lin-Lee to thank Joo-han for her help. Only then did Lin-Lee know that Joo-han had arranged for Mother Ji-yu to go to America on their behalf. After hanging up the phone, Lin-Lee looked at the little guy, who was doing his homework seriously, and then turned to look in the direction of the study. Reaching out to touch the child's head, Lin-Lee softly asked, "Are you tired? Do you want to rest?" The little guy shook his head and continued to do the math seriously. He frowned slightly and his serious expression was really similar to Joo-han's. "Are you thirsty? I'll get you some fruit juice, okay?" Upon hearing this, the little guy raised his head and suddenly asked Lin-Lee, "Can I have coffee?" "Why do you want to drink coffee?" Lin-Lee asked, puzzled. "Daddy," the little guy stammered, and his little face blushed. Lin-Lee was curious. What happened to Dad? He bit his lips, as if he had made a very important decision. He looked at her and said, "Daddy likes to drink coffee, so if I drink coffee too, Auntie can pour another cup for Daddy." Lin-Lee looked at him in a daze for a while. She reached out and touched his head. There was an inexplicable feeling in her heart. It was an indescribable feeling, and her nose felt a little sour. "Kids can't drink coffee," she said gently. Upon hearing this, the little guy's eyes dimmed a little, but he suddenly thought of something. He looked up at Lin-Lee and said, Then I won't drink it. Auntie, get Daddy some coffee." Hearing this, Lin-Lee chuckled and rubbed his head, saying, "Xiaobin, you don't have to sacrifice yourself and give up the juice to Dad. Auntie will pour some for both of you." The little guy's eyes sparkled as he nodded. "Thank you, Auntie." Looking at his little appearance, Lin-Lee's heart ached as she kissed his cheek. She got up and went to the kitchen. After pouring juice for the little guy, she made a cup of coffee for Joo-han. When she handed the juice to the little guy, Lin-Lee suddenly had a cunning idea. She put the tray on the low table and smiled at Joo-bin. "Xiaobin, can you give this cup of coffee to your father?" The little guy was stunned. He looked at the cup of coffee and shook his head after a while. He whispered, "Father doesn't like me." "How could it be?" Lin-Lee retorted. "You see, Dad accompanied Xiaobin to the ocean restaurant yesterday. Today, because of Xiaobin, he didn't go to the company and stayed at home. This shows that Dad likes Xiaobin. He doesn't hate Xiaobin." The little guy looked at him, his dark eyes fixed on Lin-Lee's eyes. "Really?" Lin-Lee looked at him encouragingly and nodded, "Of course." The little guy stared at her for a while, then turned to look at the coffee. He was still a little uncertain. He lowered his head and wrapped his left hand around his right hand. He murmured, "Won't Daddy be angry if I send him in?" He knew that his father didn't like him. He just didn't want his father to hate him, because if his father hated him, he would be like his mother and not want him. He already didn't have a mother, and he didn't want to be without a father either. Then he would really become like what the children in kindergarten said, a wild child that no one wanted. Lin-Lee cupped his face with heartache and looked into his eyes. She said seriously, "He won't be angry. Daddy will be very happy. He'll be happy that Xiaobin is so obedient and sensible. Maybe he won't smile at Xiaobin because he's shy and afraid of blushing. So when we go in later, even if Daddy doesn't smile, Xiaobin can't think that Daddy doesn't like Xiaobin, okay?" The little guy looked at her for a while before nodding his head. "Okay." Lin-Lee chuckled. "Good girl." She reached out and took the tray from the low table and placed it in his hand. The little guy was very serious and careful. Before he left, he might still be a little worried and scared. He turned to look at Lin-Lee and said, Auntie, can you come with me?" "Okay," Lin-Lee nodded with a smile. Holding a cup of coffee, he stood at the door. It was Lin-Lee who knocked on the door. When she heard Joo-han's response to let them in, Lin-Lee turned the armrest and opened the door. The little guy standing in front of her raised his head and looked at her again. Lin-Lee chuckled and silently encouraged him to work hard. The little guy nodded hard, then carried the coffee into the study. In the study room, Juhan was carefully marking a document. He thought it was Lin Li and was about to say something when he saw Xiaobin coming in with a cup of coffee. He was suddenly stunned, obviously a little surprised. The little guy was also a little nervous. He held the coffee and stopped 1 meter away from his desk. He pursed his lips and said, "Auntie, Auntie made coffee." Juhan came back to his senses and looked up to see Lin Li standing at the door. He didn't say anything for a moment. The little guy saw that he didn't say anything and became even more nervous. He quickly turned his head to look for Lin Li and stared at her with his big black eyes, as if he was begging her for help. Lin Li received the message from him and walked in. She smiled as she walked and said, "Xiaobin, if you don't bring the coffee to Daddy, how can Daddy drink it?" As she spoke, she reached his mind. She placed her hand on his shoulder and encouraged him, "Go over and bring the coffee over." The little guy turned to look at Juhan and saw that he was also staring at him. He retracted his gaze and swallowed his saliva. Finally, he made up his mind and walked over to Juhan with the coffee. He stood at the side of the desk and said softly, "Daddy, Daddy, your coffee." Juhan didn't take it immediately. Instead, he looked at him for a while before reaching out to take the coffee from his tray. He looked at Lin Li, who was standing at the side, and then turned his gaze back to look at the little guy. He only said softly, "Thank you." Her voice wasn't loud, and she even felt a little awkward and uncomfortable. Although Juhan said it very softly, the little guy and Lin Li heard it clearly. The little fellow turned to look at Lin Li, his eyes sparkling. It was as if he was saying that what she had said before had come true. Lin Li also laughed and went up to touch his head. "All right, let's go out. Don't disturb Dad's work." "Yes, yes." The little guy nodded and turned to look at Juhan. Then, Lin Li held his hand and walked out of the study. After watching their figures disappear behind the solid wooden door of the study room, Juhan retracted his gaze and returned it to the cup of coffee. He lifted the cup of coffee and sipped it. Suddenly, the coffee today didn't taste as bitter as before. After putting down the cup, Juhan shook his head. He didn't even notice the faint smile on his face. In fact, the coffee was still the original coffee, but the mood of the person drinking it had changed, so the taste had naturally changed. 226 An anonymous expose. After dinner, the auntie was still clearing the dishes on the table. Lin Li wanted to help, but she was pulled aside by Mother Ju, who said that the two of them hadn't seen each other for a long time and wanted to have a private talk. The two of them sat on the sofa in the living room. Mother Ju turned her head to look in the direction of the study room, and then looked at the little guy who was sitting on the side watching cartoons. She whispered in Lin Li's ear and asked, "What's wrong with Juhan recently?" Lin Li pursed her lips and smiled. She looked at her mother-in-law and said, "Mom, isn't this good?" "Yes, yes, yes. It's pretty good, pretty good." Mother Ju nodded and said with a smile, "I'm just curious. Why did Juhan's blockhead suddenly change his mind?" Lin Li just smiled and didn't reply. In fact, she wasn't too sure either. Recently, Juhan's attitude towards the child was obviously much better. Although he was still serious, everyone could feel that he had changed. He was no longer as obvious in rejecting the child as before. Although the way he looked at the child was still serious, he was no longer so cold. In fact, she wanted to ask why, but in the end, she didn't ask. She felt that there was no need to ask so clearly. The current outcome was good, and it was what everyone hoped for. "Lin Li, don't take what Mom said to heart. I'm just anxious," Mother Ju said as she held her hand. Lin Li shook her head and held her hand. "I didn't. Mommy knows that you're a good child." The topic became heavier as they continued. Mother Lin quickly changed the topic and said, "Xiao Li, when do you and Arhan plan to give Xiaobin a little sister?" Lin Li was slightly stunned. She felt that she had changed the topic too quickly, and her face became a little hot. "Mom, why are you talking about this?" Lin Li turned her head away, not daring to look at her. Seeing that she was shy, Mother Ju smiled and said with a disapproving look, "What's wrong with that? It's only a matter of time. You two have to have your own children." Lin Li's face turned red from the question, but when she turned her head, she happened to meet the eyes of the little guy beside her. Those big black eyes were staring at her at the moment, and his expression seemed to be a little worried and nervous. Lin Li suddenly remembered the day the little guy asked her if she didn't want him because she had a little sister. She thought that this child must have heard what her mother-in-law said just now, so his sensitive little heart was probably overthinking it again. Worried that the child would misunderstand, Lin Li quickly turned her head to look at Mother Ju and said, "Mom, Juhan and I don't have any plans in this area for the time being. We only have Xiaoban, this Yingluo." Mother Ju still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lin Li. Lin Li expressed her attitude, "Mom, I just want to get along with Xiaoban right now. We can talk about other things in the future." After saying that, he turned to the child and smiled. Seeing this, Mother Ju also saw something. The corners of her mouth slowly curled up into a smile, and she patted Lin Li's hand. "It's been hard on you." The days passed by peacefully for more than half a month. During this period of time, the little guy's relationship with Lin Li was much better than before, and he was also more cheerful. Sometimes when he was with Lin Li, he would take the initiative to give the little things he made in the handicraft class in kindergarten to Lin Li. Lin Li would ask him about the things in school and would tell her. Now, he wasn't so afraid to see Juhan. During this period of time, the little guy had more work to do, and that was to send coffee to Juhan. In the beginning, he still needed Lin Li to be by his side to encourage him. When he sent it over, he only felt at ease when Lin Li was by his side. Later on, he slowly didn't need it anymore. When it was time, he would ask Lin Li to brew coffee and then bring it to Juhan's study room. Of course, it wasn't just the child who had changed during this period of time. Juhan had also changed a little. Although it was only a minor adjustment and change in the details, Lin Li knew that this was enough for the child. As for Juhan himself, he was also trying his best to do it. Juhan's biggest change was that he came back earlier at night. He no longer worked until midnight every day before his child fell asleep. Now, he mostly brought home for work, so he would try his best to come back before his child went to bed so that the child would have a chance to say good night to him. In fact, at the beginning, Juhan was not quite used to it. He just nodded his head slightly stiffly to indicate that he heard it. Later on, he slowly got used to it and his reaction became natural. Sometimes, he would also respond to him softly and say good night. In fact, it would be pretty good if she could continue to live an ordinary life like this. Lin Li even realized that she was really letting go of the past bit by bit and starting to treat her marriage with Juhan seriously. During this period of time, she always had the illusion that maybe she could continue to live an ordinary life with Juhan. However, accidents were called accidents because they were so fast that people had no time to react. By the time you came back to your senses, things had already been set in stone, and you could only accept it. There were some things that they thought they could hide the answer until they died, but when it was revealed, the power was beyond everyone's imagination. Lin Li accompanied the child as he sat on his small bed. The little guy looked at her with his big eyes, and his face seemed to be full of questions. Lin Li touched his head and tried her best to smile, but the smile was bitter and ugly. "Auntie," the little guy called her softly. Lin Li replied softly, "Yes, what's wrong?" The child looked at her and asked innocently, "Why didn't you let me go to school these 2 days? The school is on break for the next 2 days, so you don't have to go to class." Even Lin Li herself felt that this reason was a little blind, but she really couldn't think of a better reason to tell him. He was still so young, so innocent and cute. She really didn't want to see him get hurt, especially when he was so mature and sensitive. "Is that so?" The little guy was puzzled and murmured in a low voice, but the teacher didn't mention it. Lin Li didn't have the heart to lie to him, but it was for his own good, so it was obviously the best choice. She only said, "Your Professor Chen called me. She said she'll be there in a few days. The school is on holiday now, so there won't be any classes." "Oh." The little fellow nodded doubtfully. Lin Li accompanied him to read for a while. Seeing that he was rubbing his eyes with his hands, she guessed that he was probably sleepy, so she said, "Are you sleepy? Lie down and take a nap." The little guy was really tired. He usually had a few hours of lunch break in kindergarten, so he didn't object. He took off his coat and put it on the small chair by the bed. Then, he laid down and pulled the blanket over himself. Before closing his eyes, he didn't forget to say to Lin Li, "Auntie, wake me up at 2:30. She usually woke up at 2:30 a.m. in school. Lin Li smiled and nodded, okay. After covering him with the blanket, Lin Li retreated from the room and closed the door. Standing on the balcony of the living room, Lin Li saw several press vehicles parked at the entrance of the community. They were all people from the gossip media. Recalling the scene 2 days ago, when she was surrounded by those reporters at the entrance and almost couldn't walk out, Lin Li was still a little frightened. She and Juhan didn't expect that Xiaobin's background would be exposed, and it was through the internet. Almost the entire Jiang city knew about it in one night. 3 nights ago, someone anonymously posted a post on the Jiangcheng City Forum. In the post, it brought up the incident of Linglan taking photos of Anran. It even wrote about how Linglan used a knife to threaten Anran in the hospital. However, no one expected that the anonymous informant would dig out Linglan and Juhan's marriage. It was so detailed that even Linglan's rotten private life when she was in America was exposed. The post even revealed Xiaobin's background. It turned out that when Linglan was still Su Yicheng's fiancée, she had already secretly hooked up with the bartender of a bar. Later, when Su Yicheng unilaterally called off the engagement, she followed Juhan to the United States. However, 8 months after she and Juhan arrived in the United States, she gave birth to Xiaobin in a hospital in New York. The anonymous informant seemed to know a lot about Linglan. He listed the exact time when Linglan first met the bartender. From this, they concluded that the child was not Juhan, nor was he Su Yicheng, but the bartender's child. Because of the rape case, Linglan's mind had already become a little muddled. Now, she was arranged to stay in the sanatorium to cooperate with the treatment. Therefore, all the spearheads were now pointed at Juhan. These 2 days, there were so many reporters camping out and surrounding them that no one could leave the house. Even the company was surrounded so tightly that not even water could pass through. Special Assistant Zhu almost quarreled with those people, and Juhan could only ask Special Assistant Zhu to send him the work by email. This matter had become a big deal now. And of course, it had also alarmed the institution's compound. That afternoon, Father Ju personally called her, and she was the one who picked up the call. She could hear that Father Ju's tone was very serious at that time, with a sense of majesty that even made people a little scared. In fact, Father Ju didn't say much, only asking her to pick up Juhan's phone. She could imagine what Father Ju would ask on the other end of the phone. Juhan was silent for a while before saying, "Xiaobin is my child." She didn't know what Father Ju said on the other end of the phone because Juhan hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Lin Li thought for a while and finally decided to go to the study. He reached out and knocked on the door of the study. After hearing no response for a long time, he finally opened the door and went in. She pushed the door open and saw that Juhan wasn't sitting behind the desk. Just as she was feeling puzzled, she looked up and saw him standing in front of the window with a cigarette in his hand. He was looking outside and seemed to be in a daze. Lin Li was a little choked by the strong smell of smoke that filled the room. She covered her hand and coughed lightly. Cough, cough. Upon hearing her voice, Juhan turned his head and looked at her in a daze. Lin Li held back her cough and walked over to him. When she got closer, she found that the ground was full of cigarette butts, at least 10 of them. 227 Are you my father? Lin Li looked at the cigarette butts all over the floor and coughed. She frowned and said, cough cough. Why do you smoke so much? Cough cough. He rarely smoked. Other than the time she saw him smoking alone in the car in the office compound, she had never seen him smoke before, not even in the company. Juhan looked at her and said coldly, "Get out." As he said that, he opened the window in front of him, then raised his hand and took another deep breath. Lin Li didn't go out. She couldn't bear to see him so dispirited. She put down her hand that was covering her mouth and said, "Stop smoking." As he said that, he bent forward and reached out to snatch the half-smoked cigarette from his hand. Then, he threw it on the ground and stepped on it with his slippers a few times. Juhan looked at her coldly and didn't say anything. He took the box of cigarettes on the windowsill and took out another cigarette. He took the lighter and was about to light it up. "Don't draw anymore." Lin Li reached out to grab it again, but he dodged and missed. Juhan looked at her coldly. "Get out," he said. "You don't need to care about my business." As he spoke, he lit the cigarette again. Lin Li's nose was in pain, but she resisted the urge to cough. She looked at Juhan with a sullen face and said, "Can you solve the problem by smoking here? It has already happened. What you have to do is face it, not run away. Now that the rumors are flying everywhere, what you have to do is not smoke here, not let the reports continue to go crazy, but stand out and explain clearly." Ha! Juhan sneered and took another deep breath of the cigarette in his hand. The white smoke ring slowly floated in the air. Lin Li's throat was a little itchy from the high-density smoke in the air, and she coughed a few times. Juhan said, "Explain." "Ha! What's there to explain? Everything written in the newspapers is true. They know more than I do. What else can I explain?" As he spoke, he took another puff. It was a very fierce one. It had only been 2 puffs, but the scarlet flame had already burned half of the cigarette. Lin Li was silent. Looking at him, she suddenly felt a lot of emotions that she couldn't understand. She knew that the biggest victim of this incident wasn't Ling Lan, who was exposed to be having a rotten private life. Instead, it was this man in front of her who had betrayed his brother and his parents for a woman like that. He had given up everything for a woman, and he thought that he could get that woman's love. However, he didn't expect that not only did that woman not give him the love he wanted, but she also ruined the love he gave her. Even the child made him feel absolutely humiliated. He had too many grievances and heartache, too many sorrows and feelings. Compared to him, Lin Li suddenly felt that she was lucky. Even if she had given all her love for Chengxian, although she didn't get his love in the end, she still had friends and parents who loved her. In comparison, she suddenly felt that she had nothing to complain about. He felt like he was being ridiculed after being stripped naked. He had used up all his strength to accept the fact that the child was not him. He had finally accepted it bit by bit, but now the incomplete wound had been opened up and the old wound had been cut with a knife, making the original wound open deeper and more serious. Looking at his back, Lin Li suddenly felt a little heartache. She softly called out, "Juhan." Juhan didn't look back. He put out the cigarette in his hand on the windowsill, then poured out another cigarette from the cigarette box, lit it skillfully, and took a deep breath. He said coldly without any emotion, "Get out." Although Lin Li was a little uncomfortable from the smoke in the room, she didn't turn around and leave. She was not only worried about him, but also the little guy in the room. She was afraid that if things continued like this, the child would find out sooner or later. Xiaobin was different from other children of the same age. Due to his fiery environment since he was young, he matured early and was more sensitive. No matter whose child he was still a child. He could not choose his own parents. But now, he had to bear the responsibility of her parents' preposterous mistakes. It was too cruel for a child. Every time those big black eyes looked at her, she would always think of that child who wasn't fated to be with her. She would always think that if that child didn't leave back then, would he look at her like how Xiaobin looked at her a few years later? Every time she thought of this, she would give all the love she didn't have time to give that child to Xiaobin. She wanted to dote on him so that he wouldn't be so fearful anymore and wanted to protect him. He wanted him to learn how to smile like his peers. Cough, cough. Even though the window had been opened, the strong smell of smoke did not dissipate completely. Lin Li was originally a little sensitive to the smell of smoke, and now that it was so strong and choking, she felt even more uncomfortable. However, no matter how uncomfortable she felt, Lin Li was not prepared to retreat and leave. She looked at Juhan and said, I know that you're upset right now, but it has already happened. We can only accept it. The only thing we can do now is to face it. You can't continue to be depressed like this. Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for the company. You have to think for Father and Mother Ju. You also have to think about Xiaobin. He's still so young, and he's sensitive and mature early. We can find excuses and reasons to lie to him now, but how long can we hide it? If he hears about this, have you ever thought about whether he can accept it? After all, he's only a child, only 7 years old. Juhan didn't say anything and didn't turn back. He just kept frowning the cigarette in his hand and smoking more and more. It was as if he wanted to use the nicotine to numb his nerves. Once he was numb, he wouldn't have to think about it anymore and wouldn't have to face those naked people. It was a bloody wound that had been clawed open by someone. Lin Li looked at him. Her heart ached for him, but at the same time, she was a little angry. She reached out to pull him down, not caring that her hand was burned by the cigarette butt. She directly reached out to snatch the cigarette from his hand and angrily shouted at him, "Juhan, are you even listening to me? What have you done to yourself? Is it useful for you to hide at home and smoke? Will the reporters disappear if you smoke? Don't you know that the more you keep silent, the more it means that you admit that those are the facts? Do you think Yingluo? Those are the facts, shut up." Juhan shouted and interrupted her. He looked at her coldly and clenched his hands tightly. Linli was really a little frightened by his aura. She looked at him and was about to say, "You." However, Juhan didn't give her a chance to speak. He directly shouted at her in a violent manner, "What do you want me to explain to the media? Which one of the articles in the newspapers isn't true? King Ling Lan is having an affair behind my back. King Xiaobin isn't even my son. I was cuckolded for 7 years and raised someone else's son for 7 years. The King truth written in the newspapers is even more real than the truth. What do you want me to explain? Explain why I betrayed my brother for a few years for that woman? There's only one answer, King deserve it." Linli was stunned and looked at him fixedly. She was completely unable to react and didn't know what to say at all. She could only stand there in a daze. Juhan also looked at her. His chest was panting heavily because of the roar just now. After a while, when his breath calmed down a little, he suddenly turned around and prepared to leave. However, when he passed her and was about to walk to the door of the study, he suddenly stopped. His eyes looked at the small figure at the door and his hands subconsciously clenched. Linli came back to her senses and turned her profile picture to say something, but she was stunned when she saw the little guy standing at the door. Xiaobin, why was he here? Didn't he lie down and sleep?" Juhan looked at him for a while and didn't say anything. He walked past him and pretended not to see him. However, when she passed by him, the little guy suddenly asked, "Daddy." Xiaobin's voice was very soft, but because it was too quiet, everyone heard it clearly. Juhan stopped in his tracks. The little thing looked at him, and her clear eyes were slowly covered with a thin layer of mist. She bit her lip and finally asked, "Aren't you my father?" Lin Li's heart trembled. She felt numb and a little painful. The tip of her nose suddenly seemed to be unable to feel the smell of smoke that filled the entire room. It was so sour that it hurt. Juhan didn't say anything. His clenched fists clenched even tighter, and he didn't even feel his nails digging into his flesh. Seeing that he did not agree, the little fellow gently called out, "Dad." The tears in his eyes became more and more obvious. The little guy bit his lips tightly and seemed particularly uneasy and afraid. Juhan looked at him for a long time, but he didn't say the answer in the end. He walked past him and strode out of the room. His steps were so big that he seemed to be resisting and avoiding something. "Daddy." The little guy reincarnated and wanted to give chase, but when he turned around, he tripped over his own foot and fell heavily to the ground. With a bang, he fell very, very hard. "Xiaobin," Linli exclaimed and ran over. "Daddy, Daddy." The little guy fell to the ground but his eyes were fixed on Juhan's back. His hands were struggling to get up. At this moment, his face was already covered in tears. It was unknown if it was because of the pain from falling or something else. Juhan stopped in his tracks but didn't turn back. However, his hands seemed to be clenched even tighter than before. "Xiaobin." Linli reached out to help him up and asked, "Where did you fall? Where does it hurt? Tell Auntie." "Daddy, Daddy, don't go," the little guy cried. He stared at Juhan's back and reached out his hand, wanting to grab him. The tears on his face fell even more violently. Linli's heart ached when she saw this, and the tears in her eyes couldn't help but flow down directly. In the end, Juhan didn't turn around and left directly. 228 Getting drunk at the bar. "Dad, Dad." Juhan had already left, but Xiaobin was still shouting on the ground, tears and snot flowing down his face. Linli's heart ached so much that she couldn't help but cry. She held the child up and tried to hold back her tears as she said, "Xiaobin, stand up and let Auntie see if you've fallen anywhere." The little guy allowed Linli to pull him up, his tears still falling uncontrollably. He looked at Linli with his teary eyes and muttered, "Auntie, am I not Dad's child? Am I really not my father's child?" Her voice was hoarse from crying. Linli couldn't answer. Seeing the tears in the child's eyes, she couldn't hold them back. She bit her lip and couldn't say a word. "Auntie, am I really not Daddy's child?" the little guy cried, his little hand reaching over to pull Lin Li's clothes, shaking and flickering. Lin Li really didn't know how to answer. The person she was most worried about hurting was Xiaobin, but she didn't expect to hurt him in the end, and so quickly and in such a way. "Auntie." The little guy held her hand, insistently wanting to know the answer. Lin Li cried and could only reach out to hold him tightly in her arms. She could only shake her head and say in his ear, "It's not like this, it's not like this. Xiaobin is Dad's child, Xiaobin is Dad's child." Although these words sounded very pale and weak now, Lin Li really couldn't bear to say it. She really couldn't say it. "Auntie is lying. Just now, Dad said that I'm not his child. Auntie lied to me. Auntie lied to me." The little guy cried and patted Lin Li. Lin Li also cried and didn't let go. She hugged him even tighter and said in his ear over and over again, "Auntie didn't lie to you, everything she said is true. Xiaobin is Dad's child. Dad was in a bad mood and lost his temper, that's why he said such things." The little guy stopped clapping, but he continued to cry as if he didn't hear what Lin Li said at all. He cried and said, "Daddy doesn't want me anymore. Mommy doesn't want me either. I'm a wild child. I'm a child that no one wants. Everyone doesn't like me. Everyone doesn't want me anymore." Lin Li's heart ached. She hugged him and said anxiously, "I want him. Auntie wants Xiaobin. Auntie wants Xiaobin. Xiaobin is not a child that no one wants. Auntie wants him. In the future, Auntie will accompany Xiaobin and love him." The little guy was still crying and didn't respond. He hugged Lin Li tightly, as if he was afraid that she would escape. He was afraid that if he let go, Lin Li would disappear. Lin Li hugged him, her hands gently patting his back as she whispered comforting words into his ear. She didn't know how long she had been like this for, but the little guy gradually fell asleep under Lin Li's pat. When he fell asleep, his slightly curled eyelashes were still stained with tears. Because he was too emotional, he would unconsciously sob from time to time. Lin Li lowered her head and gently kissed his forehead. She carried him back to the room with some difficulty and placed him on her small bed. Lin Li got up and wanted to pour some water to wipe the tears on his face. However, just as she stood up, the little guy on the bed trembled and waved his hands helplessly. Lin Li quickly sat back on the bed, grabbed his hand, and whispered, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid, Xiaobin. Auntie is here, Auntie is here." He didn't know how long he had been squatting by the bed, but the little guy's emotions finally calmed down, and his breathing gradually calmed down. After confirming that he had really fallen asleep, Lin Li got up and went out to pour some water for him to wipe his face. Yi Ziwen sat in front of the bar counter and stared at a certain someone who was downing glass after glass of wine at a speed as if he was not drinking wine but plain and tasteless water. Those words that advised him to drink less were completely useless now. If they were to be ineffective, Yi Ziwen couldn't be bothered to say anything more. Actually, with Juhan's current situation, he really couldn't tell him not to drink. He understood Juhan's feelings for Ling Lan. He loved someone so deeply, but in the end, this was the result. He thought that this feeling would be worse than death. After another cup, Juhan pushed the cup back and said in a hoarse voice, "Again." The bartender at the bar glanced at the empty bottles beside him, then looked at Yi Ziwen and gestured with his hand. Juhan had already drunk 3 bottles since he came in the afternoon. Yi Ziwen nodded slightly and turned to look at Juhan. He reached out and took the cup that he pushed back and said, "Han, that's enough. You've drunk too much." Juhan turned his head and looked at him. He reached out and snatched the glass from his hand. "Don't worry about me." Yi Ziwen still wanted to go forward. "You can't drink anymore. I'll send you back." She tried to snatch the cup from his hand. "You won't understand, you don't understand anything." Juhan growled in pain and held the cup in his hand tightly. "Do you know the feeling of being stepped on by someone when you gave up everything and only wanted the other party to cherish you? Do you know how painful that was?" Yi Ziwen was stunned and looked at him fixedly. For a moment, he was speechless. "She doesn't want my heart, and it's fine if she ruins my feelings. Just take it that I was cheap back then. I can't blame anyone else." As Juhan spoke, he reached out and grabbed his shoulder tightly. He almost growled, "But do you know how ridiculous it is to face that moment every day, reminding you of your past, mocking how ridiculous and sorrowful your so-called love was? Can you imagine that feeling? Especially when you clearly know that the child is innocent, that the child is so innocent and cute, that you shouldn't hate him, but you can't help but hurt him. Do you know how you feel? Yu Zaiwen could not say a word and could only look at him in a daze. He could not imagine what Juhan was talking about because he had never experienced it before. Juhan no longer looked at him. He released him and pushed him aside. He grabbed the glass and slammed it on the bar counter. He shouted angrily at the bartender, "Pour the wine." The bartender didn't dare to hesitate any longer. He took the glass and poured him another glass. Yu Zaiwen no longer stopped him and just sat by the side to watch him. Perhaps alcohol could really help him. He could only forget the pain when he was not clear-headed and irrational. Juhan downed glass after glass of wine, but his mind kept recalling the moment before he left the house. Xiaobin had fallen to the ground and cried, calling him dad and begging him not to leave. As he thought about it, Juhan felt that he was more rational. It seemed that no matter how much wine he drank, he couldn't get himself drunk. As such, Juhan asked for more wine and drank more. Yu Zaiwen had been sitting with him the whole time. He had made up his mind to keep him company at night. No matter how much he drank, he would be responsible for sending him home when he was drunk. As a friend, he could not help him in other ways, but he could still send him home when he was drunk. Surprisingly, just as Yu Zaiwen made up his mind to guard his post to the death, Su Yujia's call came in, asking him where he was. She said that she was getting ready to get off work and asked him if he would come to pick her up. Ever since the two of them had officially gotten together, the way they interacted with each other seemed to have been directly reversed from before. Originally, she was the one chasing after him, but now it was him who kept chasing after her. Sometimes, life was just so wonderful. Yu Zaiwen glanced at Juhan who was beside him and politely refused to look for her later. Su Yujia didn't care much about it at first, but after hearing that he was going to drink with Juhan, her attitude changed completely. She insisted that he go over immediately, or they would break up. Yu Zaiwen was helpless. He knew that she was still holding a grudge against him because of how Juhan and Ling Lan had betrayed her brother. Of course, since his dear girlfriend had spoken, he wouldn't dare to go against her no matter how bold he was. He could only let his brother down. However, Yu Zaiwen wasn't a person without moral integrity. Although he had forgotten his friend for a woman, he wouldn't abandon his brotherhood and leave him alone. Then, he made a decision that he thought was perfect and flawless. That was to call a certain black-bellied wolf and ask him to restore the friendship of the past. Although he was taken advantage of by a certain someone when he called, the result was good, because Su Yucheng promised to take over his work and take the drunk Juhan home. Before he left, he specifically asked the bartender to give him the good wine he had saved here before. If he drank well, at least he wouldn't have such a headache when he woke up the next morning. Yu Zaiwen left with a peace of mind after he had given all the instructions. Therefore, when Su Yucheng came over, Juhan had already drunk more than 2 bottles. At this moment, he had even abandoned the glass and directly poured the bottle into his mouth. There were also several empty bottles on the table. Su Yucheng frowned, sat down next to him, and then ordered the bartender to pour him a glass of ice water. At this moment, Juhan was almost done drinking. He was so drowsy that he couldn't see anyone clearly, but he was still asking for wine. Su Yucheng didn't say anything. He took the water from the bartender and poured it all over his face. When the cold water met his body that was a little hot because of the alcohol, Juhan's entire body trembled violently. The reason that had been a little scattered after drinking with great difficulty slowly came back at this moment, and his eyes slowly became clear. Su Yucheng looked at him and coldly asked, "Are you awake?" Juhan stared at him and didn't say anything. He thought back to the time when they first met. He thought back to the time when he saw him and Ling Lan together. He thought back to the friendship that he had abandoned back then. Juhan suddenly felt that it was a little ridiculous. Then, he raised his hand and threw a punch at him, just like when he first met him. Su Yucheng didn't have time to dodge the punch, so he was hit heavily in the stomach. He groaned and asked angrily, "You really want to fight, don't you?" Juhan stared at him. Just like when he first met him, he replied loudly, "Yes." He wanted to fight with him, just like before, if this fight could let them get back what they had lost. 229 Substitute. When Juhan came back, Lin Li was sleeping with the little guy in the children's room. Perhaps he had suffered too much today. Since the afternoon, The little guy had been sleeping and waking up. When he woke up, he would cry, and when he was tired from crying, he would go back to sleep. This had been repeated countless times. Linley was worried that he would be hungry, so she cooked noodles and beat 2 eggs for him, but the little guy didn't eat a single bite. Linley had no choice but to stay by his side and comfort him in a low voice. It wasn't easy for him to be tormented until now, and only then did the little guy fall asleep. Hearing the movement outside, Linley glanced at the sleeping child and lowered her head to kiss his forehead. She whispered in his ear, "Have a good sleep." Only then did he carefully get up, open the door, and go out. When she came out of the little guy's room, she saw that the lights in the living room were on. The briefcase that Joo-hun usually used was lying on the sofa. Even one of his leather shoes had fallen on the ground. Linley frowned in confusion and subconsciously turned her head to look at the master bedroom. Bang! She only heard the sound of something falling in the public bathroom outside. Linley hurried over to the bathroom. Just as he pushed the door open and wanted to go in, he smelled the strong smell of alcohol. He looked up and saw Joo-hun half kneeling on the ground and vomiting. Linley stepped forward and didn't say a word. She squatted down beside him and placed her hand on his back to pat him, trying to make him feel more comfortable. Joo-hun vomited at the toilet. As he hadn't eaten all day, all he vomited was the wine he had drunk in the bar in the afternoon and evening. Joo-hun vomited for a long time, and his entire body was almost exhausted. Then, he leaned on the side, his consciousness not clear. Only when he turned around did Linley notice the wound on his face and the tear on his clothes. Linley frowned and whispered, "How did you end up like this? Are you going to drink or fight?" Then, he stood up and walked out of the washroom. When she came back, she poured him a cup of warm water and helped him lean against her so that he could rinse his mouth to get rid of the discomfort and strange smell. Then, she helped him back to his room with some effort. Joo-hun was originally tall and big, and Linley herself belonged to the petite and thin type. In addition, in the past few months, she had been a little apathetic, so she looked like a piece of paper that could be blown down by the wind. Therefore, when Linley helped the drunk Joo-hun back to the master bedroom, she also collapsed on the big bed with him. Joo-hun mumbled something under his breath. Linley just thought that he was saying it after he was drunk. She lay on the bed and waited for herself to catch her breath. Then, she got up again, took off his shoes and socks, changed his suit jacket, and covered him with the blanket. Then, she turned around and went into the bathroom. She came out with a basin of hot water and wrung a towel to wipe his face and hands. Previously, at the bar, he had to force himself to stay conscious so that he wouldn't pass out. Later, at the riverside, the cold wind blew away the smell of alcohol on his body and woke him up. But this time, without cold water and the cold wind, Joo-hun's drunkenness came back. He had drunk too much today. After drinking a few bottles of wine, it was hard not to get drunk. After putting the towel back into the basin, Linley faintly sighed. She reached out and gently held his face, gently smoothing out his tightly furrowed brows. She couldn't blame him, and even felt a little heartache because he was the one who had been hurt the most from the beginning to the end. The depression and pain in his heart were not something that outsiders could understand. Thinking of this, her heart faintly ached. After sitting next to him for a while, Linley got up with the basin and put it back in the bathroom. Then, she was a little worried about the little guy sleeping next door, so she went out to check on him. After confirming that the child was sleeping very well, Linley was relieved and returned to her room. As soon as she pushed the door open and entered, she saw half of Joo-hun's body hanging outside the bed. His mouth seemed to be groaning in pain. The blanket on his body was also lifted up, revealing his shirt that was torn due to the fight. Linley was worried that he would catch a cold and hurriedly went forward to help him lie down again with some difficulty. However, a certain someone obviously wasn't very cooperative after drinking, and she murmured, Go away, it's so hot." As she said that, she reached out and pulled at her shirt. Looking at his neck and chest, which had become red and swollen from his brute force, Linley hurriedly said, Okay, I'll help you take off your clothes. Don't move. It took a lot of effort to change out of his shirt. When Linley looked up again, she saw that Joo-hun had already woken up. His eyes were slightly open, and his gaze was still a little misty. Linley was startled and asked, "Awake?" Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Do you have a headache? As she spoke, she reached out to touch his forehead. Joo-han looked at her and didn't say anything. His eyes were so blurry that he couldn't see clearly. Seeing that he didn't speak, Lin-Lee called out softly, "Joo-han." Joo-han suddenly reached out and pulled his neck down, pressing his lips against hers. Lin-Lee was stunned at first, and she couldn't react in time. By the time she reacted, she had already been pulled to the bed by Joo-han. She was pressed under him, and his hand had already reached into her clothes. His lips were touching her lips, and his tongue was wrapped around her tongue. Lin-Lee didn't know how much he had drunk, but the smell of alcohol on his body was so strong that she almost couldn't breathe. Lin-Lee reached out to push him away, but she couldn't resist his strength. Joo-han was wilder and more violent than usual tonight. The strength he used to grab Lin-Lee's wrist was a little heavy, and the pain from her wrist made Lin-Lee groan. The room was very quiet, and only Joo-han's breathing could be heard in her ears. It was so clear, and it reverberated in a low voice. Joo-han's kiss was urgent and domineering. His entire body was also emitting a scorching heat because of the alcohol. It burned Lin-Lee's skin and even her heart. The heat in her body made Lin-Lee groan uncomfortably. The clothes on her body were also pulled down by Joo-han. Their bodies were close to each other, and the heat from Joo-han's body was brazenly pressed on Lin-Lee's body. It passed through her skin and directly imprinted on her body. Her body, which was originally slightly cold, began to slowly heat up because of the heat of his body. Lin-Lee only felt that the blood in her body began to boil. With a low gasp, Lin-Lee couldn't help but raise her hand and climb up his solid back to meet his. Her dry mouth and tongue began to blur, and in the end, only a slightly trembling gasp and moans were left. In this aspect, men seemed to rely on their instincts and didn't need to be too clear-headed, so even if Joo-han was drunk and didn't know anything, at this time, Joo-han still subconsciously reached out to release the restraint between the two. He kissed her lips again, opened her mouth, and swallowed all her breath. Her body trembled like lightning, and even her eyelashes trembled slightly. It was as if she had lost all her strength, and all that was left was her low breathing. Joo-han moved with all his might, his head buried in her neck as he panted heavily. Lin-Lee couldn't bear his passion tonight. That pleasure was like a flood that drowned her. Lin-Lee gritted her teeth, but in the end, she couldn't stop herself from moaning. In her hazy consciousness, Lin-Lee heard his heavy panting next to her ear. That panting was in line with a low groan. Lin-Lee knew that it was hers. Joo-han's movements were getting faster and faster. Lin-Lee couldn't take it anymore. She lifted her body slightly and bit his strong arm with her teeth to suppress the scream that was about to come out of her mouth. When the passion was over, Joo-han didn't turn over and get off. He was still lying on Lin-Lee's body, his face still buried in her shoulder. His hot breath directly sprayed on her ear, tickling Lin-Lee so much that she couldn't help but shrink back. Lin-Lee reached out and pushed him, only to find that she had no strength at all. Her whole body was sore and tired, and her eyelids were a little heavy. In the end, she closed her eyes in a daze and fell asleep. She didn't know how long she slept like this, but Lin-Lee was woken up by a faint sound. She opened her eyes in a daze and found that Joo-han, who was originally lying on her body, had turned over. He held him in his arms with one hand, just like before. The only difference was that the man beside her was now talking in his sleep. Ling Lan. When that extremely familiar name passed through her eardrums, Lin-Lee's entire body trembled. Her eyes suddenly opened wide, and her sleepiness disappeared in an instant. Lying in Joo-han's arms, Lin-Lee suddenly felt that her whole body was cold, as if she had been poured with cold water. Her body and mind were filled with a bone-chilling cold. Ling Lan, why? Joo-han mumbled in his sleep. His expression was filled with uncontrollable pain, and the strength he used to hold Lin-Lee became tighter. Lin-Lee used his arm as a pillow and turned her head to look at him, only to see that he was in pain and suffering. The corners of her mouth curved into a smile. However, the smile was too bitter, just like her current mood. She pulled out of his arms and sat up. She looked at his depressed expression, her ears reverberated with his painful moans, and her mind recalled the passion he had when he hugged her tightly. So she was just a substitute, a shadow of another woman. A teardrop fell from her eye. Lin-Lee sneered, but her smile was so sad that it didn't have any warmth. She thought that she was a joke. She only had 2 men, but both men used her as someone else's replacement. She lifted the blanket and got down from the bed. She took her clothes from the closet barefooted and turned to the bathroom. She turned on the tap and stood under the shower with her eyes closed to wash off all the hickeys on her body. She wanted to wash away all the traces of her sex with that man. Suddenly, she felt an intense pain in her chest. It was so painful that she couldn't stand up straight. She curled up and leaned against the cold wall behind her. She reached out and clutched her chest. Linley didn't understand why her chest was hurting so badly at this moment. This feeling was so familiar. Linley shook her head and smiled bitterly. The running water on her face mixed with tears flowed down. She only shook her head and murmured in a low voice, "No, it's just a cooperation. How could I lose my heart? I won't." 230 crying over the phone. The next day, Juhan was woken up by Special Assistant Zoo's call. There was a very important document that Juhan had to look through and sign, so Special Assistant Zoo specially called to ask if he should send the document to his house now or if he would go to the company later. Juhan was still lying on the bed. He held the phone to his ear with one hand and raised the other hand to cover his forehead. There seemed to be a secret machine working non-stop in his head. This feeling made his head feel like it was going to explode. After not hearing Juhan's answer for a long time, Assistant Zoo called out with uncertainty, "General Manager." Juhan reached out and knocked on the head that was about to split open from the pain. Then, he said, "I'll go to the company later." After getting his answer, Special Assistant Zoo knew how troubled he had been these few days. He didn't dare to say much and only said, "Okay, I got it. I'll hang up now, General Manager." He was about to hang up the phone. "Wait a moment." Juhan spoke, his voice still hoarse from yesterday's drinking. "Is there anything else, General Manager?" Special Assistant Zoo asked from the other end of the phone. Juhan was silent for a while before saying, "Help me contact the major media outlets. I'm going to hold a press conference in the afternoon." "Is it about the anonymous post?" Special Assistant Zoo probed. Juhan didn't answer directly and only said, "Just do as I say." "All right, I got it." Special Assistant Zoo did not ask any further and hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Juhan's head was still hurting so much that it felt like it was going to explode. He frowned and threw the phone on the bedside table. He turned around and realized that the bed beside him was empty. It was so cold that it seemed like no one had slept on it. When she got up, she realized that she was naked. She looked down and saw the clothes she wore yesterday on the floor. Juhan looked at the clothes on the floor and was stunned. He recalled that Su Yicheng had sent him back home last night, and as soon as he entered the house, his stomach had been in so much pain that he had rushed to the bathroom. Although his memory was a little blurry because of the alcohol, he still had an impression of him and Linley making out last night. Without thinking much, he picked up the clothes on the floor and threw them into the bathroom. Then, he took a clean set of clothes from the cloakroom and went back into the bathroom. When he came out of the room again, Juhan had already washed up and changed his clothes. When he came out of the room, he didn't see Linley in the living room. Without a doubt, perhaps it was because she had lost a child back then. Her love and care for Xiaobin was like how she would treat her own child. He came to the door of the children's room softly. The door was left ajar. Juhan heard the little guy's soft sobs in the room and also heard Linley's gentle and patient comforting. In the room, he heard Linley softly say while holding the child, "Xiaobin, Auntie will make you breakfast, okay?" The little guy didn't say anything. Through the gap of the door, Juhan could see the little guy reaching out and hugging Linley's waist tightly. The head and nose that were buried in the child's chest were still red. Worried that he was still young and wouldn't be able to go hungry, Linley stroked his head and continued in a soft voice, "Xiaobin needs to eat to have strength." The little guy still didn't let go. This time, he shook his head and said in a low voice, "No, don't leave me alone." As she spoke, her tone carried a slight sobbing tone, which made one's heart ache. Linley lowered her head and gently kissed his head. She knew that she had really hurt him this time. Her heart ached and she was reluctant to part with him, but she still cared about his body. She didn't eat much the entire day yesterday and had cried for so long. If she didn't make something for him to eat, she was worried that his body wouldn't be able to take it. After all, he was a child and couldn't be compared to adults. "Xiaobin, Auntie doesn't. It's not that I don't want you. Auntie is just going to the kitchen to cook some porridge for you, okay?" Linley coaxed. The little guy was really scared. He still shook his head and mumbled, "I'm not hungry." How could he not be hungry? Linley let go of him and reached out to gently wipe away the tears on his small face. She smiled faintly and said in a somewhat exaggerated manner, "Xiaobin isn't hungry, but Auntie is. Because Xiaobin didn't want to eat yesterday. Auntie didn't eat much, so I'm starving now." As he spoke, he even reached out to press on his stomach, trying to make himself look more realistic. The little guy looked at her with tears in his big black eyes. After a while, he seemed to have made a decision. He nodded and said softly, "Then you have to come back quickly." Linley touched his head, thinking that perhaps she should find something to distract him, so she said, "Xiaobin, do you want to go out with Auntie to the living room to watch TV? Auntie will help you adjust your favorite cartoon, okay?" The little guy thought for a while and finally shook his head. "No, Daddy won't be happy to see me." Linley looked at him and sighed silently in her heart. The relationship and courage that he and Juhan had cultivated over the past half a month had shrunk back after yesterday. She kissed his head and stopped forcing him. She only said, "Auntie will be back soon." The little guy nodded, his eyes staring at her without blinking. Linley touched his head and then left the room. When she came out of Xiaobin's room, Linley found Juhan standing by the side with his back against the wall. At this moment, she saw that his face was tense and his hands hanging by his sides were tightly clenched. Linley suddenly remembered the name he had called out in his sleep last night. Her heart couldn't help but ache badly. She bit her lip and looked away. Last night, she took a shower and went straight to Xiaobin's room. She couldn't bear to lie next to him again. From the moment she cut her hair, she told herself that she would never be someone else's substitute. Perhaps back then, she could let herself be someone else's shadow for 10 years because of love, but she would no longer be so stupid, because she didn't have another 10 years to squander. At the same time, she also understood one thing, and that was that the love that was deep in the bones could not be replaced no matter how much time and energy you spent. Chengsheng was like this, and Juhan was also the same. She would no longer foolishly believe that time could change everything. Love was an impulsive thing when she was young. Now that she was no longer young, she no longer had that impulse. She only had life left, for herself and for her family. In fact, she should be glad that she didn't fall too deep this time. She should be glad that she didn't say much to Anran and her parents. Although she didn't bring them any surprises or hope, at least she didn't let them down. Linley glanced at him and tried her best to ignore the pain in her heart. She walked past him and headed directly in the direction of the kitchen. Juhan followed her out. When they reached the living room, he said in a deep voice, "I'm going to the office." Linley didn't turn around or answer. She only nodded coldly. Juhan didn't notice her indifference. He just picked up the briefcase that he left on the sofa last night from the living room, then opened the door and went out. In the afternoon, when Xiaobin was sleeping, Linley received a call from Mother Ju. From her tone, she could hear Mother Ju's concern for the child, but at the same time, she could also hear a faint alienation and concern. She didn't ask very clearly and directly, but Linley could hear that she was suspicious and concerned about Xiaobin's identity. Linley understood her feelings and didn't say much. She avoided those sensitive questions and only said that she would take good care of the child. In the end, when she was about to hang up the phone, Mother Ju said with a hidden meaning, "Xiao Li, it's been hard on you." Linley could hear the guilt in her tone, so she didn't say much and only said, "I'll treat Xiaobin like my own son." Whether she felt bad for Xiaobin or transferred the motherly love she didn't have time to give to the child she lost in an accident to Xiaobin, even if everyone didn't want the child, she wouldn't leave him. Just like what she promised the little guy before, she wouldn't abandon him. After hanging up the phone, Linley's chest felt stuffy and uncomfortable. She wanted to call Anran, but she didn't expect Anran to worry about her mother's health and herself. In the end, she called her own mother. The moment she heard Mother Lin's voice, Linley suddenly felt like crying. She didn't know where that emotion came from, but it was fierce and violent. She wanted to hold it in, but in the end, she couldn't. In the end, she really started crying like a child while holding the phone. Her cry really frightened Mother Lin. She cried out in alarm, "Lily, what's wrong? What's wrong? Why are you crying? Tell Mommy what happened." Mother Lin's cry attracted Father Lin's attention. Father Lin didn't know what was going on and was so worried that he jumped up and down. He snatched the phone from Mother Lin's hand and said, "Xiao Li, what's wrong? Did you get bullied? Don't cry. Tell Daddy. Daddy will help you." Lin Li cried for a while before stopping. She reached out to wipe her eyes and sobbed, but she didn't want the two old men to worry about her, so she only said, "No, no." "Then why are you crying? Something must have happened. Tell me, what happened?" Father Lin clearly didn't believe her. "No, I really didn't." Lin Li refused to admit it. On the other end of the phone, Father Lin still wanted to say something, but the phone was cut off by Mother Lin halfway. Mother Lin's voice came into his ear, asking, "Lily, tell Mom, did you fight with Juhan?" When Mother Lin said this, Lin Li's tears, which she had tried so hard to suppress, came back again. She couldn't suppress the inexplicable heartache and sadness in her heart. She took out her phone and said, "No, no, I really didn't." "Then tell Mommy, why are you crying?" Lin Li couldn't say it out loud, so in the end, she tacitly agreed. She casually came up with a reason. Actually it's nothing. Because of a small matter, I said a few more words to him." Hearing that, Mother Lin smiled and said, "Silly, it's inevitable for a couple to have some conflicts. Quarrels at the head of the bed will end in reconciliation. Getting along as a couple is also an art of compromise and humility. The two must understand each other and look at the problem from the other person's point of view. That way, they can understand each other's feelings at the time, understand." Not wanting her to worry, Lin Li nodded and went along with her words, "Okay, I'll listen to Mom." She treated them as a simple quarrel between husband and wife. Mother Lin taught them the principles and experiences she had learned from marriage over the past 30 years. "Xiao Li, marriage is the beginning of two different people getting used to each other. You will have to face a lot of problems, but if the two of you are of the same heart, then you won't be afraid of any problems. The most important thing for a married couple is communication. So, find Juhan and his wife to sit down and have a good talk, understand?" Lin Li could only nod and reach out to wipe the tears on her face. Fortunately, she still had her parents. No matter how sad she was, she could still cry like a child in front of them. 231-065 Moving out of the master bedroom. When Juhan came back at night, it was already very late. Lin Li wasn't in the room, so she didn't think much and went into the bathroom to take a shower. When Juhan came out of the bathroom with a towel to dry his hair, Lin Li had already returned. However, what was a little different from the past was that at this moment, she was walking towards the door with a quilt in her arms. He frowned as he grabbed the towel and asked, "What are you doing?" Lin Li turned around and saw Juhan standing at the bathroom door with only a bath towel wrapped around him. She subconsciously turned her head away and said, "I'll sleep in Xiao Bin's room tonight. The little guy's been emotionally unstable for the past 2 days. He always wakes up crying at night, so I'm worried." Juhan looked at her and frowned even more, but he didn't say anything. After waiting for a while, seeing that he didn't have any intention of speaking, Lin Li didn't say anything more and directly went out with the quilt. In the children's room, when the little guy saw Lin Li coming over, he hurriedly moved Lin Li away, leaving more than half of his small bed open. He shrank in the innermost area, trying to make more space for Lin Li, deeply afraid that she would change her mind because his bed was too small. Lin Li put down the quilt and touched the little guy's head with heartache. She smiled and said, "If you move again, you'll be against the wall. Xiao Bin, do you want to sleep against the wall at night?" The little guy blinked his big black eyes and said in a low voice, "I'm afraid that Auntie won't be able to sleep well." Lin Li's heart felt warm, and she felt that this child was too pitiful. She touched his face and said, "No, Xiaobin is so considerate. Auntie won't have a bad sleep." The little guy stared at her for a while before his lips curved into a smile. Outside the door, Juhan slowly retracted his hand that was on the doorknob. He stood at the door for a while before turning around and returning to the master bedroom. Lin Li only found out the next day that Juhan had held a press conference when he went to the company the afternoon before. He answered the questions regarding the speculations on Xiao Bin's identity in the previous post, personally admitting to the public that he had been married to Ling Lan before, admitting that he had been too busy with his career, causing the two of them to be emotionally distant. He didn't want to talk too much about his ex-wife's private life, only emphasizing that the reason he held this press conference was to clarify one point to everyone. That was that Ziaubin was his son, his biological son. In addition, he even released the DNA report on the spot, which clearly stated that he and Ziaubin were father and son. Linli looked at the enlarged DNA report in the newspaper. She didn't know who he found and where he got that report from, nor did she know what kind of mood he was in when he faced those reporters' sharp and mean questions. However, it would be good if this matter came to an end like this. Just as Linli put away the newspaper, the doorbell rang. When she opened the door, it was Mother Ju. Xiao Li. Mother Ju entered the door with a smile, holding a lot of fruits in her hand. "Mom," she said. Linli called out with a smile. She knew that she had probably read the newspaper, so she came over. He reached out and took the fruit from her. "Let me do it." Mother Ju nodded and followed her into the house. She looked around the living room but didn't see Ziaubin, so she asked, "Where's Ziaubin? Is he in class?" Linli took the fruit in her hand to the kitchen and put it down. After pouring her a glass of water, she came out of the kitchen. "Ziaubin is in his room. Because of the incident in the newspaper, I applied for a few days off on his behalf. I'll go see him," Mother Ju said as she walked towards the child's room. When she pushed the door open, the little guy was curled up on the bed, holding his favorite Transformers toy. "Ziaubin, Grandma is here." Mother Ju stepped forward and reached out to touch his face, but the little guy turned his head away. Mother Ju was stunned. She looked at the little guy and asked, "Ziaubin, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? I'm your grandmother." The little guy lowered his head and did not look at her. Mother Ju was a little confused and turned to look at Linli, who was standing at the door, puzzled. Linli gently shook her head. "You're not my grandmother." The little guy lowered his head, holding the Transformer toy tightly in his hand, and said in a low voice, "I'm not Dad's child." Mother Ju was stunned. She turned her head to look at him and quickly said, "You are." "Who said you aren't? You are my grandson, my biological grandson." The little guy didn't speak, didn't look up, and didn't look at her. That look was particularly heartbreaking. Mother Ju's heart suddenly ached. She regretted that she hadn't cared about the child these days. She looked at the child and said with a little choked up, "Ziaubin, don't you want Grandma anymore?" Hearing this, the little guy raised his head and stared at her. His mouth immediately pouted and his eyes began to turn red. "Dad said I'm not his child." Seeing her precious baby cry, Mother Ju's heart was almost broken. She reached out and held the child tightly in her arms. She couldn't help but cry and said, "Nonsense, your dad is talking nonsense. When he comes back, Grandma will give him a good scolding. Ziaubin is Grandma's grandson. Let's see who still dares to talk nonsense." The little guy's eyes were red with tears, but he gritted his teeth and stubbornly refused to cry out. After a while, Mother Ju let go of him, reached out to touch his face, and kissed his face a few times. Then she said, "Ziaubin, come home with Grandma and stay for a few days, okay? Grandpa bought a lot of toys for you and is waiting for you to go back." Upon hearing this, the little guy raised his head and glanced at Linli, then shook his head. Mother Ju also turned to look at Linli, then turned to look at the little guy and asked, "Ziaubin, you don't want to go to Grandma's house?" The little guy stopped talking and lowered his head to look at the Transformer toy in his hand. Upon seeing this, Linli stepped forward and gently patted Mother Ju's shoulder. Then she looked at the little guy and said, "Ziaubin, are you tired? Do you want to take a nap?" The little guy was really sleepy. He nodded and placed the Transformer toy on the bedside table. He lay down and closed his eyes. Linli reached out and covered his cup, then whispered to Mother Ju, "Mom, let's go out first." Mother Ju was still a little reluctant to part with her grandson. She sat and looked at him for a while before following Linli out of the room. In the living room, Mother Ju was sitting on the sofa, a little dispirited. Linli went to the kitchen again to get a cup of warm water and brought it to her. "Mom, drink some water." Then, he sat down opposite her. Mother Ju held the cup of water and did not drink or speak. Because she had just cried, her eyes were still red. Seeing her like this, Linli could only comfort her and say, "Mom, don't take it to heart. Ziaubin has been sensitive since he was young without his mother by his side. He'll be fine after a short period of time." Mother Ju sighed and looked up at Linli. She said with some guilt, "I should have come earlier to see the child, but Mother Jew only said half of her words, but Linley understood the other half of what she didn't say. In fact, if she put herself in her shoes and encountered such a thing, who could do it without thinking about anything? Linley went forward and sat down beside her. She reached out and took her hand, placing it on her lap. "I understand. Give Xiao Bin some time. This matter is very harmful to the child." There were a few times when he fell asleep and woke up crying. He said that he was the only one left in the dream and that everyone didn't want him anymore. He was afraid of waking up. Mother Jew's heart ached so much that she kept wiping her tears. She reached out and pulled Linley's hand. "Thank God you're here. Thank God you're by his side." Otherwise, Mother Jew couldn't say it out loud. She didn't dare to think further. If Linley wasn't around, she would have hesitated because of the incident in the newspaper. Coupled with Juhan's personality, she really didn't dare to think about what the child would have done at that time. "I treat Xiao Bin as my own child, and I also feel bad for him." Linley looked at her and said it with all sincerity. Mother Jew grabbed her hand and held it tightly. In the end, Xiao Bin was not brought back to the mechanical compound by Mother Jew. Mother Jew loved her grandson, so she naturally did not dare to force him if he was unwilling. It was just that she was particularly reluctant to leave. When Linley sent Mother Jew off and returned to the little guy's room, the little guy, who was still sleeping, had already woken up. He sat in the middle of the bed and looked down at his left and right hands under the blanket. Linley reached out and knocked on the door. She came in with a smile. "Xiao Bin, you're awake." Upon hearing this, the little guy raised his head and looked at Linley. After a long time, he asked, "Did Grandma leave?" Linley nodded and reached out to take his coat from the small chair beside him. She put it on for him and casually said, "Yes, I'm going back. I just came to see Xiao Bin. I can't bear to leave him." Upon hearing this, the little fellow's head lowered even more. He only replied in a low voice, "I know." He didn't sleep at all. He didn't know how to face Grandma, so he pretended to be asleep. Linley touched his head. "Grandma didn't blame Xiao Bin, so Xiao Bin, don't blame yourself." The little guy raised his head and looked at the corner of Linley's eyes. "Auntie won't abandon Xiao Bin, right?" "No," Linley nodded and promised. The little guy nodded and didn't say anything more. He leaned forward and snuggled into Linley's arms. Linley opened her arms and gently hugged him. Her hand patted his back gently from time to time, comforting his emotions. Juhan pulled the doorknob and pushed the door open. The room was dark. The curtains were drawn, and there was no light at all. He reached out to press the light switch on the wall, and the whole room was lit up with a bang. Looking at the big bed that was so neat that it seemed like there was no fruit at all, Juhan subconsciously frowned. He didn't need to guess to know that Linley must be in the little guy's room now. However, the inexplicable bad mood in his heart made Juhan a little unhappy. He reached out and loosened the tie around his neck a little irritatedly. He took off his suit jacket and threw it directly on the bed. As he pulled down his tie, he also threw it on the bed. However, he didn't pay attention and it didn't hang on the edge of the bed. It fell directly on the ground. Juhan couldn't be bothered to pick it up and went straight to the cloakroom. However, he was a little stunned when he opened the cloakroom. Looking at the empty space in the wardrobe, Linley's clothes, which were originally placed in the wardrobe, were now empty. Even after opening several wardrobes and drawers, they were still empty, leaving nothing behind. 232 Gentle and considerate. Linley was consciously avoiding Juhan, so she especially stayed in the room to accompany the little guy in bed for a while in the morning. When she looked at the time on her watch, she estimated that Juhan should have left for work before she got up. It was because she was consciously avoiding him that when she saw Juhan sitting in the living room, Linley couldn't help but be stunned. She didn't understand why he was still there at this time. Juhan looked at her with a serious expression and asked in a deep voice, "Are you hiding from me?" "I didn't," Linley denied after coming back to her senses. As she spoke, her eyes were a little unfocused, and she didn't dare to look at him. Her hands were also subconsciously entangled nervously. Juhan stood up and walked towards her. Finally, he stood in front of her and looked at her, asking, "Why did you take away all the clothes in the room?" Her left hand tightly clutched her right hand. Linley deliberately avoided him. Her eyes flickered, and she didn't dare to look at him directly. Xiaobin's mood has been unstable these days. I want to spend more time with him. Juhan's eagle eyes stared at her. His tone was a little strong, not allowing him to avoid it at all. Then is it necessary to take all the clothes away? It's more convenient this way. Lin Li walked past him toward the kitchen, but he grabbed her hand when she passed him. Lin Li wanted to pull back, but she couldn't resist his strength. Juhan turned around and looked at her side profile. He asked, "Why are you doing this all of a sudden?" Lin Li bit her lip and simply said, "I'm just returning to my original position." And NBSB, she didn't want to make things more complicated, and she didn't want to put more feelings into it. She wanted everything to go back to the beginning and pretend that nothing had happened. Juhan frowned, not understanding what she meant. "What do you mean?" Lin Li took a deep breath and said coldly, "It's nothing. Being stupid once is enough. I just don't want to be stupid again." She reached out to pull his hand and went straight into the kitchen. Juhan looked at her back and frowned even more. If it was Juhan's guess that Lin Li was hiding from him, then some of Lin Li's actions in the following days were completely in line with Juhan's guess. She was indeed hiding from him, and it was so obvious. No matter when Juhan came back at night, her and Xiaobin's room was always locked. In the morning, he would be late intentionally or unintentionally, but he never saw her once. Juhan didn't understand. He didn't know where the problem was. Why did she seem to have changed into a different person all of a sudden, avoiding him everywhere? Shit! He threw the document in his hand onto the table roughly. Juhan felt inexplicably irritated. He reached out to grab the document and threw it out. At this moment, Special Assistant Zhu pushed the door open and entered. Seeing his sudden shock, he looked at him and asked carefully, "Chief Zhu, did something happen?" Juhan glanced at him and turned his head to lean back on the swivel chair, feeling a little angry. Special Assistant Zhu didn't understand. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any particularly important or urgent cases recently. In addition, the previous scandal finally subsided after Juhan publicized the paternity test report in front of everyone at the press conference. Thinking about it this way, there shouldn't be anything to worry about. She bent down to pick up the document that Juhan had thrown on the ground and placed it back on Juhan's desk. Then, she handed him the document that she had brought in. "President Zhu, this is the first phase progress report of the project in Guangdong. Take a look." Juhan frowned and didn't say anything. He only nodded with a cold face. After putting down the document, Special Assistant Zhu didn't go out immediately. Instead, he looked at Juhan and asked curiously, "Director Zhu, are you all right? Did you run into some trouble?" Upon hearing this, Juhan's cold eyes swept over him. His voice was not loud, but it was so low and gloomy that it was a little scary. "Assistant Zhu, have you been too free these past 2 days?" Special Assistant Zhu laughed dryly and said in a flattering manner, "I'm just concerned about the boss." Looking at Juhan's increasingly gloomy face, Special Assistant Zhu had been in this society for so long, so he naturally had a way of observing people. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, Special Assistant Zhu quickly changed the topic and prepared to slip away, saying, "I just remembered that I still have to call Director Wang in Shanghai. If Director Zhu has nothing else, I'll take my leave first." Without waiting for Juhan's reply, she turned around and was about to leave. Juhan saw that he was about to leave and suddenly thought of something. He called out to him, "Wait a moment." Special Assistant Zhu stopped and turned to look at him. "Director Zhu, do you have any other orders?" Juhan coughed unnaturally, then looked at Assistant Zhu and asked, "Assistant Zhu, do you have a girlfriend?" Special Assistant Zhu was taken aback. He nodded and replied, "Yes." Why did he ask this? Juhan thought for a while and finally asked, "Do you know under what circumstances would a woman lose her temper for no reason?" Upon hearing this, Assistant Zhu was stunned. It took a while for him to react. So Juhan was now troubled by women. Seeing that he didn't answer for a long time, Juhan's mood became more and more irritable. With a sullen face, he said, "Forget it, you can leave." As he spoke, he reached out for the document he had just placed on the table and flipped through it. Special Assistant Zhu then came back to his senses and held back his laughter. "Boss Zhu, is it because of Secretary Lin?" Hearing that, Juhan raised his eyes and glanced at him. His eyes were as sharp as a knife. Special Assistant Zhu directly ignored his terrifying and somewhat frightening gaze. Then, he pulled over the chair in front of his desk and sat down. With an experienced look, he said, "Tell me, how did you offend Secretary Lin? Why is she angry? How is she angry?" Special Assistant Zhu became unusually excited at the smell of gossip. Juhan glanced at him and suddenly regretted asking him this question. He should have known that Special Assistant Zhu was actually more gossipy than women. The excited Assistant Zhu became a little arrogant. Seeing that he did not answer, he urged, "Tell me, how would I know if you don't tell me? If I knew what I did to provoke her and why she was angry, why would I ask you?" Juhan said coldly. The expression on his face was so cold that one could not see any change in his emotions. "You're right." Special Assistant Zhu nodded and frowned for a while. Then, he suddenly thought of something and looked up at Juhan. I know why Secretary Lin is so angry." "Why?" Juhan raised his eyebrows and asked. Special Assistant Zhu said in all seriousness, "There are always a few days every month for women." Juhan frowned and stared at Special Assistant Zhu. After a while, he slowly said, "You mean?" "Definitely." Special Assistant Zhu had a look of certainty on his face. "My girlfriend's good friend would always throw a tantrum at me every month. She would lose her temper for no reason. At times like this, as men, we have to be considerate and caring. Make a cup of hot cocoa and prepare a hot water bottle. This will ease her discomfort and naturally soothe her mood." Juhan looked at him with a doubtful expression, as if he was still thinking about something. In Xiaobin's room, the little guy was reading a fairy tale book in Lin Li's arms, his expression serious. Lin Li lowered her head to look at him, then reached out to stroke his head and said in a low voice, "Xiaobin, Auntie will send you to class tomorrow." Hearing this, the little one in his arms stiffened. After a while, he said in a low voice, "I don't want to go." Lin Li let go of him and reached out to hold his face, asking, "Why?" The little guy didn't say anything. He turned around and retreated from Lin Li's arms. He sat facing her to the side and played with his fingers with his head lowered. "Xiaobin, are you afraid of what your classmates will say?" Lin Li asked, reaching out to turn him over. The little fellow's head was still lowered, and he was biting his lips. Lin Li reached out and held his face up again. She stared into his eyes and said seriously, "Xiaobin, if we don't face some things bravely, then those things will exist forever. We can avoid it for a while, but we can't avoid it for the rest of our lives." The little guy looked at her, his dark eyes twinkling. "Xiaobin, promise Auntie that you'll be a brave man and face all the difficulties and problems bravely. We'll solve them together, okay?" The little guy also looked at her. After a while, he nodded and said in a low voice, "All right," he said. Lin Li smiled and lowered her head to kiss his forehead and stroke his head. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Dong dong dong. It was very regular. Xiaobin, who was in her arms, looked up at Lin Li and asked, "Is it Dad?" Lin Li nodded. Who else could be in this house other than Juhan? Speaking of Juhan, the little guy seemed to get nervous all of a sudden. He looked at Lin Li and asked, "Dad, are you here to chase me away?" If his father said that he was not his child, would he chase him away? Lin Li shook her head. "No, don't talk nonsense, Xiaobin." As she spoke, she touched his head, let him go, got up, and walked towards the door. He opened the door and saw Juhan standing outside, staring at him. Looking at him, Lin Li asked, "What's the matter?" His tone was cold and his attitude was indifferent. Juhan looked at her and frowned without saying anything. For some reason, he didn't like her indifferent tone and attitude. He suppressed the frustration in his heart and only said, "Follow me." With that, he turned around and left. Lin Li didn't know what he wanted to do, but after thinking about it, she finally turned to look at Xiaobin on the bed and smiled at him. "Auntie will go out for a while." She closed the door and came out. When she came to the living room, she saw Juhan gesturing for her to sit down. Then, he came out of the kitchen with a cup and handed it to her. He then said softly, "Drink it while it's hot." Lin Li lowered her head and saw that the black thing in the cup was actually hot cocoa. She raised her head in confusion and looked at him. "What are you doing?" Juhan glanced at her, then turned around and went into the study. When he came out again, he had a hot water bag in his hand. With a slightly serious face, he lowered his head and placed the hot water bag on her stomach. "What are you doing?" Lin Li was even more puzzled. She was completely baffled by his series of actions. Juhan looked up at him and said, didn't you say that your good friend is here? 233 Stop fooling around. Linley was stunned and looked at him strangely. She didn't react for a moment and asked, "What good friend?" Juhan saw her reaction and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He frowned subconsciously and looked at her seriously to confirm again, "Don't you have a good friend?" As he spoke, his eyes were fixed on her lower abdomen. Linley followed his gaze, then looked at the cup of hot cocoa in his hand and the hot water bottle in his arms. No matter how slow she was, she finally realized what he was looking at. Her face suddenly turned red, and she glared at him with embarrassment and anger. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't have any good friends." Upon hearing that, Juhan was a little embarrassed. A faint and strange dark red appeared on his bronze face, but it was only a flash. In his heart, he scolded Special Assistant Su for being unreliable. He wondered if he had too little work recently, which made him too idle. That was why he gave him such an unreliable idea. Linley was suddenly a little embarrassed. She put down the mug and the hot water bag in her hand and turned around to go back to her room. Seeing that she was about to leave, Juhan reached out and held her hand. He frowned and asked tiredly, "What are you playing at with me?" Recently, he had been quite tired, not physically but mentally. He had finally solved Xiao Bin's matter, but he didn't expect her to argue with him for no reason, and he didn't even know why. "I didn't," Linley replied coldly and tried to break free from his hand. Juhan pulled her back into his arms. He held her waist with one hand and held her head with the other. He rested his chin on her forehead and sighed. He said weakly, "Linley, don't mess with me. I've been really tired recently." He was so tired that he just wanted to hug her and let her give him warmth. He was so tired that he just wanted to lean on her and sleep in peace. He didn't know when it had started, but he had developed this attachment to her. It seemed that her presence by his side could make him feel at ease. Linley's heart moved. She felt pain from being pulled. His exhausted and weak voice made her heart ache and she couldn't help but be reluctant to part with him. However, when she thought of how he had called out to Ling Lan in pain that night in his sleep, Linley closed her eyes in pain. She had already missed it once. She didn't want to be stupid a second time. She pushed him away forcefully and turned her head away to avoid looking into his eyes. She only said, "I'm not messing with you. If you're tired, you should rest early." He turned around and left. Behind her, Juhan looked at her back and his eagle eyes darkened. He said coldly, "Linley." His voice was low and cold, making people feel a chill. Linley stopped in her tracks. After spending time with him, she knew that he was angry. Biting her lip, Linley turned around and was about to speak, but before she could see clearly, she only felt a black shadow flash by. Then, she felt someone holding her face. Her lips were warm, and that warm and domineering tongue directly pried open her teeth and barged into her mouth. That kiss was filled with anger, plundering, and domineering. It was not to be ignored. Pa, 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 pa. A loud slap resounded in the silent living room. Time seemed to have stopped at that moment. The only sound in the living room was the sound of breathing. The force of Linley's slap was extremely heavy. She had almost exhausted all the strength in her body and didn't show any mercy at all. Even her hand was still numb and trembling at this moment, mixed with her slightly undulating breathing. Linley's slap was heavy, so Juhan naturally suffered the same. The palm print on his bronze-colored face seemed to prove that Linley's slap wasn't just for show. It was a real slap. Linley looked at him and roared at him with an angry expression. "You rascal! What right do you have to treat me like this?" He was so angry that his entire body seemed to be trembling. Juhan also looked at her. His gaze was so cold that it seemed to be able to kill people. He suppressed the anger in his heart and stared into her eyes. "What the hell are you doing? If you want to do this, you should at least give me a reason." That deep voice clearly carried a fire of anger, as if it had been ignited by carelessness. Linley was also furious and shouted loudly, "Reason? Fine, I'll tell you if you want a reason. I'm not playing anymore. I'm not playing with you anymore. To hell with trying to love each other. Let's go back to our original positions. You live your life and I live mine. We don't interfere with each other's business. We're just a purely cooperative marriage." "What did you just say?" Juhan stared at her and didn't make any more movements. However, his entire aura seemed to have changed. It was as if there were many flammable objects around him and he would explode if he was not careful. I said I don't want to try dating you anymore. Let's go back to where we started. I don't want to be someone else's substitute. As Lin Li spoke, she felt even more aggrieved and upset. Her tears flowed uncontrollably as Cheng Xiang, Xiaoxiao's face, and Ling Lan's face flashed through her mind. The most she could think of was the night he had fallen asleep and called out Ling Lan's name with a pained expression. She couldn't hold back her tears any longer, just like the floodgates of a flood. Lin Li covered her mouth, trying her best to suppress her cries. She was afraid that she would alarm the little guy in the room. Juhan looked at her. The anger that had already reached the point of explosion was completely extinguished by her tears. There was no anger left. Looking at her crying so helplessly, there was only pity and reluctance left in his heart. His eyes that were originally filled with fire also softened. Lin Li cried helplessly. Those scenes kept spinning and playing in her mind like a movie. Her grievances spread endlessly. She covered her hands and tried hard to warn herself. I don't want to. The past 10 years are enough. I don't want to be someone else's substitute anymore. I don't want it anymore. In the end, Juhan half knelt on the ground and reached out to pull her into his arms. He hugged her tightly and said in her ear over and over again, You're not. Lin Li cried and wanted to break free from his embrace. She reached out and patted his back, but Juhan had no intention of letting go and still held her tightly. He didn't know how long she cried like this, but when Juhan realized that the person in his arms was no longer struggling, the low sobbing also slowly disappeared. He looked down and realized that Lin Li, who was crying in his arms, had already fallen asleep from exhaustion. He reached out to push away the hair that was stuck to her face because of her tears and gently touched her face with his hand. After a while, he carried her in his arms and went to the room. However, when he carried Lin Li back to the master bedroom, he saw that the door of the children's room was left ajar. The little guy, who was originally in the room, was now stretching his head out and looking at him. His big black eyes were wide open, and his gaze was directed at Lin Li, who was in Juhan's arms. His little face was filled with worry that could not be hidden. Juhan stopped in his tracks and looked straight at him. His unsmiling look was really a little serious and terrifying. The little guy subconsciously retracted his head. After a while, he was still a little worried about Lin Li, so he stuck his head out again to see what was going on. However, he happened to meet Juhan's eyes and was shocked again. His little face froze there. Juhan hugged Lin Li and looked at her. After a while, he said, Come and open the door. The little guy was stunned for a moment, as if he had not yet reacted to his words, and had not digested the meaning of the content. Seeing that he didn't come over after a long time, Juhan opened his mouth again and said, Come and open the door. Only then did the little guy react. After confirming that he was indeed calling him over, he opened the door and walked towards Juhan timidly. He stood more than a meter away from him and hesitated for a moment. He didn't dare to come over. Juhan looked at him and motioned for him to come over. The little guy then walked over with a peace of mind and reached out to open the door. Juhan carried Lin Li in and placed her on the bed gently and carefully. He reached out to take off the slippers on her feet and then pulled the quilt over to cover him. After doing all this, he stood at the head of the bed for a while before turning around to go out. However, when he turned around, he saw the little guy standing at the door with a worried face, as if he wanted to see Lin Li's condition on the bed in the room. But when he saw Juhan turn his head, his body suddenly stiffened and he immediately stood up straight. Juhan looked at him and was about to step forward when the little guy ran away. Before Juhan could react, the little guy had disappeared. He only heard a bang and the door was closed. Juhan turned around and looked at Lin Li on the bed. Seeing that she didn't wake up, he then turned around and closed the door softly. Standing in front of the children's room, Juhan was silent for a while. In the end, he reached out and knocked on the door. The room was silent, not a single sound could be heard. After waiting for a while, Juhan raised his hand and knocked on the door again. He said in a deep voice, Open the door. Then, there was silence again. When Juhan raised his hand again and was about to open the door and go in, the doorknob turned and the door slowly opened. The little guy bit her lips and looked at him. Her little hand clutched the corner of her pajamas tightly, and her nervousness and fear were so obvious. Juhan looked at him, and before he could speak, The little guy seemed to have mustered up the courage to look up and ask him, "Are you trying to drive me away?" Juhan was stunned. He took a deep look at that stubborn little face and his expression changed slightly. The little guy bit his lip. Because he was nervous and afraid, he bit it with extra force, almost to the point that his lips turned white. Juhan sighed softly and slowly raised his hand. His big palm landed on the little guy's head. He used a little force and rubbed his hair. He asked in a low voice, "Are you hungry?" The little guy was stunned. He looked up at him, his eyes uncertain. Juhan rubbed his head and said again, "Are you hungry?" The little guy still didn't know how to react. He just nodded subconsciously and looked at Juhan. Juhan pulled the corners of his mouth and pulled out a faint smile. His tone was a little unnatural and stiff as he said, "I'll go cook something for you." 234 Back to the original position. When Linley woke up again, it was already midnight. The whole room was dark, but the big palm on her waist told her that the person lying next to her was not the little guy but Juhan. She reached out to pull away a certain someone's large palm, but at this time, his low voice rang in her ear. "Go to sleep. It's very late. I'm going back to my room to sleep." Linley insisted on getting up and reached out to grab the big hand on her lower abdomen. Juhan didn't let her go and pulled her back with force. His chest was against her back, and his hands wrapped around her waist even tighter. Their current position was like two spoons sticking close to each other, ambiguous and lingering. "Let me go." Linley frowned and struggled to move forward. Since she had already recognized the truth, she should return to her original position and let the two of them maintain the best distance. Juhan lifted his leg and pressed her down. He whispered in her ear, "Don't move." Startled by his voice, Linley felt a warm object pressed against her back. It wasn't the kind of young and inexperienced little girl, so Linley naturally knew what it meant. She also knew that a man couldn't stand being provoked at this time. In the dark, her face suddenly flushed red, but she was afraid that she would directly provoke him if she moved again, so she forcibly stopped moving. However, she couldn't hide the anger in her heart, so she could only stiffen her body and scold him in a low voice. "Hooligan." Juhan didn't say anything. His hands were still hugging her tightly. He lowered his head and buried it in her neck, suppressing the urge that was rolling in his chest. He wanted her, but he wasn't a real hooligan. He wouldn't force himself on a woman, even if this woman was his wife. After a while, Linley felt the burning desire behind her slowly fade away. She didn't dare to lie down beside him any longer. She reached out to grab his hand and was about to turn over, but Juhan obviously didn't intend to let her go just like that. He held her hand even tighter. Linley groaned. Her waist and abdomen were in pain from his grip, and her brows were furrowed so tightly that they almost formed a knot. "What exactly do you want?" In the dark, Juhan's voice sounded behind her. "I've never treated you as a substitute." He had always known who she was. They had indeed worked together for mutual benefits when they first got married, but from the moment they started dating, even if he hadn't truly fallen in love with her, his attitude was serious. He wanted to use a new relationship to forget the pain that his previous relationship had brought him, but he had never seen her as someone else's shadow. Hearing this, Linley was stunned for a moment, then laughed coldly in a low voice, "Hee." Juhan frowned and emphasized, "I'm serious. You don't even know what you want." That was why she would unconsciously call out that name in her sleep. She knew this feeling too well and no longer dared to try it again. In the 10 years she had been with Chengsheng, although she knew that there was a figure in his heart that was hard to erase, and she could also feel that he was trying hard to love her a little more, it was because she knew his hard work and heart that she naively believed that time could erase everything and forget his feelings. However, the figure in his heart was too deep, so no matter how much effort he put in, it would all be in vain. At this moment, he was just like Chengsheng. She had experienced that kind of pain once, and she really didn't have the courage to try it a second time. You could say that she was weak, or that she was timid, but she just wanted to protect herself. "I've always known what I wanted, even if it's wrong," Juhan said. His tone was firm. Back then, he knew that he couldn't love Ling Lan, but he still loved her without hesitation. Even though he was hurt all over, he never regretted it because all of this was his own choice. Now, even if he found out that he was wrong, he would accept it. That was why he would face it no matter how hard it was. This was his responsibility. He had no complaints about the responsibility he had to bear for the wrong choice he made back then. Linley reached out to turn on the light at the head of the bed, and the entire room was lit up in an instant. Joo-hun raised his hand to cover his eyes before he got used to it. When he put his hand down again, he saw that she had already turned around and was looking at him. "Do you really know what you want?" Linley asked him, her eyes looking into his. Joo-hun didn't escape. He looked back into her eyes and said calmly, "At least I've always known that I've never used you as a substitute for Ling Lan." He had been crazy for love before. Back then, he had given up everything for Ling Lan. However, if he still couldn't forget Ling Lan even after seeing her true colors, then he wasn't just stupid. He was a total B*****. Linley smiled sarcastically. "But you were calling her name when you hugged me." Perhaps what he said was what he hoped for, but the human subconscious was the real thing, and it was the most instinctive reaction. Joo-hun was stunned. He frowned in disbelief and said with certainty, "Impossible." It was impossible. Linley looked at him and said, "But you did. You called her name when you were sleeping. You asked her why. Why did she leave you? Why did you give up on your relationship? When did this happen? I have no impression of it at all." Joo-hun still couldn't believe it. How was this possible? Linley smiled bitterly. "Not long ago. It happened a few days ago. If it had been a month or two ago, she might not have had such a big reaction. But now, it was only now that she realized that she had actually taken him to heart. Otherwise, her heart would not have ached." It was truly laughable. She had thought that after the incident with Chengsheng, she would never fall in love again, but she didn't expect that she would fall in love with someone so easily. It was just that she was sad that there was a figure in the hearts of both men that she couldn't get rid of. It was just that she was stupid the last time, so this time, she had to be smarter. "So you moved out because of this?" It wasn't a question, it was a very certain tone. Linley pushed him away and sat up. With her back facing him, she slowly said, "I had long hair for 10 years because Chengsheng said he liked to look at me with long hair. I knew that he was thinking of another woman when he looked at my long hair, but I was too stupid at the time. I naively thought that as long as I had enough time, he would forget the person in his heart and slowly fall in love with me. He really doted on me. Because I was a glutton, I worked hard to learn cooking. His cooking skills were even comparable to the chefs of professional restaurants. We've been together for 10 years, and we've barely quarreled, because he'll tolerate everything about me, all my willfulness and unreasonable tantrums. Everyone says that I'm lucky to have found a man who loves me, pampers me, and pampers me so much. Even I feel that meeting him is a blessing from my previous life, but it's also because of this that I've neglected and forgotten that there's actually a shadow in his heart, a person that he can't forget." Joo-hun also sat up behind her. He didn't say anything and just looked at her. "I thought 10 years was long enough for him to forget someone and then fall in love with another person, but it turns out that some feelings are carved into the bones, carved into the blood. Even if another 10 years passed, the love that was carved into the bone marrow was still the most inseparable. So when the truth came out and the person in his heart appeared again, all the love, tolerance, and pampering he had for me before became the biggest joke and the most ironic thing. I'm just a substitute for the person in his heart, a substitute for that person when he's not by his side, a comfort for him when he's lonely. Perhaps I've really entered his heart in the past 10 years, but I've never been able to." As Linley said this, she suddenly laughed. It was so ironic, so helpless. Joo-hun reached out to hold her shoulders and turned her body over. Only then did he realize that she was crying. He didn't know when her face was already covered in tears. Joo-hun wiped the tears off her face and looked into her eyes. "I'm not him." Linley also looked at him, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She reached out and pulled his hand down. She nodded slightly and said, "Yes, you're not him, but you're the same as him. There's a woman in your heart that you can't forget. Even if he hurt you, even if you think you can forget him, the facts prove that you're just deceiving yourself and others. You're just hiding her in your heart." Joo-hun didn't say anything and just looked at her. "If you really want to make things clear, then let's make it clear today. The thing I hate the most in my life is to be someone else's substitute. So, whether you did it on purpose or not, I can't accept it. I want us to go back to our original position and not make our relationship complicated. We'll just maintain a cooperative relationship." I can cooperate with you to deal with the family, and you can cooperate with me to deal with my parents. It's a simple relationship. Don't mix it with feelings, because neither of us can afford it. Joo-han looked at her and stared at her for a long time before he slowly opened his mouth. His eyes didn't leave her as he asked, "Is this what you want?" Yes, Lin-Lee nodded without hesitation. This wasn't what she wanted, but she seemed to only want this. Joo-han didn't say anything more and just looked at her. His lips were tightly pursed and his hands on the blanket were clenched tightly. The blue veins on his hands were protruding as if he was suppressing the surging emotions in his heart. He looked a little scary. Lin-Lee didn't say anything else. After looking at him for a while, she turned around, lifted the quilt, and got out of bed. When she walked to the door of the room, the tip of her nose felt inexplicably sour. It was so uncomfortable that she only wanted to cry. Her chest was also stuffy and a little painful. This feeling was so annoying. She really hated it. Joo-han watched her leave the room and watched her figure disappear from his sight. The moment the door was opened and closed, Joo-han turned around and punched the wall. There was a kind of anger in his chest that was difficult to dissipate. Lin-Lee stood at the door and heard the movement in the room. She gritted her teeth and raised her head, forcing back the tears in her eyes. She took a deep breath and then left. Ever since that night, there seemed to be an invisible barrier between Lin-Lee and Joo-han. The two of them lived under the same roof and were only separated by a door when they went to work, but the number of times they met was pitifully few. Lin-Lee avoided them and Joo-han also avoided them. Leaning against the desk, Lin-Lee raised her hand and pressed her temple. Her head hurt a little, as if it was being pricked by needles. The elevator door opened, and Special Assistant Zu came up in a hurry. He almost trotted straight into Joo-han's office. When Lin-Lee returned to work, he realized that Special Assistant Zu's work seemed to be busier than before. As for why Lin-Lee noticed it, it was because Special Assistant Zu directly took on a lot of her work. Sometimes, he even made copies of documents himself. Lin-Lee subconsciously felt that this was because Joo-han was deliberately avoiding her, so every time she saw Assistant Zu in such a hurry, she couldn't help but feel a little guilty. So when she saw Assistant Zu coming out of Joo-han's office with a stack of documents that looked a little scary in his hands, Lin-Lee couldn't help but call out to him, "Assistant Zu, is there anything I can help you with?" Special Assistant Zu glanced at her and muttered softly, "It's your business anyway." He spoke too softly, so Lin-Lee didn't hear him clearly. "What?" Special Assistant Zu laughed dryly and shook his head, saying that it was nothing. It was his fault for coming up with such ideas. Now, there was no medicine for regret. When she turned around and was about to leave, she suddenly thought of something. She turned around to look at Lin-Lee and asked, "Secretary Lin, do you really want to help?" Lin-Lee nodded and reached out to take the documents from him, but she was stopped by Assistant Zu. He said, "Secretary Lin, if you really want to help, don't argue with President Mo. Hurry up and make up with him. I'm just a part-time worker. If you continue to argue with me, I won't even have time to go on a date with my girlfriend. How would I know that you don't drink hot cocoa?" Lin-Lee was stunned. Hot cocoa. She suddenly thought of something. So this was what happened to her good friend that night. After understanding, she rolled her eyes at him in a bad mood. The little guilt in her heart was gone, and she turned around and returned to her seat. Upon seeing this, Special Assistant Zu brushed his hair and went back downstairs with the documents. The headache didn't get better even after work. His head was groggy, which seemed to be a sign of a cold. He raised his hand to look at his watch. He was sure that if he didn't go to the kindergarten to pick up the little guy now, he would be late. He didn't care about the headache anymore, packed his things, and rushed off from work. When the car arrived at the kindergarten, the bell had just rung. The entrance was filled with parents who had come to pick up their children. The kindergarten's gate opened after the bell rang. A minute later, the children in the yard rushed over, smiling awkwardly with happy smiles on their faces. Of course, Ju Jiabin was also one of them. The little guy saw Lin-Lee standing at the school gate as soon as he walked out. He ran over to her and hugged her leg. During this period of time, the little guy seemed to have become dependent on Lin-Lee and loved to stick to her. Of course, he was a lot more cheerful than before and wasn't so boring anymore. Sometimes at night, he would lie in Lin-Lee's arms and tell her interesting things about school. As a result, he had less and less time to face the transformer that he had almost never let go of before. From his words, she could tell that he had made a few good friends in kindergarten. Every time he came back, he would mention them. Linley was happy to see such a change. She felt gratified and happy for her child. "Auntie, I want to eat KFC today, okay?" Sitting in the front passenger seat, the little guy fastened his seat belt and turned his head to look at Linley. Linley smiled and asked, "Why do you suddenly want to eat that?" Jang Jichung said that his parents took him out to eat hamburgers last night. They even said that the hamburgers were very delicious. The little guy answered honestly. In fact, he didn't care what hamburger was good. He envied Jang Jichung for having his parents take him there. If Aunt Linley could also take him there, it would be great. While driving, Linley replied, "That thing is not good to eat. It's not healthy." Hearing this, the little guy only gave a low "oh," and his little face immediately darkened. Linley glanced at him with a faint smile. When she turned to look at the road ahead, she only said, "It's fine to go once in a while, but not more than that." The little guy was stunned for a moment. When he reacted, he showed a big smile and said happily, "Thank you, Auntie." Linley also laughed and freed a hand to touch his head. She took the little guy to KFC and ordered a lot of things. The little guy ate very happily and the smile on his face never stopped. Linley ate a few fries but didn't have much of an appetite, so she didn't touch it again. When he brought the little fellow out to eat, the sky was already completely dark. After entering winter, the sky was getting shorter day by day. Because it was difficult to find a parking space, the car was parked a little far away. Linley held the little guy's hand and walked slowly. The cold wind blew over, and Linley couldn't bear the chill. She turned her head and sneezed several times. The little guy on the plate looked at her and asked, "Auntie, did you catch a cold?" Linley reached out to cover her mouth and nodded, saying, "It seems so." "Then I'll accompany Auntie to the doctor. The teacher said that if you're sick, you'll get better quickly after seeing the doctor," the little fellow said in all seriousness. Linley's heart felt warm and fuzzy. She touched his head and said, "Auntie will go back and make some cold medicine. You'll be fine after drinking it. However, Xiaoben will have to sleep alone tonight because Auntie has a cold and can't pass it to Xiaoben." "I'm not afraid, I'm a man." The little guy looked at Linley with a serious expression. Linley laughed and squatted down. She looked at him and said, "Men sleep alone." The little guy bit his lip and was silent for a while before saying, "All right," he said. In fact, he was not afraid. He just lacked a sense of security. Linley smiled and stood up again, holding his hand and planning to continue walking forward. However, when she looked up, she was stunned and surprised to see the person in front of her. Cheng Xiang was standing about 10 steps away from Linley. His hair was unkempt, and his clothes were crumpled. Under the light of the street lamp, he looked a little pale, and his face was very unsightly. Chengsheng was also a little surprised. He looked at Linley for a while before slowly opening his mouth and softly calling out, "Linley." Linley came back to her senses and only nodded indifferently. She retracted her gaze and held the little guy's hand, planning to continue walking. The little fellow seemed to have felt that his anger was a little different. He only rolled his big black eyes and did not say anything. When he walked to Chengsheng's side, he heard Chengsheng say, "Let's have a meal together sometime." Linley paused, but before she could say anything, she heard him say, "Just be normal friends." 235 Sickness and Fever. Chengsheng turned his body to look at her and said with a pleading tone, "Let's have a meal together. We'll just be ordinary friends." Linley's back was facing him, and she was holding the little guy's hand. Her head seemed to hurt even more. The little guy tilted his head and looked at Linley, then turned to look at Chengsheng. He didn't seem to understand, but he didn't dare to ask. He only pulled Linley's hand and softly called, "Auntie." Linley lowered her head and smiled at the little guy, but because of her headache, her smile looked a little forced. Chengsheng looked at her, and seeing that she didn't answer, he asked expectantly, "Linley, can you?" Linley didn't turn her head. She just shook her head and said, "No need." She didn't think that a man and a woman who had broken up could be ordinary friends so easily. She didn't know if other people could, but she couldn't. Thinking of this, Linley only felt her head hurt more. Hearing this, Chengsheng forced a smile. He looked at her with despair in his eyes. He had lost her. He had lost her completely. He didn't even have the chance to be friends in the future. Lin Li no longer looked at Cheng Xiang, who was behind her. She only held Xiao Bin's hand and went to the parking lot. Chengxian watched as her back view disappeared into the night. He raised his head and smiled, but that smile was many times more unsightly than crying. Why do people only know how to cherish things after they have lost them? Xiaoxiao was like that, and so was he. But when you finally understand, you can't go back to how you were. Lin Li had really caught a cold. Her entire body was weak, and her head was dizzy and uncomfortable. After she came back, she was afraid that she would pass the cold to Xiao Bin, so she went straight back to the guest room that she had moved to before the master bedroom. Fortunately, she had already taken the child to eat KFC before she came back, so she didn't have to worry about the child starving if she didn't make dinner. Lying on the bed, Lin Li only felt that her entire body was in a daze. Her head was very heavy, and she had no strength. She closed her eyes and tried to force herself to sleep, but she couldn't fall asleep. She wanted to open her eyes, but her eyelids were too heavy. Her entire body was cold, and she hugged herself even more and shrank into the blanket. When Juhan came back, the little guy was sitting in the living room. When he saw him coming back, he stood up and looked at him nervously with his back straight. He raised his hand to look at the time, then turned his head and looked around the entire living room, but he didn't see Lin Li. Frowning slightly, he changed his shoes and walked into the living room. As he put his briefcase on the low table in the living room, he said, "Why aren't you sleeping yet? Don't you have class tomorrow?" The little guy looked at him and grabbed his right hand nervously. He seemed to have made a huge decision and gathered a lot of courage before he looked at Juhan and said, Auntie is sick. She went into the room as soon as she came back and didn't allow me to go in." Because he was worried, he didn't dare to go back to his room and stayed in the living room to wait for his father to come back. He was afraid that if he fell asleep, his auntie would be alone in the room and no one would know that she was sick. What? Juhan was stunned and asked, what happened to him? When she brought coffee in during the day, he did notice that her brows were tightly furrowed and her face looked a little bad, but he was busy with work and did not notice it. The little guy looked at Juhan and said honestly, Auntie said she had a headache and wanted to sleep. She went straight to her room when she came back, but I didn't hear her voice after knocking on the door a few times. Juhan's brows furrowed even more. He didn't ask any more questions and directly turned to Xiao Bin's room. After pushing the bed in, he saw the empty bed and turned to look at Xiao Bin. Auntie is in her room, the little guy quickly said. She said she's sick and will pass it to me. Upon hearing this, Juhan turned to the side and walked towards the room opposite. He reached out to hold the doorknob and just as he wanted to turn it, he realized that the door was locked from the inside. It couldn't be opened without the key. Shit! Juhan cursed in a low voice. He turned around and directly replayed the spare keys of the entire house that were placed in the cabinet by the bedside table. Then, he returned to Lin Li's room and directly opened the door to enter. When Juhan pushed the door open and entered, he saw the person on the bed curled up into a ball. Her entire body was wrapped in the quilt and she was still shivering a little. Juhan strode forward and pulled the blanket away. He saw Lin Li's face was strangely red, but she was so cold that her lips were trembling. He reached out and patted her cheek. Juhan called out, Lin Li, wake up, wake up. Cold, it's so cold. Lin Li only muttered, her eyes not even opening. Damn it! Juhan cursed under his breath. He bent down and picked her up, letting her sit on the bed. Then, he took off his coat and wrapped it around her body. He carried her horizontally and prepared to go to the hospital. When he reincarnated with Lin Li in his arms, he saw the little guy standing behind him. He looked at him and then at Lin Li in his arms. His little face was full of worry as he asked, is Auntie's illness very serious? Juhan didn't answer him. He just said, I'll send him to the hospital now. The little guy followed him and said, I'll go too. Juhan rejected her immediately. No, you stay at home. The little guy looked at him and mumbled, but did not say anything. Juhan walked away. When he reached the door, he seemed to have realized something. He turned to look at the child and said, you still have class tomorrow. Go to bed immediately. The little guy stood there without moving, his eyes fixed on Lin Li. Upon seeing this, Juhan could only say, your aunt is fine. After saying that, he turned around and left. When she was sent to the hospital, Lin Li still didn't wake up. She leaned in Juhan's arms in a daze and only said that it was cold. The doctor checked Lin Li's condition and measured her temperature. After confirming that it was just a high fever caused by a cold, he opened a drip for her to keep on. Lin Li didn't wake up even after she was put on a drip. She closed her eyes and fell asleep in a daze. When the nurse came to insert the needle, she also leaned into Juhan's arms. When the needle was inserted, the instant pain made Lin Li retract her hand and the needle almost went away. Fortunately, the nurse who inserted the needle was an old nurse. She was experienced and didn't let Lin Li's injection go to waste. Lin Li fell asleep in a daze. She only felt that her head was like a merry-go-round, quickly spinning through the memories of the past few years. At first, it was Chengsheng. There were happiness and sadness between them. Then, slowly, Chengsheng became Juhan. In addition to the dream, Lin Li also heard someone speaking in her ear, calling her name in a low voice. The voice was very gentle and familiar. Lin Li didn't know if there was a heater placed beside her. She thought that it might be. Otherwise, how could her originally cold body slowly warm up? When she woke up again, the incandescent lamp on her head made Lin Li a little dazed. Her eyes were so blurry that she could see several figures. She frowned slightly and tried hard to make her vision clear. However, at this time, she heard a low and gentle voice in her ear. "Are you feeling better?" Only then did Lin Li turn her head and look at the somewhat blurry face with her misty eyes. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but Lin Li seemed to see Chengsheng's face. She frowned slightly and was a little uncertain. Chengsheng, Juhan, who was originally hugging her, suddenly relaxed. He glared at her and said coldly, "Do I look like that sissy?" His tone was filled with extreme displeasure. Lin Li's vision slowly recovered. The original few images slowly overlapped, and the somewhat blurry face of Chengsheng slowly turned into Juhan. Her head still hurt a little, and it was a little heavy. Frowning, Lin Li asked, "Where am I?" Although he looked a little serious, Juhan still answered her, "The hospital." Lin Li turned her head and realized that she was sitting in his arms at the moment. She supported herself up and wanted to leave his arms, but she was pressed down by Juhan. She heard his low voice with anger in it as he said, "Sit properly." "I'll sit by myself," Lin Li insisted. Her uneasiness made Juhan a little angry, and he warned her sternly, "I said sit tight." Lin Li was a little frightened by his tone. In the end, she didn't insist and obediently sat on his lap. Perhaps it was because she was sick, but Lin Li fell asleep again in Juhan's arms after a while. When Juhan carried her out of the courtyard with the medicine and was ready to go home, the cold wind that blew that night made Lin Li shiver uncontrollably. She woke up immediately and realized that she was being carried by Juhan. She patted his shoulder and said, "Put me down. I'll walk by myself." Juhan only looked at her and didn't say anything. Of course, he didn't let go either. Lin Li could only let him hug her, knowing that this man wouldn't listen to her when he was overbearing. It was almost midnight by the time they returned to the apartment. However, to their surprise, the little guy was still awake. When he heard their movements, he ran out of the room in his pajamas and hugged Lin Li tightly. He leaned his head against her lower abdomen and said, Auntie, I thought you didn't want me anymore." Lin Li also hugged him with heartache and quickly comforted him, "She won't. Auntie won't abandon Xiaobin." The little guy hugged Lin Li for a while before letting her go. He looked at her and asked, after seeing the doctor, "Does Auntie feel better?" Lin Li nodded. "Yes, Auntie is fine." Without waiting for the little guy to speak again, Juhan looked at the child and said disapprovingly, "Hurry up and go to bed." Upon hearing that, the little guy stood up straight. He was still a little afraid of Juhan, so he only nodded and ran back to his room. After the little guy went into the room, Lin Li turned around and looked at Juhan helplessly. Then, she heard a soft sigh and said, "Don't be so fierce to him. After all, he was just a child." Juhan didn't say anything and just glanced at her indifferently. He didn't say anything and directly took the medicine prescribed by the hospital into the kitchen. After a while, he brought her a cup of cold medicine and said, "Time to take your medicine." Lin Li reached out to take it and thanked him politely, "Thank you." His tone was deliberately distant. 236 An unknown number. After taking the medicine and sleeping, Lin Li's headache was obviously much better than last night when she woke up the next morning. However, the symptoms of the cold seemed to be more obvious. The symptoms of coughing and nose stuffing that didn't appear yesterday were all showing this morning. After washing up, Lin Li changed her clothes and rushed out of the room. Juhan had already prepared breakfast in the dining room. The little guy had also changed his clothes and was sitting on the chair to eat breakfast. The small bag that he had prepared was already placed by his side. He looked like he could leave at any time after eating. It wasn't surprising that Juhan made breakfast. He had cooked a few times in the past. However, Lin Li was a little surprised that he made a Chinese breakfast. This was because Juhan had always relied on bread, poached eggs, and ham to make breakfast. She was really a little surprised to see these porridge and side dishes today. You did all this?" Lin Li pointed at the things on the table in surprise. If he had said that he had bought them outside, she would have believed him. Juhan looked at her and didn't miss the hoarseness in her voice. He got up and took an empty bowl for her, saying, "Eat it while it's hot. It's better to have some porridge when you have a cold." As he spoke, he placed the bowl of porridge on her seat. Then, he turned to look at the little guy and said in a serious tone, "Hurry up and eat, we're going to be late for school." The little guy looked at him and rolled his big black eyes. He didn't say anything and lowered his head to eat. Lin Li sat down in her seat and glanced at him before picking up the bowl and scooping a spoonful of soup. She tasted it lightly. The clear porridge was cooked by him until it was very thick, with a strong rice fragrance and the faint sweetness unique to white rice. Lin Li raised her head, looked at him, and asked, "What time did you wake up?" Although she didn't know much about cooking, she knew that the most inconspicuous congee was the most troublesome and time-consuming. Not only did it take time to cook it to be so thick, but there must be someone watching the heat and stirring it from time to time. Juhan didn't answer her question. He just raised his head and finished the bowl of porridge. Then, he added a mouthful of side dishes, pulled the napkin on the table, and wiped the corners of his mouth. "Don't go to the company today, rest well at home. I'll send Xiao Bin over in the morning and pick him up at night." Lin Li was stunned for a moment and turned to look at the little guy. Obviously, he was also a little surprised. He was also looking at Juhan blankly with his food in his mouth. After a while, he turned to look at Lin Li again, and his eyes seemed to be a little scared. "Well, I'm fine. I feel much better than last night. I can take walk." Lin Li wanted to say that she was fine but was interrupted by Juhan. "I'm not asking for your opinion," Juhan said expressionlessly. His attitude and tone didn't allow any room for rejection. It wasn't a discussion at all. It was a direct order. "I'm really scamming." Lin Li still wanted to refute, but Juhan didn't give her the chance. He stood up and looked at the little guy beside him and said, "I'll give you 5 more minutes." He then walked straight to the study to prepare his briefcase for work. Lin Li looked at his back and pouted in annoyance. She muttered in a low voice, "Overbearing, auntie." The little guy at the side called her softly and timidly. Ever since that incident, the little guy's fear of Juhan was different from before. Although he was afraid of Juhan in the past, he still loved Juhan very much in his heart because Juhan was the closest person to him. However, the last time Juhan shouted to Lin Li in the study room that Xiao Bin wasn't his son was accidentally overheard by him. It was deeply imprinted in his heart, and his feelings for Juhan had changed. There was only pure fear left. Lin Li reached out to touch his head and smiled at him. "It's okay. Actually, this was also good." Letting the two of them interact more would promote their relationship. Just from the fake paternity test report last time, Juhan had never thought of not having a child. No matter how much pressure he had to face Xiao Bin, he had never sent him away, had he? In fact, he had a very gentle and kind heart under his strong and serious appearance. The little fellow had no choice but to nod. Although his head didn't hurt anymore, and his body wasn't as weak as last night, it was still quite annoying to have a blocked nose and cough. After taking the medicine, which seemed to help with sleep, he fell asleep soon after. In the end, he couldn't resist the sleepiness and went back to his room to sleep. At noon, Lin Li was woken up by the ringing of her phone. She woke up in a daze and grabbed the phone. She was still a little groggy. "Hello," her voice sounded weak and weak. "What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable again?" Juhan asked on the other end of the phone. His tone sounded a little worried. Lin Li yawned, and her entire spirit slowly recovered. When she woke up, She took out her phone and looked at the caller ID. She was a little surprised that it was Juhan's call. Thinking that he had something to say, she asked, "Did you leave your documents at home?" Ignoring her question, Juhan repeated, "I'm asking if you're feeling unwell." "I'm fine. I just had a good sleep. I feel much better," Lin-Li answered honestly. Hearing her say that, Juhan replied softly on the other end of the phone, You have something to say?" Lin-Li retorted. On the other end of the phone, Juhan coughed unnaturally and said, "There's still some porridge in the pot. Heat it up and have some." Upon hearing this, Lin-Li was stunned. Her hand holding the phone tightened, and she bit her lip and didn't speak for a while. "Lin-Li?" Suddenly, there was no sound. Juhan was not sure if she was still listening. "Are you still there?" Lin-Li bit her lip, raised her head, and closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she said in a cold voice, "Juhan, don't be so nice to me." His actions would soften her heart and she would really fall in love with him, but the person in his heart was not him. She really did not have the courage to be a substitute again. "What do you mean by that?" Juhan's tone on the other end of the phone suddenly turned cold, as if he was suppressing some kind of anger. "I just want our relationship to be simple. Don't make it complicated," Lin-Li said. She was inexplicably nervous, and her heart was beating very fast. "How simple do you want it to be?" Juhan asked, his tone almost as if he was gritting his teeth. Holding the phone, Lin-Li swallowed her saliva and said, "It's only for cooperation, no feelings." Relationships were too hurtful. As long as they didn't start, they wouldn't be hurt. "Just because I called out Ling Lan's name under some unknown circumstances?" Juhan asked on the other end of the phone with a slightly mocking tone. Lin-Li paused and glanced at him unnaturally. She only said, "No, I didn't." "You do, and you mind?" "I didn't," Lin-Li retorted. She bit her lip and said with some excitement, "I just don't want to become someone else's shadow for no reason. I just want to be myself. I've never treated you as Ling Lan's shadow." Juhan, who was on the other end of the phone, was also a little excited. He said over the phone, "I'm not stupid enough to not know what I want." Lin-Li held the phone in silence for a long time. Time seemed to have stopped, and there was no sound. After an unknown amount of time, Lin-Li finally spoke slowly while holding the phone, "I don't want to." There was also a moment of silence, so quiet that they could hear the breathing of the two. As if a century had passed, Juhan finally made a move. He. Juhan laughed coldly over the phone. His laughter was so cold that it did not have a trace of emotion. He said, "All right, we'll do as you say." After saying that, he didn't even give Lin-Li time to respond and directly hung up the phone. Lin-Li put down her phone and stared at the screen for a long time. She bit her lip and finally put her phone on the bedside table. After sitting on the bed for a while, Lin-Li lifted the blanket and got out of bed. She went from the room to the kitchen and turned on the rice pot. There was still some extra porridge left from that morning. She covered the lid and pressed the heat button. The cold virus stayed in Lin-Li's body for a total of 7 days before it really left. However, in these 7 days, Lin-Li and Juhan's relationship seemed to have dropped to the freezing point. No, in Lin-Li's words, it could be said that they had really returned to the very beginning. Lin-Li stared at the computer and quickly typed out the information that would be printed out for the meeting later. The dark brown office door behind her opened and Juhan came out with the documents. He strode over and saw the words on her computer screen. His brows subconsciously furrowed and he said coldly, "Are the documents not ready yet?" Lin-Li didn't turn her head and quickly typed while saying, "I'll be done in a moment. Send it to the meeting room immediately." Juhan didn't wait for him and walked straight to the meeting room with the documents. Lin-Li glanced at him and continued to type the unfinished document. In the past week, their relationship had really returned to its original state, just as Lin-Li had hoped. It was a simple cooperative relationship. They almost didn't talk about anything other than work, and Juhan had returned to the past, leaving early and returning late, barely meeting each other at home. Even the little guy could tell that something was different, and he secretly asked Lin-Li what was wrong. Lin-Li took out the printed documents from the printer. When she was sending them to the meeting room, she happened to meet Special Assistant Su, who had come up in the elevator to rush to the meeting. Before entering the meeting room, he whispered in Lin-Li's ear, somewhat imploring, "Secretary Lin, please let me go." What Lin Li didn't know was that when she started the Cold War with Juhan, the one who was hurt the most was Special Assistant Su. This was because a certain someone had obviously vented his anger directly on work because of his mood. Through work, the person who suffered became Special Assistant Su. In Special Assistant Su's words, he was suffering more than Dui. After packing up her things and getting ready to get off work, Lin Li's phone suddenly rang at this time. It was an unfamiliar number, but it looked somewhat familiar. Looking at the number flashing on the phone screen, Lin Li frowned and finally answered, "Hello, is it Lin Li?" 237. A familiar chest. The call was from Cheng Sheng's mother. Lin Li was very surprised that Cheng Zheng's mother would call at this time. She was completely unprepared. "Lin Li, do you have time? Auntie wants to treat you to a meal, can I?" Lin Li was stunned. Cheng Zheng's mother sounded very sincere on the other end of the phone, and her tone even sounded like she was begging. This was an attitude that she had never had before. Even when Cheng Xiang ran away at the wedding and caused her to have a miscarriage, she had never really lowered her tone to her. Her attitude had always been high and mighty. When she didn't hear Lin Li's reply, Cheng Zheng's mother asked with uncertainty, "Lin Li, are you listening?" Lin Li finally reacted and said, "May I know what's the matter?" She didn't think that she would be so bored as to suddenly invite her to dinner. Even though she had been with Cheng Sheng for 10 years, she had never truly accepted her. In the end, if it wasn't for the fact that she had a child, she probably wouldn't have agreed to let them get married. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and Cheng Zheng's mother said, "It's regarding Cheng Sheng." His tone seemed to be suppressing some kind of pain and forbearance. Lin Li frowned, took a deep breath, and said, "I think Mrs. Cheng has found the wrong person. My relationship with Cheng Sheng ended half a year ago. I don't think we have anything to talk about." On the other end of the phone, Cheng Zheng's mother was anxious to explain, "Lin Li, I know." Lin Li didn't want to listen to anything else, so she directly took away her phone and hung up. Everything that should have ended between her and Cheng Sheng had already ended on that day of the wedding. There was nothing else to be involved in. After tidying up the things on the desk, Lin Li took her briefcase and went directly to pick up Xiao Bin from school. Lin Li didn't know what Cheng Sheng's mother had called her that day to say, and she didn't want to know either, because she wouldn't have any more interactions with Cheng Sheng in the future. However, when she returned home that day, she unexpectedly received another phone call. It was Su Cheng, and he said that he wanted to ask her for help. After hearing what he said, she realized that he wanted to arrange a surprise for Anran when she returned, and that surprise was his and Anran's late wedding. Lin Li understood that the wedding wasn't just an ordinary wedding. It was also Su Cheng's promise to Anran. She understood everything that had happened between them, and she also understood the true meaning of this wedding to them. Lin Li felt happy for Anran from the bottom of her heart. She was happy that Anran had found a man who truly loved and doted on her. So, when Su Cheng said this, Lin Li agreed without hesitation. In fact, Su Cheng's request was very simple. He didn't need her to do anything. As long as she agreed to help him hide the truth, then on the day Anran returned to the country, she would be able to pick Anran up from the airport to the wedding venue. In response, Lin Li called Anran. When she heard from Anran that Mother Jiyu's surgery was a success and that her wound had recovered smoothly, she was genuinely happy for her. According to the rules, she didn't disclose anything about Su Cheng's wedding plans to Anran and only asked her to inform her when she returned to the country. The two of them hadn't had a good chat for a long time. Lin Li would still bring Xiao Bin back to the institution compound every weekend to see Mother Ju and Father Ju. Sometimes they would have a meal together, and sometimes they would stay the night. "Here, Xiao Bin, eat this. Grandma made you some braised meatballs." Her precious grandson rarely came back once a week. Mother Ju attentively picked up the food, afraid that the child would be hungry. It seemed that after Juhan released the paternity test report to the media previously, Mother Ju's attitude towards Xiao Bin became even more intimate. Lin Li knew that it was also because of the guilt that Mother Ju felt for not being able to arrive in time after the little guy's identity was exposed. It should also be because she no longer had any doubts about the little guy's identity as a descendant of the Ju family. However, on the other hand, the little guy was more sensitive in terms of his thoughts due to the environment he grew up in. Therefore, he became a little distant from Mother Ju and Father Ju. Sometimes, when he smiled, there was a sense of alienation and wariness. Lin Li guessed that because the little guy was too sensitive, he had been holding a grudge against Juhan's previous words. The little guy looked up at Mother Ju, then said respectfully, "Thank you," he said. Mother Ju's heart ached. She didn't want him to say thank you. As long as he was willing to smile at her, she would be satisfied. Mother Ju blamed the change in the child's attitude on her own negligence last time. She felt even more guilty. She reached out and touched the child's head and said, "Good girl." After dinner, the little guy sat on the sofa in the living room and watched TV, while Lin Li accompanied Mother Ju to sit on the side and chat. Xiaobin, are you still angry at me?" Looking at the child, Mother Ju's eyes were a little dejected. Lin Li followed her gaze. The incident last time has affected him a lot, and Xiaobin is a sensitive child, so he may need more time. Mother Ju nodded. I understand. As he spoke, he turned his head and looked at Lin Li. He reached out and pulled her hand over to place it on his lap. "But it's good that I have you, Lin Li. Thank you so much. With you by their side, I have nothing to worry about." Lin Li smiled and held her hand back. She only said, "Don't say that." "Lin Li, have you been having a bad time with Juhan recently?" As she spoke, Mother Ju directly brought the topic to her. Lin Li was stunned, and her expression changed slightly. She laughed awkwardly and said, No, we're fine. In terms of working relationship, the two of them did work together quite well. Don't hide it from me, I can tell. Mother Ju said, "You guys were pretty good before. When you came back together. Look at now. You're the only one who brought Xiaobin back. I didn't even see Juhan's shadow. Juhan's just a little busy recently," Lin Li explained with a dry smile. Actually, ever since they made it clear on the phone that day, Juhan had been avoiding her. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't take the initiative to talk to her. Of course, it must be related to work. Actually, when he avoided her, she did the same. The two of them rarely met at home because she would separate their time. Even if they were at home at the same time, she would always try her best to stay in the room to avoid meeting him. Mother Ju naturally didn't believe Lin Li's words. She looked at her and asked seriously, "Lin Li, tell Mom the truth. Do you mind our hands passed?" She could tell that their relationship seemed to have soured after Xiaobin's identity was exposed. Lin Li glanced over and said in a low voice, "I didn't." He pulled his hand back from her hand and placed it on his leg, clenching it unnaturally. Seeing her like this, Mother Ju thought that she was upset that Juhan had been married before. She sighed slightly, but she was a little puzzled and asked, "If you can accept Xiaobin, why can't you accept that Juhan was married?" Lin Li raised her head, knowing that she had misunderstood. She explained, "Mom, I don't mind that he was married. When it came to marriage, she and Chengsheng were only one step apart." "Then why?" Mother Ju was even more puzzled. Lin Li shook her head and forced a smile. "No, really nothing. Lin Li, if you have anything to say, just tell Mom. I won't side with my son." As a mother, she always hoped that her children could live happily ever after. Now that she saw them like this, her heart was extremely sad. Lin Li turned around, feeling an indescribable sourness in her heart. She only said in a low voice, "Maybe Juhan hasn't forgotten about Ling Lan, even though he was deeply hurt back then." Mother Ju pulled her over and said with some excitement, "You're saying that Arhan still loves Ling Lan?" "Maybe," Lin Li said with a bitter smile. Mother Ju retracted her hand and lowered her head to think about something. Sometimes, it was like this. When you were planning to surprise the person you love was also planning to surprise you. Therefore, when Suyu Chen planned to hold a wedding for Anran on the day she returned, Anran also hid the fact that he had returned home a day earlier, hoping that he would be surprised to see her. Fortunately, Suyu Chen managed to react in time and didn't reveal any flaws. The original task of letting Lin Li and Suyu Cheng's sister, Suyu Jiao, go to the airport to pick up Anran was changed to going to Suyu Cheng's single apartment that morning to pick up the bride to the wedding venue. The surprise that Suyu Cheng had arranged for Anran had truly shocked her, but of course, she was also overjoyed. Anran had almost finished her makeup in tears because she was so touched. She was so touched that a man like him was willing to do so much for her. Anran was very beautiful that day. Although she had a big belly, it still couldn't hide the elegance of the female lead. The wedding went very smoothly. and it was clear that Su Cheng had put in a lot of effort. The wedding venue was dreamy and beautiful. As she watched Anran hold Father Jiyu's hand and walk step by step towards Su Cheng, who was at the other end of the red carpet, Lin Li sincerely wished them well from the bottom of her heart. Perhaps it was a sad scene, but Lin Li couldn't help but feel emotional in the face of such a scene. She had dreamed of such a scene countless times. Ever since they graduated from university, she had always looked forward to the day when she would walk to Chengsheng in her wedding dress. Every time she woke up from such a dream, she would smile in happiness. After that, for a long time, she rushed to the wedding. However, that wedding was no longer the beautiful dream that could wake her up with a smile. Instead, it was a nightmare that scared her awake countless times. Because for a long time after she lost her child, she always dreamed of her wedding with Chengsheng. She dreamed that Chengsheng ran away from the wedding scene without any hesitation. She dreamed that he had pushed her to the ground with his own hands. Then, she woke up in fear. Her whole body trembled violently, and her palms were sweating. Even thinking about it now, she still had some lingering fear. As she watched Father Jiyu put Anran's hand on Su Cheng's hand, Lin Li smiled in her heart. She turned around and was about to go to the bathroom, but when she turned around, she accidentally tripped on her bridesmaid dress. Her center of gravity tilted, and she lost her balance and was about to fall to the side. Suddenly, she felt a gust of wind behind her, and before she could react, she felt herself fall into a familiar chest. 238 A True Confession. Lin Li didn't even have to turn around to know that the person behind her was Juhan. She didn't know when it happened, but Juhan and Su Cheng's relationship seemed to have returned to the past. Lin Li regained her balance and retreated from his arms. She said to him in a low voice, "Thank you." From that day on, there was an inexplicable sense of distance and politeness between the two. Juhan stared at her without saying a word. After a while, he turned around and left. Lin Li stared at his back for a while, then retracted her gaze and headed directly in the direction of the bathroom. Juhan returned to his seat at the side. Yu Zaiwen looked at him and smiled ambiguously. He glanced at him and said, "What are you doing? Are you horny?" She tried to use words to cover up the awkwardness and unnaturalness on her face. Yu Zaiwen ignored his words and nudged him with his shoulder. He asked, "Why? Are you interested in her?" Juhan looked at him and felt that the smile on his face was so bright that it was asking for a beating. Seeing that he didn't answer, Yu Zaiwen seemed to be sure that he was interested in Lin Li. He smiled slyly and stretched out his hand in front of him, saying, "Treat me to a meal and I'll tell you everything about her." He didn't miss the fact that Juhan's eyes had never left Lin Li since she entered the venue. Otherwise, he wouldn't have immediately stepped forward to help her steady herself when he saw that she was about to fall. "You know her?" Juhan raised his eyebrows and asked, "You know her?" His tone was a little low. Yu Zaiwen did not notice the change in his tone and only continued, "Although she cut her hair and seemed to have lost some weight, I can't be wrong about her face. You know, I can't forget beautiful women." As he said that, Yu Zaiwen laughed a little roguishly. "But you don't have to say. She looks better with long hair." Juhan's eyes darkened and he didn't say anything. When Yu Zaiwen saw this, he smiled and nudged him with his shoulder again. He said, "How is it?" "It's just a meal." This kid had drunk so much at the bar that he had even blamed him for the bill and the compensation. Although he knew that this must have been Su Cheng's idea, he didn't dare to have any ideas about Su Cheng. Not to mention that he was a two-faced wolf, he didn't dare to say anything just because Su Cheng was his future brother-in-law. However, there was no reason to let him suffer alone. At least he had to drag the next one to accompany him. Juhan came back to his senses and looked at him. He said indifferently, "There's no need to trouble yourself." He beckoned for the waiter to bring him a glass of red wine and gulped it down in one go. Yu Zaiwen was stunned and asked in a strange manner, "Didn't you take a fancy to her?" If he didn't like him, why was he staring at her? Actually, he didn't really want to ask him out for a meal or something. As a friend, he also wanted him to pull himself together and not live in the shadow Ling Lan had cast on him in the past. "Yes, I've taken a fancy to her." Juhan nodded and took a glass of champagne from the tray of a waiter who passed by in front of him. He raised his hand and took another sip. His heart felt a little stuffy and uncomfortable. He didn't know where that inexplicable anger came from, but it burned him and made him a little irritable. Then you don't want it. If you like him, you have to be more positive. Why is this kid still as wooden as before? At most, I don't need you to treat me. You're so petty. Let me tell you, her name is Lin Li, and she's Yingluo. Juhan reached out to interrupt Yi Zaiwen and said, she's my wife. Perhaps he didn't even realize it himself, but his tone was unusually certain when he said this. Yi Zaiwen was stunned and his eyes widened as he looked at him in disbelief. When he finally reacted, Juhan, who was standing in front of him, had already disappeared. Lin Li stayed in the bathroom for a while, touched up her makeup, and then came out with her handbag. However, as soon as she came out, she almost bumped into someone. The strong smell of alcohol made Lin Li feel a little uncomfortable. When she raised her hand to cover her nose and was about to avoid it, she suddenly froze. She stared at the man in front of her, who was staggering as he walked, and exclaimed, Juhan. Juhan stopped and looked at her for a long time before he could see her clearly. He said, oh, it's you. Why did you drink so much? Lin Li frowned and looked at him with some disapproval. Juhan's mouth twitched and he only said, it's none of your business. As he said that, he turned around and wanted to head to the men's room in front. However, he seemed to have really drunk a little too much. His footsteps were obviously a little unsteady, as if he was stepping on clouds. His entire body swayed slowly, as if he would fall down with the next step. Lin Li subconsciously stepped forward and supported his entire body, making him lean his center of gravity on her body. She said, why did you drink so much wine? Her tone was filled with obvious concern. Juhan leaned against her and pressed his entire body weight against her. On top of Lin Li's head, which she couldn't see, the corners of his mouth curved up slightly, but he didn't say anything. Lin Li strenuously helped him to the men's room's door before letting him go. Her face was a little unnaturally red as she said, You can go in by yourself. Juhan still didn't say anything. He turned around, pushed open the door of the bathroom, and went in directly. However, Lin Li's back was facing him, so she didn't notice how natural Juhan's footsteps were when he went in. He didn't stumble like he did just now at all, as if nothing had happened. Turning her head to look at the tightly shut door of the men's bathroom, Lin Li turned around and wanted to leave, but her steps were so heavy that she couldn't take them. Recalling how he vomited after drinking, she still couldn't let go of the worry in her heart. So when Juhan came out of the bathroom again, Lin Li was still standing not far away from the bathroom. When she saw him coming out from inside, she ran over to him in a hurry and reached out to help him up while asking, How are you? Are you feeling better? Juhan didn't say anything and just nodded. Lin Li was still a little worried and said, Do you want to go back first? Stopping in his tracks, Juhan lowered his head to look at her and asked, You're sending me back? Lin Li thought for a moment. She really didn't feel at ease leaving him alone like this, so she could only nod. Okay, I'll go and tell Anran. Juhan nodded and said, Okay, I'll wait for you at the door. And NBSB. When Lin Li went to inform Anran and came back, she saw Juhan leaning against the pillar at the door with his eyes closed as if he was sleeping. Lin Li stepped forward and was about to call out to him when he suddenly opened his eyes and stared at her. After a while, he said, Are you all done? Lin Li was stunned for a moment, then she came back to her senses and nodded. Okay, let's go back first. She reached out to help him up. Juhan didn't reject her and let her help him into the car. After sending Juhan to the car, Lin Li went to ask the staff at the venue to arrange a designated driver for her and asked him to drive Juhan's car and follow behind her. When she came back after everything was arranged, she saw Juhan leaning back on the seat and seemed to have fallen asleep. His mouth was slightly open, and his breathing was a little heavy and turbid. Lin Li looked at him for a while, then finally adjusted the seat slightly to let him sleep more soundly. Then, she started the car and left. Lin Li didn't know if it was a coincidence or if someone was deliberately pretending to be asleep, but the second her car stopped in the parking lot and the engine was turned off, the person who was originally asleep opened her eyes and asked, We've arrived. As she helped him up, Lin Li felt that something was wrong. Finally, she turned her head and looked at the person who had almost leaned his entire body weight on her. She couldn't help but ask suspiciously, Are you really drunk? Juhan looked at her and deliberately pressed himself closer to her. His voice, which reeked of alcohol, whispered in her ear, What do you think? Lin Li was a little uncomfortable from the smell of his alcohol. She turned her head away. Regardless of whether he was drunk or not, he must have drunk a lot. When they returned home, Lin Li supported Juhan with some effort to let him lie on the bed. It was unknown if it was unintentional or intentional, but when he fell down, Juhan's hand was wrapped around Lin Li's neck and he didn't let go. He pulled Lin Li directly onto the bed with him. Fortunately, the bed was soft enough, so it didn't hurt when they fell down. However, after the two of them fell on the bed, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became a little strange. Lin Li wanted to remember, but she was pulled back by Juhan. She saw that Juhan was staring at Lin Li. His eyes were so deep that they were a little blurred. Lin Li was in a daze for a while and couldn't react. Juhan raised his hand and gently brushed away the hair on Lin Li's forehead. Then, his big palm gently touched her face. The temperature of his palm was very hot and scorching. Lin Li couldn't help but subconsciously support herself to sit up. She heard Juhan say, "Don't move." The voice became a little seductive in this ambiguous and strange atmosphere, making it difficult to refuse. As if she had been hit by a spell, Lin Li really stopped what she was doing and just stared at him blankly. Seeing that she had stopped, Juhan sighed softly, but his hand never left her face. "Listen to me carefully, okay?" Lin Li didn't say anything and only looked at him with her big eyes. Her eyes seemed to be asking, "What is it? What did he say? I've never used you as Ling Lan's substitute." Juhan looked at her and said in an unusually serious tone, "I admit that I have feelings for Ling Lan for more than 10 years, and I also admit that this relationship has hurt me very, very deeply. However, I've never been someone who can't let go of things. From the moment I divorced Ling Lan, my feelings for her had already reached the end. I'm still bothered by Xiao Bin's existence not because his proof of Ling Lan's betrayal, but because he let me see for myself how wrong my feelings and love for the past 10 years were. After I broke up with Ling Lan, I didn't start another relationship. It wasn't because I couldn't forget Ling Lan, nor was it because I was still living in the shadow of Ling Lan's betrayal. Of course, it wasn't because I was living in the unforgettable memories of her. I was just scared, timid, and didn't dare to try again. But because it was you, I wanted to try again." Lin Li almost subconsciously asked, "Why?" Juhan smiled and opened his mouth slightly. His large palm slid from her cheek to her red lips, and his fingers caressed her red lips. "Maybe it's because we have similar experiences. Maybe it's because I accidentally fell in love with you when we were licking each other's wounds. Maybe. Actually, I don't know." As he spoke, Juhan didn't look drunk at all. Lin Li looked at him and felt her heart beating fast. Gently caressing her red lips, Juhan slowly lowered his head and leaned towards her. Just as he was about to kiss her lips, he was suddenly pushed away by Lin Li. Lin Li sat up abruptly and said, You're drunk." Then, she ran out of the room in a panic. 239 Mrs. Cheng is begging. Juhan sat behind his desk, spinning a pen on his fingers, but his eyes were staring in the direction of the door. The office door wasn't closed, and through the door, he could see Lin Li sitting at the door. Frowning slightly, she retracted her gaze and stared at the phone on the table for a long time. In the end, she reached out and pressed the internal line. The phone on Lin Li's secretary's desk rang immediately. She looked at the caller ID on the phone and seemed to think for a while before she reached out to pick it up. Juhan heard her voice in his ear. "Hello, President Ju." He was polite and distant, with a hint of business. "Come in for a moment." Juhan's voice was a little low. Lin Li didn't move. She just held the phone and asked, "What's the matter?" Juhan's brows seemed to frown even more. He was silent for a while before saying, "Make me a cup of coffee." Upon hearing this, Lin Li, who was outside the door, answered very simply, "Okay, I got it." He hung up the phone and headed to the pantry without turning back. Juhan hung up the phone and watched her figure disappear from his sight. Ever since his confession after drinking, Lin Li had avoided him even more. If it wasn't necessary, she would never say a word to him or even look at him more than once. She didn't even need to say it at home, and she did it in the company. He knew that she might need more time, but that didn't mean that his patience was limitless. Juhan's eyes were still staring at the door. Even when Lin Li returned to his line of sight with the coffee, he didn't look away. He looked at her so blatantly that Lin Li naturally saw him as well. However, the moment their eyes met, She quickly opened her eyes and lowered her head slightly, pretending not to see him. She reached out and knocked on the open office door. "Come in." Joo-han's voice was heard at the same time as her knocking on the door. Almost as soon as she raised her hand, he was ready to speak. Lin-Lee still didn't raise her head and brought the coffee in. She didn't look at him directly and directly placed the coffee in her hand on his desk. She only said in a low and respectful voice, "Here's your coffee." As she spoke, she stood up and turned around to leave. Her attitude was as respectful as a professional secretary. She was so distant, as if the two of them only had a working relationship and nothing more. "Wait a moment," Joo-han said in a serious and cold tone. Lin-Lee stopped in her tracks and didn't turn around. She only said, "Is there anything else, Director Joo?" Those deep eyes stared at her. Joo-han said coldly, "Turn around and look at me." He saw Lin-Lee's hands clenched tightly by her sides. In the end, she still turned her head, but her eyes didn't look at him. She lowered her head slightly and stared at his large reddish-brown desk without saying a word. Joo-han said, "Tell me your answer." Lin-Lee turned to the side and looked to the side, pretending to be confused. "I don't know what you're talking about." Joo-han stood up and rushed out from behind the desk to stand in front of her. His eyes stared into her eyes and he said in a low voice, "You're still running away." "I didn't." Lin-Lee denied it and clenched her hands even tighter. "You do," Joo-han said. His voice wasn't loud, but his tone was unusually certain. "I didn't." Lin-Lee denied it and turned her body slightly. His gaze made her feel very pressured. Joo-han also turned to the side and said with a smile in his cold voice, "If you don't, then raise your head and look at me." She didn't want him to look down on her, so she took a deep breath and stubbornly raised her head. She looked into his eyes and opened her mouth again. "I'm not running away. I've let go of the past half a year ago." Joo-han's lips curved into a smile as he looked at her and said, "If you've put it down, then let's try to start." Upon hearing this, Lin-Lee turned her eyes away and didn't look at him. I don't want to." The smile on her face disappeared, and she frowned. Her tone became a little cold. "Why?" "There's no reason." Lin-Lee bit her lip. "I think the way we're getting along now is very good. There's no need to change or try again." There was a price to pay for any change or attempt, and she could no longer afford to be hurt. "The way we're getting along now is very good." Joo-han sneered. "You mean that we live in the same house and work in the same office, but we pretend to be two people who don't know each other at all? This way of getting along is good." Lin-Lee refused to admit it. "There's nothing bad about it." Joo-han reached out and lifted her face, forcing her to look up at him. His eyes met hers, and his gaze met hers. "Can we not live such a tiring life? With two people?" He was hiding from her and she was hiding from him. Wasn't this more tiring than the two of them facing each other without any burden? Lin-Lee looked at him, the corners of her mouth tightly pursed. If this could prevent her from getting hurt, then so be it. Joo-han stared at her for a long time and finally let go of her. However, if the expression on his face had to be described with a word, it would be nothing more than cold as ice. It was unknown if it was because of the temperature or something else, but the temperature of the entire office seemed to have dropped a lot in an instant, and it was cold. Joo-han turned around and went back behind the desk. He didn't look at her again and said expressionlessly, "You may leave." Lin-Lee looked at him and opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She turned around and prepared to leave the office. When she reached the door, she reached out and was about to close the door when she heard Joo-han say sternly from behind, "The door is open." The hand on the doorknob paused for a second or two before he finally retracted it and left the office without turning around. Joo-han, who was in the office behind her, stared at her. When he saw her sit down again, the anger in his heart slowly dissipated. He retracted his gaze and stared at the coffee she had just brought in. Coming out of Joo-han's office, Lin-Lee's thoughts were a little dazed. It was only after work that she slowly came back to her senses. She looked at the time on the computer screen and then packed her things in a slight panic, preparing to pick up her child from school. However, what surprised Lin-Lee was that when she took the elevator down and opened the door, she saw Cheng Sheng's mother standing at the elevator door. Cheng Zheng's mother also saw her and was about to step in. She looked at Lin-Lee with some joy and called out, "Lin-Lee." Lin-Lee was stunned for a moment before she came back to her senses and nodded. "Madam Cheng, what a coincidence." His tone was polite and distant. Cheng Zheng's mother also nodded and reached out to hold Lin Li's hand, but Lin Li turned sideways to avoid her. She was about to say something when Lin Li interrupted her. I still have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. As she spoke, Lin Li walked past her and was about to walk to the parking lot. Seeing that she was about to leave, Mother Cheng quickly said, wait for Lin Li. Is there anything else? Lin Li asked. Her voice was clear and cold, without much emotion. Cheng Zheng's mother quickly walked up to Lin Li and said, Lin Li, let's talk. I don't think there's anything to talk about between you and me, Mrs. Cheng. Lin Li said. Her tone was so direct that there wasn't a hint of tactfulness. Cheng Zheng's mom seemed to really have something important to do, so she didn't care about Lin Li's bad attitude. Instead, she said anxiously, It's about Chengsheng. Lin Li looked at her and frowned slightly. She felt a little strange. Why was Cheng Zheng's mother's tone so different today? She was usually so arrogant. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Cheng Zheng's mother mistakenly thought that she still had feelings for Cheng Xiang. Feeling somewhat gratified, she hurriedly continued, Lin Li, it's like this. Come with me to see Chengsheng. He's tired. Lin Li interrupted her. The matter between me and Chengsheng is already in the past. Right now, he's just a stranger to me. I don't want to hear any news about him. She would not spend too much energy and time on a stranger. The past 10 years were enough. She did not want to waste even one more day. He raised his hand and looked at the watch on his wrist. He was sure that if he didn't leave now, he would probably be blocked on the road during the rush hour. He glanced at her and said, I'm in a hurry. I'll take my leave first. As he said that, he started to walk away. Lin Li, Chengsheng is sick. Cheng Zheng's mother shouted at Lin Li's back, her tone very urgent. Lin Li stopped in her tracks and turned around to look at Mother Cheng. Chengsheng is sick. He's not willing to receive treatment right now. He's completely abandoned himself to despair and doesn't listen to anyone. Cheng Zheng's mother couldn't hold back her tears as she spoke. I really don't have a choice, so I thought of begging you. Lin Li, he will listen to you. Can you go and see him and persuade him? He looked at Lin Li, his tone almost pleading. It was a pity that all parents in the world had the heart of a parent. Even the most overbearing person would have to compromise when it came to their son's matters. Even if they begged, they only wanted their children to be better. Lin Li still couldn't quite react, or rather, she couldn't believe it. She stared at Mother Cheng in disbelief. You said Chengsheng is sick. Mrs. Cheng nodded. She didn't want to accept this fact, but she had no choice. It was the truth. Tears fell down her cheeks. Lin Li looked at the woman in front of her and took a closer look. She realized that this rich lady, who usually paid the most attention to her appearance, had become so haggard in a short time. Her hair, which had been hidden, seemed to have all run out. Her originally strong appearance now looked particularly weak and helpless. Lin Li, I know I've let you down in many ways in the past, but for the sake of your relationship with Chengsheng for so many years, you should go and see him. He really loves you, really loves you. I've seen him lying in bed these past few days, calling out your name all night when he's asleep. 240. A small car accident. Lin Li turned her head away, not looking at her begging face. It was really ironic and laughable. What was the point of saying all this now? Seeing her like this, Mrs. Cheng couldn't care less. She knew that she was the only one who could save her son now. She grabbed her hand and cried, Lin Li, I'm begging you, just take it as Auntie is begging you. Go to the hospital to see Chengsheng and persuade him to cooperate with the treatment. He has bone cancer, and the doctor said that if he doesn't get surgery, he will die. I only have one son, I can't watch him die. Lin Li, go see him, go see him. Lin Li's heart trembled, and she looked at her speechlessly. Bone cancer, what a terrifying term. Lin Li, go and see him. Just one look is good. Auntie only has one son, Chengsheng. Auntie really can't live without him. Cheng Zheng's mother said and cried. At this moment, she didn't care about her manners. Seeing that Lin Li didn't agree, she knelt down directly. I beg you, I'll kneel down and beg you, okay? It was all Auntie's fault in the past. Auntie will apologize to you. Please go and see Chengsheng. Go and see him, okay? You, don't be like this. Lin Li hurriedly reached out to help her up. No matter how much dissatisfaction and resentment she had for her, she was still an elder. How could she accept this? So you'll agree? Cheng Zheng's mom got up and held Lin Li's hand tightly, her face still wet with tears. You promised Auntie to visit Cheng Xiang, didn't you? She really didn't have any other way. Ever since they found out that their son was sick, she and Cheng Xiang's father had really thought of every possible way. The doctor said that the cancer cells had already spread to his right thigh, and the only way was to amputate it. When she heard that, she fainted on the spot. However, if this was the final solution, when compared to their son's life, they could only grit their teeth and accept this reality no matter how unwilling they were. However, when Cheng Xiang heard that amputation was required, he refused no matter what. He said that he couldn't accept that he would be a cripple for the rest of his life. If that was the case, he would rather die in one piece. But if he died, how could she and her father live? They only had one son, Cheng Xiang. They had asked Xiaoxiao to persuade him, but Cheng Xiang didn't even want to see Xiaoxiao. Every time Xiaoxiao came, she would throw a tantrum and ask the person who had smashed things to get out, saying that the person he didn't want to see the most in his life was Xiaoxiao because she had caused him to lose everything. It was also at that time that they knew that their son truly loved Lin Li and not because of guilt, so she had wanted Lin Li to persuade him. Perhaps he would listen to Lin Li, but when he found out that she had called Lin Li, at that time, he had lost his temper and told her not to disturb Lin Li's life. That night, he had a high fever and even affected the deterioration of his condition. The doctor said that his illness could not be delayed any longer. Although it was difficult to make a decision, he had to quickly decide whether to undergo the operation or not. That was why she came here to beg Lin Li behind Cheng Xiang's back. Now, she could only hope that Lin Li would go to the hospital to see him and that Cheng Xiang would really be willing to listen to Lin Li's advice. Lin Li looked at her. She didn't know what she was feeling right now. She made up her mind not to look back because the pain from that time was still vivid in her mind. Every time she faced that man, she would remember his determination at the wedding. She would always remember the feeling when the child disappeared from her body bit by bit. She really didn't want to experience that kind of pain again. Lin Li pulled her hand away and turned her head to avoid looking at her. She closed her eyes in pain and only said, "I'm sorry, I can't help you." With that, he gritted his teeth and was about to leave. Seeing that she was leaving, Mrs. Cheng knelt on the ground and begged, "Lin Li, I'm begging you. I'm begging you." Lin Li stopped. She bit her lips so hard that it hurt, and her hand that was holding her bag also clenched tightly. Such a scene attracted the attention of the people walking around the building. More and more people gathered around, including Special Assistant Zhu who had just returned from work. Seeing this, he quickly squeezed through the crowd and looked at Lin Li and then at Mrs. Cheng who was kneeling on the ground. "Secretary Lin, what's going on?" Lin Li didn't look at him but at Mrs. Cheng who was kneeling on the ground. She bit her lips so hard that it almost bled. In the end, she didn't say anything and turned to walk directly to the parking lot. Cheng Zheng's mom knelt on the ground and cried out Lin Li's name. As Lin Li drove, her mind was filled with what Cheng Zheng's mom had just said. She didn't think that Cheng Xiang would actually fall sick, and it was even bone cancer. She remembered the last time she saw Cheng Xiang. It was on the way back from eating KFC with the little guy. He looked very haggard that day, so he was already sick that day. She closed her eyes in pain. It was impossible to say that she didn't feel anything at all. She was so frustrated that she couldn't tell what she was feeling at the moment. Bang! There was a loud crash. Lin Li didn't understand the situation, and her whole body was thrown forward. Her head hit the steering wheel in front of her. The pain made her groan involuntarily. She held her head with her hand and felt a little dizzy and uncomfortable. Before he could recover from the shock, someone knocked on the window. He turned around and saw a big man standing outside. He had a big beard and looked a little scary. Lin Li turned her head and realized that her car had directly hit the small truck in front of her. Pa! 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 The burly man outside the car slammed his hand on the window again when he saw that no one had gotten out of the car for a long time, as if he wouldn't stop until he got out. Lin Li rubbed her head and opened the door. Before she could say anything, the burly man opposite her immediately shouted, "Do you know how to drive? Did you see the red light? Damn it, my car was parked like this and you still hit it. Are you blind?" Lin Li knew she was in the wrong, so she didn't say much and only apologized. "I'm sorry, it's my fault." I'll pay for the car repair fees. Hearing Lin Li's words, the burly man raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Lin Li. No need to go through so much trouble. Just pay me directly. You can just give me the money. Lin Li didn't have the mood to talk to him. She just wanted to solve the problem as soon as possible, so she nodded and asked, "How much is the maintenance fee?" Seeing that Lin Li was easy to talk to, the man obviously wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. He directly asked for an exorbitant price. "Your car broke my bumper and rear light, so I'll let you off with the 2,000 yuan. 2,000, Lin Li's eyes widened. It was her fault for hitting his car, and she wouldn't shirk this responsibility, but it didn't mean that she had to be a sucker because of this. She pointed at his car and said, "Bro, what kind of car do you think you're driving? The bumper and tail light cost 2,000. Why don't you just rob a bank? What? You don't want to pay for hitting my car?" The man looked at Lin Li with half-closed eyes and rolled up his sleeves. Lin Li wasn't someone to be trifled with. Back in school, she had stood up for him many times, so naturally, she wouldn't be scared off by him. She took a step forward and said, 200 yuan. It's up to you whether you want it or not. If you don't want it, we'll call the police. 200? You think I'm a beggar? The burly man was so angry that he gnashed his teeth and said ruthlessly, "Let me tell you, there's no one in Jiang City who doesn't know me, Brother Biao. Today, you won't be able to leave without 2,000 yuan. Lin Li looked straight at him, not a single bit of fear on her face. "Brother Biao, right? I'm not scared. If you don't want the 200 yuan, we'll call the police directly and let the police handle it. I can't guarantee if there will be 200 yuan after the deal is done. I think you're looking for death, woman." That big Brother Biao was really a little angered. He raised his fist and was about to punch Lin Li, but before his fist could reach Lin Li's head, it was intercepted in midair. For a moment, Lin Li was really frightened. She thought that the fist was definitely going to land on her face, so when the fist was intercepted by someone, she was really stunned. She turned her head to look, but she didn't expect that it was actually someone she knew. Yi Ziwen smiled at her. "Are you all right?" Only then did Lin Li come back to her senses and nod. She had an impression of this man and knew that he was a friend of Juhan and Su Cheng. Yi Ziwen nodded and turned to look at Brother Biao. "This brother, isn't it too lacking in class to hit a woman? Where the F***ck did you come from? How dare you meddle in my business?" Big Brother Biao's hand was grabbed by Yi Ziwen and he shouted at him. He reached out and wanted to break free, but he couldn't get rid of his hand no matter what. Yi Ziwen had a smile on his face the entire time. He forcefully turned his hand over and said with a smile, "I forgot to tell you that I came out from the army. I haven't practiced in a long time, and my hands are itchy." That big Brother Biao was being grabbed by Yi Ziwen until he kept shouting, "Let go, let go, let go. My hand is going to break, it's going to break." Yi Ziwen sneered and pushed him a few steps away with force. That big Brother Biao lost his balance and almost fell to the ground. He knew that he wasn't Yi Ziwen's match, so he didn't dare to be ruthless. He only said, "Damn it, I'm unlucky today." As he said that, he walked straight towards the car. Seeing that he was about to leave, Lin Li called out to him, "Wait a minute. What else do you want?" That big Brother Biao was a little impatient, but he was also worried about Yi Ziwen who was standing at the side. Lin Li turned around and took her wallet from the car. She took out 200 yuan and handed it to him, saying, "The maintenance fee." That Brother Biao didn't dare to say anything more. He only snorted coldly, took the money, and drove away. Lin Li turned around and thanked Yi Ziwen. "Thank you." Yi Ziwen did not stand on ceremony and immediately accepted it. He said, "If you want to thank me, ask Juhan to treat me to a meal another day." Lin Li laughed dryly and nodded. The phone in the car rang at this time. It was a call from the kindergarten teacher Chen. Seeing that she hadn't come to pick up the child today, she specially called to ask. Lin Li quickly agreed and told teacher Chen to accompany the child for a while. She would be there soon. After hanging up the phone, he turned around and smiled apologetically at Yi Ziwen. He said, "I still have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. Thank you for today." Yi Ziwen nodded. He looked at the bump on her forehead and said, "Do you need to go to the hospital to get your forehead checked?" Lin Li reached out to touch it and smiled. "I'm fine." He returned to his car and drove away. As he watched her car drive away, Yi Zaiwen took out his phone from his pocket and called a certain someone. The call went through very quickly, but the person on the other end of the phone seemed to be in a bad mood today. His tone was a little harsh. What's the matter? Wow, did you eat gunpowder? You're so angry. Don't talk nonsense. If you have something to say, then say it. Juhan said impolitely. Yi Zaiwen wasn't angry. He smiled and said, Juhan, when are you going to treat me to a meal? I helped your wife take a hit today. No matter what, you should treat me to a meal to express your gratitude. Upon hearing this, Juhan asked anxiously, what's going on? Your wife was driving on the road and trying to extort money. That person was trying to extort money from her and wanted to hit her. Yi Zaiwen said indifferently, is she okay? She's fine, but I think her forehead might have been touched. It's a little red and swollen. As Yi Zaiwen spoke, he wanted to take the opportunity to knock him down. How is it? When are you coming out for a walk? Before he could finish, the busy tone came from the other side of the phone. After getting off the phone and staring at the screen for a while, Yi Zaiwen couldn't help but burst out, wow, did you have to hang up so quickly? When Lin Li drove home, she was still in a daze. The car was parked in the garage for a while, but she opened the door and got out of the car. She only came back to her senses when the little guy beside her called her. He smiled apologetically at the little fellow and said somewhat powerlessly, let's go up. The little guy looked at her steadily. Due to the environment he grew up in, Xiaoben had learned to read people's expressions at Xiaoxiao's age. He stared at Lin Li and asked, Auntie, are you not happy today? Lin Li was stunned. She reached out to touch his head and shook her head. No, I'm just a little tired. Then, Auntie, you should take a nap when you get home. The teacher said that sleeping is the most effective way to relieve fatigue, so all children have to take a nap. The little guy said considerately, his expression like that of a little adult. Lin Li nodded, pleased. Okay. To her surprise, when Lin Li opened the door and entered the house, she realized that Juhan had already returned. When he saw her enter, he strode towards her. Before Lin Li could react, he asked with concern, are you all right? Lin Li was stunned. She was surprised that he would come back so early, but she also didn't understand why he asked this. Juhan ignored her shock and stared at the red and swollen forehead. He frowned and said, it's so swollen. Let's go to the hospital. Only then did Lin Li react. She reached out and touched her forehead. It was still a little painful, so she just brushed her hair to cover her forehead and avoided his eyes. It's fine, it's nothing. He changed his shoes and walked inside. She placed Xiaobin's bag on the sofa in the living room and lowered her head to ask the child, Xiaobin, what do you want to eat for dinner? The little guy didn't answer, but asked worriedly, Auntie, are you sick? Lin Li smiled and shook her head. No, Auntie is fine. I'll make dinner. You go back to your room and rest. Juhan, who was beside her, spoke as he took off his coat and threw it on the sofa. Then, he walked towards the kitchen. Seeing this, Lin Li didn't say much. She just touched the little guy's body and said, Auntie is a little tired. Auntie will go back to her room and lie down for a while. The little guy nodded considerately and didn't say anything. 241 Visiting a patient at the hospital. She didn't know if it was because of her emotions or because she had just hit her forehead, but Lin Li only felt that her whole head was dizzy. Her body and mind were a little exhausted. She lay on the bed and fell asleep not long after, but she didn't sleep very well. Although her eyes were closed, Lin Li kept dreaming. She dreamed of the time when she was together with Chengxin, and even dreamed of her wedding with Chengxin. The scenes were like a movie playing in her mind, over and over again. Finally, she dreamed of Chengxin's mother kneeling at the elevator entrance in the afternoon, begging her to go to the hospital to see Chengxin. It was like a movie reel, repeating her crying and begging over and over again. The extreme uneasiness and frustration in her heart made Lin Li open her eyes abruptly, her breathing somewhat rapid. What's wrong? A low voice sounded beside her. Lin Li turned her head and saw Juhan sitting by the bed, holding a cotton swab in his hand. There was safflower oil on the bedside table, and the strong smell of the medicinal oil was a little pungent. Lin Li couldn't help but frown. Did you have a nightmare? Juhan asked, but his hands didn't stop. He dipped a cotton swab in the safflower oil and reached for her forehead. Lin Li couldn't stand the smell and turned her head to avoid it, refusing, I don't want to apply this. This one can reduce swelling quickly, promote blood circulation, and remove blood clots. As he spoke, he reached out and turned her face around gently. Although Linley wasn't very willing, she didn't reject him again. However, her tightly knitted brows were so tight that they could crush a fly. Joo-hun finished applying it for her and put the things aside. Linley said thank you in a low voice, then turned to lie inside and closed her eyes again. Joo-hun looked at her and didn't leave immediately. He said, "Get up and eat something." "I'm not hungry." Linley didn't turn around. "I heard from Assistant Zoo that he met you at the elevator," Joo-hun said slowly. His tone was so calm that no emotions could be heard. Linley, who had her back to him, opened her eyes but didn't say anything. After a while, she closed them again. Joo-hun didn't speak again. He sat by the bed for a while, then got up and left with his things. Linley was in a daze for the entire night. She didn't know if she had slept or not, but her dreams didn't stop the entire night. Rather than calling it a dream, it was more accurate to say that it was the past and memories between her and Chengsheng. The images and memories that kept appearing gave her a headache. She forced herself not to think about it, but she couldn't stop those images from jumping out of her mind. He woke up before 6 in the morning. He lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling for a long time before he got up. The frustration in her heart had persisted since yesterday and had not dissipated at all. Instead, it seemed to have intensified. She turned on the tap in the bathroom and splashed some cold water on her face. The cold sensation stimulated her senses, but it did not wash away the frustration in her heart at all. Looking at the water-stained face in the mirror, Linley only felt a little powerless. Joo-hun was still looking at the person outside the door through the open office door. Linley had been too quiet these 2 days, so quiet that she seemed to be in a daze all the time. He went to the security room and checked the surveillance camera at the elevator door on the first floor. From the surveillance camera, he recognized that the person who Assistant Zhu said came to find Linley was the mother of Cheng Xiang, the person he and Linley had met at the airport. His heart felt a little uncomfortable because of her reaction. He didn't know what this meant, or was it that she still hadn't let go of that man in her heart, so she was unwilling to accept his feelings. He didn't know that some things were starting to become uncertain. However, one thing was for sure. He had been secretly observing her over the past 2 days, more than when she was handling the work at hand. Even he himself was surprised by this, but he didn't know if it was a good or bad thing. Just as he was thinking about it, there was a knock on the office door. He looked up and saw Linley standing at the door, looking at him. As their eyes met, Joo-hun's lips twitched and he said, "Come in." Linley walked in and stood in front of him. She said, "I want to ask for leave." Joo-hun stared into her eyes and asked, "The reason?" "There's something." Linley's words were as concise as his. "What's the matter?" Joo-hun asked. He had a premonition that it must be related to that man, and this premonition made his originally impetuous heart even more agitated. Linley bit her lip and turned her head away. "I don't want to say it." Joo-hun didn't ask any more questions. He stared at her for a while and nodded in agreement. Linley stood outside the ward, but she didn't knock on the door. When she just arrived at the hospital, Chengsheng's mother was downstairs talking to her for a long time. Seeing her today, she seemed to be a lot more haggard than 2 days ago, and most of her hair seemed to have turned white in the past few days. Cheng Xiang's mother told her that Cheng Xiang's illness couldn't be delayed any longer. Because he didn't cooperate with the treatment, the cancer cells spread very quickly. If he didn't amputate it, his life would be in danger. Linley turned around and leaned her back against the wall next to the door. Her palms were wet with cold sweat because of her nervousness. She didn't know how much time had passed with her eyes closed. Although she still couldn't forget the past, and the memories of the past 2 days had even forced her to remember them more, she knew that Chengsheng's heart was like this. She knew that his life was in danger, but she couldn't just ignore it. He opened his eyes again, turned around, and took a deep breath. Without any hesitation, he raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. He directly turned the doorknob and opened the door. In the room, Chengsheng was sitting on the bed with his head facing the window. He didn't turn his head and directly said, "Get out. I want to be alone for a while." Linley didn't go out, but just looked at him. He seemed to have lost a lot of weight. Both sides of his cheeks were sunken, and his face had become particularly pale and bloodless because of his illness. Looking at him like this, Lin Li found it difficult to connect him with the Cheng Xiang from back then. They were practically two different people. As if he didn't hear the sound of the door closing behind him, Cheng Xiang didn't turn his head and spoke again. I don't know how to perform surgery. I'd rather die than lose a leg. Although his voice was not loud, his tone was firm and unquestionable. Lin Li bit her lip. Her nose was so sour that she felt like crying. She slowly walked over to him. He didn't hear any response from behind him for a long time, and he seemed to have felt someone walking toward him. Cheng Xiang turned his head and was about to speak, but he suddenly froze. He met Lin Li's eyes and was somewhat surprised and in disbelief. Lin Li. Lin Li nodded and was somewhat speechless. She reached out to cover her hand and forced back the tears in her eyes. Cheng Xiang's eyes were fixed on Lin Li, and he shook his head, as if he thought that this was just an illusion. In the end, Lin Li still turned her back to him. She found it difficult to accept his current appearance. After calming down, she turned around and bitterly smiled. "Hi," he said. "Really? It's you?" Looking at the person he had been thinking about day and night, Cheng Xiang was afraid that this was all an illusion, a dream. After the dream passed, when he woke up again, everything would return to how it was before. Lin Li nodded, and her eyes turned red again. Cheng Xiang looked at her and then smiled. This was the first smile he had in a few days, or rather, it could be said that it was the only smile he could truly smile since the wedding more than half a year ago. However, the smile on his face didn't last for long. As if he had thought of something, Cheng Xiang turned his head abruptly, somewhat unwilling to look at her, and said, You get out, get out. Cheng Xiang. Lin Li didn't know why he was suddenly like this and was at a loss. "What's wrong with you?" Cheng Xiang lowered his head, the hand on the blanket tightly clenched, and said with some pain, "Get out, I don't want you to see me like this." As he said that, he hammered his thigh. Lin Li was a little worried. She bent down and reached out to pull him. "Don't be like this." Cheng Xiang raised his head to look at her, his eyes greedily looking at her face. It was as if he wanted to look at her all at once, as if he would never be able to do it again if he didn't do so. Lin Li didn't know what she could say. She felt so bad that she only wanted to cry. "I'm sorry," she said. Lin Li looked at him and reached out to wipe the tears that couldn't help but flow down her face. She only shook her head and said, "Let's not talk about this." The most important thing now was his condition. "I'm sorry, Lin Li. I'm really sorry." Cheng Xiang looked at her as he spoke, his expression pained. Lin Li turned her head and raised her head to look at the ceiling, forcing back the tears in her eyes. She then turned her head and said to him, "Cheng Xiang, let's start the operation." Cheng Xiang looked at her and shook his head. "If I have to lose a leg, I'd rather die. Nothing is more important than life. If losing a leg could save one's life, it was worth it. There was only hope if one was alive. I don't want to become a cripple." Cheng Xiang turned his head and bitterly laughed at himself. "What can I do with one leg? You can only do what you want to do if you're alive. You're so cowardly." Lin Li still wanted to persuade him, but he interrupted her. "Stop talking. I won't agree to the surgery. I can't accept losing a leg." As Cheng Xiang spoke, he turned to look at her and sneered, "Perhaps this is my retribution." It was her retribution for hurting her so deeply. Lin Li looked at him and stared at him. She didn't even say anything for a long time. Cheng Xiang didn't dare to meet her eyes, so he turned his head away and said softly, "Thank you for coming to see me. Go back." After an unknown amount of time, Lin Li finally opened her mouth slowly. Cheng Xiang. Cheng Xiang's entire body trembled, but he didn't turn around. "You're a coward." Lin Li's emotions suddenly became a little agitated. "You're simply a selfish person. You've never loved anyone else, let alone me." Hearing this, Cheng Xiang suddenly turned his head, looked at her, and urgently said, "No, I love you. I really love you." "No, you don't love me. You never loved me, because the one you love the most is yourself." Cheng Xiang wanted to explain, but Lin Li didn't give him the chance. "You're weak, so you always run away when something happens. You only love yourself, so when Xiao left, you used me as a substitute and agreed to date her. Then, you lied to me again and again because Xiao came back. What right do you have to say that you love me?" Lin Li looked at him in a daze. "You said that you didn't want to have surgery and you didn't want to lose a leg. You only cared about your own feelings and thought that you wouldn't be able to face that kind of life in the future. But have you ever thought about others? Have you thought about those who love you? Do you know how much your family and parents have aged because of your illness? You could say that you would rather die than lose a leg, but have you ever thought about your parents' feelings? Have you ever thought about their thoughts? Do they want you to lose a leg and continue living, or do they want you to leave them? What can you do with one leg? Have you ever thought about what Cheng Zheng's parents can do if they lose you? You're their only son. What will they do after you leave? How could you be so selfish and only think for yourself? You don't even consider the feelings of those who love you and care about you. Death isn't scary. What's scary is how to face it alive. You chose the easiest way to face it and left the most difficult things to Cheng Zheng's parents. How can you bear it? Cheng Sheng looked at her. For a moment, he was at a loss for words from the series of questions she threw at him. Lin Li took a deep breath, stood up, and turned her back to him. She only said, "That's all I want to say. As for whether you want the surgery or not, it's your choice." Lin Li didn't say anything more. After she finished speaking, she picked up her bag and prepared to walk towards the door. Seeing that she was about to leave, Cheng Sheng called out to her from behind, "Lin Li." Lin Li stopped in her tracks, but she didn't turn around. Her eyes and nose were red. Behind her, Cheng Sheng stared at her back for a long while before finally asking, "If I agree to the surgery, will you forgive me?" 242 What are you doing here? If I agree to the surgery, will you forgive me? Upon hearing this, Lin Li stopped and clenched her bag tightly. Lin Li, I know I've done a lot of wrong things to you in the past. I don't dare to pray that you will still love me, but can you forgive me? Cheng Sheng looked at her. The regret on his face was obvious. He. Lin Li laughed coldly and turned around to look at Cheng Sheng. What if I don't forgive you? Cheng Sheng looked straight at her and laughed helplessly. If you can't forgive me, then there's no difference whether I'm alive or dead. Lin Li took a step forward, stared at the corner of his eyes, and asked, "Are you using your life to force me to forgive you?" "No, I just don't want you to hate me." Cheng Sheng painfully closed his eyes and said, "If you hate me and don't forgive me, I'll feel worse than dying." Lin Li laughed sarcastically. She didn't move forward and just stood there, looking at him. After a while, she said, "I don't care if you want the surgery or not, but if you die like this, I will never forgive you." His voice wasn't loud, but his tone was cold. Cheng Sheng opened his eyes and looked at her. He wanted to speak, but he didn't know what he could say. Lin Li looked at him for a while and didn't say anything. She turned around and walked back to the door. Seeing that she was about to leave, Cheng Sheng instinctively opened his mouth. Lin Li. Lin Li didn't stay any longer. She bit her lip and came out of the ward, reaching out to close the door. Cheng Sheng watched as the door to the ward was slammed shut, completely blocking the figure outside. He reached out to grab it, but was powerless. He buried his head in the blanket and muttered painfully, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." After coming out of the ward, Lin Li couldn't hold back the tears in her eyes anymore. Her heart ached so much that it felt like something was stabbing her. When she walked to the corner of the stairs, her vision was blurred by her tears, and she could only squat down and lean against the side of the corridor. After all, the man in the ward was the one she had loved deeply in the past. She had also spent so much time and energy on him. Although she hated him, how could she not be heartbroken when she saw him like this? She didn't know how long she squatted and cried like this until a pair of big palms appeared in front of her with a tissue. She looked up in a daze and didn't know when Juhan had come over. Seeing that she was still in a daze, Juhan squatted down and took a tissue to gently wipe the tears on her face. Only then did Lin Li come back to her senses. She asked helplessly, Why are you here?" Juhan looked at her but didn't answer her. He just reached out and pulled her hand, asking, "Can you stand up?" Lin Li nodded. When she took his hand and was about to stand up, she realized that she had squatted for too long and her legs were numb. As if he had already noticed it, Juhan didn't say much. He directly reached out to hold her waist and pulled her up. He let half of her weight lean on him and half hugged her to the electric ladder. Because her whole calf was numb and she couldn't use any strength, Lin Li could only half lean on him and let him take her into the elevator. In the elevator, the numbness in her calf slowly subsided. She reached out and pushed him. Lin Li retreated from his arms and raised her head to meet his deep black eyes. She was a little embarrassed. She turned her head away and said in a low voice, "Thank you." Her voice was still a little hoarse, perhaps because she had been crying for a long time. Joo-han didn't say anything. He just kept silent. He turned to look at the metal door of the elevator. Their figures were blurred on it. The atmosphere was a little awkward and heavy, but fortunately, the elevator reached the ground floor very quickly. The two of them came out of the elevator one after another. Only then did they leave the lobby of the hospital building. In the corridor of the garden, the Cheng family's parents were walking towards them. When Mother Cheng saw Joo-han walking in front of her, she couldn't help but be surprised. She seemed to be a little surprised that he was here, but she didn't ask much. She went up to Lin Li and held her hand. Lin Li, did Cheng Sheng agree? Did he agree to the surgery? The only thing she cared about right now was her son. Nothing else was important. Lin Li looked at her and opened her mouth, but in the end, she could only shake her head with a heavy expression. Chen Zheng's mother trembled and pushed Lin Li's hand away. She seemed to have lost all her strength and took 2 steps back unsteadily. Fortunately, Chen Zheng's father caught her in time and didn't let her fall. What should I do? What should I do? Mrs. Cheng mumbled to herself, as if she had been hollowed out. What should I do? I only have one son. If he's gone, how am I supposed to live? Chen Zheng's father held her in his arms and said nothing, but his eyes were red. The greatest pain in life was probably the white-haired sending off the black-haired. Lin Li also bit her lip. She was upset, but she didn't know what to say to comfort them. The few of them stood there for a while before Chen Zheng's father finally nodded weakly at Lin Li and helped Chen Zheng's mother into the hospital building. Lin Li looked at their backs and raised her hand to cover her eyes, hiding the tears in her eyes. On the way back, Lin Li leaned back, her head against the window, not saying a word. Joo-han didn't ask much. His eyes were fixed on the road ahead, trying to drive the car as smoothly as possible. When the car slowly drove into the building's underground parking lot, Lin Li suddenly opened her mouth and asked, "Why are you in the hospital?" Joo-han glanced at her and parked the car in the parking space. He turned off the engine and said, "He followed you there." Joo-han said it frankly without any intention of hiding anything. Lin Li turned her head and looked at him. She didn't say anything for a long time, just looking at him. Thinking that she minded him following her, Joo-han frowned slightly and said, "Just say what you want to say." Lin Li shook her head and didn't say anything. She only reached out to unbuckle her seat belt, then opened the door and got out of the car. He thought she was going upstairs, so he got out of the car as well, only to see her walking towards the exit of the parking lot. He stepped forward and held her hand. Frowning, he asked, "Where are you going?" His tone was a little urgent and heavy. Lin Li didn't look at him. She only raised her hand to look at her watch and said, "I should go pick up Xiao Bin from school." Joo-han held her hand and walked towards the electric elevator of the building. As he walked, he said, "You go up first, I'll pick up the child." Lin Li didn't object and let him lead her in the direction of the elevator. After sending Lin Li upstairs, Joo-han then drove back in the direction of the little guy's kindergarten. When Joo-han drove to the kindergarten, the class was over. There were many parents who came to pick up their children at the door, and everyone was looking up. Joo-han parked the car at the side and didn't get out of the car in a hurry. When most of the crowd dispersed, he got out of the car and looked for the little guy. When Joo-han found the little guy standing next to the reception room at the door, the little guy was looking at him fixedly. However, when he looked at him, his little eyes seemed to be a little surprised, as if he was asking why it was him. Joo-han walked over to the child, and Miss Chen, who was standing beside the little guy, saw a parent off. She turned around and happened to see Joo-han walking over. She was a little surprised, but she still put on a professional smile and asked, "Mr. Joo, you're here to pick up the child today?" Joo-han nodded and explained simply, "Lin Li is not feeling well today, so she asked me to come and pick up the child." Teacher Chen nodded in understanding and didn't ask any more questions. She turned around and touched Xiao Bin's head, saying softly, "Go ahead. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, it's the weekend. But remember to do your homework well." The little fellow nodded seriously. "All right." After that, she walked to Joo-han's side. Unlike Lin Li, she didn't reach out to grab Joo-han's hand. She just stood at the side obediently and called out softly, "Dad." Joo-han nodded slightly, then looked up at Teacher Chen and nodded. He then turned around and walked towards the car across the street. He started the car and looked at the little guy sitting in the back seat through the rearview mirror. Joo-han said with a serious expression, "Fasten your seat belt." The little guy pouted and didn't say a word, but he still obediently reached out for the safety belt and fastened it. After making sure that he had already fastened it, Joo-han started the car and left. Joo-han looked at the road in front seriously. The car was driving very smoothly, but the little guy in the back seat was getting more and more uneasy. He was just staring at the window at first, but now he simply rolled down the window and looked at the scenery along the road. He couldn't help but panic a little. He turned his head and stared at the back of Joo-han's head, asking timidly, "Where are we going?" He recognized the way home. This was clearly not the way home. The signs on the road and the shops were all wrong. It was different from when Aunt Lin-Lee drove him back. Joo-han looked up at the rearview mirror and saw the uneasiness and panic on the little guy's face. He was a little relieved that this child actually knew the way. He wasn't afraid of being abducted. Seeing that he did not answer, the little guy became even more uneasy. "Daddy." Seeing that he was about to cry, Joo-han explained in a cold voice, "I'll send you to your grandparents' house. Aunt Lin-Lee hasn't been feeling well these past 2 days and has no time to take care of you." The little guy was still a little uneasy and asked with uncertainty, "I thought you guys didn't want me?" Joo-han sighed in his heart. He sighed at the child's fragile heart. It had been a while since the incident, but he was still so nervous and afraid. "No, Aunt Lin-Lee will pick you up when she's feeling better in a few days." Even though he tried to make his voice sound as gentle as possible, it still sounded a little cold and hard. However, with Joo-han's guarantee, the little guy behind her was obviously more at ease and relaxed. However, he seemed to have thought of something and asked worriedly, "Is Auntie very sick?" Joo-han looked at him and didn't say anything. 243 I forgive you. When Joo-han came back, it was already dark outside. When he opened the door and entered, the house was dark. It was grey, and there was only a faint light coming from the living room's balcony. He placed the key on the cabinet at the entrance and pressed the light switch. Pa! Clang clang, the entire room was lit up. He saw Lin-Lee sitting alone on the sofa in the living room, just like when he had sent her up. Even her posture had not changed. She took out her slippers from the shoe cabinet and changed into them. Then, she took off her suit jacket and casually put the clothes on the back of the sofa. When she passed Lin-Lee, she didn't say anything and directly turned around to go into the kitchen. He opened the refrigerator and saw that there were not many ingredients, only a few eggs and a plate of cold leftovers. Joo-han rolled up the sleeves of his shirt and took out the eggs and leftovers from the refrigerator. He was prepared to make do with the egg and make some rice for dinner. After the rice was done, Joo-han heated up 2 glasses of milk. When everything was ready, he turned back to look at the living room and saw that Lin-Lee was still the same as before. Sighing softly, she placed the warm milk on the table and turned to walk towards the living room. He didn't say a word, but reached out and pulled her hand, leading her directly to the dining room. Lin-Lee seemed to have recovered from her shock. She wanted to withdraw her hand, but he held it tightly. Joo-han pulled a chair over for her to sit down and placed the fried rice and hot milk in front of her. Only then did Lin-Lee notice that he had said he was going to pick up the child, but he didn't seem to have brought the child back. She looked at him and asked, "Where's Xiaobin?" Joo-han glanced at her and sat down opposite her. "You're only thinking about the child now." His tone was neither light nor heavy, but it carried a hint of sarcasm. Lin-Lee didn't care. She was more concerned about where Xiaobin was. "Didn't you go to pick up the child? Why didn't I receive it?" Joo-han didn't look at her. He took the milk and took a sip before saying, "I'm sending him to the courtyard." Lin-Lee wanted to ask why, but before she could ask, Joo-han continued, "You're not in the right condition to take care of him." Lin-Lee was stunned. She understood what he meant and lowered her head to eat. Joo-han's cooking skills were not bad, but she really didn't have much of an appetite. He put down the spoon in his hand and took a sip of the milk. Joo-han ate a mouthful of rice and looked up at her, asking, "Not to your liking?" Lin-Lee shook her head and remained silent. The spoon in her hand stirred the fried rice on the plate. It was obviously very fragrant, but it didn't raise her appetite at all. Joo-han didn't say anything else and just lowered his head to eat his food. After this meal, the atmosphere was so quiet that only the sound of tableware touching could be heard. After dinner, Joo-han went straight into the study room. He didn't ask or mention anything about Chengsheng. Lin Li didn't have the heart to guess his thoughts. Her entire being was in a mess, and her heart was so vexed that she couldn't figure out a single thing. Standing on the balcony of the living room, the cold wind of the winter night was bone-chilling, but no matter how cold it was, it couldn't wake her up from her messy thoughts. She was still worried about Chengsheng, and couldn't stop worrying about him. She didn't know if he would choose the surgery. If he didn't, after all, they had been in love for so many years. Although he hated her, if he was paying the price for what he had done in the past, the price was too big. Lin Li couldn't get rid of the frustration in her heart. She took out her phone and called Anran. Anran was listening to prenatal education music when she received Lin Li's call. After the wedding, Su Cheng took Anran out for a honeymoon for a few days, and the two of them hadn't seen each other since the wedding. At this time, Anran was very happy to receive Lin Li's call. She said, "Hello, Lin Li. I was just about to call you. When are we coming out to sit and talk to me for a while?" Compared to Anran's joy, Lin Li's depression seemed a little low. Her voice was dark and her tone was a little heavy. After all, they had been sisters for many years, and the two of them knew each other's personalities. Anran could tell from their tone that day, so she asked, "What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood?" Lin Li took a few steps back and leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window. She closed her eyes and recalled the look on Cheng Xiang's face when she saw him in the hospital this afternoon. She recalled his expression when he said that he would rather die than lose a leg. She also recalled the joy and pain they had felt when they were together. Her heart twisted in pain, and she couldn't describe the feeling. After waiting for a while, Lin Li still didn't reply. Anran was a little worried. She understood Lin Li. Lin Li was usually carefree, but that was only because she didn't have a problem in her heart. Once something happened in her heart, she would become particularly silent. The more silent she was, the more serious the matter was. However, ever since the wedding, Lin Li's personality had changed a lot. However, it wasn't that she was carefree, but that she was even quieter than before when she encountered trouble. "Lin Li, say something. What happened?" On the other end of the phone, Anran became a little anxious and worried because of her silence. As Lin Li thought about it, her nose became sour, and her eyes became red and hot. She raised her head to force back the tears in her eyes and bit her lip. After a while, she said, "Chengsheng is sick." Upon hearing this, Anran fell silent on the other end of the phone. The atmosphere suddenly became dead silent, so quiet that only the sound of the cold wind blowing past Lin Li's ears could be heard. After an unknown amount of time, Anran slowly opened her mouth on the other end of the phone. "Lin Li, you still can't forget him." His voice was low and deep, and it was hard to tell what emotions he was feeling. Lin Li couldn't answer. She only felt her heart clench in pain. As for this feeling, whether it was because she couldn't let it go or something else, she herself was a little vague and uncertain. When she didn't hear her answer, Anran had a vague answer in her heart. She sighed softly and said with a bitter smile, "Lin Li, you're so useless." She felt aggrieved for Lin Li and felt that it wasn't worth it, especially when she understood that Chengsheng's kindness to Lin Li for the past 10 years was only because he treated Lin Li as a substitute. She felt even more sorrowful and heartbroken for Lin Li's 10 years of love. However, from another perspective, she could understand the helplessness in Lin Li's heart. She had spent 6 years to forget the 4 years she had spent with Mo Fear. It was indeed too far-fetched to ask Lin Li to forget the 10 years of feelings she had for her in just 6 months. "And my heart is in a mess right now." She wasn't even sure if she still couldn't let go of her previous love for Chengsheng, or if it was just sympathy and feelings between friends and classmates. She would feel bad for Chengsheng when she saw his current appearance, but she would also think of what Juhan had said to her that day from time to time. He said that she wasn't a substitute and that he didn't dare to love her before because he was afraid of getting hurt. But because it was her, he wanted to try again. "Lin Li, ask your heart. If you still can't let him go, then go back." If returning to Chengsheng's side could make her happy again and turn her back into the Lin Li of the past, then as a friend, she would support her decision. Of course, the premise was that this time, Chengsheng must be sincere. Lin Li was slightly stunned. She stammered, "You mean to return to Chengsheng's side?" As she spoke, Juhan's cold face suddenly appeared in her mind. There wasn't much expression on his face, but his eyes were sincere. "You want to?" On the other end of the phone, Anran asked in return. It wasn't that she wanted to go back, but whether she really wanted to go back or not. This was the key. Linli was stunned and asked herself in her heart. Did she really want to start over with Chengsheng? Could they still start over? On the other end of the phone, Linli didn't speak for a long time. On the other end of the phone, Anran sighed softly and said, "Linli, think carefully. Don't start over because of sympathy. If it was just because of sympathy or a moment of heartache, then even if they went back, it would not be the feelings from the beginning, and they would have to suffer for others." After a long silence, Linli slowly opened her mouth and said, "You rest, I'll hang up first." On the other end of the phone, Anran didn't say anything more, because she knew that when it came to matters of the heart, only she could know how much of it was true. Before she hung up the phone, she said, "Linli, don't let yourself suffer because of a moment of unbearable pain. Sympathy is the greatest cruelty to others." After hanging up the phone, Linli continued to stand on the balcony for a long time. When the cold wind of the winter night blew on her, she trembled a little. Then, she lifted her overly heavy footsteps and turned around. However, Juhan was already standing at the door of the balcony behind her. His deep eyes were staring at her, and there were emotions that Linli couldn't understand. After looking at him for a while, Linli retracted her gaze. She didn't dare to look him in the eye. She seemed to have an inexplicable guilty conscience. She didn't say anything and turned sideways to walk past him. However, when she passed by him, he reached out and grabbed her hand. She stopped in her tracks and bit her lips tightly. She felt an inexplicable grievance in her heart. She did not know where this emotion suddenly came from. It was so uncomfortable that her nose felt sour and her eyes felt hot. It was as if the tears in her eyes were about to fall. The pain was beyond words. Juhan sighed softly and reached out to pull her into his arms. He hugged her body that was a little cold from the cold wind. His embrace became tighter, as if he wanted to transfer all his body temperature and heat to her and let her feel warm again. When her body touched his body temperature, the grievances and discomfort in Linli's heart could no longer be suppressed. She leaned on his shoulder and tears gushed out. Her hands subconsciously patted his back. She didn't know if she wanted to push him away or pull him in, or if she just wanted to find an outlet to vent the discomfort and frustration in her heart. Juhan allowed her to be afraid of being hit. He only pulled back his hand and closed the balcony door that was originally wide open. Then, he hugged her and stroked her short hair with his large palm. That action was filled with endless comfort. Linli fell asleep crying. When she woke up, it was already the next morning. She was lying on the big bed in Juhan's room. She looked up at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling that wasn't too unfamiliar to her. In the past, she had also woken up here many times in the morning and hadn't been here for a while. Compared to the light in her room, it seemed to have an inexplicable sense of familiarity. She turned her head and saw that Juhan was no longer in bed. However, the bed under the blanket was still warm, as if indicating that the owner of this room had just woken up. Just like how she had woken up in this room many times before, Linli lay there and stared at the crystal chandelier for a long time before she turned over and got up from the bed. The soft silk quilt slid down from her body. When she looked down, she realized that she was wearing the pajamas she was used to wearing. Juhan must have changed it for her last night. She lifted the quilt and was about to get out of bed when the door of the room opened at this time. Juhan came in with the clothes he took from the next room. Seeing that she had already woken up, he went forward to hand her the clothes in his hands. He only said indifferently, "Change your clothes and come out for breakfast." Linli looked at him and only nodded her head slightly, not saying a word. When Linli came out after washing up, Juhan was already sitting in his seat and eating breakfast. He was still holding this morning's newspaper in his hand, reading it while drinking a mouthful of milk. He was wearing the home clothes that he usually wore at home, as if he didn't plan to go out for the whole day. Linli sat down opposite him and took a sip of milk to moisten her throat. Looking at the food on the plate, she didn't have much appetite. It was as if she had suddenly returned to a few months ago, when she felt a little disgusted with food. But even though she didn't have much of an appetite, Linli still took a bite. The atmosphere between the two was a little strange, so Linli tried to find a topic to talk about. "Aren't you going to the office today?" Hearing this, Juhan looked up at her and nodded slightly, yes. His answer was too cold, and for a moment, Linley didn't know what to say. She took the knife and fork in her hand and cut the porcelain plate. She cut the slightly burnt ham into small pieces, but she didn't eat it. She thought about whether she should go to the hospital to check on Chengsheng's condition later. If he really didn't want to have the operation, what should she do? He put down the newspaper in his hand and stared at the dazed person opposite him. He opened his mouth and asked, "It's not to my taste." What was supposed to be a questioning tone turned into a statement. Linley came back to her senses. She looked at Juhan and then at the food on the plate. She shook her head a little awkwardly and picked up a fork to put a piece of ham into her mouth. Juhan didn't say anything more. He took the whole wheat toast, put it in his mouth, took a bite, and drank it with milk. Linley looked at him, somewhat puzzled and even more puzzled. Since returning from the hospital yesterday, she had been waiting for him to ask her something, but he didn't say a word. His entire person seemed to be quieter than usual. Regarding the hospital's matters regarding Chengsheng, he didn't ask or say a single word. After looking at him for a long time, Linley couldn't help but ask directly, why did you follow me to the hospital yesterday?" Juhan's hand that was holding the knife and fork suddenly stopped. His gaze slowly landed on her face. He put down the knife and fork in his hand and slowly said, "I've been waiting for an answer from you since that day." His voice was flat and without any fluctuations, making it impossible to hear any emotions. Linley looked away and didn't dare to look him in the eye. She understood that that day he was talking about was the day of Anran's wedding. The answer was her answer to his drunk confession that day. Her hand that was holding the fork and knife unconsciously tightened. She couldn't answer before because she was afraid and uncertain. Now that she was asked again, she still didn't know the answer. However, this time it wasn't because she was afraid, but because she was running away. She reached out for the milk and drank it to cover up her embarrassment. Juhan didn't press her. He just lowered his head and continued eating. It wasn't that he was patient, he just didn't want to force her too much at this time. Yesterday, he felt that something was wrong with her mood, so he was worried and followed her to the hospital. It was only after he followed her to the hospital that he found out about Chengsheng. He asked himself what he would do if he was the current Linley. In reality, they had never been so similar. Back then, he had been pacing back and forth in the hospital garden, hesitating whether he should go up to see Ling Lan. In reality, the current Linley was the same as the Linley of the past. He knew that regardless of whether she still had feelings for Chengsheng, if he were to ask her to ignore Chengsheng's life and condition, it would undoubtedly push her away from him and towards Chengsheng. After drinking that day, he was very clear about what he wanted. Since he had already made a clear goal, he wasn't someone who would easily let go. His advantage over Chengsheng was that he had never hurt Linley, and because the two of them had similar experiences, he knew what Linley wanted in her heart. However, when compared to Chengsheng, he couldn't compare to the 10-year relationship between Chengsheng and her. So at this time, he would not force her to make a decision or give an answer, because the current environment was completely unfair to him. He did not want to lose unjustly, nor did he want her to make a wrong decision because of soft-hearted sympathy. The most he could do now was to stay by her side. Cheng Xiang hadn't finished his breakfast yet, and his mother called from the hospital, saying that Cheng Xiang hadn't spoken a word since she left yesterday. He hadn't even eaten anything since yesterday afternoon. This morning, when the nurse took his temperature, she said that he had a fever again. She said that if his temperature didn't go down, it would only worsen his condition. She and Cheng Xiang's father couldn't do anything about it, and they only hoped that he would listen to her, which was why they called him again. After hanging up the phone, Linley subconsciously looked up at Juhan and saw that he was also looking at her. Before she could speak, he had already said, "I'll send you there." Feeling that it was a little inappropriate, Linley refused. "No need, I'll go by myself." "I'll send you," Juhan insisted. His expression was as if he had to agree even if he didn't want to. Linley didn't say anything more and just nodded. She got up, went to the room, took her bag, and came out. When they arrived at the hospital, Cheng Xiang's parents were already pacing around the door because of Cheng Xiang's sudden high fever. Seeing Linley come over, Mother Cheng was almost on the verge of tears. She pulled Linley and begged her to persuade Cheng Xiang. Linley was a little touched. She was touched that Chen Zheng's mother, who used to be such a proud person, was now begging her so much, all for the sake of loving her son. Pushing the door open, he saw Chengsheng sitting on the bed with an expressionless face. His posture was not much different from yesterday. The only difference was that yesterday, he had turned his head to look out the window. Today, his eyes were straight and unfocused as they fell on the television opposite him. He seemed to be even more haggard than yesterday, and his face was even paler and bloodless. Lin Li reached out and knocked on the door. Cheng Xiang, who was inside, seemed to have lost his soul. He didn't turn his head and maintained his posture, staring at her without moving. Lin Li sighed softly and reached out to close the door. She walked over to him and stood straight at the head of the bed, blocking his view. After a while, as if he felt his vision being blocked by someone, Chengsheng slowly came back to his senses. His dazed eyes slowly gathered together, and he looked at Lin Li with some surprise and uncertainty. He muttered in a very soft voice, "Lin Li." Lin Li looked straight at him and asked softly, "What else do you want to torture yourself to?" Although his tone was very light and calm, the pain in his heart was beyond his words. Chengsheng smiled, the corners of his mouth pulled up as if he didn't hear what she said. He only muttered to himself, "I thought I would never see you again. I'm thinking now, why did I fall in love with such a selfish man like you?" Lin Li was a little angry. She was angry that he was such an irresponsible person. He was immersed in his own life and didn't consider other people's feelings at all. He used to be, so he treated her as a substitute for Xiao. He was still the same now, so he ignored other people's worries and fears. This time, when Chengsheng heard it, he was stunned for a moment. The corners of his mouth pulled up into a bitter smile that carried a hint of self-mockery and ridicule. "You'll only know how to cherish something after you've lost it. Back then, you didn't work as hard as she did, so you could only watch as Xiao left with someone else. Then, you lived in the memory of her that never stopped, and I became a substitute for you to miss her." Chengsheng turned his head. "Don't say anymore." He refused to listen to those naked accusations. They would only make him feel even more remorseful and remorseful. Ignoring his words, Lin Li continued, "I'm the second Xiao. You're repeating what happened to Xiao in the past to me. Only when you've really lost you will you regret not cherishing it back then. The person you love will never be the one who stays by your side. It was me in the past, but who will be the next one? Don't say anymore." Chengsheng painfully raised his head and closed his eyes. The hand on the quilt was tightly clenched. "I don't know who I'll be next. I only know that because of you, your parents are the ones who are hurt the most. Do you know that your mother even knelt down and begged me to persuade you because of you? Do you know that your father has aged by nearly 10 years because of you? Are you trying to force them to their deaths?" He. Chengsheng leaned back with his head raised, his eyes closed as he laughed. He. However, he laughed, and then cried. That smile was so bitter that it made one's heart ache. Lin Li couldn't bear to see him like this, so she turned her head away from him. She bit her lip to stop her tears from falling. "You're right. I'm too selfish. I only think about myself. I'm not a good son, not a good boyfriend, and I'm not even a good father." Lin Li's entire body trembled, and her tone was a little cold as she said, "Enough, stop." Chengsheng glanced over, the bitterness in his mouth as he said in a low voice, "I'm sorry," she said. Lin Li felt terrible and forced herself not to think about the past. Some things could be let go, but some wounds would still hurt. Looking out of the window, Chengsheng said in a self-deprecating manner, "Life. Is there any meaning for someone like me to live?" Lin Li bit her lip, forcing back the sourness on the tip of her nose. She then turned her head to look into Chengsheng's eyes and asked, "Chengsheng, you want me to forgive you, right?" He turned his head and stared straight at her. He nodded and said anxiously, "You're willing to forgive me?" His expression was one of disbelief and surprise. Lin Li looked at him and thought of Chen Zheng's parents begging her at the door. She thought of the tears in her mother's eyes and nodded heavily. "Yes, as long as you agree to the surgery and cooperate with the treatment, I'll forgive you." Hearing this, Chengsheng didn't even think about it. He immediately nodded and agreed. "Okay, as long as you can forgive me." He didn't dare to expect her to continue to love him. He only hoped that she would forgive him. Lin Li nodded, and her hand that was originally holding her bag relaxed at this moment. Let's leave it at that. If her word of forgiveness could save his life, then forgive him. I'll go out and call the doctor. He turned around and walked towards the door. Lin Li, behind him, Chengsheng sat up straight in excitement and was somewhat anxious to get off the bed. Lin Li turned around and saw that his hand, which was still on the drip, was moving around, causing the blood to flow back. She quickly went up to stop him and said, "What are you doing? Lie down." Chengsheng didn't care about anything else and just stared at her, saying, "Really? Are you really willing to forgive me?" He wanted to hear it from her personally. She had to say that she was willing. Lin Li was a little angry, but she still helped him lie down again and nodded. "Really?" After getting an affirmative answer, Chengsheng smiled. He raised his head and covered his eyes with his hand. "Thank you." Lin Li looked at him and didn't miss the tears that were flowing down his face under his arm. She also turned her back to him, biting her lip and covering her mouth to avoid looking at him. Her tears blurred her eyes, blurring her vision. After standing in the room for a while and calming her emotions, Lin Li opened the door and went out. However, her red eyes could not hide the fact that she had cried. Chen Zheng's parents were standing outside the door, and of course, Juhan, who was standing with his back to them, turned around at the same time when they heard the door open. Seeing her come out, Chen Zheng's mother pushed Chen Zheng's father away and grabbed Lin Li's hand, asking anxiously, "How was it? How was it? Did Chengsheng agree? Did he agree?" Chen Zheng's father was also waiting anxiously behind his mother, and the way he looked at Lin Li revealed his current emotions. Lin Li tried her best to force a smile and held Mother Cheng's hand. She nodded and said, "Chengsheng has agreed to the surgery." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Cheng seemed to be stunned for a while, then she cried. She cried because she was so happy. She grabbed Lin Li's hand and couldn't say a word. Behind her, Mr. Cheng was also excited, and his hands holding Mrs. Cheng's hands couldn't help trembling. Lin Li turned around and met Juhan's eyes. He was just looking at her without much expression on his face. 244 This is good. On the way back, Lin Li fell asleep not long after she got into the car. Juhan didn't wake her up. He just helped her adjust her seat so that she could sleep more comfortably. He also tried to slow down the car and drive more smoothly. However, Lin Li didn't sleep well on the way. It wasn't that Juhan drove unsteadily, but it was a nightmare. At the red light, Juhan turned to look at her and saw that her forehead was covered in sweat. Her brows were furrowed tightly, and even the hand on her thigh was clenched tightly. "Lin Li?" Juhan called out softly and reached out to pat her face. Lin Li suddenly sat up and panted slightly, as if she had dreamed of something terrible. "Are you all right?" Juhan looked at her and frowned in worry. Lin Li covered her eyes with her hands and shook her head without saying a word. Juhan looked at her until the car behind him honked in protest. Then, he looked up and saw that the red light in front had turned green. He started the car and drove away. It was very quiet along the way. Lin Li leaned her head and Juhan didn't ask her what she dreamed of. The car stopped in the building's parking lot. Lin Li was still in the same position as before, as if she was in a daze. Juhan didn't call her and just sat with her in the car for a long time. However, she didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Finally, he said softly, "Lin Li." Lin Li seemed to have woken up from a dream. She looked outside and realized that she had returned. She only nodded and said, "We're here." As he spoke, he unbuckled his seat belt and prepared to get out of the car. "What did you dream of just now?" Juhan asked from behind. His voice was not loud and his emotions did not fluctuate much. The hand that was about to open the door paused. After a long silence, he only said, "It's nothing." Since she didn't answer, Juhan didn't ask any more questions. He unbuckled his seat belt and got out of the car. The two of them were silent along the way. She did not explain, and he did not ask any more questions. When she got home, Lin Li returned to her room and closed the door for the entire afternoon. When Juhan pushed the door open and entered, he saw her sitting alone on the tatami mat by the windowsill. Her head was leaning against the window and her hands were hugging her knees. He walked up to her and said, "It's time to eat." Lin Li didn't move. She just leaned on him, her eyes staring at an unknown spot. "You love him that much?" Juhan asked her with a cold tone and a serious expression. Lin Li raised her head and looked at him. After a while, she said, "I dreamed of a child." Upon hearing this, Juhan was stunned for a moment. When he came to his senses, He knew that the child she was talking about should be the child she had miscarried in an accident. Linley lowered her head and hugged herself even more tightly. She placed her chin on her knees and looked very helpless. She only said softly, "I told Chengsheng that I forgave him and said that I didn't blame him for causing me to lose my child. But I just dreamed of the scene when the child left. That feeling was so painful. It really hurt. You're in pain because you can't let go." Just like how he couldn't let go of Xiaobin's background, it's not important whether you forgive Chengsheng or not. What's important is whether you let yourself go or not. If you can't let yourself go, it's the same whether you forgive or not. Forgiveness is just an excuse to make yourself and others feel at ease. Linley didn't say anything, and her tears fell silently down her cheeks. She knew that Juhan was right, and she couldn't refute him at all. She really couldn't forget that scene. She had looked forward to that child so much, but in the end, he left in that way. Some things have to be faced. Running away will only make you suffer more. I know that the process of facing it is always painful, but only by facing it can I let it go. Only by letting it go can I be truly free. This was the conclusion he came to from his relationship with Xiaobin. At first, he didn't dare to face the truth about the child's identity, so every time he saw the child, he was always in pain and struggle. After he really faced it and faced the problem directly, he really let it go. Now that he faced the child again, he didn't have the pain and struggle from before. Linley was still silent. Her eyes were closed, and the corners of her mouth trembled slightly, as if she was suppressing something. Juhan didn't say anything more. He turned around and left the room. There were some things that he could only let go of completely by facing it himself. Other people could only give advice at most and couldn't help him with anything. The sunlight outside the window was bright, so bright that it was a little dazzling. There was no need to go out to feel it. In winter, such sunlight was inadvertently a very good and warm weather. Linley didn't know how long she had been sitting there. When she recalled it, she only remembered that she had been sitting there from day to night, and then from night to day. Did she sit there for the entire afternoon and night? Linley didn't look at the time, but she guessed so. His leg was so numb that he felt like it wasn't his own leg anymore. He couldn't feel anything when he moved, and all that was left was numbness. She had thought a lot that night, so much so that she still had not digested it. The numbness in her legs made her unable to move, so she could only sit weakly with her eyes closed, waiting for the numbness to pass. Just as Linley closed her eyes and leaned back powerlessly, there was a knock on the door. Thump thump thump. The knocking was a little fierce and urgent. Linley was a little puzzled. Juhan would never knock on the door like this. She wanted to stand up to open the door, but she forgot that her legs were so numb that she couldn't use any strength at all. When she stood up, her legs bent and she fell directly to the ground. OOF, although her butt landed on the wooden floor, her heart really ached. She frowned and her face became a little twisted. The person outside the door seemed to have heard the movement inside and directly opened the door to enter. A young and tender voice shouted, "Auntie." Then, before Linley could react, a small figure had already run towards her. Her small hand pulled her little guy, and he was so anxious that he cried, "Auntie, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?" Linley raised her head and saw the little face in front of her clearly. The little guy was so worried that tears were hanging on his face. "Xiaobin, why are you back?" She remembered that Juhan said that he had sent him to the courtyard and only brought him back on Monday. "Auntie, what's wrong with you? Do you not want me anymore?" The little guy cried as he asked, and Linley's heart ached when she saw his pitiful look. Linley smiled bitterly. So Juhan was using this as an excuse to send the child over. She propped herself up and wanted to get up, but the pain from her butt made Linley frown. Her legs were still numb and she couldn't feel anything. When the little guy saw this, he thought that she had caught some kind of serious illness. He was so anxious that he cried even harder. His tears fell continuously, and he hurriedly shouted at Juhan, "Daddy, Daddy, Auntie can't stand up. Auntie can't stand up. Xiaobin, Auntie is fine. She just fell and her legs are a little numb from sitting for too long." Lin Lian stroked her leg and patted it, hoping that it would recover soon. The little guy didn't listen to her anymore. He cried and said, "Auntie, are you going to die? Do you also not want Xiaobin? Don't die, I'll listen to you from now on, and I won't hide from Grandpa and Grandma anymore." I'll love them as much as I used to. Don't die, don't abandon me, okay? Lin Li was a little dumbfounded. Her heart ached for the child, but at the same time, she felt very helpless. She didn't know how to explain at all. She could only wipe the little guy's face and help him wipe the tears on his face while comforting him. Xiaobin, don't cry. Auntie is fine. Auntie is really fine. As she said that, she looked towards the door anxiously, thinking that Juhan was still not coming over. She looked up and saw Juhan standing at the door. She didn't know how long he had been there. He was leaning against the door with his arms crossed and looking at her with a faint smile. Lin Li glared at him, then lowered her head and said to the little guy, Xiaobin, Auntie is really fine. If you don't believe me, you can ask Dad. Hearing this, the little guy turned around and saw Juhan at the door. He asked with red eyes, Daddy, will Auntie die? Juhan stepped forward and touched the little guy's head. Go and bring the milk on the table. As he spoke, he bent down and picked Lin Li up horizontally. Lin Li didn't react in time. She subconsciously reached out and hugged his neck tightly, letting out a soft cry. Juhan looked at her and carried her to the bed. The little guy was afraid that Lin Li would die and not want him. When he heard Juhan calling him to go out and get some milk, he ran out without thinking. Juhan placed her on the bed and pulled the blanket over her. He said in a low voice, Who told you not to eat? You must be so hungry that you don't have any strength. There was a hint of mockery in his tone, as if he was watching a show. Lin Li glared at him angrily and questioned, What nonsense are you talking to Xiaobin about? You don't know how fragile that child is. Now that the child was close to her, he was most afraid that she would not want him either. Juhan didn't say anything. He just smiled faintly. The little guy quickly brought the milk over and handed it to Lin Li. Auntie, drink milk. Lin Li smiled and reached out to take it. Thank you, Xiaobin. The little guy pouted and still had a worried look on his face. He looked at Lin Li for a while before turning to Juhan and said, Dad, let's take Auntie to the hospital. He was really afraid that Lin Li would die. His mother didn't want him, and his father said that he wasn't his child. If even Aunt Lin Li didn't want him, then he was really a child that no one wanted. Lin Li was helpless. Looking at the child, her heart ached and she felt a little helpless. She could only turn her head and stare at Juhan. Juhan ignored her gaze and only said indifferently, Auntie is fine. She's just too hungry to have any strength. She'll be fine after eating something. Upon hearing this, the little guy was overjoyed. He went forward and pulled Lin Li's hand, asking, Auntie, is that true? Lin Li could only nod in agreement with Juhan's words. She didn't eat for the whole day yesterday and was indeed so hungry that she didn't have any energy. Then I'll find something for you to eat. When he heard that he only needed to eat, the little guy quickly ran out to find something. Seeing the child go out, Lin Li then asked Juhan, Xiaobin, why are you back? Juhan looked at her and said, When you miss your child, just look at Xiaobin. Lin Li was stunned for a moment, then realized that he was worried about her, so he brought the child back to divert her attention. The tip of Lin Li's nose inexplicably felt sour. She didn't want him to see her slightly red eyes. Lin Li turned her head and lowered her head to drink her milk. Juhan didn't say anything more. He just said, I'll go out and make breakfast. After saying that, he turned and left. Lin Li drank the milk. The tip of her nose was sour, and her eyes were slightly red, but her heart was inexplicably warm. Looking at the door that was closed again, she thought for a whole night. Perhaps she really should understand. Because his condition had already dragged on to the point where it couldn't be dragged on any longer. Once Chengsheng agreed to the operation, Chengsheng's attending doctor discussed with his parents to determine the date of the operation. Although Chengsheng was still sulking and didn't say anything, he didn't refuse the treatment. Although Cheng Zheng's mother was sad, she was also relieved. Because the cancer cells were at risk of spreading at any time, after Chengsheng's body temperature dropped, the hospital observed him for 2 days before preparing for surgery. Lin Li hadn't gone to the hospital to visit Cheng Xiang since the day she talked to Juhan. However, on the day of the operation, Cheng Xiang's mother called her and said that she hoped she could come. Lin Li thought for a moment and decided to go over after some consideration. When she arrived at the hospital, Chengsheng was just about to be pushed into the operating room. When he saw her coming over, he was a little excited. Lin Li didn't say much and only nodded at him, reaching out to hold his hand. "Lin Li, thank you for coming to see me." Cheng Sheng held her hand, his eyes a little wet. Lin Li didn't say much. Her eyes were also a little red. She held his hand back and said softly, "All the best." Cheng Xiang was pushed into the operating room, carrying the hopes of his parents and Lin Li's well wishes. Lin Li was sitting on the chairs outside the operating room with Cheng Zheng's parents. Cheng Zheng's mother was holding her hand so tightly that Lin Li's hand turned red without her noticing. Lin Li wanted to find some topics to talk about to ease their high tension. Thinking that she hadn't seen Xiaoxiao several times, she asked, "Why don't I see Xiaoxiao?" Hearing this, Cheng Zheng's mother, who was standing at the side, said with some hatred, "Don't mention that woman. Ever since I found out that Cheng Sheng was sick, she came over diligently for the first few days. Later, when I heard the doctor say that Cheng Sheng's leg had to be amputated, she disappeared. To think that I treated her like my own daughter. I didn't expect her to be so ungrateful." After hearing what she said, Lin Li couldn't help but feel a little emotional. She also felt that Cheng Sheng wasn't worth it. "Xiao Li, it was all my fault." Cheng Zheng's mother looked at Lin Li guiltily. One could only know who was good and who was bad after comparison. Lin Li shook her head and patted her hand, saying, "It has nothing to do with Auntie. There was a problem between Cheng Sheng and I to begin with. No, it's my fault. It's all my fault." Cheng Zheng's mother blamed herself and looked at Lin Li. "Xiao Li, don't take it to heart. It was Auntie's fault in the past. If you and Cheng Sheng still want to be together in the future, Auntie will definitely not object." Lin Li wasn't stupid. She naturally understood the meaning behind her words. She looked at her and didn't say anything for a while, but her mind unconsciously recalled the words that Juhan said to her after drinking that day. "I'm just scared and timid. I don't dare to try again. But because it's you, I want to try again." Lin Li, seeing that she didn't speak for a long time, Cheng Zheng's mother reached out and patted her. Lin Li came back to her senses and looked at her anxious eyes. She only avoided her eyes and said, "Let the past be the past." But Cheng Zheng's mother wanted to say something but was stopped by Cheng Zheng's father's eyes. In the end, she could only stammer and stop. The atmosphere turned from nervous to a little awkward. Lin Li reached out and pulled her hand away. She smiled at them, got up, and said, "I'll go buy some water." Then, he walked away. After Lin Li walked away, Cheng Zheng's father looked at Cheng Zheng's mother with some disapproval and said, "Don't say these things in front of other people's children in the future. I'm doing this for Cheng Sheng's own good." Thinking of her son, Mother Cheng reached out and wiped her tears. "Look at Cheng Sheng. He'll listen to Lin Li. If Lin Li can stay by Cheng Sheng's side after the operation, then Cheng Sheng will definitely be able to stand up again. Don't you want what's best for our son? Even if it's for Cheng Sheng's own good, he can't cheat Lin Li. Just think about the past. Let's not talk about how we objected to Cheng Sheng dating her. Just think about what we did when Cheng Sheng caused Lin Li to have a miscarriage. We have to have a conscience. It was our family who let Lin Li down first, but now that Cheng Sheng has lost a leg, it's too unreasonable to ask her to come back. I think Lin Li still has feelings for Cheng Sheng. Otherwise, why would she come and look at him like this? She must be worried, so she can't let go." Mother Cheng was stubborn. "Do you really think that Cheng Sheng wouldn't hate Lin Li and still get together with him after what he did to her back then?" Cheng Zheng's father didn't think much of it. She probably came to see Cheng Sheng because of human compassion. If we were in Lin Li's shoes, would we be able to watch Cheng Sheng just leave her be? Cheng Zheng's mother was at a loss for words and couldn't answer. Cheng Zheng's father let out a long sigh and said, "People should know how to be grateful. You see, Lin Li is on good terms with that Mr. Ju now. Don't disturb his life anymore. We were the ones who let him down first. How can we ask for more? I don't think Lin Li is that close with that man. That man is so serious every day. He's freezing to death." Cheng Zheng's mother muttered softly. Cheng Zheng's father only glanced at her and didn't say anything else. Cheng Xiang's surgery had been going on for a full 5 hours, and the bright in surgery word finally dimmed. The door to the operating room opened, and the chief surgeon came out. He took off his mask and was a little tired, but he still smiled as he congratulated Cheng Xiang's parents, who had surrounded him. The surgery was going very smoothly. Hearing the doctor say that the operation was successful, Chen Zheng's parents were so excited that they almost cried. For so many days, nothing had made them happier and happier than this. Looking at them, Lin Li's anxious heart finally settled down. She let out a sigh of relief. She didn't go forward, nor did she wait for Chengsheng to come out. She just turned around and left. This was good. 245 Fate between husband and wife. In the coffee shop opposite the mall, Lin Li and Anran sat by the window. Lin Li ordered coffee, and Anran asked for hot milk. It was a rare weekend. Xiaobin had been sent to the courtyard after school last night. He hadn't seen his grandson for a whole week and Mother Ju missed him very much. Although the little guy didn't really want to go, he didn't reject it. So when Anran said that she wanted to ask her out for a walk this morning, she came over without any worries. The two of them shopped at the mall for most of the day. Because of her pregnancy, Anran was particularly tired. Her feet were sore, and her waist hurt a little. Therefore, the two of them found a place to sit down and chat. After they got married, there were not many opportunities for them to sit down and have a good chat. In fact, the main purpose of their visit today was to buy some children's things, such as small clothes and small toys. Although the mothers of both families were very enthusiastic about preparing this and that, they were still their own children, after all, so Anran wanted to pick out the things she wanted to see. While accompanying Anran, Lin Li also looked at 2 sets of clothes for the little guy. Imagining the little guy wearing clothes, she couldn't help but smile. Anran held the milk and gently stirred it with a spoon. When she saw Lin Li's inexplicable smile, she couldn't help but ask, "What's on your mind?" "It's so funny." Lin Li came back to her senses and shook her head, only saying, "It's nothing." As she spoke, she took the sugar and was about to pour it into the coffee in front of her. Anran stopped her, looked at her, and said with a half smile, "You've added sugar." Lin Li was stunned. She couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. She reached out and scratched her hair. "Really?" As he spoke, he picked up his coffee and took a sip, and Ran stared at her without saying a word, a faint smile on her lips. Lin Li felt a little uncomfortable under her gaze. She shifted her butt awkwardly and said in a bad mood, "What are you doing? Just say what you want to say. Don't keep staring at me. It's so awkward. It makes me look like I haven't washed my face." Anran smiled and leaned forward a little. She deliberately lowered her voice and asked in a flirtatious tone, "How's it going with you and Juhan?" Lin Li was a little uncomfortable. She lowered her head and stirred the cup of coffee, deliberately avoiding her gaze and only saying, "No, nothing much." Seeing this, Anran smiled, and the thought in her heart seemed to become more certain. She lowered her head and sniffed the milk in the glass, then looked at Lin Li and said, "I smell something." Lin Li didn't think much of it and thought that she was talking about the milk. Worried that there was something wrong with the milk, she asked nervously, "What's that smell?" "The milk has expired." She didn't dare to be careless. After all, the person sitting opposite her was a pregnant woman, and a pregnant one at that. There can't be any mistakes. Seeing her nervous look, Lin Li smiled. The smile at the corner of her mouth was particularly sweet as she said with a smile, "I'm not talking about milk. What I smell is the smell of adultery. Do you smell it?" Only then did Lin Li realize that she had been fooled. She rolled her eyes at her and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think I'm like you and your leader Su?" "It's not impossible," Anran shrugged and said. She only hoped that her good friend would be happy. If Lin Li was really as lucky as she was to meet such a good man, she would naturally be happy for her. In fact, after a few interactions with Juhan, the feeling that Juhan gave her was actually quite good. If Lin Li could turn the act into reality with him, she would be happy to see it happen. Lin Li didn't say anything. She lowered her head and stirred the coffee in her cup. Right now, she just didn't dare to make a bet. "Lin Li, tell me the truth. Is there really no way for you and Juhan to develop?" She knew that Chengsheng's incident had hurt her deeply, but she couldn't risk her entire life's happiness because of her past injuries. Lin Li was a little helpless. She didn't know how to answer, so she could only say, "Anzi, I don't want to talk about this. Give me more time. If I have a decision, I will definitely tell you." Anran looked at her, and since she said so, she didn't say anything more and could only nod. Lin Li smiled at her and changed the topic. She looked at his stomach and asked, "Have my godsons been good recently?" Have they been practicing the 18 dragon subduing palms in your stomach? He asked. Sometimes, she would kick me. But it's okay, she didn't kick me too much. Ye Cheng said it was a girl because girls are more gentle. Speaking of children, Anran smiled in satisfaction. She looked down at her big belly. She was already 7 months pregnant. It wouldn't be long before her babies met her. She felt happy just thinking about it. Lin Li didn't think much of it. TSK, it must be a boy. Anran laughed. She was already used to how stubborn these two people were about the gender of their child. Thinking of Juhan's little guy, she couldn't help but ask, by the way, how are you getting along with that little fellow from Juhan's family? It's pretty good, but it's a little clingy. Thinking of how he had looked at her with a sad expression before he got off the car when she sent the little guy to the courtyard last night, Lin Li couldn't help but smile. Looking at her expression, Lin Li also knew that they should be getting along well. She also knew that in this relationship, Lin Li's love for Xiaobin must be mixed with the love for the child who didn't stay. Anran was just about to say something when Lin Li's phone rang. Lin Li took the phone and looked at it. After hesitating for a while, she finally swiped the phone with her hand and picked up the call. Hello, Auntie. It was Chengxiang's mother. Ever since Chengxiu's operation, she had not gone to the hospital again. However, Chengxiang's mother had called her a few times, hoping that she could go to the hospital to see Chengxiang. In fact, although Chengxiang's mother's words at the hospital that day were tactful, she understood it very clearly. She hoped that she could go back and start over with Chengxiang, but she knew very well that this was impossible, not to mention that Juhan was now with her, and she was legally Juhan's wife. Her feelings for Chengxiang had been completely exhausted in the past 10 years. There wasn't a single bit left or held back, so it was impossible for her to turn back and start over with Chengxiang. That was why she didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. She just wanted to know that his surgery was a success. Lin Li, where are you? It's the weekend, you don't have to work, right? On the other end of the phone, Cheng Zheng's mother was very kind. Lin Li's lips twitched. Yeah, she said, I'm not working. I'm out with my friends. Lin Li, if there's nothing else, come to the hospital. Chengxiang has been unable to accept the fact that he's lost a leg ever since he woke up from the operation. He's not cooperating with the treatment at all and has given up on himself. Cheng Zheng's mother said helplessly on the other end of the phone. Auntie, Lin Li refused. I still have something to do. I might not be able to go over. Lin Li, you should take some time to come and take a look. Even if it's just half an hour or a few minutes, Chengxiang will listen to you. As long as you tell him to cooperate with the reconstruction, he will listen to you. On the other end of the phone, Mother Cheng refused to give up and said, Lin Li, even if you don't give me face, you should also give consideration to your many years of relationship with Chengxiang. Auntie wouldn't ask you to do this unless it was absolutely necessary. Lin Li was silent and didn't speak for a long time. Her eyes were fixed on the coffee on the table. After not hearing a reply for a long time, Cheng Zheng's mother became a little uncertain. She asked tentatively, Lin Li, are you still there? Lin Li subconsciously nodded. After she came to her senses, she said, Auntie, Chengxiang can only pull himself together. No one else can help him. You can do it. Lin Li, only you can do it. Lin Li was a little helpless. I still have things to do. Let's leave it at that. Hearing that she was about to hang up, Mrs. Cheng quickly said, Lin Li, are you really going to watch Chengxiang continue to be so dispirited? Lin Li didn't say anything. She was silent for a while before hanging up the phone. He should be responsible for his own life. No one else could vouch for him. Putting her phone aside, she looked up and realized that Anran was staring at her with a serious look in her eyes. What's wrong? Lin Li couldn't help but ask. You still can't let go of Chengxiang? Anran asked, frowning. I didn't. Lin Li glanced away and took a sip of her coffee. Moving the milk in front of her to the side, Anran reached out to grab Lin Li's hand and asked, Lin Li, tell me, is it because of Chengxiang that you can't accept Juhan? No, I really didn't. She was sure that she had completely let go of Chengxiang, but there was still a little bit of hatred that she couldn't let go of because she couldn't let go of the child. Then why did you still go to see him? Lin Li looked at her and sighed. Cheng Xiang had bone cancer before and refused to accept any information, so Cheng Xiang's mom asked me to go. Bone cancer? Ayn Rand couldn't help but widen her eyes. She knew that Chengsheng was sick, but she didn't know that it was cancer. Just thinking about it made her feel scared. Lin Li nodded. His life was saved, but one of his legs was taken after the operation. Ayn Rand was silent. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. For a moment, the atmosphere became a little heavy. Not wanting the atmosphere of the two meeting to be ruined because of this, Lin Li changed the topic and said, "By the way, didn't your Suyu Cheng say he wanted to pick you up? Why isn't he here yet?" When she was shopping at the mall, she received a call from Suyu Cheng. He said that he was worried about Ayn Rand going home alone with her big belly, so he would come over to pick her up later. Ayn Rand also came back to her senses. She only forced a smile and said, "Yeah, why haven't we arrived yet?" As he spoke, he turned to look at the door. Lin Li also looked out of the window and happened to see a certain someone getting out of the car. She whispered, "Don't look for him anymore, he's already here." Upon hearing this, Ayn Rand turned her head and saw Suyu Cheng outside the window, so she reached out and waved at him. Suyu Cheng nodded and pointed to the door, indicating that he would wait for him to come in. After Suyu Cheng came in, Lin Li couldn't help but tease him. The big leader is so busy every day, but he still took the time to pick up his wife. He's indeed a good man in the new era. Suyu Cheng smiled gently. "I'm afraid that if I don't do a good job, someone will not let me off." Lin Li also laughed. These were the harsh words she had said in front of him back then. Suyu Cheng turned his head and looked at Ayn Rand gently, asking, "Can we go now? Mom said it'll be open when we get back." It was the weekend, a fixed day in the courtyard. She stuck out her tongue at him playfully and said, "I'll go to the bathroom first." Looking at her big belly, Suyu Cheng was a little worried, so he said, "I'll go with you." "It's fine, you can't go into the ladies' room." Ayn Rand got up and pulled him to her seat. "Sit down and chat with Lin Li. I'll be back soon." Lin Li watched Ayn Rand's figure disappear around the corner, then turned her head and smiled at Suyu Cheng. She said, "It's Ayn Rand's good fortune to meet you." Suyu Cheng also smiled, looking as gentle and elegant as ever. "It's my blessing to meet her." His voice was neither loud nor soft. Lin Li nodded and agreed with him, but she also said with some emotion, "Perhaps this is fate between husband and wife." Back then, Ayn Rand still couldn't let go of Mo Fear after 6 years. However, a mishap in marriage led to a blind date, and she met her true love in a flash marriage. Perhaps this was what everyone called fate. Suyu Cheng looked at her with a slight smile on his lips and asked, "If Ayn Rand and I are, what about you and Juhan?" Lin Li was stunned. She looked up at him, not quite understanding the meaning of his words. "Ayn Rand and I are fated to be husband and wife. Don't you and Juhan have the same fate?" Suyu Cheng explained, "Back then, you and Chengsheng had a relationship for 10 years. You even had a child, but you didn't get married in the end. If it's fate for two people to get married and live together, then isn't it the same for you and Juhan?" Lin Li looked at him for a while and didn't say anything. She only covered it up by taking the slightly cold coffee on the table and taking a sip. The bitterness of the cold coffee seemed to be more obvious. Seeing that she didn't answer, Suyu Cheng, who was sitting opposite her, said, "Juhan came to find me a few days ago." Upon hearing this, Lin Li raised her eyes and looked at him. She wanted to ask why, but the words couldn't come out of her mouth. As if he could read her mind, Suyu Cheng took the initiative to explain, "Actually, it's nothing much. He just wanted to have a drink with me and then we talked." "What did he say?" Almost subconsciously, Lin Li only reacted after she finished speaking. Suyu Cheng looked at her with a devilish smile on his face. "Do you want to know?" Just as Lin Li was about to speak, Ayn Rand came back from behind. She looked at them and asked, "What are you talking about?" Suyu Cheng stood up and looked at Lin Li without saying anything. Ayn Rand felt that the atmosphere seemed to be a little different from before she left. She looked at Suyu Cheng, then at Lin Li. "What's wrong? Did you say something that you can't tell me?" Lin Li stood up and shook her head at her, saying, "Nothing. Since Suyu Cheng is here to pick you up, I'll go back first." He turned around and walked towards the door. "Hey, Lin Li." Ayn Rand wanted to stop her and ask her what was going on, but she was pulled back by Suyu Cheng. Let her go. There are some things that she needs to think about herself. Ayn Rand frowned slightly and asked, "What were you talking about just now?" Suyu Cheng smiled and reached out to smooth out the wrinkles between her eyebrows. I'll tell you when we get home. 246 Juhan is sick. As Lin Li drove back, she repeatedly thought about what Su Yicheng had just said to her in the cafe. Back then, you and Chengsheng had a relationship for 10 years. You even had a child, but you didn't get married in the end. If it's fate for two people to get married and live together, then you and Juhan have the same fate. The car was parked in the building's parking lot, but Lin Li didn't get out of the car immediately. As she leaned back and closed her eyes, many images of her and Juhan together jumped into her mind. The two of them had not lived together for long, even less than half a year, but when she thought about it, the two of them seemed to have grown a lot, almost as much as the 10 years she had spent with Chengsheng. Is it really fate? He muttered in a low voice, not knowing if he was asking himself or who. After sitting in the car for a while, Lin Li opened the door and went down. She carried her bag and walked in the direction of the elevator, thinking about whether she should cook something to deal with her later tonight. She opened the door and went in. Just as she was about to take her shoes from the shoe cabinet, she was a little surprised that Juhan's shoes were taken off randomly. One here, one there. Have you already returned? She mumbled softly and reached out to place his shoes properly. Then, she took the slippers and changed into them. She went back to her room and put down her bag. She changed into a set of loose clothes and raised her hand to look at the time. It was already past 6 o'clock. She originally wanted to deal with it by herself at night, but now that Juhan was back, she had to do something. As she thought about it, she walked out of the room towards the study. She reached out and knocked on the door. She waited outside for a while, but no one answered. She raised her eyebrows and directly opened the door to enter. The study was dark. There was no light. This was a little strange. According to Juhan's character, he would definitely return to the study room. Although she was puzzled, Lin Li still turned around and walked towards the master bedroom. Before pushing the door open, she still politely reached out and knocked on it. Similarly, no one answered. She directly pushed the door open and went in. The light in the room was on. She saw Juhan lying on the bed and casually pulling the blanket over himself. Juhan! Lin Li stepped forward, frowning in confusion. When she got closer, she realized that he was hugging her with his arms. His brows were tightly locked, and his discomfort were written all over his face. Juhan! Lin Li called his name softly and reached out to touch his forehead. The high temperature from her palm was a little hot. She was shocked and pushed him away. Juhan, you're running a fever. Juhan turned over and looked up at her tiredly. Then, he closed his eyes again and said weakly, just let me sleep for a while. If you can't, you have to go to the hospital. As Lin Li spoke, she tried to pull him up. His body temperature was frighteningly high. A high fever was not like a normal cold. She had to lower his temperature. Don't mind me. Juhan waved her hand away. He turned around and muttered, I'll just sleep. No. Lin Li insisted on taking him to the hospital. Get up quickly. I'll take you to the hospital. As she spoke, she reached out to pull him up. Juhan was a little annoyed by her pulling. He turned around and forcefully pulled her onto the bed. He used both of his arms to lock her in his arms. He lifted his legs and pressed down on her legs to suppress Lin Li's resistance that she didn't have time to do. His voice was filled with fatigue and powerlessness, and it was a little hoarse. I don't want to go to the hospital. I'll be fine after a nap. But you're running a fever. Being pressed down by him like this, Lin Li struggled to break free, but she couldn't use any strength at all. AI. Above her head, Juhan sighed and said, I'm very tired. Let me sleep in peace. Hearing this, Lin Li stopped moving and lay in his arms, not daring to move. However, she was still worried that his fever would get serious. After thinking for a while, she compromised. You're not going to the hospital, and you want me to buy you medicine? No need, Juhan murmured. He let go of her and lifted her up, letting her head rest on his arm. Then, he wrapped his other hand around her waist in an overbearing manner. He leaned his forehead against her head and said, No need, sleep with me for a while. As the two of them were too close to each other, the moment he opened his mouth to speak, the hot air blew towards Lin Li's face. It was unknown if it was because the two of them were too intimate at the moment or because Juhan's temperature had risen, but the hot air that blew over was so hot that it could almost burn people. Lin Li's entire body was a little hot from his hot air. She reached out and pushed him. Then, Then you let me up first. Joo-han didn't let go. Instead, he hugged her even tighter. Just sleep with me for a while. His voice became a little melodious because of his powerlessness, and the end of the note was dragged out a little. Being held in his arms, Lin-Li opened her mouth but couldn't say anything to refuse. She could only smack her lips and give up on letting him hold her. She thought about getting up after he fell asleep. Joo-han didn't say anything more. He hugged her and closed his eyes, falling asleep just like that. Perhaps he was really tired, but he fell asleep not long after. Perhaps it was because of a stuffed nose, but his usual soft snores were a little rough. Lin-Li gently removed the hand on her waist, then carefully lifted the quilt and got out of bed. She turned around and reached out to touch his forehead. His temperature seemed to have dropped a little compared to just now, but it was still frighteningly high. She frowned slightly, got up, and went out. In the end, she was still worried and Joo-han refused to go to the hospital, so Lin-Li finally took her car keys and drove directly to the nearest pharmacy to buy some medicine for her fever. She was still a little worried, so she took another piece of antipyretic paste. When she came back, Joo-han was still asleep. She boiled some water and poured it into a cup to cool down before bringing it into the room. She first tore off the cooling pad she bought from the pharmacy and stuck it on his forehead. Then, she reached out and gently shook his body, calling out softly, "Joo-han, wake up! Joo-han, wake up!" Joo-han murmured and frowned as he opened his eyes. When he saw her, he closed his eyes again. Lin-Li stretched out her hand and pulled him up with great difficulty. She sat down by the bed and let him sit and lean on her as she said, "Come, take the medicine first. You can't keep having a fever for long. You have to get it down first." As she spoke, she brought the water to his mouth and fed him a mouthful to let him moisten his throat. Then, she brought the fever medicine over and put it in his mouth. She added water to it and let him take it. Cough, cough. Perhaps it was because he drank the water too quickly. Joo-han choked a little and coughed a little badly. Cough, cough. Upon seeing this, Lin-Li quickly reached out and patted his blanket to calm his breathing. She asked nervously, "How did it go? Did I choke you?" Joo-han coughed for a while, but he always stopped. His face was a little red from choking, but his eyes were clear as he looked at Lin-Li. The haziness and sleepiness in his eyes had all disappeared. He just stared at Lin-Li. Lin-Li thought that he was having a hard time coughing. "Is it very hard? Do you want to drink some water?" Joo-han shook his head and stared at Lin-Li, frowning. "Bitter." Lin-Li was stunned for a moment before she realized that he was talking about the bitter medicine. Looking at his resolute face with a childlike expression that didn't match his image and age, she couldn't help but smile and say, "Good medicine is bitter." Joo-han's frown seemed to deepen. "I don't like it." His expression was one of deep hatred. Lin-Li smiled and said, "If you're not sick, who would like to take medicine? Okay, I'll go out and cook some porridge for you. Eat something light and you'll feel better. If you're feeling uncomfortable, sleep for a while. I'll call you when it's done." Joo-han nodded his head slightly. He suddenly realized something and reached his hand towards his forehead. He felt something cold and tore it off. "Hey, why did you tear it off?" Lin-Li reached out and took it from his hand. She was about to stick it to his forehead again, but her hand was caught by his hand in the air. "This is for children. Why did you give it to me?" Joo-han frowned to express his strong dissatisfaction. Lin-Li didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She rolled her eyes at him and said, "A sick person is a child. There are no rules." As she said this, she shook off his hand and placed it on his forehead again. "This is very effective in lowering your temperature. It's effective for children, but not for adults," Joo-han said awkwardly. She had just stuck it on and wanted to tear it off again, but Lin-Li stopped her. "Don't tear it," Lin-Li shouted, "even if it's useless, you're not allowed to tear it." Joo-han looked at her and frowned. However, he didn't reach out to tear off the thing on his forehead. Upon seeing this, Lin-Li stood up. "You sleep for a while more. I'll go out and cook porridge." When she turned around, she could not help but smile. She had never thought that the man who was usually serious would be like a child when he was sick. Watching her go out, Joo-han's brows were still furrowed. He touched the thing on his forehead again and again, but in the end, he still laid down to sleep. Lin-Li kept stirring the congee in the claypot, trying to make the congee more fragrant and sticky. Looking at the thick congee in the pot, she scooped a mouthful, blew on it, and put it in her mouth to taste. She nodded and reached out to turn off the fire. She filled a bowl with some salt and brought it to Juhan's room to wake him up. Juhan seemed to be really hungry. Even though there were no dishes and only a few slices of salt, Juhan actually had a good appetite and ate 2 big bowls. He even sweated a lot because of this. Lin-Li wrung a towel for him to wipe his body. Don't shower tonight. You can shower tomorrow morning after the high fever has subsided. Juhan nodded and did not reject. Looking at him, Lin-Li spoke again. Have a good sleep. As he spoke, he took the bowl and prepared to leave. Seeing that she was leaving, Juhan said, stay here tonight. Lin-Li was stunned. She naturally knew what he meant by staying. She was originally living in this house. If he wanted to stay, he definitely didn't ask her to stay in the guest room, but to stay in this room. Seeing that she didn't answer, Juhan, who was behind her, said, I'm sick now and it might get serious at night. It's better for you to stay and take care of me. Lin-Li turned her head and looked at him unhappily. What jinx? Who would curse themselves? With that, he turned around and walked towards the door. Lin-Li, he stopped and sighed. He didn't turn around and only said, I have to put the bowl down first. 247 Be braver. Juhan was woken up by the people around him. He frowned and opened his eyes. In his daze, he saw Lin-Li on the phone with her body turned sideways. Auntie, it's not my responsibility. It's up to him whether he can stand up again. If he doesn't want to, it's useless no matter what others do. Lin-Li lowered her voice as she was afraid of disturbing Juhan. Lin-Li, I know, but Chengsheng is Auntie's only son. Seeing him like this makes me anxious. Just take it as Auntie is begging you. Come and see him again. He's willing to listen to you. Just take it as for the sake of all these years of friendship. Chengsheng's mother tried to persuade him. Lin-Li only felt a little helpless. After so many years of friendship, she had fallen to this state. What was there for her to be nostalgic about? However, if she didn't go, Cheng Xiang's mother probably wouldn't let it go. It would be good to go and make things clear. She didn't owe Cheng Xiang anything and had no obligation to encourage him to pull himself together again and again. Real pulling himself together wasn't something that could be done with just encouragement, but with one's own will and faith. After a moment of silence, Lin-Li finally said helplessly, I'll go to the hospital today. Hearing this, Cheng Zheng's mother was overjoyed and repeatedly agreed. She even repeatedly urged Cheng Zheng to come over before hanging up. Lin-Li hung up the phone and stared at it for a long time. She sighed softly and then placed her phone on the bedside table. She lay back in bed with her back facing Juhan. She was thinking about what she should say to Chengsheng when she went to the hospital, but she didn't realize that Juhan's burning eyes were staring at her. Behind him, Juhan frowned and glared at him. He suddenly felt a suffocating feeling in his heart, which made him feel very uncomfortable. It was much more uncomfortable than the fever and headache he had last night. Feeling sulky, Juhan didn't have a good demeanor and transferred the unhappiness in his heart to others first. Thinking about it, he reached out to grab her waist and pulled her towards him. The sudden movement caught Lin-Li a little off guard, and she subconsciously exclaimed, Aran Ran. Juhan held her waist tightly and pressed her back against his chest. Although he used a lot of force, he didn't hurt her. With him holding her waist like this, Lin-Li turned her head and happened to meet his slightly angry eyes. I woke you up. I'm not deaf. You're speaking so loudly, how can I not wake up? The words that came out of a certain someone's mouth were filled with the smell of gunpowder. Lin-Li thought to herself that she had tried her best to lower her voice, but it was a fact that she had woken him up. She said apologetically, I'm sorry, you can continue sleeping. I'm going to get up. As she said this, she pulled away his hand that was around her waist and was about to get up. Juhan was still sulking, so he wouldn't let go. He turned over and pressed her under him. He looked into her eyes and said, You still want to go to the hospital? Not noticing his abnormality, Lin-Li nodded and replied, Yes. She patted him. Come down. I'm going to get up. Juhan furrowed his brows so tightly that they could almost squeeze a mosquito to death. He directly pulled her hand over and fixed it on the top of her head. What are you doing? Let me go. Lin-Li struggled, wanting to pull back, but she couldn't resist his strength. Being pressed down by him like this, she couldn't use any strength at all. You're not allowed to go. Juhan looked at her, and his eyes and expression revealed his serious attitude at the moment. Linley was stunned for a moment. She looked into his eyes. You, I won't allow you to go. Perhaps because he was sick, Juhan's voice sounded hoarse than usual. You. Linley opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but she only saw him lower his head and block her mouth with his lips, swallowing all her words. Juhan kissed her with a unique domineering and unbearable tone. His tongue lingered between her lips and teeth. Linley's eyes were wide open, and she couldn't react in time. When her consciousness and rationality returned, she realized that a certain someone's big palm under the blanket had actually reached into her pajamas and was gently stroking her back. She hurriedly reached out to grab the large hand that was causing trouble and pushed him hard, trying to push him off her body. If this continued, it would probably be too easy for her to accidentally fire a gun. They all said that men in the morning should not be provoked. Juhan let go of her, but his eyes were still staring at her. He didn't want to get off her and said in a muffled voice, "You're the one who woke me up." Without the domineering attitude just now, he was frowning like a child who couldn't get any candy. His dissatisfaction was written all over his face. Linley looked at him, and all the words of protest that were on the tip of her tongue couldn't be said. Looking at him like this, she actually felt a kind of unbearable emotion. In her heart, there seemed to be something called maternal love overflowing from the bottom of her heart, and she just stared at him like this. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Juhan took it as her silent consent. He smiled and pressed his face down again. However, before his lips touched her mouth, Linley, who was under him, suddenly laughed. Ha ha, ha ha, as if she had seen something very interesting. Linley looked at Juhan and couldn't help but laugh. Juhan looked at her and stopped his actions. He frowned in confusion. What's wrong? Linley tried her best to hold back her laughter as she looked at him. The smile on her lips couldn't be hidden. She reached out to his forehead and tore off the cooling pad that was originally stuck on his forehead. She waved it in front of him. Juhan looked at the item in her hand and his face turned sour. He said in disgust, "I told you not to post this." He was a man, but he actually stuck a child's thing on it. If this got out, he would be laughed at. Linley was overjoyed, and the smile on her face widened when she saw his childish behavior. She looked at him, who was hanging above her, and reached out to touch her forehead, asking, "Do you feel better?" Juhan was still sulking and he said unhappily, "I told you I'd be fine after a good night's sleep." She ignored his angry words and put her hand on her forehead to feel it. After making sure that the heat in his body had subsided, she nodded and said, "Yes, the fever has gone down." She patted him. "Get up, you're so heavy." After being touched like that just now, Juhan lost his passion even though he was sulking. He turned over and got off her body. Linley raised her hand and looked at the watch on her hand. It was almost 7:30. So it wasn't too early. She turned to the side and asked, "What do you want to eat for breakfast? Plain porridge or sandwiches? I'll make it for you." He glanced at her and said after a long while, "You." His gaze was a little hot, as if he could see through one's heart. What? Because she didn't think in a certain direction, Linley didn't understand the meaning of his words for a moment. "What did you say?" "I said I want to eat you." Juhan looked at her with a normal expression as if she wanted to eat plain porridge instead of sandwiches in the morning. Linley finally understood this time, but because she understood, her face also became a little hot. She rolled her eyes at her in annoyance and turned over to get up. "I'll go make breakfast." Behind her, Juhan reached out and hugged her. He wrapped his arms around her waist and pressed his legs against hers. He buried his head in her shoulder and said in a muffled voice, "Sleep with me for a while longer. You were the one who woke me up just now." He shamelessly pushed all the blame onto her. Linley was angry and amused at the same time. She was angry because she couldn't push him away even if she wanted to, but she wanted to laugh because he was acting like a child when he was being unreasonable. He had completely lost his serious and unsmiling appearance from before. Seeing that she was silent for a while, Juhan sighed and said, "I'm just hugging you to sleep." Linley smiled and patted his hand, saying, "Let me go, I can't breathe." When he heard this, he finally let go of his hand and put down the leg that was pressing on her. Linley turned around and didn't look up at him. Instead, she took the initiative to reach out and hug his waist. Her head rubbed against his chest, and she found a comfortable position in his arms. Juhan was stunned for a while before he reacted and reached out to see her hug him gently. The corners of his mouth subconsciously rose. That smile was filled with satisfaction. Lin Li's eyes were wide open as she leaned into his embrace. Fate as husband and wife. Perhaps they were really fated to be husband and wife. Back then, she had spent so much effort and energy, as well as such a long time, but in the end, she had lost terribly. Perhaps it was because she and Chengsheng didn't have such fate. If she and Juhan were destined to have such a fate, then shouldn't she be braver and take a step forward? She shouldn't let herself think so much. What she felt good now was real. As she thought about it, she moved closer to his arms. Hugging her, Juhan lowered his head and kissed the center of her hair. He took a deep breath on her hair, and the fragrance of the shampoo filled his nose. He hugged her even tighter and kissed the top of her head as he murmured, "Are you giving me an answer?" Lin Li knew that the answer he was referring to was the answer he wanted when he confessed to her before. She rubbed her head against his chest. Lin Li didn't say anything and slowly closed her eyes. The smile on her lips didn't fade. Without getting an answer from her, Juhan didn't ask any more questions. He hugged her and slowly closed his eyes. The whole room was so quiet that it was beautiful. The weather today seemed to be very good. The sunlight from outside the window shone directly into the room through the thin gauze in front of the window. The light purple gauze curtain under the sunlight made the whole room misty in a faint dream. The two people on the bed were sleeping in each other's arms, making the whole room seem like a still painting, beautiful and romantic. He didn't know how long he slept for. When Juhan rubbed his eyes and woke up, the sun outside the window was already high up in the sky. The person who was originally lying beside him was already gone. He frowned and raised his hand to block the light in front of his eyes. After his eyes adapted to the brightness of the entire room, he put down his hand and lay on the bed to look at the ceiling above his head for a while. He turned over and was ready to get up. When he got up and walked toward the bathroom, his phone, which was originally on the bedside table, rang at this time. He reached out to pick it up and looked at the caller ID. It was Suyucheng. 248. Hold on tightly. He was a little surprised that Suyucheng would call him so early in the morning, but he still swiped the phone screen and picked up the call. "Hello. Do you want to come out for a drink? I'm free today." Suyucheng's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone, and his tone was teasing. Juhan also chuckled, and the corners of his mouth curved up slightly. "I don't have the habit of drinking early in the morning." As she spoke, she walked towards the cloakroom. She had sweated a lot last night, so her body was sticky and uncomfortable. "It sounds like you're in a good mood today," Suyucheng said with a chuckle on the other end of the phone. "I ate and slept well, there's no reason for me to be in a bad mood." The most important thing was that a certain someone had finally been enlightened and responded to him before his patience ran out. Of course, he wouldn't tell Suyucheng these private things, so as not to become a subject of ridicule for him. Thinking of Lin Li leaning in his arms in the morning, Juhan couldn't help but chuckle. Although her laughter was very soft, it didn't escape Suyucheng's sharp ears on the other end of the phone. He asked, "Are you smiling?" Juhan took the clothes he was going to change into and walked into the bathroom. He looked at himself in the big mirror in the bathroom and indeed had a slight smile on his face. "When did you learn to be so nosy from that brat Yi Zaiwen?" As she said that, she reached out to grab her hair that was sticking up from her sleep. This wasn't like him. Among the three of them, Yi Zaiwen was the most talkative, so of course, he was the most gossipy. There was a time when he and Suyucheng had a private discussion about whether there was a past life or a present life in this world. They said that Yi Zaiwen must have been a woman in his past life, so he always had an endless thirst for gossip. Among the three of them, Suyucheng was the most eloquent. He was always gentle and elegant, with a smile on his face, and even if he was harsh, he could say it like a spring breeze. As for him, he was of course the least talkative, and his face was also the coldest. In fact, sometimes he also thought that it was indeed rare for the three of them to become friends. Upon hearing this, Suyucheng laughed and said, "He's going to be my brother-in-law soon, so we've been getting closer recently. It's not strange to get these temperaments from him." Juhan turned around and stood against the counter. He said, "You didn't call me this early in the morning just to spar with me, right? If that's the case, I'll admit defeat." The joke was over, so Suyucheng went straight to the point and said, "Nothing. I called you yesterday but you didn't pick up. I just wanted to tell you that I saw your wife yesterday. Joo-han raised his eyebrows. Really? He asked. Then what do you want to tell me? It's not me. Anran has a few words to say to you. He subconsciously frowned. What? There was a strange feeling in her heart. Was it uneasiness or something else? He was also a little confused. Suya Cheng didn't say anything on the other end of the phone. After a while, a soft woman's voice came through. Hello, is this Joo-han? I'm Ji-yu Anran. Yes, Joo-han replied, not sure what she wanted to say to him. What do you want to say to me? Before I tell you, answer my question, Anran said on the other end of the phone. His brows furrowed even more as he asked, what do you want to ask? She was so nervous that she didn't even notice that her grip on her phone had tightened. Anran didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, what exactly do you think of Lin Li? Is it really like what she said, that the two of them are just cooperating or have feelings for each other? She had to first confirm Joo-han's feelings. If he didn't have any feelings for Lin Li at all, then she wouldn't say much. Of course I have feelings, he answered without thinking. If he didn't have feelings, he wouldn't have slept with her. He wasn't the kind of person who would just sleep with a woman for his physiological needs. If he didn't even have this bit of self-control and went into heat for his needs, what was the difference between a man and an animal? He might not be a good person, but he wanted his feelings to be very pure. If he loved someone, he would give everything he had. Even if the end result was that he was riddled with scars, he would not regret it, because it was his own choice. Of course, if he didn't love her, he wouldn't have chosen to start. This was the responsibility that a man should have. Anran heaved a sigh of relief on the other end of the phone. If Suya Cheng hadn't told her that Joo-han had gone to him for a drink 2 days ago to complain and that he knew that his marriage with Lin Li had changed a long time ago, she wouldn't have made this call. As if the worry in her heart had finally been put down, Anran was silent for a while before she said, Joo-han, Lin Li is very soft-hearted and stubborn. It's because of her stubbornness that she loved someone who only treated herself as a substitute for 10 years. I don't know how far you two have progressed, but I hope that if you really have feelings for Lin Li and really want to maintain this marriage normally, then your attitude should be stronger. Don't let some people and things from the past separate you two. You're saying, I asked her out for tea yesterday, and Chengsheng's mother seemed to be pestering her. Lin Li is my best friend in this life, and I only want her to live a happy life. 10 years of love mistakes have hurt her, and I don't want her to take the wrong path in love again. If you really treat Lin Li, then you'll give her a chance to waver. She's not a cruel person, and I just don't want her to be forced to agree to something and then regret it in the end. So, if you're sure of your feelings, then I'll give you a chance to change your mind. Then, please go and pull her to your side. Hold her tightly and don't let go. On the other end of the phone, Anran spoke from the bottom of her heart. From the phone call with Chengsheng's mother yesterday, she could hear the helplessness in Lin Li's voice. She understood Lin Li, and Lin Li had never been a truly heartless person. If she returned to Chengsheng's side just because of Chengsheng's illness, she would not be happy. Her relationship with Chengsheng had already made her so unhappy, and she did not want to see her unhappy like this anymore. What they missed was the Lin Li who was carefree and faced everything with a smile. Joo-han was silent. He knew that Ji-yu Anran was right. Chengsheng's mother had been pestering Lin Li and using her 10 years of relationship with Chengsheng to pressure her. But why didn't she think about what Chengsheng and the Cheng family had brought to Lin Li in the end during those 10 years? How many happy memories did they bring? How much pain did it take for a person to torture herself with food aversion because of a relationship? Anran continued, Lin Li has never wanted much. What she wanted was just a simple relationship. Many people can afford it, and many people can't. But if she can't afford it, then she just hopes that it won't waste her time and waste her feelings. She has already wasted 10 years of her life and poured out half of her life's feelings. Perhaps she hasn't been able to lift it up and has been wavering, not daring to invite him in. That is just her self-protection. She doesn't dare to lose again, and she can't afford to lose. After a person experienced a huge emotional wound, it would take a lot of courage to take another step forward, even if it was just a small step. She held her feelings in her hands and protected them carefully. This feeling was very heavy. What was heavy was everything she had left. Ordinary people couldn't afford it and didn't dare to want it. Juhan, are you sure you can afford Lin Li's feelings? If there's even the slightest bit of hesitation, then Varu, I can afford it. Without waiting for her to finish, Juhan interrupted her. I'm very clear about what I want and what I can give her. She doesn't want much, but what I can give her is exactly what she wants. Hearing this, Anran fell silent on the other end of the phone and didn't speak for a long time. I will remember what you said just now. I will pull her firmly to my side and not give her a chance to sway. Juhan said each word clearly as if he was making some kind of oath and promise. After a moment of silence, Anran finally said, treat Lin Li well. Don't use her as a substitute for anyone. She won't be able to take it. I know, Juhan replied. The two of them didn't say anything more and hung up the phone. Juhan stared at the phone in his hand for a long time before he directly called Lin Li. The call was connected very quickly, and without waiting for Lin Li to speak, he directly asked, where are you? You're awake. It seemed to be a little noisy on the other end of the phone, with people coming and going. You went to the hospital? Juhan asked as he walked out of the bathroom. I'll go back later. Lin Li answered on the other side of the phone, not forgetting to remind him, I cooked some porridge and kept it warm in the rice cooker. Remember to eat it. Juhan didn't seem to hear her and only said, wait for me, I'll be right there. Without waiting for Lin Li to react, he hung up the phone. Lin Li held her phone and looked at it for a long time. She shook her head helplessly, then turned around and walked toward the hospital building. When Chen Zheng's mother saw Lin Li, she excitedly held her hand and didn't let go for a long time. In fact, what she said was nothing more than those words. She begged her to persuade Cheng Xiang. Lin Li was a little helpless, but she could only nod and let go of Chen Zheng's mother's hand. She opened the door and entered the ward alone. Juhan hurriedly changed his clothes and ran down. When he came down, he realized that he had grabbed his wallet but not his car keys. He couldn't be bothered to go back up and directly rushed to the side of the street to hail a taxi and drove in the direction of the hospital. When he arrived at the hospital, he saw Chengsheng's parents standing outside. The two of them were surprised to see him. Juhan didn't look at them and directly walked past them towards the ward. He didn't listen to the two people behind him to stop him and directly turned the doorknob to open the door and enter. Hey, you can't go in. In the ward, Lin Li was sitting on the chair by the bed. When she heard the movement behind her, she turned her head and saw Juhan standing at the door with a serious expression. Juhan also looked at her. His eyes swept past Chengsheng on the bed and returned to Lin Li's face without stopping. Without saying a word, he strode over to her and reached out to grab her hand. With a strong pull, he pulled her tightly into his arms. His actions were a little overbearing and rough. 249 ending it. Before Lin Li could react, she had already been pulled into an explaining's chest. The movement was so rough that she even felt a little pain from the collision. Chengsheng was staring at them in the ward, and for a moment, he didn't know how to react. Juhan held Lin Li in his arms and looked straight at Chengsheng. He said, Chengsheng, right? I hope you won't disturb my life with Lin Li in the future. He was direct and did not beat around the bush. Zed Juhan? Lin Li raised her head to look at him, only to see his serious and resolute face. When Lin Li and Cheng Xiang couldn't react in time, Mother Cheng, who had followed Juhan into the room, said angrily, Lin Li, why did you bring him here? He pointed at Juhan. Cheng Zheng's mother's reaction was a bit extreme. The reason why she had asked Lin Li to come over was mainly to cheer Cheng Xiang up, because Lin Li was his current motivation. But how could Lin Li bring Juhan over? Didn't she know that this might agitate Cheng Xiang? Cheng Xiang had been blaming himself for not being able to keep her back then. He had even given up on himself and was unwilling to stand up again because he felt that he had let Lin Li down. This was his self-punishment. Lin Li looked at Mother Cheng, who was a little speechless. She could only turn her head and look at Juhan with some doubts. Juhan's hand on her waist tightened a little. He lowered his head to look at her and said softly, let me do it. As he spoke, he raised his head and looked at Chengsheng's mother. His eyes were cold and his face was expressionless as he said, Mrs. Cheng, do you know how much trouble you've caused my wife every time you call? What trouble? I didn't force her to do anything. Cheng Zheng's mother refused to admit it and glared at him. Juhan looked straight at her and his eyes darkened. He said, You didn't force her. You used her relationship with Chengsheng to put pressure on her, and used the last bit of affection she had for Chengsheng to force her. Is this still not forcing her to do anything? Cheng Zheng's mother glared at him, gritted her teeth, and said, so what if I called her to come see Chengsheng? Even if she and Chengsheng couldn't be husband and wife, they could still be considered friends. Now that Chengsheng was sick and in trouble, she came to see what was wrong with him as a friend. Even if Chengsheng made a mistake back then, he still treated her quite well, right? She's a girl from another city staying in Jiangcheng. If it wasn't for our Chengsheng, would she have stayed? When Chengsheng was at home, we never let him do anything. You can ask Lin Li again. Chengsheng also cooked for her a lot back then. Even if she still remembers how well Chengsheng treated her in the past, now that Chengsheng is sick and in such a state, she should come back to take care of him. He. Juhan sneered and asked sarcastically, according to what you said, you think Lin Li has to start over with Chengsheng? Cheng Zheng's mother glanced at him, turned her head away, and said with her chin raised, no problem. Mom. Chengsheng looked at his mother, his hands tightly clenched, as if he was trying his best to suppress some kind of emotion in his heart. Don't say any more. Why can't I say it? I didn't say anything wrong. Cheng Zheng's mother became more and more excited as she spoke. You were indeed very good to Lin Li back then. This is a fact. Ha. Juhan laughed coldly without any warmth. You're really a ruthless person. Lin Li reached out to pull him and shook her head at him. Stop talking. Let's go back. Juhan glanced at her and reached out to hold her hand. Then, he looked up at Chengsheng and his mother and said, you said that he's always been good to Lin Li. Yes, he's good, but he's only good to Lin Li because he's using her as a substitute for another woman. What do you think is the most painful thing? The most painful thing is that you gave your all but fell in love with someone who doesn't love you at all, and even treated you as someone else's shadow from the beginning to the end. As he said this, his eyes looked straight at Chengsheng. Chengsheng didn't dare to look at her directly. He turned his head away and clenched his hands tightly on the quilt. His gaze shifted from Chengsheng to his mother, and Juhan continued, you've been using Lin Li and Chengsheng's relationship of the past 10 years to put pressure on Lin Li, and you've been emphasizing that Lin Li should take into account their relationship over the past few years. But you also know what those 10 years of relationship have given Lin Li. She gave her youth and all her feelings to a man, but in the end, she was hurt so badly that she couldn't even keep her child. Because she couldn't keep her child, she began to blame and torture herself, and even suffered from anorexia because of this. She'll be woken up by nightmares every night, and in her dreams, she'll cry and apologize to the child who didn't have the chance to come to this world. These are the feelings you've talked about for the past 10 years that you've finally brought her. Do you think there's still any affection left? What's the use of having such a relationship? In the face of Juhan's questioning, Mother Cheng was at a loss for words and could only look at him in a daze. Those words brought up the past that Lin Li didn't want to think about. She reached out and pulled Juhan, saying, Juhan, don't say any more. Her eyes had unknowingly become wet, and even her vision of him had begun to become blurry. Juhan lowered his head and reached out to wipe away the tears that fell from the corner of her eyes. He said in a low voice, do you think she'll be so calm and at ease when facing someone who has hurt her like this? She's just an ordinary person, and none of you can see the pain and struggle in her heart. Don't say any more. Don't say any more. Lin Li reached out and hit Juhan's chest. Her tears were like a waterfall, and she couldn't hold it in. Juhan allowed her to hit him as she wished. He reached out and pulled her into his embrace. He stroked her back and said, all right, it's fine, it's fine. The entire ward suddenly became quiet, and only Lin Li's soft sobbing could be heard. Chengsheng leaned back on the bed, his hands clenched tightly and his teeth biting his lips. He closed his eyes in pain as he looked at the two people embracing each other. Cheng Zheng's mother didn't know what to say for a moment. Just as she was about to open her mouth, Cheng Zheng's father glared at her and she swallowed her words. I'm sorry, she said. With his eyes closed, Chengsheng's expression was twisted in pain. Ever since he had been separated from Lin Li, he had repeated these words countless times. However, no matter how many times he had said it, he still felt that it was not enough, far from enough. Juhan looked up at him and then at the Cheng family's parents, who were standing at the side. He only said, I just hope that you won't disturb our lives in the future. Sometimes, the best forgiveness is to forget. After saying that, he looked down at Lin-Li and cupped her face. He reached out to wipe the tears on her face and said, "Come home with me." Lin-Li looked at him and nodded. Yeah. He reached out to hold her hand and walked towards the door. When they passed by the Cheng family's parents, Mr. Cheng, who had been silent the whole time, reached out and pulled Mrs. Cheng aside to make way for them. Ju-han held Lin-Li's hand as they walked. When they reached the door of the ward, Lin-Li suddenly stopped and turned her head to look at Cheng-sheng on the bed. Only a person without any responsibility would choose to run away from responsibility. You weren't a good lover, a good husband, or a good father back then. These are all things that can't be changed, but when you can still change them, work hard to be a good son. Don't let those who love you get hurt again. If your heart gets hurt too much, it'll turn cold. After that, she didn't look at him anymore. She turned around and looked at Ju-han. Let's go. Ju-han nodded and hugged her before leaving. In the elevator, Lin-Li leaned against Ju-han's chest, looking a little tired. Ju-han lowered his head and kissed her forehead. He hugged her and asked, "Are you tired?" Lin-Li nodded as she leaned into his arms. Rubbing her shoulders, Ju-han whispered in her ear, "Let's go home." Lin-Li still nodded. Then, as if she suddenly realized something, she withdrew from his arms and lowered her head to stare at the slippers on his feet. She looked up at him and didn't say anything, but her eyes seemed to be asking, "Why did you come out in slippers?" Only then did Ju-han realize that he had come out in his home slippers. He reached out and scratched his ears unnaturally. He coughed lightly and said, He came out in a hurry." Lin-Li looked at him and smiled. She didn't say anything, but there was an inexplicable warmth in her heart. It warmed her heart. It was soft. The elevator arrived with a ding. Lin-Li took the initiative to reach out and hold his hand. Their fingers were interlocked, and she only said softly, "Let's go home." Back home, Lin-Li had just opened the door and entered when Ju-han pressed her behind the door. Then, he kissed her all over the place. At first, Lin-Li's eyes were wide open, and she was a little at a loss for his sudden attack. Then, she slowly closed her eyes and raised her arms to wrap around his neck, beginning to respond to his kiss and enjoy his passion. It wasn't until Lin-Li was a little breathless that Ju-han let her go. His forehead was against her forehead to adjust their breathing. From time to time, he lowered his head and gently pecked her face, giving her a little warmth after the hot kiss. Lin-Li panted, realizing that the atmosphere was too ambiguous and dangerous. She asked, have you had breakfast?" Ju-han chuckled and lowered his head to kiss her face. Then, he followed her face down to her neck and said with his lips on her skin, "I want to eat you more." Lin-Li's heart trembled, and her heartbeat sped up because of his kiss. In the end, she could only use the last bit of her rationality to push him away. Her face blushed as she said, "I'll go make breakfast for you. You were still hot last night. You need to get some nutrition." Ju-han looked at her, and there seemed to be a fire burning in his eyes. It burned him and also hurt her. Then, he wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her towards him. He deliberately used his body to rub against her to make her notice the changes in his body. He whispered seductively in her ear, "Accompany me to take a shower. I haven't had any scenes since last night, so I'm feeling terrible." As he spoke, he nudged her again. Lin-Li's originally blushing face suddenly turned red. She quickly pushed him down and rolled her eyes at him. "You're not serious." As he said that, he ran away as if he was flying. 250 Beginning of Happiness. When Ju-han came out of the shower, Lin-Li had already made a few simple dishes in the kitchen. Seeing him come out of the room, she said, "Come and have breakfast." Perhaps she was still a little embarrassed about the hot kiss and Ju-han's flirtatious words just now. Lin-Li's face was still blushing at the moment, but such a faint red color on her fair face looked particularly beautiful. Ju-han looked at her with a faint smile on his lips and walked towards her. Seeing him come over, Lin-Li brought out the side dishes she had prepared from the kitchen. She didn't dare to look at him directly and only said, "Sit down first, I'll go get the porridge." As she spoke, she went back into the kitchen. Ju-han didn't listen to her and wait in his seat. He followed her into the kitchen and saw her back facing him as she was holding a bowl of porridge. Ju-han went forward and hugged her. With her back to him, Lin-Li was stunned. She felt a little uncomfortable in such an intimate moment. She twisted her body in his arms and said in a low voice, her face burning, I'm getting rice. Joo-han placed his chin on her shoulder and sniffed the natural scent of her body. He only replied softly, I know. He did not let go of his hands around her waist. The two of them were so close to each other that there was no distance between them at all. Lin-Li could feel his warm breath on her ear, and that warm feeling made her shrink her neck involuntarily. She smiled and said, a little ticklish, it's so itchy. Upon hearing this, not only did Joo-han not let go, but he also deliberately blew hot air into her ear mischievously. It was mixed with his light kiss, kissing Lin-Li's delicate and cute ears, and kissing her smooth and fair neck. Lin-Li was so tickled that she couldn't hold the bowl in her hand anymore. She had to put it down and reach out to grab the big hand on her waist. She turned to face him and tried to keep a straight face, but she couldn't hide the smile in her eyes. Stop playing. Mom just called and asked us to go back for lunch. We'll go over after lunch. Joo-han looked into her eyes and nodded. However, he didn't step back. Instead, he took a small step forward and placed his hand that she had grabbed on the counter, imprisoning Lin-Li between him and the counter behind her. The two of them were so close that Lin-Li would touch him if she moved slightly. Being blocked by him like this, Lin-Li couldn't turn around at all. She said a little coyly, You can go out first. Joo-han smiled and lowered his head slightly. He leaned close to her ear and said, give me a kiss and I'll leave. Looking at him, Lin-Li didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Today's Joo-han was particularly difficult to deal with. He was even like a hooligan. Looking at him now, there was no trace of his usual seriousness and coldness. It was as if he had completely changed into another person. Seeing that she didn't say anything, a certain person decided to be a scoundrel to the end and said, I won't leave until you kiss me. We'll just stand here. He wasn't going to the office today anyway. He had the whole day, so he didn't want to miss a kiss from her. Lin-Li was a little defeated by him. She looked at him, angry and amused, and asked, then you'll have to let me go after I kiss you. All right, he said. Joo-han replied straightforwardly. Lin-Li couldn't do anything about him. She could only stand on her tiptoes and gently touch his lips. Just like a dragonfly touching the water, she had already pulled back before Joo-han could even react. Joo-han laughed and reached out to caress her red and hot face. He bent down a little and said, It's not enough. You didn't keep your word. You said you would let go of me if I kissed you. Now I've kissed you and you still want to go back on your word. Perhaps even Lin-Li herself didn't notice that the way she pouted in protest at the moment was exactly the way a girl in love would act coquettishly with her boyfriend. Joo-han was a little tempted. He rubbed her face and said in a hoarse voice, Do I usually kiss you like this? His tone was low and charming, making people feel a little confused. Lin-Li scolded him in her heart, calling him a pervert and a big bad guy, but she had no choice but to learn from him and use some force on his lips. Joo-han took a light breath but still didn't respond to her. He pressed his lips against hers and said, It's not enough. He wanted more than this. Lin-Li had no other choice but to use her tongue to pry open his teeth and then explore inside. Her face was so hot that even her breath was hot. Suddenly, Joo-han took back the initiative. He held her waist with one hand and pressed the back of her head with the other, deepening the kiss. Lin-Li, who was initially a little awkward and unable to let go because she took the initiative, slowly relaxed under his deep kiss. She slowly raised her hands that were hanging by her sides and hugged him back, responding to this hot kiss. In the end, she couldn't tell who was the one who took the initiative, so she just kissed him for a long time and couldn't separate. He wanted to have a taste, but who knew that his desire was insatiable. When she realized that she couldn't control her emotions, she was on the verge of collapsing. Lin-Li only felt a chill on her body. The sweater that she was originally wearing had been taken off and thrown to the ground. Without the clothes to keep out the cold, Lin-Li couldn't help but shiver when her slightly hot skin came into contact with the cold air. Joo-han kissed her. The kiss that was originally lingering on her lips and teeth had slowly moved down her neck, all the way down. Her upper body was only tightly pressed against her lower corset, and her exposed skin directly came into contact with the cold winter air. Lin-Li couldn't help but shiver and softly muttered, Cold. Joo-han bent down and picked her up horizontally. His lips still didn't leave her skin. Let's go back to our room. His voice was low and hoarse. Lin-Li only felt that her entire person was dizzy, and her rationality was dissipating bit by bit in his hot kiss. She didn't know if the hand that was holding her initially wanted to push him away or hug him tighter, but her mind was in a mess. After putting her on the bed, Joo-han took off his shirt and pressed down on her. He reached behind her and undid the hidden button of her bra. In a daze, Lin-Lee opened her eyes and saw Joo-han's eyes that were red and hot from lust. She used the little bit of rationality she had left and reached out to grab his hand. The porridge is getting cold. At this moment, Joo-han couldn't care less about the porridge. He said hoarsely, I don't want to eat porridge, I only want to eat you. As he spoke, he wrapped his hand around her waist and lifted her up forcefully, letting her clearly feel the changes in her body. He leaned over and kissed her earbone, saying, Do you feel it? The hot breath was about to burn Lin-Lee. How could Lin-Lee not feel it? The two of them were very close, especially in some places. She stared at him and subconsciously reached out to push him away, but he held her even tighter. She only heard him say in a rough voice, Do you have the heart to do that? Lin-Lee couldn't say anything. She could only open her mouth, not knowing what to say. Seeing that she was so silly that she couldn't reply, Joo-han smiled and kissed her face. He lingered by her ear and said softly, If you're suffocated, how can I give you happiness in the future? Lin-Lee only felt that her face was so hot that it was about to explode. She reached out to push him away, but in the end, she couldn't bear to do it. She only cursed in a low voice, Hooligan. Joo-han smiled and kissed her eyebrows, the corner of her eyes, her nose, her mouth, and finally, slowly down her neck. He said, A man who is a hooligan to his wife is a good man. Lin-Lee was both angry and amused, and she didn't forget to remind him, Yes, at noon. I'm going back to the courtyard for lunch. When he went in to take a shower just now, Mother Joo called and heard that she and Joo-han were both at home. She specifically asked her to go for lunch in the afternoon. Just as she was thinking about it, the pain from her chest pulled Lin-Lee back from her thoughts. She reached out and patted him reproachfully, asking, You're hurting me. Joo-han stuck his head out and kissed her lips again. He said, Focus. Lin-Lee chuckled. She was no longer as nervous as she was at the beginning. She slowly raised her hands and hugged him back, responding to his enthusiasm. In the end, the two of them didn't eat breakfast. After their passionate session, Lin-Lee lay on the bed exhausted and leaned against Joo-han's arms. When she was about to fall asleep, the mobile phone that was left in the living room rang at this time. Lin-Lee was so tired that she couldn't use any strength, but because the door wasn't closed, the phone rang particularly clearly. She closed her eyes and frowned as she nudged Joo-han beside her and muttered, Answer the phone. Joo-han was so tired that he didn't want to move. He pulled Lin-Lee to his side and said, Ignore her. Then, he directly pulled the quilt over their heads and hugged Lin-Lee, determined to have a good sleep. Perhaps the person on the phone had finally run out of patience. After the phone rang for a long time, it finally quieted down. The two people in the quilt couldn't help but relax their brows. However, before they could relax their brows, the phone in the room suddenly rang. Lin-Lee was shocked and sat up abruptly, her heart beating a few beats faster. Joo-han quickly sat up and Ali hugged her back to comfort her. It's okay. Lin-Lee panted and reached out to push him, saying, Answer the phone. Joo-han reached out and grabbed the phone. Without waiting for the person on the other end of the phone to speak, he said a little rudely, Who is it? On the other end of the phone, Mother Joo was shocked by him and thought that something had happened to him. Han, what's wrong with you? Why are you so angry? Joo-han was stunned. He then realized that it was a call from home. Mom, it's you. Who else could it be? What's going on with you and Lin-Lee? Mother Joo asked. Why didn't you answer when I called you? Joo-han scratched his head guiltily and only said, We didn't hear anything. Mother Joo on the other side of the phone didn't think much and just said, All right, when are you guys coming over? Your dad didn't go to the office today. Let's have a good meal together as a family and we'll wait for you guys to come over. Joo-han glanced at Lin-Lee. When Lin-Lee, who was originally in his arms, heard that it was Mother Joo's call, she immediately recalled that Mother Joo had told his mother to go back to eat and put it on. She hurriedly withdrew from his arms, grabbed his shirt, put it on, and ran to the bathroom. When she ran, she accidentally hit the cabinet at the side, causing her to have a bitter face. Joo-han looked at her and couldn't help but laugh as he shook his head. He said to his mother on the other end of the phone, "We'll be there soon." 251 Auntie is not a mother. By the time the two of them finished packing and drove back to the mechanical compound, it was already past noon. Mother Ju saw the two of them come in and joked, and Ampampquo, what are you too busy with at home? If you came later, we would have eaten without waiting for you. And Ampampquo. Lin Li was a little embarrassed. She blushed and said unnaturally, and Ampampquo, I am sorry. And Ampampquo. Inside the house, Xiaobin heard the noise in the courtyard. He didn't care that he was still playing chess with his grandfather. He quickly put down the chess pieces and ran over to the courtyard. When he saw Lin Li, he immediately ran over and hugged her, shouting, and Ampampquo, Auntie. And Ampampquo. Lin Li was caught off guard and almost lost her balance. She took 2 steps back. Fortunately, Juhan reached out and stabilized her. And Ampampquo, haha, Xiaobin. And Ampampquo. Lin Li smiled and touched the child's head. Mother Ju, who was standing by the side, also smiled and said with some emotion, and Ampampquo, look at this child. He's so close to Lin Li. If I didn't know better, I would have thought that they were mother and son. And Ampampquo. Hearing this, Xiaobin, who was holding Lin Li, suddenly turned to look at Mother Ju and said, and Ampampquo, Auntie is not my mother, and Ampampquo, after all, he was still a child, and his voice still sounded a little tender. The atmosphere in the courtyard seemed to have changed all of a sudden. The original laughter and chatter had suddenly quieted down. Mother Ju didn't expect such a young child to be so sensitive. She felt that what she just said was a bit inappropriate. She looked at Lin Li and the child. On the one hand, she felt sorry for her grandson's early maturity, and on the other hand, she was a little embarrassed about Lin Li's embarrassment. Juhan, who was at the side, frowned. He went forward and pulled the child's face over. He looked at him and said seriously, and Ampampquo, don't he mention your mother in this house in the future, and Ampampquo. The little guy was a little frightened and his body instinctively shrank back. Upon seeing this, Lin Li quickly went forward to pull Juhan away. She rolled her eyes at him and said, and Ampampquo, why are you being so fierce to the child? And Ampampquo. Then she squatted down and touched Xiaobin's head, saying, and Ampampquo, it's fine, it's fine. Xiaobin, you must be hungry. Let's go in and eat, okay? And Ampampquo. Mother Ju also reacted and said with a dry smile, and Ampampquo, yes, yes, yes. Let's eat first. And Ampampquo, as he said that, he kept winking at Juhan. Although Juhan's face was still serious, he nodded and only said, and Ampampquo, go in. And Ampampquo. The little guy seemed to be really frightened by Juhan's actions just now. He just looked at Juhan in a daze and was a little scared. Seeing him like this, Lin Li reached out and took his little hand, smiling at him. And Ampampquo, Xiaobin, come in with Auntie, okay? And Ampampquo. The little guy came back to his senses and nodded at Lin Li. He said in a low voice, and Ampampquo, okay? And Ampampquo. When they entered the house again, the auntie had already placed the dishes on the table. Father Ju had also put away the chess game he had played with Xiaobin and put it back in the study. When they were eating, Mother Ju wanted to call him over to sit beside her, but the little guy looked at Lin Li and was a little unwilling to go. Lin Lijian smiled and said, and Ampampquo, it's fine, just sit beside me. And Ampampquo, as she spoke, she patted the little guy's head and used her chopsticks to pick up a piece of chicken leg for him. Seeing how Lin Li treated the little fellow, Mother Ju was a little relieved that Lin Li truly treated the child well. Because of Ling Lan's matter, she had originally been worried and sad for her grandson. After all, he was his biological mother, and the child would always be the closest to his mother. Now that Ling Lan was like this, who else could take Ling Lan's place in his heart in the future? Fortunately, there was Lin Li. The atmosphere seemed to have become a little strange since they were in the yard. Mother Ju blamed her words for being inappropriate and tried to change the slightly awkward situation. So she said, and Ampampquo, today's weather is pretty good. The sun is high up in the sky, and I feel that the temperature is much lower than yesterday. Don't you think so, Lin Li? And Ampampquo. Lin Li looked up and nodded with a smile. And Ampampquo, yes, It's hotter than yesterday. And Ampamquo, it was indeed much hotter today than yesterday. The temperature was so high that people almost forgot that it was winter, especially in the afternoon when the sun was shining. The high temperature and thick clothes made people feel as if they were entering early summer. As she spoke, Mother Ju stared at Lin Li and seemed to have discovered something. She asked, a little puzzled, and Ampamquo Lin Li, aren't you hot? And Ampamquo staring at the high-collared sweater Lin Li was wearing, Mother Ju asked a little strangely. There was nothing strange about wearing a high-collared sweater in winter. It was just that it was a little too hot today. The temperature difference was more than 10 degrees compared to yesterday, so Lin Li's high-collared sweater seemed particularly out of place in such a situation. Lin Li was stunned, and then her face turned a little unnaturally red. She laughed dryly, not knowing what to say for a while. She couldn't possibly say that she was wearing a thick wool high collar on such a hot day just to hide some man-made traces, right? As she thought about it, she couldn't help but blame Juhan in her heart. In the end, she couldn't take it anymore. She turned her head slightly and looked at Juhan, who was sitting on her right. She quietly put down her chopsticks and reached under the table. She touched Juhan's thigh and pinched it hard. And Ampamquoit coughed. And Ampamquoit Juhan snorted and turned his head slightly to look at Lin Li. He saw that Lin Li was also looking at him with a smile on her face. However, she didn't open her hand under the table, and there seemed to be signs of her strength increasing. Father Ju noticed the slight change in his expression and asked, and Ampamquo, what's wrong? And Ampamquo. Juhan just laughed and shook his head. He stretched his hand under the table and quickly pulled Lin Li's hand away. He quickly explained on Lin Li's behalf, and Ampamquo Lin Li caught a cold yesterday and went to the doctor to get some medicine. The doctor said that the weather has been unpredictable recently, and many people have caught a cold during this period. He was worried that she would catch a cold again if she got better, so he insisted that she wear more clothes. And Ampamquoit, after saying that, he turned to look at Lin Li, his expression full of affection. Upon hearing this, Mother Ju nodded and said, and Ampamquo, yes. The atmosphere has been particularly bad recently. There are many colds and the like. It's better to be more careful. And Ampamquo. Lin Li could only laugh along and almost rolled her eyes at Juhan. After the meal, Lin Li helped the auntie clean up. The little guy quietly followed Lin Li. If Lin Li was in the dining room, he would be in the dining room. When Lin Li carried the dishes into the kitchen, he would follow. No matter where Lin Li went, he would follow her closely. Lin Li tried to get him to go out and play or watch TV in the living room for a while, but the little guy didn't respond. His eyes were staring straight into Lin Li's eyes. In the end, Lin Li helped to clean up all the dishes on the table, then said goodbye to the auntie and left the kitchen with the child. Holding the little guy's hand, Lin Li brought him to the courtyard. The sun was slowly setting, and most of the sunlight in the courtyard was blocked by the house, so it was cool at the moment. Lin Li sat down on the stone chair with the child and asked softly, and Ampamquo, what's wrong? Are you not happy? And Ampamquo. The little guy looked at Lin Li and stared at her intently. After a while, his big black eyes actually became lecherous. He looked at Lin Li pouting and felt so aggrieved that it made his heart ache. Upon seeing this, Lin Li quickly reached out to touch his little face and asked with heartache, and Ampamquo, why are you crying? Tell auntie, what happened? And Ampamquo. Hearing Lin Li's words, the tears in her eyes couldn't be held back anymore. Large teardrops rolled down her face as she said in a sobbing tone, and Ampamquo, auntie, did I say something wrong? And Ampamquo. Lin Li was stunned. She didn't know where he was coming from and could only comfort him. And Ampamquo, no. When did Xiao Bin say something wrong? How come auntie doesn't know? And Ampamquo. The little guy seemed especially fragile and sensitive today. He rushed forward and hugged Lin Li tightly, crying, and Ampamquo, auntie is not my mother. Auntie will not hit me, scold me, or poke me with a needle. She will not lock me in the room and disappear to scare me. She will watch TV with me and write with me. So, auntie is not my mother. Auntie is not my mother. And Ampamquo. Hearing this, Lin Li's heart felt as if it was being tugged on by someone. It was only now that she understood what he meant when he said auntie, I'm not a mother. It turned out that he didn't mean that he disliked her for taking Ling Lan's place in his heart. He was simply comparing her to his own mother. He clearly drew a line between the two, and this line made her heart ache. She reached out and hugged the child tightly. She comforted the child in her heart, and okay. Auntie will always be auntie. Auntie is not Xiaobin's mother. Auntie will always be Xiaobin's auntie. And she didn't know how Ling Lan could hurt such a young child to actually make her own son so afraid and fearful. Actually, what could a child know? How old could he be? As long as you gave him a little more care and love, he would remember all the good in his heart. She was the best and most obvious example, wasn't she? Her hand gently caressed his back as Lin Li comforted him, and auntie will still accompany Xiaobin to read and write in the future. Auntie promised Xiaobin that auntie will never be fierce to Xiaobin, let alone hit him. Auntie will always be good to Xiaobin and will not let Xiaobin get hurt or sad. And the little guy was lying on her chest. Because he was crying, his whole body was twitching. He asked pitifully, and really? And Lin Li nodded. Her eyes were also sore and a little uncomfortable, but she still tried her best to force back the tears that were about to fall from her eyes. She lowered her head and gently kissed his head, promising, and it's true, it's all true. The little guy stopped talking and hugged Lin Li's hand even tighter. As Lin Li patted him gently, she raised her head to calm herself down. She looked up and met Father Ju's eyes, who was standing at the entrance of the courtyard. He looked a little serious and his handsome brows were slightly furrowed. When he saw Lin Li looking over, he didn't say anything and just turned around to go into the house. Although Lin Li was a little puzzled, she didn't think much of it. She only gently stroked the child, feeling sorry for him for suffering so much at such a young age. Perhaps he was tired from crying. The little guy leaned on Lin Li and fell asleep not long after. By the time Juhan came out of the house, Lin Li had already slept for a while with the child in her arms. Her entire phone was almost numb. Lin Li pulled the blanket over the little guy and gently covered him. Then, she turned her head and looked at Juhan, who was standing at the side. She didn't say anything, but her eyes were filled with helplessness. She stood up from the bed and said softly, and go out. Juhan reached out and pulled her over. He looked into her eyes and lowered his voice, and are you angry, and Lin Li shook her head but didn't say anything. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Juhan thought that she was still angry. He looked at her and said seriously, and if you're really angry, then scold me. And he knew her feelings for Xiaobin, and he also understood that because she had lost a child back then, the feelings she had for Xiaobin were not simple, just ordinary sympathy and love. Upon hearing this, Lin Li couldn't help but chuckle. She looked at him and said, and Mom has already scolded you. If I scold you again, you'll be too pitiful. And he had just finished his meal when his mother-in-law called him into the room. She didn't need to guess to know what their conversation was about. Juhan also laughed and reached out to touch her face. And you know, and Lin Li pulled his hand down and sighed. She leaned into his arms and said, and just don't be so fierce to the child in the future. The little guy is very fragile. And Juhan closed his hands and lowered his head to kiss her hair. He nodded and said, and all right, I'll listen to you. And the corners of Lin Li's mouth raised slightly, and she didn't say anything more. The two of them stood there, hugging each other for a while. In the afternoon, Juhan was called back to the company by Special Assistant Zhu. However, before he left, he specifically told Lin Li to wait for him in the courtyard and that he would come over to pick her and Xiaobin up at night. After Juhan left, Lin Li and Mother Ju chatted for a while in the living room. Later, Mother Ju was called away by Mrs. Zhang next door. She said that the dried seafood that Mother Ju asked her to bring last time had already been brought over and asked her to get it. After Mother Ju left, Lin Li was a little bored. She looked at the flowers in the yard for a while and then went back to her room. She gently opened the door and went in. The little guy was still sleeping. His eyes were closed, and his thick, black eyelashes were long and curled. They were very beautiful, and his breathing was so steady that he showed no signs of waking up. She sat by the bed and looked at the child for a while, then stood up and left. When she returned to the living room, Mother Ju had not returned yet. The butler auntie was busy with something in the kitchen. Bored, he went over to take a look, thinking that there were some things he could help with, and he could find something to do. After entering, she found out that the housekeeper was making tea. The butler auntie turned her head when she heard the sound. Seeing Lin Li come in, she asked with a smile, and ampamquo young madam, would you like some tea? I'll make you a cup. This is the hong pao, which old master brought back from Fujian. It's very fragrant. And ampamquo. Auntie, just call me by my name. Don't call me young madam. It's so awkward, Lin Li said with a smile. Looking at the teacup on the glass table, she stuck out her tongue at her and said, and ampamquo, I don't really know how to drink tea. I probably won't be able to sleep the whole night after drinking it. The housekeeper also smiled and said, and ampamquo, yes, this tea is to refresh one's mind. However, if you can't sleep after drinking it for an entire night, then you shouldn't drink it. If you don't sleep, you won't be energetic. As she spoke, she took the lid of the teacup and covered the mouth, then brought it to Father Ju, who was in the study. Just as she was about to leave, Lin Li curiously asked, and ampamquo tits already done, and ampamquo. Yeah, I've already poured it into boiling water and poured it away. This is the second time. It'll taste better and not so bitter. The housekeeper had been in the Ju family for more than 10 or 20 years. Of course, she had also made tea for Father Ju for so many years, and she had gained experience and knowledge in making tea. Just as the housekeeper auntie was carrying the tea to the kitchen, the phone in the living room rang. The two of them looked at each other, and Lin Li said with a smile, and ampamquo till send the tea to you, Dad. And ampamquo, she didn't come back much and didn't know how to handle some calls. When the time came, she would call the auntie over to save the trouble. The auntie nodded and handed the teacup in her hand to Lin Li, saying, and ampamquo, the old master is reading in the study. And ampamquo. Lin Li nodded and walked toward the study with a cup of tea. He reached out and knocked on the door of the study. After waiting for a while, there was no response, so he knocked again and called out, and ampamquo daddy. And ampamquo. After waiting for a while, there was still no sound from inside. Lin Li frowned in confusion and said to herself, and ampamquo auntie said that it would only happen in the study room. As he spoke, he reached out for the door handle and opened the door. After opening the door and entering, Lin Li found that there was no one in the study. However, the book on the desk and the glasses next to the book clearly proved that someone had just been in the study. Guessing that Father Ju had just gone out and would come back later, he didn't think much about it. He brought the tea over and put it on the desk. When he came closer, he saw that the book on the table was actually the and ampamquo comprehensive study of Zijai. And ampamquo. She remembered that the first time she went to Enrant's house, there was also a book on the desk in Enrant's room. It was said that it was a birthday gift from Father Gu. She was bored and said that she wanted to pretend to be a cultured person, but after opening it, the classical Chinese characters in it made her dizzy, and she closed it after flipping through a few pages. He reached out for it and took a few glances. The words were still familiar. Of course, he still felt dizzy. He smiled and put it down again. When she turned around and was about to leave, she caught a glimpse of the document on the table. She suddenly stopped and slowly turned around to take the document. When Father Ju came back from the bathroom and returned to the study, he was a little surprised that Lin Li was actually inside. What surprised him even more was the thing she was holding in her hand. Lin Li heard the voice and turned around. She looked at Father Ju and didn't know what to say. Father Ju came back to his senses and looked away. Then, he turned around and closed the door of the study. Daddy. Lin Li looked at him and still didn't know what to say. She thought that after Juhan clarified Xiao Bin's identity last time, no one would doubt that Xiao Bin was Juhan's biological son anymore. However, she didn't expect to see Xiao Bin's paternity test report in Father Ju's study. Father Ju looked at her and said indifferently, and ampamquo, come and sit here. As he spoke, he walked towards the sofa in the guest area of the study. Upon hearing this, Lin Li had no choice but to follow him. Then, She sat down opposite him, put down the paternity test report in her hand, and said, and Ampampquo, I am sorry. I put it on the table and I accidentally saw it. And Ampampquo. Father Ju nodded and didn't blame her. He said, and Ampampquo, I didn't put it well. And Ampampquo Dad, Xiaobin, and Ampampquo Linli wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. Seeing that she didn't know what to say, Father Ju slowly said, and Ampampquo, although my relationship with Juhan hasn't been very good for so many years, he's my son. I more or less understand his character. At first, his mother and I strongly opposed his relationship with Ling Lan. First, he and Su Cheng have always been good friends, and I've always taught him that he can't be disloyal and unjust. Second, his mother and I didn't agree with Ling Lan's character. Of course, there were some things that we neglected to tell him at the time, which led to him taking Ling Lan to the United States later. To be more specific, we're also responsible for his obsession with Ling Lan. And Ampampquo. Lin Li looked at him and only listened quietly, not saying anything. Juhan is a responsible person. He has his own clear standards in his heart. He won't blame the child for an adult's mistake, especially when the child is his own son. And Ampampquo, at first, we also thought that his indifference towards Xiaobin might really be because of Ling Lan. We didn't doubt it at all. Later on, when the news came out, it made me look at his attitude towards Xiaobin again. It made me wonder if there's such a possibility. Xiaobin really isn't Juhan's son, just like what the outside world says. That's why he can't face his child normally. And Ampampquo. After a short pause, Father Ju continued, and Ampampquo, since Juhan could use his connections to make a fake paternity test report, I naturally have my own ways to get a real one. He stared at the report on the table and was silent for a while. This report was sent a few days ago. It's just as I guessed. Xiaobin isn't Juhan's son at all. As he spoke, Father Ju's tone seemed a little lonely. The study room fell into silence, so quiet that even the air seemed to have become heavy. Lin Li looked at him. She could see the desolation and disappointment on his face. In fact, if she were to put herself in his shoes, how could she not be disappointed? She thought that he was her biological grandson, but in an instant, she was told that they had no blood relationship. This was a fact that couldn't be accepted and adapted immediately in 1 or 2 days. The atmosphere was so heavy that Lin Li felt a little uncomfortable. She tried to find a topic to ease the awkwardness at the moment and said, and Ampampquo, actually, Xiaobin is quite similar to Juhan. Their personalities and tempers are very similar. Father Ju looked up at him and stared at him for a while. Without saying anything, he stood up and walked over to the desk. He took the tea that Lin Li had brought in earlier and opened the lid to take a sip. It was a little cold and a little bitter. It didn't taste as good as when it was just boiled and heated. He took the teacup and sat down on the sofa again. He placed the tea on the low table in front of him, then looked up at Lin Li and asked, and Ampampquo, did you know about the child's identity from the beginning? And Ampampquo. Lin Li was stunned for a moment before she finally nodded. Juhan told me about it before. Father Ju also nodded. He took another sip of tea, his eyes staring at the paternity test report on the low table. He seemed to be thinking about something and didn't speak for a long time. Lin Li didn't know what he was thinking. Just as she was about to ask, there was a knock on the study door. The housekeeper pushed the door open and said, and Ampampquo, Lin Li, Xiaobin's awake. He's looking for you. And Ampampquo. Upon hearing this, Lin Li looked at Father Ju, only to see him nod. He took the teacup and drank another mouthful of tea, not saying anything from beginning to end. Lin Li didn't ask any more questions, got up, and left the study. The housekeeper seemed to have noticed something. After Lin Li closed the study door, she couldn't help but ask curiously, and Ampampquo, what's wrong? And Ampampquo. Lin Li glanced at her and only smiled faintly. She shook her head and walked towards the guest room. When she pushed the door open and entered, the little guy was sitting on the bed, staring at his palm in a daze. His mouth was slightly pouted, and his expression seemed so aggrieved that it made one's heart ache. Lin Li stood at the door, her heart twitching. She didn't know what Father Ju was thinking. If he really couldn't accept it, what about Xiaobin? Perhaps sensing that someone was staring at him from behind, the little guy turned his head and saw Lin Li standing at the door. His pouted mouth finally loosened and he shouted at Lin Li, and Pampquo auntie. And Pampquo. Lin Li also came back to her senses and forced out a smile as she looked at him. She went forward and sat down by the bed. She reached out and touched his hair, asking softly, and Pampquo, do you still want to sleep? Do you want to sleep a little longer or get up? And Pampquo. And Pampquo, time to get up. And Pampquo, the little guy replied loudly, as if he was relieved to see that Lin Li was still there. Lin Li smiled and kissed his forehead affectionately. Then, she took the small coat on the chair next to him and put it on for him. Juhan didn't come to pick up Lin Li and Xiaobin until after dinner. Along the way, Lin Li seemed to have something on her mind. She kept looking out the window and didn't say anything. She was very quiet. When they were waiting for the traffic light, Juhan reached out and gently held her hand. Lin Li seemed to have come back to her senses. She didn't look at the window and turned around to drive. Juhan looked at her and asked, and Pampquo, what's wrong? And Pampquo, is there something on your mind? And Pampquo. Lin Li stared at him and turned her head to look at Xiaobin behind her. She saw that he was quietly reading the fairy tale book that Mother Ju bought for him, his expression serious and focused. Seeing that she didn't answer, Juhan frowned and asked, and Pampquo Lin Li, did something happen? And Pampquo, why did it feel so strange? He was fine before he left in the afternoon. Why did he suddenly seem like a different person when he came back? Lin Li's lips twitched, and she shook her head, only saying, and Pampquo, I am fine. And Pampquo. The red light turned green, and the honking sound of a car horn came from behind. Juhan didn't ask any more questions. He thought that he would ask clearly when he got home, so he turned around and started the car again. When the three of them returned home, it was almost 9 o'clock. Considering that the little guy still had to go to school tomorrow, Lin Li took him to take a bath. In the bathroom, Lin Li was somewhat absent-minded as she helped the little guy bathe, but her mind was thinking about what Father Ju had said in the study in the afternoon. When Lin Li applied the shampoo for the 4th time and was about to wash the little guy's hair again, the little guy finally couldn't help but say, and Pampquo auntie, you've already washed my hair 3 times. Lin Li suddenly reacted and said apologetically, and Pampquo, I'm sorry. Auntie is thinking about something. And Pampquo, as he spoke, he quickly washed the shampoo off his hands. The little guy looked at her, his hair still wet, and asked, and Pampquo auntie, are you unhappy? And Pampquo. Lin Li shook her head and smiled slightly. No. She took a dry towel and wiped his hair. And Pampquo, but you're not saying anything. And Pampquo, the little guy said with his tender voice. Lin Li rubbed his head. All right, hurry up and take a shower. Otherwise, you'll be late for class tomorrow morning. She pinched his little nose. The little guy nodded obediently, but he still seemed a little worried. And Pampquo auntie, don't be unhappy. And Pampquo. Lin Li smiled and said yes, feeling very warm. She pulled the blanket over him and lowered her head to kiss the little guy's forehead. She whispered, and Pampquo good night. And Pampquo, she said. And Pampquo good night, auntie. And Pampquo, after saying that, she obediently closed her eyes. She smiled in relief and stood up to turn off the lights in his room. Then, she left the room. His smile faded as he left the room. His brows were slightly furrowed, and his mind was a little heavy. Lin Li returned to her room out of habit, but when she pushed the door open, her hand was pulled by Juhan, who had appeared behind her. She heard Juhan lower his voice and say in her ear, and Pampquo, did you enter the wrong room? And Pampquo, as he spoke, he let go of her hand and slowly placed it on her slender waist. Lin Li's face was slightly red, and her rationality instantly returned. She recalled everything that had happened yesterday and this morning. Juhan kissed her neck and asked, and Pampquo, what happened? Why are you so depressed all night? And Pampquo. Lin Li pulled his hand away, turned around, and looked at him. And Pampquo, dad knows about Xiaobin. And Pampquo. Upon hearing this, Juhan was stunned. He looked at her fixedly and didn't react for a while. Lin Li pulled him into the room, closed the door, and said, and Pampquo, I saw Xiaobin's DNA test report in Dad's study room this afternoon. I know about Xiao Bin's identity. And Ampampquo, is that so? And Ampampquo, yes. And Ampampquo, Juhan replied softly as if he had just regained his senses. Lin Li nodded. Yeah. And Ampampquo, did he say anything? And Ampampquo, Juhan asked. Lin Li shook her head. No, she didn't say anything. Looking at him, Lin Li asked with some worry. And Ampampquo Juhan, what do you think will happen to Dad? And Ampampquo, would she not acknowledge Xiao Bin? If she really didn't acknowledge Xiao Bin, what should she do? Seeing her worried look, how could Juhan not know what she was thinking? He reached out and pulled her into his arms, caressing her back and comforting her. And Ampampquo, don't worry. Since Dad didn't say anything, it means that he has accepted it. He won't say anything in the future. Based on his understanding of his father, if he didn't raise any object irons now, then his silence meant that he agreed. Back then, he didn't agree with him and Ling Lan's relationship. Even if he brought Ling Lan to the US for 7 years, he still wouldn't agree to it when they came back. So if he didn't say anything about Xiao Bin's background now, then he wouldn't say anything in the future. And Ampampquo, really? And Ampampquo, leaning in his arms, Lin Li was a little uncertain. And Ampampquo, it's true. And Ampampquo, Juhan said affirmatively. He was thinking about whether he should find someone to talk to his father about Xiao Bin. Just as Juhan said, Father Ju had never mentioned Xiao Bin's matter since that day. It was as if the incident that afternoon had never happened. Sometimes, Lin Li couldn't help but have the illusion that the picture of the paternity test report she saw in Father Ju's study that afternoon was simply her own imagination. And in fact, nothing had happened. Of course, these were just Lin Li's fantasies. How could she treat things that had happened as if nothing had happened? However, Mother Ju seemed to really know nothing. From time to time, she would still call to ask when they would go back for dinner, saying that she missed Xiao Bin and wanted to see him. The little guy had caught a cold, and his snot and cough were very serious. He was also in a daze. In just 2 days, he seemed to have lost a lot of weight, which made Lin Li's heart ache a little. The doctor said it was the flu virus, but because the little guy's body was weak, the cold was a little serious and he had to go to the hospital every day for an injection. Juhan was busy with a new project recently, so Lin Li was the only one who could take the child to the hospital. After 3 days of 4 drips, the back of the little guy's hands were red and purple from being poked by needles. Fortunately, these needles and medicine were not used in vain. The child's cold symptoms were much better, but his throat was still a little inflamed and uncomfortable. Lin Li held the child's hand and prepared to walk to the hospital's parking lot. As they walked, Lin Li asked the child, and Ampampquo Xiao Bin, Auntie will go to the supermarket later and make snow pear and lily stew for you. Your throat will feel better and it won't hurt so much. And Ampampquo. The little fellow nodded and only responded softly, and Ampampquo okay. Due to the inflammation of her throat, her voice sounded hoarse and broken. Lin Li touched his head. Good boy. When she approached the parking lot, she accidentally heard 2 women and a man quarreling in the parking lot. One of the voices sounded familiar. She looked up and was surprised to see that one of them was Xiao. You vixen, you seduced my husband. Are you looking for death? And Ampampquo, the woman standing in front of Xiao, lifted the bag in her hand and threw it at her. Ah, you crazy woman. Brother Qian, it's me. Xiao shouted as she hid behind the man. My, stop it, Ying. The man looked to be in his 40s. His belly was slightly protruding, and he looked a little fat. The woman called My stopped and looked at the middle-aged man. Her eyes were fierce. She raised her hand and slapped the man's face, hitting the eye on the man's nose. Xiao, who was hiding behind the man, was a little stunned. She didn't know where to put her hand on the man's clothes and looked at him in a daze. The woman named My spat at her husband and scolded. And Ampampquo, now that you're all grown up, you dare to have another woman? Do you believe that I'll ask my father to withdraw all the money he invested in your company? Let's see what a shell company like you can do. The man picked up the glasses on the ground and put them back on. He said to his wife in a flattering manner, and Ampampquo, my, don't be like this. The one I love is you. It's this woman who keeps pestering me and seducing me. That's why I accidentally made a mistake. However, the one I love the most is still you. Really, I swear to God, Amai looked at her husband coldly and said sarcastically, and Ampampquo look at you. How dare you go out and play with women? If not for our son, I would have divorced you long ago. Seeing that there was room for negotiation, the man called Brother Chung quickly added, and Ampampquo yes, yes, yes. For the sake of our son, please forgive me this once. I won't do it again. And Ampampquo, Amai snorted coldly, stepped forward, and grabbed Xiaoxiao's hair. And Ampampquo Xiaoxiao screamed in shock and kept hitting her back. Let go of me, you crazy woman, Xiaoxiao. The woman pulled her closer and said while looking at her face, and Ampampquo look at your slutty face. If you don't have any tricks up your sleeve, don't come out and snatch other people's men. He patted Xiaoxiao's face and continued, and Ampampquo what do you think men are? I tell you, all men are *king bad guys. After lifting up their pants, they would forget about the look of the woman under them. If you think that you can get his money and house by sleeping with him, you're too naive. And Ampampquo then, he pushed Xiaoxiao out. Xiaoxiao couldn't stand still and fell to the ground. Tears fell from her eyes as she looked at the man who called her Brother Chung and said aggrievedly, and Ampampquo Brother Chung, you said you loved me. You said you wanted to divorce this hag. And Ampampquo don't talk nonsense. When did I say that I wanted to divorce my wife? I'm telling you, the one I love the most is my wife. Don't bother me anymore. And Ampampquo then, he quickly pulled his wife and said, and Ampampquo Thoni, let's go. People are watching. As he spoke, he raised his head and looked at Lin Li. Upon hearing this, Amai glanced in Lin Li's direction, then snorted coldly at Xiaoxiao, before turning to leave. And Ampampquo auntie. And Ampampquo the little guy beside her pulled Lin Li's hand. Lin Li turned her head, regretting that she had forgotten to take Xiao Bin away and let the child see such an ugly scene. He touched the child's head and asked, and Ampampquo is Xiao Bin scared? And Ampampquo. The little guy shook his head, then nodded, not saying a word. Lin Li knew that he was really a little scared. In fact, he wasn't the only one who was scared. Back then, when Mo Fei abandoned Anran and married Tong Xiaoji, she was worried that Anran would be sad, so she had pulled Anran aside and said a lot of harsh words. However, she was only saying them in passing, and she had never gone to practice. Of course, after Mo Fei got married, he went directly to the United States to develop his career, and he didn't wait for her to actually do it. However, seeing this scene today really shocked her. In the past, she thought that these things were very far away, and at most, she would only see them on TV. However, she didn't expect that she would bump into Xiaoxiao today, and one of the mistresses was Xiaoxiao. After the couple left, Xiaoxiao stood up from the ground, cursing. When she saw Lin Li standing here and looked at her own embarrassing appearance at the moment, she couldn't help but feel a little angry from embarrassment. She rushed over to Lin Li and said, and Ampampquo what are you looking at? You must be very proud to see me like this. And Ampampquo. Lin Li only looked at her indifferently and didn't say anything. She lowered her head and took the little guy's hand, ready to leave. Seeing that Lin Li was ignoring her, the anger in Xiao's heart grew even more. She shouted at Lin Li's back, and Ampampquo what's the matter? Did you find a remarried to be someone's stepmother? Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful not to let someone use you as a nanny. Upon hearing this, Lin Li stopped and turned to look at Xiaoxiao, saying, and Ampampquo being a stepmother or a nanny is good. At least I'm the legitimate Mrs. Ju, and I have a title. It's better than you following someone else's husband without a title. Even if you're caught and beaten on the street, no one will look at you and come out to help you. Xiaoxiao was speechless and could only glare at her. And Ampampquo I really feel bad for Chengsheng. He was actually infatuated with you for so many years. And Ampampquo Lin Li looked at her and recalled the way she saw Chengsheng the other day. You've let down his deep feelings. And Ampampquo Ive let him down. And Ampampquo Xiao sneered. And Ampampquo he's a cripple now. Do you want me to take care of a cripple for the rest of my life? What a big joke. And Ampampquo. Lin Li didn't say anything else. Perhaps Xiaoxiao didn't love Cheng Xiang at all. From the beginning to the end, she only treated Cheng Xiang as a piece of driftwood when she was drowning. Once she got onto the shore, she would abandon him, which was why she could be so indifferent to the current Chengxiang and turn a blind eye to him. He did not look at her anymore and turned around to take the child to the car. At night, Lin Li made snow pear lily soup for Xiaobin. The little guy sat at the dining table and asked Lin Li as he drank, and Amquo auntie, are you still going to sleep with me tonight, and Amquo? He didn't know if it was because he had been with Lin Li for a long time, but he had developed a certain amount of feelings and reliance on her. After his cold this time, the little guy seemed to have become a little spoiled. He said that he didn't want to sleep alone and hoped that Lin Li could accompany him. Lin Li's heart ached for him to begin with, and when she saw his pleading eyes, she naturally couldn't refuse. And Amquo sure, auntie will sleep with Xiaobin tonight. And Amquo. Hearing that, the little guy's eyes curved into crescents. He finished the soup in his bowl and looked at Lin Li. And Amquo auntie, I want another bowl. And Amquo. When Juhan came back, it was already late at night. Recently, he was so busy with a new project that he almost couldn't touch the ground. For a few days in a row, he didn't go home on time for a day. She threw the briefcase in her hand onto the sofa in the living room, pinched her sore eyebrows, and went straight to her room. He opened the door and turned on the doorknob. The bedroom, which was originally dark, suddenly lit up. He looked at the bed and saw that it was neatly made, as if no one had touched it at all. He subconsciously frowned. How many times had it been? After returning for a few days, the woman who was supposed to be lying in this room and on this bed was nowhere to be seen. The reason was that she had gone to sleep with another man. Displeasure and anger filled her entire mind. She could not care less about her fatigue and sleepiness. She turned around and went straight to the children's room. He took big steps, and his expression was full of dissatisfaction and anger. However, when he opened the door, his movements became very light for no reason. When he went in, he could also take light steps. He approached the small bed that was a little crowded for two people to sleep on. As expected, the woman who was supposed to be in his room was lying there with her eyes closed and sleeping soundly. The man who had stolen his wife from him was sleeping in her arms, as obedient as a kitten. His brows furrowed even more as he stared at the two of them for a while. He admitted that he was not gentlemanly enough to snatch someone away from a sick little brat who even called him dad. However, there was no reason for him to be alone in his room for 4 days after he was married and had a wife. As he thought about it, he moved down and gently moved the little person in her arms away. Then, he picked up the woman who was sleeping soundly by the waist and went straight to his room. In her sleep, Lin Li felt as if she was sitting on a plane. She felt as if she was in the air. This plane seemed very strange, but it felt very familiar. Even the seats seemed to have a familiar temperature. He gently placed Lin Li on the bed and pulled the blanket over her. Juhan then turned around to take his clothes and went into the bathroom to take a shower. After washing up, he came out of the bathroom and looked at the person sleeping soundly on the bed. Juhan suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. He lifted the blanket from the other side of the bed and lay down. He reached around her neck and let her head rest on his arm. His other hand wrapped around her waist and pulled her into his arms. Lin Li was awoken by his movements in a daze. She frowned and opened her eyes slightly. Only then did she see the enlarged face in front of her. She was a little surprised and uncertain. Juhan, and Amquo. When she woke up, Juhan lowered his head and kissed her lips. He asked in a low voice, and Amquo, did I wake you up, and Amquo? The corners of Lin Li's mouth raised slightly, but her eyes were still a little heavy. She blinked a few times and shook her head. And Amquo, you, come back. And Amquo actually, to be honest, although the two of them lived in the same house, Juhan didn't stay overnight outside when he came back every day. However, ever since he started to be busy with the new project and she didn't go to work because of Xiaobin's matter, the two of them actually didn't see each other for a few days. Basically, when he came back, she would fall asleep, and when she woke up, he would have already gone out. And Amquo, yes. And Amquo, Juhan responded softly and lowered his head to kiss her. All of a sudden, it was as if all his fatigue had disappeared. He just wanted to kiss her properly. Of course, Juhan wasn't a person who only thought about it and didn't do it. He immediately put it into action and lowered his body to kiss her. His teeth bit her soft cotton-like lips, and the tip of his tongue took the opportunity to enter when she was in pain. It was overbearing and affectionate, but of course, it wasn't gentle. Suddenly, Lin Li seemed to have thought of something and pushed him away. Xiao Bin. She turned around to look for the little guy and realized that this was not his room, and this bed was not his bed. Then, she turned around and looked at the man who was pressing her down. And you, why did you carry me back? And she couldn't help but worry if the little guy would be scared if he woke up in the middle of the night and didn't see her. Juhan lowered his head and bit her nose as a punishment. You're my wife. Why do you let me stay in the room alone all day? His tone was like that of a resentful husband. Lin Li laughed and patted him, saying, and what alone? I didn't go anywhere. I'm at home every day. I don't know who left early and returned late, but I can't even see their shadow. And Juhan laughed too. He turned over and pressed his entire body on top of her. His strong legs rubbed against her intentionally or unintentionally. He whispered in her ear, and so you're complaining that I left you out. And the meaning behind that low voice and those ambiguous words was self-evident, causing the temperature in the room to rise by a few degrees. Lin Li swallowed her saliva. Her face was red, and her body temperature rose a few degrees. She reached out and pushed him. What do you want? And Juhan pulled away the hand that was between the two of them and directly raised it above her head. A big palm restrained them, and their bodies were tightly pressed against each other, so intimate that there was no gap. Juhan's hoarse voice rang in Lin Li's ear. I neglected you a few days ago. Lin Li swallowed her saliva. How could she not know what he wanted to do? She wanted to push him away, but she didn't have the strength to do so. She didn't know if she really couldn't use her strength, or if she didn't even want to push him away. Juhan opened his mouth and sucked on her ear. The tip of his tongue traced her chubby earlobe as he said, and then I'll make it up to you today, Yingluo. As he said that, he let go of her ear and slid down her ear. Lin Li trembled, her heart throbbing from every kiss he gave her. Her hands clutched his shoulders tightly, not knowing if she wanted to push him away or pull him closer. With only a trace of rationality left, Lin Li cupped her face that was buried in her chest. Her chest heaved up and down as she panted and asked, and you, aren't you tired? And he had gone out so early in the morning, so why did he come back so late at night? She was worried that his body would not be able to take the workload of more than 16 hours a day. Juhan lowered his head and kissed her eyebrows, eyes, nose, and mouth. He kissed her all over. Lin Li's last trace of rationality finally collapsed completely under his kisses. Before she completely sank into oblivion with him, she heard him say in her ear, and don't he ask a man if he's tired in bed. And She chuckled as she accepted all the passion he gave her. She felt that he was cute when he was serious sometimes. When Lin Li woke up again, it was already the next morning. Juhan was no longer by her side. Her whole body felt like it had fallen apart, and she was sore and in pain. Thinking back to last night, Lin Li's face couldn't help but feel a little hot. She raised her hand to look at her watch and was shocked to realize that it was almost 9 o'clock. Thinking of the little guy, she ignored the soreness in her waist and her weak legs and got up from the bed. She took some clothes from the cloakroom, changed into a simple wash, and left the room. When Lin Li rushed to the little guy's room, the little guy had already woken up and was sitting in front of his small desk reading a book. When he saw her open the door and come in, he put down the book in his hand and ran over to Lin Li, hugging her. Auntie. Lin Li hugged him back and gently patted his back. She comforted him, and Xiao Bin, I'm sorry, Auntie woke up late. And After withdrawing from Lin Li's arms, the little guy looked at Lin Li and asked, and Auntie, do you feel better? And Lin Li was stunned and looked at him in confusion. What? And Dad said you're sick and need to rest. And as he spoke, the little guy pulled Lin Li to his small bed and let her sit on it. Auntie, if you're still not feeling well, you can sleep for a while longer. I'm already better, and my throat doesn't feel uncomfortable anymore. Lin Li touched his head with relief and said, and Auntie is fine. Auntie is not feeling unwell. And really? And the child looked at her, his eyes clean and without any impurities. And it's true. And Xiao Bin, you must be hungry. What do you want to eat? Auntie will make breakfast for you. And Ampquo, she asked. And Ampquo Ivy had breakfast. And Ampquo, the little guy said. And Ampquo's dad made me a sandwich this morning. Dad also made a sandwich for Auntie. He put it in the refrigerator. He said that he'll heat it up when you get up. Linley nodded, feeling warm in her heart. She glanced at his small desk and said, and Ampquo then, Xiaobin, go and read your books. Auntie will go and have breakfast. And Ampquo. The little guy nodded obediently and returned to his desk. Linley retreated from the children's room, walked to the kitchen, and opened the refrigerator. There was indeed a sandwich in it, and there was a note next to it. Heat it up before eating. The smile at the corner of his mouth seemed to be out of control, hanging faintly. Lin Lei Wan thought that Father Ju would express his opinion about Xiaobin's matter, but it was just as Juhan said, he never mentioned it again. After that, Lin Li brought the child back to the courtyard a few times, and he didn't say much, as if nothing had happened. In his spare time, he would teach Xiaobin how to read and even play chess with him. But this was good, otherwise, if Father Ju really couldn't accept Xiaobin's words, then he really didn't know what to do. Before dinner, Juhan called and said that he had a social gathering that night and couldn't rush back to the courtyard to have dinner with them. However, he said that he would come over directly after the dinner. And Ampquo, don't he drink so much? You had a stomachache 2 days ago. And Ampquo, before hanging up the phone, Lin Li warned him. She had accompanied him to a few social events before, and it was nothing more than an endless amount of alcohol, one glass after another. After opening up to Juhan, she naturally noticed everything about him. His stomach wasn't good and he couldn't eat things that were too cold. If he ate them, he would get gastroenteritis. He also had a little bad morning temper. Although he always woke up very early, he would always pull a long face and smell bad when he was disturbed a few times later. She also noticed that he always drank the soup before eating, lying on the bed and staring at the ceiling for a while before going to bed, and many other small details were not deliberately remembered, but when you like someone, you can't help but care about everything about him. And Ampquo, I know, and Ampquo, Juhan replied on the other side of the phone. He suddenly thought of something and asked, and Ampquo, by the way, didn't you have a stomachache 2 days ago? Have you gone to the hospital for a checkup? And Ampquo, I'm fine now. I might have felt nauseated earlier because I ate something bad. Lin Li said indifferently, and Ampquo, you're really fine. And Ampquo, of course I'm fine. Alright, you can go back to work. Don't drive if you're drunk tonight. And Ampquo, I know. And Ampquo. After hanging up the phone, Lin Li turned around and was about to enter the house, but when she turned her head, she happened to meet Father Ju's eyes. Lin Li smiled at him and called out somewhat cautiously, Dad. Father Ju nodded and asked, I'm calling Juhan. Lin Li nodded, yeah. What time did he say he'll be back tonight? Father Ju asked again. Juhan has a dinner appointment tonight. He might only be back after he's done. Lin Li answered honestly. Father Ju nodded and walked towards the courtyard. The daytime in winter was always so short. Before 6 o'clock, the sky was already so dark that it was almost invisible. The street lamps outside the courtyard had already been lit. Lin Li was thinking about how to make an excuse to go in because she was really afraid that he would ask her about Xiaobin. Father Ju looked at the sky and said slowly, Juhan came to talk to me before. Lin Li was stunned. She raised her head and looked at him. She didn't know that Juhan had looked for Father Ju. He said that from the moment he decided to show the DNA report to the media, he would take up the responsibility of a father for the child even if he wasn't related to the child by blood. Father Ju spoke very calmly, and there was even a smile on his face. I didn't know he was looking for you. Juhan didn't mention it to her, so she didn't know at all. Father Ju turned his head and looked at Lin Li with a serious expression. If this is his choice, then I respect his choice. So, Ran, you're going to accept Xiaobin? Was this what he meant? Father Ju laughed. Since Xiaobin is Juhan's son, he's naturally my grandson. Is there a problem with that? He asked. Lin Li understood what he meant and laughed as well. She shook her head and said, no more problems. Father Ju nodded, looked at Lin Li, and said, let's go in and eat. As he said that, he took the lead and walked into the house. Lin Li nodded and followed him in. As they walked, Father Ju thought of something and said, bring your parents over to Jiang City for the new year at the end of the year. It'll be more lively with the two families together. Okay, Lin Li nodded after a moment of surprise. In fact, she had this plan from the beginning. She was the only daughter of her parents. She couldn't bear to spend the new year alone with them without anyone to talk to. When Juhan returned to the courtyard, it was already past 9 o'clock. Mother Ju had already gone to bed with Xiaobin. The housekeeper was cleaning the living room. When she saw him return, she asked, "Young master, you're back. Have you eaten? Do you want me to cook you some supper?" Juhan shook his head and refused. "It's okay, auntie. I've already had dinner. Are dad and mom asleep?" The helper nodded and replied, "Old master has a meeting tomorrow morning. He's already asleep. Madam said that she wanted to sleep with Xiaobin. She's probably asleep now." Juhan nodded and asked, "Where's Lin Li?" Young madam didn't seem to be feeling well during dinner, so she went back to her room to rest early. When dinner was served, everything was fine at first. The family sat together for a meal and the atmosphere was quite good, but for some reason, halfway through the meal, Lin Li suddenly covered her mouth and ran away, saying that her stomach was a little uncomfortable. Seeing that she was in so much pain, he let her go back to her room to rest. After dinner, she brought some hot soup for her to drink, but it seemed that she still had no appetite. After a few sips, she said that she did not want to drink. "Lin Li?" Juhan frowned and asked, "Is Lin Li not feeling well?" "Yes." The housekeeper nodded. Juhan didn't say anything more. He carried his bag and went to his room. When he pushed the door open, he saw Lin Li lying on the bed, resting. Her eyes were closed, and she seemed to be asleep. Juhan placed the briefcase in his hand on the cabinet at the side and bent down to reach out to her forehead. Lin Li didn't sleep deeply. She felt someone's hand on her forehead and slowly opened her eyes. When she saw Juhan standing in front of the bed, she smirked. "You're back." She propped herself up and wanted to get up. Upon seeing this, Juhan reached out to help her up. Then, he sat down on the edge of the bed and pulled her into his arms, asking, "Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?"